Shepherding Humanity Chapter 913 to Chapter 974. What should we do? Some of the players who were secretly observing from afar also became flustered. We've already hidden a spatial fluctuation every time we jumped to a location and moved in an S shape. How can he still catch up so fast? Who knows? F***CK. Quick, run. Devil Lord, he's still saying, can you sew his mouth? His foundation is going to be exposed. Run, child. Tears, the players only felt pain in their hearts. At this time, their hearts were collapsing. This person was too young. Someone quickly stop him from doing stupid things. It was undeniable that this Xianxia was indeed powerful. Cultivation techniques were vague, and martial arts were unpredictable. Moreover, at this time, he was still in the quantum battle body, so naturally, he was not afraid. At the same time, the Devil Lord was very terrifying. This overlord of the Xianxia had dominated a multidimensional Xianxia. The martial arts he cultivated, the rash desire division demonic technique, could be said to be beyond common sense, beyond the macroscopic physical universe, and was known as the ultimate martial arts of the multiverse. In the mental crystal wall universe, he had already dominated an era. Countless civilized planets, vast galaxies, and various great river systems had to live in his fear and shadow. However, people's fear of him was vague. They did not know his name, they did not know his appearance, they did not know his experience. All information about his existence had been forcibly erased by countless righteous sections. However, everyone knew that it was an extremely terrifying and taboo concept in the Xianxia. If they knew his name, appearance, and observed him, they would fall into the abyss forever. Yes, he was the #1 demon in the Xianxia, known as the Nameless Fear, the Indescribable Terror, the #1 demon in the universe, Wang Renming. However, no matter how strong you were, sooner or later, something would happen. Diqi liked strong opponents, even the kind of existence that could force him into a desperate situation. The stronger the enemy, the happier Diqi felt. In the distance. You still want me to continue? The Devil Lord's expression was extremely calm. He had a kind expression and did not look like a great demon that made people tremble in fear. He glanced at him lightly. You're not bad. Your Taoist heart is extremely tough. Although he was trying to break the other party's Taoist heart, he had never thought that he could defeat the other party with such a simple method. Using words to make a true powerhouse feel fear was an extremely absurd thing in itself. An existence of this level had an extremely stable Tao heart. The Demon Lord had also seen countless such experts and geniuses in the entire Xianxia. He couldn't easily crush their hearts and plant a demon in their Tao hearts. But even so, it was easy enough to plant fear in the hearts of these experts with strong Tao hearts. Because of him, it was too powerful. His method was very simple. If words could not make the other party feel fear, then he would use force to make the other party feel fear. How many years has it been? I don't even know how many years has it been, since I last fought. The Demon Lord smiled as if he was a very ordinary young man without any temperament of a martial arts master. He said softly, 372 years ago, I almost closed my fists and retired from the martial world of martial arts? Diqi stood tall, vaguely feeling the howling of the wind around him. World of martial arts. That's definitely a world of martial artists that people look forward to. It's a world that is filled with the radiance of spring. There are countless martial arts, countless systems, and countless martial arts techniques that people look forward to. They were on an old and decaying street, but at this moment, it gave people a feeling. The confrontation between the two was as if two great martial arts masters were fighting on the cliff of the Xianxia, giving people an ethereal feeling of grandmasters. Yes, we travel the Xianxia with our swords. We are pure martial artists. Our fists and kicks in martial arts have reached the peak, the Demon Lord said with a smile. The surrounding people, including the supreme gods who had rushed over, were completely shocked. This civilization called their cultivation methods martial arts? Was it the cold weapon era of the aboriginal planets, relying on physical attacks, martial arts? But how can martial arts reach such a level? Some people felt fear in their hearts. Their world, is the Xianxia? Crude primitive martial arts. Is this the level when civilization reaches the peak? Entering the ultimate civilization of the universe, standing in the higher dimension of time and space. A supreme god of the laws rushed over, looking shocked. Yes. The demon lord looked at them. We have always been on the same path, from beginning to end. My fist technique has already surpassed the level of general physical martial arts. He stood with his hands behind his back. Since I have to use this method to make you feel fear, then there is no other way. Moon in the heart. He lightly punched. It was as if it was soft and boneless, without any wind or any stunning energy fluctuations. It was just one punch. Poochie. Dichi's body cracked inch by inch, instantly bursting into a bloody man. He fell to the ground, his flesh and tissues rapidly collapsing. His entire body seemed to have been thrown into a pressure cooker and stewed for 30 hours, rotting with a high temperature. What a pity. The demon lord turned around, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He said indifferently, without practicing martial arts, you don't even have the ability to resist. Other systems, techniques, and abilities are simply like a piece of defenseless paper, unable to stop it at all. Seeing this, everyone was completely horrified. He killed the other party in an instant. What kind of civilization was this? It was so strange that it was hard to imagine, as if it could directly destroy one's essence, and no technique could resist. Do you want to learn? The demon lord looked around and smiled. I can teach you. Yes, as long as you observe me, become me, you will naturally have my power. The people around were extremely horrified. Yes, those who seek the Tao live in the morning and die in the evening. Many people know of my fear, but they have devout hearts and still want to experience this ultimate power without hesitation. He smiled. For many people who are obsessed with martial arts, death is enough, but the next second. Dichi slowly stood up, his expression completely solemn. It is indeed very desirable. Can you teach me? You are still alive? The demon lord turned around in surprise. To him, this seemed a little strange. That blow of his was very terrifying. It was a blow of life on the quantum level, as if he had carried out a dimensional attack. No living being of flesh and blood should be able to resist it. His attack was a quantum wave. It was like stirring a bunch of neat and complete cells, messing up the flesh and blood structure of the enemy's entire body. It was like boiling water, turning it into a pot of messy meat broth. Those who did not practice quantum martial arts could not resist it at all, and could not even sense the trajectory of his attack. The demon lord also learned a lot of knowledge from this land, knew about the technological civilization, and naturally knew about their concept of martial arts, quantum entanglement, quantum uncertainty, so that's how it is. Recovery power is so powerful to such a terrifying extent? The demon lord's gaze was completely solemn as he carefully examined the mysterious existence in front of him. Logically speaking, my attack will cause fatal damage, and it is difficult to recover even with recovery power. But you can still recover, which shows how terrifying your recovery speed is. Dichi said softly, I can't react at all, it's so fast that it's unbelievable. It's as if it arrived in an instant, without any attack trajectory, without any sense of attack. It's as if our world is not on the same level. This kind of attack does indeed greatly consume and suppress recovery power. According to this terrifying destructive power, I only need to be killed more than 1,700 times to completely kill me. What a terrifying unknown civilization, it makes me feel the fear of death. More than 1,700 times, everyone looked at the unharmed Dichi, and their expressions changed. What kind of strange and terrifying cultivation system is this? The spectating god said in a trembling voice. Everyone's scalp went numb. Was this the terror of a higher dimensional civilization? Every civilization on both sides had unimaginable power. The clash of civilizations in front of them was enough to make them dumbfounded and unable to understand. A martial art similar to the Undying Heaven art? The demon lord's expression turned serious. What is the Undying Heaven art? Dichi smiled. The demon lord suddenly laughed and said, once upon a time, there were more than 30 of me in the parallel universe. They were all talented geniuses, and one of them cultivated the Undying Heaven art. However, he was still devoured and eliminated by us. The undying nature is indeed very troublesome, but that's all there is to it. Only 4 of us were able to survive, and the arts that the 4 of us cultivated were truly flawless and terrifying. After going through countless selections and eliminations, they were called the 4 great ultimate martial arts. Dichi looked at him, but it was as if he didn't hear him. He mumbled to himself, so troublesome. If I keep getting beaten like this, I won't be able to get the gene. I have to injure him first. As for the demon lord, it was as if he hadn't heard his words. He was also mumbling to himself, saying something completely unrelated. You remind me of the undying heaven art. In that case, I shall kill you 1,700 times. No matter how strong your defense is, it will only prolong the descent of death and terror. Beside them, Xianxia and the others arrived. Looking at the 2 at the peak, they couldn't help but feel numb. That's the monster that even Master feels is troublesome. The number 1 demon in the universe. Xianxia slowly exhaled. At this time, the 13th prince walked over. They are both mumbling to themselves and ignoring each other. This is a sign of extreme confidence. They think that they can definitely take down the other. They think that in the first clash, they have completely understood the other's background. They think that they will definitely win. They were also very shocked. They didn't see such a level of change. However, this existence can't sense quantum martial arts at all, because if one doesn't cultivate quantum martial arts, they won't be able to sense it. This is the strangeness of quantum mechanics. Under the hands of the demon lord, I'm afraid I'll definitely die. Princess Xiaxia took a deep breath. Only those who cultivate martial arts can fight against these martial artists. Boom, the demon lord waved his fist slowly. The next second, Dickie's body exploded again. It was as if he had suffered an inexplicable attack and turned into a pot of soup stock. The insides of his body boiled on their own and cooked his tissues to a crisp. Bang 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 bang. 1, 2, 3, 4. The demon lord stretched out his fingers and flicked his nails. This is very simple. In less than 10 minutes, I can kill you more than 1,700 times. Dichi's body exploded, and he died countless times in an instant. A large amount of energy was surging into his body, continuously repairing his body. However, his recovery ability was being rapidly consumed. Crash. Dichi suddenly disappeared from where he stood. I can't see the trajectory of the attack, but that doesn't mean I can't dodge. Dichi used Mother Earth's space steps and stretched out gently, shuttling back and forth. The demon lord's expression changed slightly. Indeed, even if one did not cultivate quantum martial arts were not undefeatable. Even if one could not see the trajectory of the attack, as long as one kept moving at high speed, it would be very difficult to attack the opponent. Got him. Dichi lightly punched the demon lord. Bang, in the next second, the demon lord's entire body punched back. The fists collided, and the terrifying power seemed to give off ripples in the space. Dichi flew back because of the reaction, and his body rapidly broke apart and repaired. The demon lord in front of him instantly turned into sand and directly dissipated the force. He quickly reformed and stood on the spot without any damage. It's useless. You hit me, but you are the one who gets hurt. In martial arts, the effect of force is mutual. But even if you don't hit me, you will still be slowly killed by me. People who do not cultivate martial arts are unable to enter the realm of our heart image space. Dichi was still moving quickly, and he revealed a hearty smile. This is too strange. There are always all kinds of unimaginably strange civilizations in the universe. If you are not careful, you will fall for it. Some civilizations are so strong that they are hard to understand, and you will be killed without putting up any resistance. You can still laugh? The demon lord's gaze turned cold. Do you know that I only used 1% of my power? What? The faces of the surrounding people were filled with horror. Such a strange power, and this was only 1%? What I just used was just an ordinary common martial art, and it forced you into this state. You don't understand how terrifying the demonic illusion separation technique is. What is an ultimate martial art? It seems like you don't understand. Then, it's time to use my true power. He waved his hand, and 108 demon masters appeared in the void, standing tall in the void. They stood in the void like a demonic god. countless terrifying taboo existences stood on the black clouds, 108 of himself, 108 times the power? Is this possible? At this moment, all the higher-ups of the Tyr Empire, as well as countless divine scientists, had heard about the intense battle and rushed over to see this unbelievable scene. It can't be that every body has the same strange and powerful destructive power, right? Someone said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, the 13th prince appeared in the cabin with a solemn expression. Yes, every body of the Demon Lord is a true quantum battle body. They all have the same terrifying power. What? His Majesty Tyr exclaimed. This isn't an illusion? Yes, Father. The demonic illusion separation technique is to plant a demon in the hearts of experts, turning them into his puppets. The quantum battle bodies that experts cultivate will also be assimilated into the appearance of the Demon Lord. Princess Xianxia continued, over the countless years, many geniuses in the martial world have been infected and killed by him, becoming his 108 puppets, hiding in the dark with him. And the quantum battle bodies of these genius puppets have already turned into the appearance of the Demon Lord, fighting alongside the Demon Lord's quantum battle bodies. This is the demonic illusion separation technique that uses quantum assimilation. It uses the quantum assimilation of other experts to form a terrifying ultimate martial art with countless battle bodies. Mantha also took a deep breath. She looked at the nature god system's supreme law goddess and explained, and these 108 quantum battle bodies aren't the most terrifying. What's truly terrifying is the true ultimate concept of the delusional demonic fission technique. It's called the ultimate technique of quantum assimilation. Thought fusion. Thought fusion? Yes, this is the demonic illusion separation technique, known as the most terrifying ultimate martial art in the universe. The 13th prince's voice was urgent, and he felt his scalp go numb. Because there's a demonic illusion, there's naturally a demonic illusion. Rumble, the 108 quantum battle bodies stood in the void. Each of these pugilistic world grandmasters had a story that could be written into a brilliant book. Each of them was a peerless genius in the pugilistic world, a person who achieved Tao on the path of the universe and led an era, but a demon was planted in their Tao hearts and they became the Demon Lord's puppets. 108 existences who achieved Tao on the path of the 9th level. You're really demonic. Dickie's expression turned solemn. No wonder your combat power is so exaggerated. Do you feel fear? The Demon Lord laughed, and the 108 quantum battle bodies trembled. Then, I'll let you feel the true meaning of fear. Demonic illusion separation technique. Thought fusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the 100 or so quantum battle bodies turned into a sandstorm. A black tornado began to blow. It was as if some ultimate existence of the universe had descended. Everyone trembled and felt unimaginable fear. In the next second, a gigantic Demon Lord stood in the void. Accept your fear. Weakling. I'm sorry, I lied. In fact, I only used 1,000th of my strength just now. Now, it's more than 100 of me that have merged together, forming a me that has 1,000 times the strength. The gigantic Demon Lord looked down at the tiny Dickie and slapped. This is an omnidirectional attack. It's useless no matter how you dodge. Great Demon Sky. Boom, Dickie waved his fist slowly and turned into afterimages. All of the attacks were deflected back. In terms of pure strength, I also have the Endless World Drive Furnace. What? You saw my attack? How is this possible? The entire Demon Lord was slightly shocked. Impossible. You don't have our bloodline and don't cultivate our techniques. It's impossible for you to see my attack. He knew that the other party's strength was powerful and endless. However, it wasn't just about strength. He couldn't see the attack. He was just a sandbag with strong recovery ability. For example, just now, no matter how powerful his strength was, it was just constantly being consumed. However, in front of him, it was actually. You mean? This? Dickie pointed at the top of his head. Unknowingly, there was an ahog sticking out of it like an antenna. The Demon Lord strangely felt that there was something familiar about it. It was their bloodline. The other party, how did he manage to replicate their bloodline in such a bizarre manner? Impossible. Even if you have our bloodline, it's impossible for you to cultivate our techniques. It's impossible for you to learn them on the spot. The demon lord's voice gradually became lower. Why is it impossible? Dicky was stunned. The demon lord suddenly laughed. You know quantum mechanics? You came earlier than me. Have you also read the book Basic Introduction to Quantum Science by Kamal Finn of this civilization? Dicky shook his head. The demon lord asked again, then have you learned our lineage's martial arts mental cultivation method? Learned martial arts mental cultivation method? Dicky still shook his head. The demon lord was even more confused. He couldn't help but say, you haven't learned quantum mechanics. You haven't learned martial arts mental cultivation method. You haven't come into contact with any field in this area. You're even a layman who knows nothing. You haven't learned anything and don't know the principles. How did you dodge my attack? Dicky was stunned. Under the demon lord's stunned gaze, he only replied, I really don't know these profound principles. But whatever you do, I'll just follow you. Then, I'll just follow you? The demon lord's mind was filled with a rumble. Previously, the opponent's cultivation technique had been very bizarre. The terrifying super regeneration and recovery ability, the endless stamina, like a perpetual motion machine, endless power emerged from the 9 springs in his body. But the demon lord appeared very calm. Because he knew that the other party must have seen his cultivation technique even more bizarre. For both sides, the other party was a mysterious and unpredictable super civilization. Their details, moves, and methods were all unimaginable, fiercely colliding with their cognitive barriers, but in front of him, this could no longer be described as simply bizarre. His entire mind had gone blank. What did he mean, just follow my lead, on the other side? The players shook their heads and sighed, curling up even deeper in the corner. He's still too young. When Dichi learns something, he doesn't need to know the principle step by step. He can just copy it. When you do one action, he will also do the same action as you. They felt that this was already a matter of course. One had to know that when Dichi copied the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, they were also completely stunned. They cursed in their hearts. He doesn't know linear algebra, he doesn't know solid geometry, and he forcibly learned the half-baked 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. This time, he's smart. He's at a disadvantage. The demon lord should be running away. The players took a deep breath and silently watched the battlefield. They thought about where they should run to in the future to be safer. After all, they were also very scared and could not calm down. However, things did not develop as they imagined. At this time, the demon lord looked at Dichi, who had a single hair stuck in front of him, and said incredulously, you can actually, see my attack method? I saw it. Dichi just smiled, revealing a touch of excitement. It seems that the real battle between you and me on equal footing is now about to begin. This is ridiculous. The demon lord was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the ahog on top of Dichi's head, with his pride, how could he be scared off in an instant? Although I don't know what method you used to imitate our bloodline, according to my observation, this imitation bloodline, it's already very good if it can have 30% power. Dichi nodded and answered seriously, appearing very honest. After all, it's temporary. If we study it carefully, it will be more complete. Your civilization probably likes to copy the techniques of other civilizations. Maybe you can learn a basic technique and see some tracks. But I underestimated you. I thought you couldn't see it, so I attacked very slowly. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The speed of a martial artist's attack is extremely fast. The tall and vast demon lord's voice turned cold. Don't be so full of yourself. It's still the same move, Great Devil Sky Dome. Boom, no one saw anything. Only Dichi was able to truly observe his opponent's moves at this moment. The boundless radiance in the sky converged to form a Milky Way, surging in from all directions. Its movement was like a tsunami, making it almost impossible for anyone to dodge. But Dichi didn't even think of dodging. Boom, he raised his hand fiercely, and his fists and legs turned into afterimages, breaking down and bombarding every corner, forcibly resisting the opponent's attack. However, he only resisted for a few seconds before he was quickly hit. His whole body was dripping with blood, and his whole body exploded, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. I vaguely saw it, but it was too fast. The next second, Dichi recovered and slowly stood up. But if I get used to it a few more times, you really saw it. The demon lord was completely pale. The first time could be considered a coincidence, but the second time was a real one. At this moment, although he still killed his opponent, he clearly knew that he didn't have the upper hand at the beginning. His opponent was adapting. He was adapting and learning at an unprecedented speed. This was too terrifying. I finally realized, his movements are very old-fashioned, and he doesn't really understand the principles behind it. He's simply imitating the trajectory of my energy and the traces of various techniques. But even so, it's terrifying enough. The demon lord took a deep breath and looked at this terrifying monster. He also clearly knew that his huge war body with 108 worlds was far from being a match for his opponent in a head-on confrontation. He didn't know what his opponent cultivated, but just by himself, the energy he contained was even greater than the countless grandmasters he had gathered. If I can't kill him, I can only leave. The demon lord's voice sank. After all, he was not a brainless boar. In fact, he had a stronger combat power, which was the fusion of his main body and the war body, the fusion of the two bodies of yin and yang, forming the chaotic divine martial war body. However, he didn't want that to happen. Because once his main body arrived, there was a real possibility of being killed. Such a risk, he was not willing to take. You want to leave? Dichi seemed to see everything and couldn't help but say softly and slowly, it's just the beginning. The battle between you and I is just about to become interesting. I am a fair and upright person, and I like talents the most. I want to have a fair fight with you, he he he. I won't accompany you. The demon lord smiled slightly and said politely, let's fight next time. Next time, it won't be good. Dichi frowned and couldn't help but say, after all, my body has only learned a little bit, you see, whoosh. In the next second, a scene that the demon lord would never forget appeared, a blurry quantum war body, which looked like Dichi, appeared in the air in a trance. It seemed to have just been born, and it was still an extremely rough embryo. Help me see if there's anything wrong with the method. I always feel that it's not suitable, it doesn't feel smooth, Dichi's quantum war body said. You. The demon lord was furious, and he was shocked. In the chaos, he pulled out his own divine martial true body. With that hair on the top of his head, how long has it been? This scene was simply too terrifying. It completely refreshed his concept, and his whole person was immersed in an inexplicable sense of fear. You see, how about we have a fair fight? I will use this war body to challenge your war body that is one of 108. It's a joy to meet friends through martial arts. Dichi was gentle like a gentleman. The demon lord's scalp was completely numb. How could he not know that the other party wanted to fight with him for a while longer? He wanted to squeeze out all of his secrets, martial arts, and all kinds of methods. I can't keep you company. The demon lord smiled coldly, but his heart was shaken. The universe was indeed vast and mysterious. It was incomparably rotten, and there were countless strong people. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the outside world. Sure enough, the outside world, the universe, and the universe were too rotten. Dichi was full of regret. After all, the other party was extremely smart. He looked at the demon lord in front of him. So, do you also fear me? The demon lord was slightly stunned. He wants to do this to me, but this thought only appeared for a moment before it was extinguished. He thought that it was impossible. Dichi looked indifferent, and he smiled faintly. Your expression changed for a moment. Is it because you've really begun to fear me? Then, you should have met the conditions, Dichi murmured. Just now, I was watching you use words to attack those weaklings. At the same time, I released a strange wave. I've been observing your expression and words, and I didn't miss a single thing. Now that I have the corresponding bloodline, thinking back to the method I used just now, he slowly closed his eyes. The wave of energy, the method, and the feeling of your fear for me, Tao Heart Demon Seed. Dichi suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had sensed an abyss in his heart. You. The demon lord's heart sank. Looking at Dichi's movements and waves, that fleeting thought expanded wildly. His heart rumbled, and he couldn't help but roar inside. How terrifying is this person? Where did this monster come from? His mind is extremely deep, and his talent in battle is actually so terrifying. At this time, he must have deliberately said that to deliberately deceive me, to use words to induce fear in me. The method he used on those weaklings just now had assimilated someone into him. Now, it was being copied. It was completely copied onto his body. This was simply unbelievable, laughable, lamentable, and extremely humiliating. But even though he clearly knew that this terrifying existence was deliberately using kind words to deliberately trick him, the fear in his heart still grew uncontrollably. Just as he had said before, it wasn't that there wouldn't be fear if one didn't want to. In fact, the more one wanted to not be afraid, the more one would be afraid. You. The demon lord's face was deathly pale. He bit hard on his lips, as if using some secret technique, and instantly turned into a cloud of flying dust, disappearing from the world. Did he escape? Dichi smiled with his hands behind his back. As expected, he's afraid of me. I've planted an inner demon in him. What an admirable cultivation system. I can't chase him, I can't kill him, but he really thought that I could learn his ultimate technique, the rash desire division demonic art, in such a short time. Against him, I can only barely form a blurry battle form at best. Even though I've memorized the undulations of his technique, it'll still take a long time to truly learn it. This civilization is very terrifying. Just this person alone already contains the energy of 108 cultivators on the path of the 9 stages. Comparing the energy levels of both sides, he's actually a quarter of mine. One should know that Dichi had naturally brought all the living beings of the 7 realms with him this time to prevent the 3 pillar gods from raiding his home. But the opponent's energy was only a quarter of his, which showed that the gap between them wasn't that big. The opponent certainly had the ability to threaten him. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to resist such a bizarre technique at all. Even if the opponent's energy was only a quarter of his, they might still be killed by force. However, after scaring him a little, I've received a new cultivation technique. Dichi looked at the sky beyond the planet with his hands behind his back. In that instant, there was a special technique undulation in his mind. It must be a technique he's researched to resist the demon in his Tao heart. I've already memorized that undulation and observed it very carefully. As long as I study this defensive technique seriously, his ultimate technique will no longer be a threat to me. In addition, he has already developed fear towards me. The next time we meet, there is an 80 to 90% chance that I will have already learned the seed devil. I will make use of the weakness of his fear in this battle and plant a seed devil in his Tao heart. Under these 2 conditions, the next time we meet, he will definitely die. Originally, the gap between the opponent and Dichi wasn't that great. But in that instant, Dichi had already sentenced him to death. If one wasn't careful, one would be thrown into the abyss with no chance of turning the tables. And the moment he escaped, his movements were weird. It must be another one of his trump cards. It seems to be some kind of burning energy to carry out quantum transfer. It must be very powerful. I've memorized it too. Dichi continued to organize his thoughts and smiled. It seems like I've used up a lot of his foundation after lying to him about planting a demon in him. On the other side, the players' scalps had already turned numb and they started to run. It's over, it's over. Demon Master, he's learned all his underwear. This is the result of not running. He's been toyed with by Dichi until there's nothing left. He's too young. We players are crying because of him. If Dichi was really that capable, we would be dead. If Dichi's health bar was already bright, we wouldn't dare to charge. It's too tragic. Dichi's battle prowess is too terrifying. Halfway through the battle, the opponent was completely brought into his rhythm. It's really scary. Dichi's little book has to add a new case to it. Like the secluded mountain prefecture lord next door, he will note it down. This battle is worth learning from. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Dichi was indeed an unimaginable super monster. Was the Demon Master weak? He really wasn't. In fact, he was terrifyingly strong. 108 Taoist puppets wouldn't lose to Dichi by too much in terms of energy level. They had the terrifying power to threaten Dichi, but he was still played to death. The netizens watched with trepidation. The next time the demon lord meets Dicky, he will definitely die. Yes, Dicky has already planted fear in him in this battle. The next time he learns the demonic seed, he will use the fear of this battle as a guide to assimilate him. That's terrible. Dicky is really fierce. He learned the original cultivation method and then killed the original. The demon lord looked like he was about to collapse. I can't believe I'll be killed by my own cultivation method. Many people were shocked. This was 2F** King Cruel. What was so terrifying about the rash desire separation demonic technique? It was the Taoist heart demon seed in the quantum combat body, and the real body would be affected. Therefore, although the geniuses who practiced quantum martial arts were difficult to kill and their real bodies had always been hidden in the dark, there were still 108 grandmasters who had their real bodies captured. The rash desire separation demonic technique was one of the few ultimate martial arts that could directly destroy the real body by destroying the combat body. That was why it was so terrifying. In other words, the next time Dicky saw the opponent's quantum combat body, the demon lord's real body hidden in the dark would also be killed. In the pugilistic world, there are some special and rare martial arts that can kill your real body by targeting the quantum combat body. Otherwise, everyone's real body would be hidden in the dark, and no one would die. Isn't he afraid of being killed? Someone shook his head and sighed. The poor demon lord doesn't know that his escape has completely sealed his defeat. Escaping has planted a shadow in his heart. If he takes the opportunity to choose a life and death struggle and summon his real body to form the mixed divine martial combat body. If he fights to the death now, he still has a chance of winning while Dicky hasn't completely learned it, indeed. Although the chances are not high, there is still hope. I don't think fighting to the death is a good choice. It's better to escape. After all, Dicky won't be able to assimilate him even if he walks around him for the rest of his life. Everyone expressed their opinions. After all, there were many benefits to analyzing the battle after the battle. As keyboard sages, they knew very well that for existences of this level, battle talent was very important. For example, Dicky's battle was a textbook example. All kinds of battles of wits, psychological attacks, and attacks on the opponent's morale had fully displayed his battle talent. If the difference in combat power was too great, he could naturally crush his opponent with his fists. No matter how strong his intelligence was, it would all be in vain. However, the difference in combat strength wasn't that great. It was just a competition of performance and combat talent. Brothers, time to slip away. Hurry up and run, the God Alchemist shop is temporarily suspended for maintenance and updates. They couldn't do anything but run. Naturally, while the demon master was yelling for him to run away, he took the opportunity to settle everything. After all, the speed of an eyeball was still convenient and fast. At this moment, Dicky finally came to his senses and looked at the sky blankly. Damn, those little loaches run pretty fast. They're so slippery. Since he had run away, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. After all, Carolyn was most likely with them, and he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. At the same time, what he was really interested in at this time was naturally not those old friends, but this brand new civilization. It was simply too interesting, very interesting civilization. Quantum mechanics, huh? Let's go to the library and take a look. Dicky said softly and quietly disappeared. I'll also understand the history of this generation's civilization. A moment later, Dicky appeared in a science and technology library. There were snow-white lights, neat chairs, and a few young people in school uniforms reading books. So that's how it is? Dicky sat on a chair and read the newspapers of these years. Renamangian's recovery, virus invasion, God alchemists. When he really saw what these guys were doing, his eyelids were still twitching wildly. They were madly squeezing and demanding the energy and resources of this civilization. However, what really surprised him was not this. He murmured with interest, space rail cannon? And God cloning factory? And the newly appeared God fitness room. They don't need to train hard like us, and they can easily improve their realm. National fitness? The pure science and technology civilization had a huge impact on him. Although the Tier Empire civilization was still relatively backward, One could already foresee how vast the technological civilization of the Rank 9 universe's experts would be. Everyone could become a god through the fitness center. In a high-dimensional space civilization, even ordinary people were level 8 gods. Any ordinary citizen could descend on a poor and backward planet and easily destroy all life there. This was a space civilization of a different dimension. At the same time, their technological weapons have already involved various laws. Their advanced weapons can fight against a true level 9, and even kill them. A completely different system, but each has its own strengths. Dichi frowned slightly. Not to mention a true level 9 civilization, even the current tier Empire civilization could already pose a threat to him. After all, although individual strength was strong, the collective strength of a civilization was also extremely terrifying. They had even abandoned the boring repetitive training time. Their geniuses were all god scientists, and they spent all their time researching weapons. This resulted in their terrifying nomological weapons. We need to be careful, but what we really need to be careful of isn't the current tier civilization, but the one that inherited tier's technology, the mechanical pillar god civilization. I'm afraid this civilization has already entered the complete level 9 stage. Dichi sorted out his thoughts and laughed. Even if I meet the current mechanical pillar god civilization, I might not have the confidence to win. After all, he had not even broken through to the complete level 9 stage, but the other party's technological civilization had already broken through to the complete level 9 stage. This showed how terrifying the speed of technological civilization's development was. We need to accumulate, but they don't. Dichi put down the newspaper in his hand and said calmly, the 3 pillar gods aren't as convenient as me to come and go as I please. However, I didn't hide the traces I left behind. I'm afraid the 3 pillar gods will try to come to this land soon. When they see the mechanical pillar god, they will definitely be shocked. Dichi felt that Mother Earth had really found a good thing for the 3 pillar gods. If it was a normal split, it wouldn't have been able to resist the fusion of the 3 pillar gods in a short period of time. However, this mechanical pillar god actually had the possibility of resisting the 3 pillar gods in a short period of time. After all, it was a technological civilization, not an individual. Level 9? I'm not in a hurry to break through. My genetic technique isn't complete yet. As for the universe garden, Renamanga? I don't know what this level 9 will think about letting those fellows do as they please. However, I'm not afraid of it. If I'm forced into a corner, I can break through to the complete level 9 stage at any time. At the very least, I'll be able to escape unscathed. He kept thinking, but he was still very calm. He was still accumulating knowledge. Breaking through was something he could do at any time. For example, he wanted to learn quantum mechanics. Even knowing the moves wasn't enough. He had to understand the theory and all sorts of details. Looks like the gathering of the various civilizations in the universe will be very interesting. He laughed and walked out of the street. Suddenly, he saw a little dog looking at itself in the mirror by the roadside. It muttered to itself, I heard you defeated the Devil Lord? You're really powerful. Who are you in the pugilistic world? Dichi laughed. Looking at the puppy that suddenly appeared, he said with interest, this is probably the pugilistic world. You come to me to take revenge for the demon master? You look very confident, but can you compare to the demonic desire separation technique? How can it be revenge? It's best if the great demon of the pugilistic world that harms the human world is dead. The puppy shook its head and sighed. This old man is a nobody in the pugilistic world. I'm muddle-headed and have wasted countless years. In recent years, I've almost lost my memory. I'm always dreaming and can't even remember who I am. You don't remember who you are? Dichi sized him up seriously. Your martial arts are like a dog's. For a person of this level to have lost his memory, it was too bizarre. That look in your eyes, and that look on your face, it's as if you're sizing up the demon lord, sizing up this old man. The puppy's aged voice sounded, but you won't be able to learn any martial arts from me. This old man has no intention of fighting with you. There are too many unsatisfactory things in reality, it's better to be free in a dream. Dichi still stared at him. Your fight to the death has nothing to do with me. The puppy's 4 feet were in the air, and it kept scratching its white belly with its hind paws, looking charmingly naive. The pugilistic world. The so-called pugilistic world, where gratitude and vengeance are happy, isn't it also a life stream? When young, wear fresh clothes and ride horses, when old, guard a lonely grave with a sword. What do we get in life? What are we fighting for? Who am I? It's me again. What's there to fight for? This old man has stopped fighting long ago. The old man's voice was wailing. Suddenly, tears fell, giving off a heavy feeling of vicissitudes. If the demon master gave him the feeling of an evil, pugilistic world demon, then this old man gave him the feeling of a young hero past his prime. It was another kind of pugilistic world. Strange fellow. Dichi frowned slightly. Since the other party's main body was not here, he could not be bothered and continued to stride forward. A faint voice came from behind him. You have to be careful. The Martial Arts Alliance master of the martial arts world should be coming to find you. He is very upright and fierce. He is grateful for your kindness and for suppressing a scourge in the martial arts world. Perhaps he will invite you to a duel. He is a madman who walks the path of a king. He is upright. This is good news. Emperor Qi waved his hand and continued to walk forward. Your martial arts give me an extremely strange feeling. How can there be a foreign species that walks the hard and fierce path? He's definitely not sociable. But the puppy followed behind him. I advise you to stay away. The Martial Arts Alliance master is a madman. When he fights, he won't even recognize his own family. Even we don't dare to fight him. Even the demon master has to take a detour when he sees him. You will also be beaten to death by him. That's even better. Dicky turned around, strangled the puppy to death, and continued walking. After a while, on Planet 7, a small blade of grass was rooted in the grass, watching a gray catcher grass catching flying insects. Xiaoqiao seemed to be deep in thought. She carefully watched all the movements of the gray catcher grass. Parabola. Attack speed. Frequency of the branches and leaves swaying. Xiaoqiao clasped her hands behind her back and suddenly began to catch the flying insects. Surprisingly, Dichi's voice rang out, I really don't know these profound principles, but whatever you do, I'll just follow you. Xiaoqiao had actually learned to catch flying insects. And her learning speed was also unimaginably fast. At the same time, an even stranger scene happened in the administrative district of another planet, Tyr. A stray dog was concentrating, lying on the ground and watching a poor man sitting on the threshold of the dilapidated stone steps, smoking and puffing out smoke. After a while, the poor man threw the cigarette butt and left. The stray dog picked up the still burning cigarette butt, crossed its legs like a rogue, and began to sit on the threshold to smoke. The dog's nose puffed out smoke, and Dicky's voice sounded. I really don't know these profound principles, but whatever you do, I'll just follow you. On the other side of the planet, in a poor mountain village, a police officer was riding a motorcycle, siren blaring as he chased after a thief. A domestic black cat in the house next door saw it and rode on a stroller placed in the courtyard. It turned into a black cat sheriff riding a bike and quickly began to chase after a mouse. It also strangely transmitted Dicky's voice. I really don't know these profound principles, but whatever you do, I'll just follow you. Such a scene was happening in the entire Tyr Empire, Board Planet, and even among the iron citizens of the mechanical pillar god. It was as if it was everywhere. In the darkness, there seemed to be a voice that was becoming more and more indistinct. Who am I? Who is me? I'm just a code name, you can be me. I can also be you, who is who of who, it's just a dream of the universe. Central planet of the mechanical pillar god. In this pillar god civilization that had already been ruled, technology was rapidly advancing. The shadow of a little boy appeared in midair. Super space rail cannon, research completed. According to the database of the pillar god, research on the new arcane technique generator has been completed. Our civilization has officially entered the complete 9th level technology era that dominates the weather. Space shockwave targeted at the 9 revolutions mysterious art has been developed to 87%. Iron-based high-pressure magnetic weapon has been developed to 45%. The technology of the civilization was superimposed, changing with each passing day. In the hands of the Tyr Empire, in front of the world line of the Pillar God, the miracle of fate was exploding every moment. Countless geniuses were exploding, becoming the protagonists of the era. Suddenly, the monitoring equipment of the neighboring planet transmitted news and images of a battle. Dicky has already arrived? He's much faster than expected. Also, a demon master from a higher dimension civilization has also arrived? The two of them have clashed? The battle in the image was very intense. The other party has martial arts similar to the one Munsa used to attack us. It's suspected that Munsa and the others have returned from these civilizations. This civilization is in the Garden of Universes. Dicky has won. The other party's civilization cultivates quantum mechanics. This is too strange. Is it the pugilistic world? Immediately begin research and capture. The civilization of the Machine Pillar God entered a high-speed state of tension when it saw this scene. The Machine Pillar God knew that it would face the arrival of the three Pillar Gods sooner or later. At that time, what awaited it would be fusion and devouring. Because it was a split sub-body, it naturally had to put up a strong resistance. Thus, it began to research all kinds of targeted civilizations. It had to be said that it had the knowledge of the three Pillar Gods, as well as all kinds of information. It had begun to launch fatal attacks against the meteorological weapons that targeted extraordinary cultivation techniques. It was just that it did not expect it to come so quickly. Also, misfortune never comes alone. The various iron-based citizens have all shown different degrees of abnormalities. The Machine Pillar God looked at the round table conference in front of him. All the higher-ups had gathered here. What abnormalities? An iron-based being asked. They have all begun to study in a strange manner, imitating the creatures around them. Moreover, they have all said, I don't know these profound principles, but what do you want to do? I'll just follow you. As soon as this was said, all the council members started discussing among themselves. This was too strange. According to the brain waves, they are dreaming. Just dreaming? Nothing else? Like being controlled or something like that? Yes, these creatures are all dreaming, sleepwalking. It's like a normal dream. There are no other abnormalities, no signs of any changes in the data, and they are not being controlled. It's just a dream? Perhaps it's not just our planet. Perhaps all the nearby planets have different kinds of creatures starting to dream. It's very likely that there are countless of them. Have you checked the brain waves, quantum waves, and electromagnetic waves? What about the various data? You should know that the dreams of living creatures are affected by magnetic fields and waves. We've already checked. It's possible that some strange existence of the pugilistic world is already making a move. What the hell is this thing? It feels even more bizarre than the Demon Lord's martial arts. Is it a new war? We need to speed up our research. The entire land has entered a super chaotic era. Various great civilizations, the strange quantum world, the universe garden, the Tyr Empire, the demon god alchemists, Dicky's heavenly court. All sorts of powers are mixed together. Perhaps a full-blown war will erupt. We don't have much time. For survival. Yes. According to the intelligence, Dicky, the three Pillar Gods, and Carolyn are already at the weak 9th rank. Their 4 genes are undergoing the final completion, establishing a perfect foundation. I'm afraid they will choose this place as an opportunity to make the final breakthrough and become a true 9th rank. At that time, they will usher in an unprecedented peak of combat power. Truly unimaginable, terrifying existences are about to descend. Yes, what we will face is a complete 9th rank of them. Even if our science and technology has entered the level of a complete 9th rank, we will soon be exterminated. You should know that these invincible existences are about to descend as true 9th rank. They will suppress everything and sweep through the entire era. Countless representatives were discussing, calculating the possibility of a future war. They had already seen an earth-shattering war, and they had to survive. At this moment, a strange image suddenly appeared. A tall and mighty man wearing a white cloak with the words Martial Alliance Leader on it walked in front of Dicky. Everyone was going crazy from watching this. The Machine Pillar God was shocked. Is he crazy? Didn't he see the tragic state of the Demon Lord? How dare you provoke Dicky? No matter how strong you are, you can't win. You will only become the opponent's strength and be defeated alive. It's not good. Dickie's combat power will increase by another level after encountering such a hothead. We are in danger. We must speed up. Speed up the process. One by one, the iron-based lifeforms were roaring, looking at this scene in disbelief. On the other side, some players were streaming and suddenly saw this scene. Oh my god, where did this lunatic come from? He still dares to attack like this? Does he not want to live? He is the Martial Alliance leader of the Multiverse Martial Alliance? The players were also in an uproar. Countless people were streaming, and the internet was boiling. Who knew how many people were watching this scene with fear? All the netizens on the internet felt like they were going to explode. He had seen stubborn people, but he had never seen someone so stubborn. Dickie was still in the period of rapid development. The others were running away. How fast could they run? The machine pillar god next door was also starting to shrink. And this man came directly? Is there any big shot who can analyze it? Watch the show online. The melon seeds are ready. According to my guess, it's another experienced baby coming to drop equipment. Dickie, Carolyn, and the three pillar gods have already collected enough energy in the battle in the small universe. Now they are probably still on the way to perfect their Tao foundation. This kind of battle can help them finish the last step. Everyone's heart sank. They knew better than anyone how ruthless Dickie was. What's more, he had been immersed in the library for a while and had begun to understand quantum mechanics and the concept of martial arts. Dickie couldn't wait for someone to help him perfect his quantum battle body. In the end, someone really came knocking on his door. Now, Dickie might really perfect his Tao foundation and break through to the 9th rank under the pressure of the battle. That would be really embarrassing. Many of the people in this battle are weak 9th ranks. Let's see who makes the breakthrough. It's very likely to evolve into a real battle of 9th ranks. Dickie is waiting for the battle of the perfect Tao foundation. Is this Wulin master a fool? Really? How can such a man standing at the top of the Jianghu be a fool? Look at how clever that devil lord is, how strong his combat power is, how wretched and how cunning he is. He must have a plan. Maybe he can trick Dickie. Everyone kept guessing. At this time, Pan Xianxia spoke. As a disciple of Cultivation, I have insider information. I just talked to the teacher and Mr. Cat. Do you want to see the video of this boss? Video. RMBBA video was sent. Everyone was overjoyed and clicked on it. Do you want to pay 100 meditation coins? The players? They were all dumbfounded. Even this muscular fool had become so sinister? They had been led astray by the cute girl. However, even this muscular girl who only knew how to practice martial arts was so cunning. It seemed that this Wulin master must have a big plan. Everyone wanted to see it even more and clicked on it. A picture appeared in it. It was a study with a gentle and elegant atmosphere. Walala. Mr. Cat turned into a blurry sandstorm and gradually condensed. It appeared in front of the 13th prince, Princess Xianxia, Munsa, and the others. In the outside world, it was the scene of the demon master's defeat. Teacher, what do you think? The 13th prince asked respectfully. The demon lord has already been defeated. It seems that the mysterious grandmaster Zhou Meng is also secretly making a move. It's very strange. We've already received different levels of information. There are countless strange creatures changing in the nearby planets under our jurisdiction. They seem to be dreaming. He's making a move. He's accumulating strength. He's dreaming. The plants, birds, beasts, and all sorts of living beings are dreaming. He's that terrifying man. He's learning from others. That's a dream. Mr. Cat had its hands behind its back, filled with mystery and indifference. Dreaming that he was Dickie. When the netizens saw this, their scalps went numb. What kind of strange martial art was a dream of the sky? Could it be that he had really become Dickie after dreaming of it? Then Munsa asked. But the first to make a move will definitely not be Zhou Meng. That guy is accumulating strength now. He's still dreaming. He's waiting for the others to buy time. The others will help buy time? Yes. Zhou Meng and I both know that the first to make a move will definitely be our Lord Wuling alliance. Mr. Cat smiled and said, he's very simple-minded. We all know what he's going to do. With his straightforwardness, his first reaction will be to find Di Qi and compete with him. Everyone was shocked. The Lord Wuling's brain was simple-minded, that's right, other than simple-minded, no one would dare to challenge Di Qi. That kind of terrifying ability made everyone feel as if they were having a nightmare. Any of their martial arts would be seen through and learned by him. Why would he do such a stupid thing now? Then how did he become the Lord Wuling alliance? Mansa couldn't help but exclaim, that's a supreme position, the strongest person in the world. She suddenly stopped talking. In her eyes, her teacher was the most mysterious and powerful. It was also because of her teacher's indifference that he didn't fight for the so-called title of number one in the martial world. Only then could he roam the world freely. The Lord Wuling alliance naturally isn't competing in intelligence. It's not knowledge. It's not about character. It's purely about whose martial arts are better. Whoever has the better martial arts can become the Lord Wuling alliance. The pugilistic world is a place to compete in martial arts. Mr. Cat looked indifferent. And us pugilistic world people roam the pugilistic world. When we were young, we traversed the multiverse. Naturally, we also want to be the Lord Wuling alliance. It's not that we don't want to be, but we can't. The other three of us were beaten to the point of fear by him. Beaten to the point of fear, everyone's minds went blank. So fierce? Yes, we were beaten to the point of fear. In fact, all three of us wanted to be the Lord Wuling alliance. Only he didn't. He went around challenging sex. Everyone ran away. When no one in the pugilistic world was his match, he was forced to become the Lord Wuling alliance. And he was forced to become the Lord Wuling alliance, everyone's scalps went numb. Mr. Cat continued, in fact, the four of us are still unable to fuse to form the only true self in the multiverse. The main difficulty isn't that we can't defeat the others, but that we all feel that we have no way of defeating him. When everyone heard this, they felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. The Demon Lord has already been defeated. Zhou Meng is accumulating strength in the dark. The Lord Wuling alliance has already made his move. What about Teacher? What will Teacher do? Princess Xiar asked. I won't do anything. If they are all defeated, there's no need for me to make a move. I have to say that this person is extremely terrifying. The one he restrains the most isn't the Demon Lord, but me. Mr. Cat said indifferently, even the Demon Lord has been defeated. If I make a move, I'll just be asking for trouble. But although he restrains me, he is restrained by the Lord Wuling alliance. Restrained by the Lord Wuling alliance? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly asked why. To be able to defeat the Demon Lord, this terrifying existence was too shocking. He had no flaws, and he would become stronger the stronger he was. All your cultivation techniques would be learned by him. Because our Lord Wuling alliance has never used his brain in battle. Mr. Cat revealed an odd expression. What he takes is the upright path of martial arts. What is the path of martial arts? Do you know that traditional martial arts have a distinction between force and intent? Mr. Cat suddenly asked. Pan Shuixian said, clear force, concealed force, neutralized force. These are traditional martial arts methods of exerting strength. Although they use fists and feet, it's all about shock and penetration. It's nothing much. It's very easy to reach the limits. The force, clear force, concealed force, and neutralized force of Chinese martial arts naturally existed. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as in wuxia novels. After all, the ceiling of traditional martial arts was very low. Then, traditional macroscopic physical martial arts divide force into 3 realms. Then, how many realms are there for non-traditional microscopic physical martial arts? Mr. Cat asked. Everyone fell into deep thought. The microscopic world at the quantum level, with countless quantum particles, the force of martial arts had nearly infinite possibilities, 10,000, perhaps it was the realm of 100 million pounds of force. Mr. Cat did not answer as he looked into the distance. At this moment, a tall and handsome man wearing the cloak of the Lord of Wuling looked at Dicky. You defeated the Fiend Lord. I was the one who avenged him. Come and fight me to the death. Dicky was taken aback as he could not help but laugh. You are the Lord of Wulin. Why are you fighting me to the death for the number one fiend? The Lord of Wulin scratched his head and said, because I have to find a reason to fight you. Dicky was stunned once again. Seeing the burning fighting spirit in his eyes, he was clearly a martial arts fanatic. This way, he did not need to use all sorts of methods to make him fight him like he did with the Fiend Lord. Then, let's begin. Dicky was usually talkative during battles, but at this moment, he did not need to say anything to get the desired outcome. Battle. All he wanted was to fight. Boom, the next second. The two bodies of the Lord of Wulin walked together. Yin and Yang, Yin body and Yang body, turn into primordial chaos. It was as if two parallel universes were walking together. He exploded with an unbelievable and terrifying aura, like a golden quantum god of war, standing in the void. The others all hid their true forms, but this person used the strongest fusion method as soon as he came up. This person really likes to fight, loves to fight, and has no distractions. This is the true pugilistic world, the true heroic warrior. Emperor Qi laughed heartily. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? I've never had such a straightforward battle. Before this, I was restrained by all kinds of restrictions. Now, it's time for me to fight to my heart's content. Let's fight. Dicky's eyes were also burning with fighting spirit. Fight. The void was stirred. Both of their eyes were filled with brilliance like stars. That was the anticipation for this battle, incomparable anticipation. They had been waiting for such a simple and direct battle for too long. The two of them instantly collided. Boom, but in the next second, Dicky was instantly sent flying. His whole body exploded into a cloud of flying dust, and for the first time a blank look appeared on his face. This person, what the hell is he? The cultivation technique he cultivates is something. Bam. Dichi was sent flying backward. His body shattered into pieces of sand, as if he had been hit by an ultra-high-frequency quantum vibration in the trillions, as if a huge wave was crashing. What kind of martial arts is this? Dichi recovered, his body quickly reformed, and his flesh was regenerated. However, he stopped, his expression full of shock. The Wulin Alliance Master looked at each other from afar, beyond the dark night planet, and said with a smile, the force of martial arts. Dichi said, just force alone can produce such an incredible effect? If you are willing to spend 99% of your time punching dully every day, without friends, without entertainment, without communication, without a sect, without a disciple, and only punching billions of times a day, you can achieve the effect I have. It's a pity that they let a person like me, who didn't do anything, become the number one person in the world of martial arts, the leader of the martial arts world. The world is truly unfair. I once challenged them and wanted them to step down, but all the sects and clans avoided me. The Wulin Alliance Master smiled bitterly, standing above the sea of stars, and said, the so-called martial arts are just the application of force, be it traditional martial arts or neo-martial arts, they are all the same. The essence of martial arts was indeed the application of force. Traditional classical martial arts were naturally the same, macroscopic physics and mechanics. Not classical martial arts, quantum mechanics, or microscopic molecular physics and mechanics. However, quantum force had very strange characteristics, such as quantum entanglement. As I entered the martial world of the universe, they became more and more fancy, using so-called quantum entanglement, all kinds of quantum martial arts, sky dream, free and unfettered wandering, delusion, demonic separation. I am different from them, I still adhere to the most classical spirit of martial arts, force. The Wulin Alliance Master smiled, his eyes full of longing and emotion, and said with a sigh, when I was learning martial arts, I liked to listen to stories, especially the stories told by the old people at the village entrance. At that time I encountered something, and I was very broken, so I asked the old man, and he told me a story. His eyes seemed to be filled with colors, as if he was looking at distant memories. That evening, the old man stroked my dispirited head and said, don't be discouraged. 300 years ago, there was a very stupid person in the Yun family village. His talent was terrible, but he would crazily swing his sword at a wooden pole. He would do it countless times a day, day after day, year after year. He had only learned the simplest straight slash, but this slash had reached perfection. Through it, he had superimposed countless heavy forces. Force is a very strange thing. It's like the ripples of water. The first layer is very weak, the second layer is a little stronger, and the third layer starts to become more terrifying. Therefore, he relied on that sword and this stupid method to dominate the entire Jianghu. The Wuling Alliance master's eyes were filled with longing as he said, he only knows this one move, but almost no one has been able to dodge it. Dichi couldn't help but show a trace of admiration. He said, back then, you were very stupid. You were encouraged by the old man, so you only practiced this one move. You practiced it until you practiced it 100 million times, almost to the point of Tao, and became the leader of Wulin? Swept through the entire era? This kind of opponent, pure martial spirit, was very worthy of respect. No, you've misunderstood. If anyone could reach my level through hard work, that would be too laughable. No matter how hard a mediocre person works, they still won't be able to become as strong as me, the number one person in the entire Jianghu. The Wuling Alliance master's face was calm as he slowly explained, I'm not stupid. On the contrary, I'm very smart. Ever since I was young, I could learn martial arts moves with just a little bit. Everyone called me a monster. I could learn any of their moves very quickly. It's just that after I learned it, I found it very boring, too boring. Those sword moves, fist techniques, they weren't difficult at all to learn at all. My life became very boring. The players at the side immediately came to a realization. After all, the other people in the parallel universe, such as the Demon Lord, Yu, and Zhou Meng, were all extremely extraordinary geniuses. How could the Wuling Alliance master be weaker than them? After all, they were all in the same parallel universe. Dichi's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but say with a strange expression, then that day, the question you asked the old man was, back then, when I was 8 years old, the question I asked the old man at the head of the village was, I'm too strong. Is there any martial art in this world that I can't learn? I want the hardest kind. I want to add a little more difficulty to my life. The Wuling Alliance master's eyes were full of longing. So, the old man told me that story. That person's cultivation method increased the difficulty for me. Dichi, the players were also dumbfounded. At first, they thought it was an inspiring story of a hardworking genius who kept cultivating his force and will, finally defeating geniuses and walking the martial world. Who knew that he was a super genius from the start, so it wasn't because he was too stupid that the old man used this story to comfort him. But because he was too smart, he felt that there was no difficulty in life and felt despair towards life. It's as you can see. The Wuling Alliance master said with a serious expression, I am extremely smart. I can create a shocking martial art comparable to theirs. But I didn't, because it's too unchallenging, too flashy. There's no difficulty at all. I felt that life was too easy, so I kept repeating, swinging my fists. I chose the most difficult path. To find the difficulty, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. I really feel terrible. A complicated feeling of reminiscence rose in his heart. He swung his fists high, as if it contained the weight of a world, containing endless bright and beautiful colors. For countless days and months of loneliness, lamenting about how life can be so boring? There's no difficulty at all. I just want my life to be a little more difficult. The punch landed, and Dichi instantly turned into smoke like a sand painting. Boom 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 boom, as the quantum fist landed, countless quantum waves vibrated, forming an extremely dense and orderly superwave. One layer overlapped with the other, and one layer overshadowed the other, forming a terrifying qualitative change. Dichi died countless times in an instant. Bam bam bam. There's no limit to the force. Even a genius like me has to be like a fool. Swinging my fists like crazy. I work harder than the most hardworking person. I use the most talented mind to do the stupidest thing. Only then can I reach this step. You may be smarter than a genius like me, to an unimaginable degree, but you can't learn it. It's purely training. There's no shortcut. Bam, the entire sky outside the planet was shattered, like a shattered mirror. The Wuling Alliance leader's energy was the same as the Demon Lord's, unable to surpass Di Qi, but his combat power had already reached an exaggerated limit. With true skills, he could sweep the entire world, using strength to break the Tao. This was the true martial arts of the king. Whoosh. The next second, Di Qi reappeared in the distance. His eyes looked at the man draped in the cloak of the Wuling Alliance leader, and a flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes. I've always been fighting above my level, but there's someone who can defeat me, a junior conquering a senior, a junior defeating a senior. Indeed, the world has infinite possibilities. There are always some geniuses in the world who had the same experience as me when I was young. Life was too lonely, and they felt out of place with others. So, I chose to hide behind the scenes and observe the eras. And he chose the boring path to kill time, to increase the difficulty of his life. Di Qi's expression turned cold, as if he was in the same boat. Is this the meaning of life he chose? This was pure training and accumulation, without any skills or shortcuts. Anyone could learn it. His method was extremely simple, and anyone could follow his path, but whether or not they could reach his height was another question. Is this all you've got? The Wuling Alliance leader stopped, wearing a white cloak, and said with a bitter expression, indeed, the outside world is still too weak. I can't find where my limit is anymore. I can only kill you, go back, and repeat every day, practice my fist technique. You're not bad. Di Qi suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of coldness as he stared at the other. For a long time I've been specializing in other people's cultivation methods, competing with their cultivation methods. But I don't only learn other people's cultivation methods, I don't have my own combat strength, I just am integrating them. Boom, Di Qi's body swelled up, and his aura spread out and expanded. He became completely serious. Before this, he had basically been learning other people's cultivation methods, but it did not mean that he had no combat strength. He was not learning, but integrating them. Daluo Heaven Scripture. Di Qi's body trembled, and he completely exploded. A terrifying law aura broke through the starry sky, and his body was surrounded by countless meteorological phenomena, tsunamis, blazing suns, and storms, as if he was the only true god in the world. Bang! Both of their expressions turned cold, and without a word, they clashed in an instant. Terrifying law phenomena covered the sky and earth. Di Qi's Daluo Heaven Scripture was all-encompassing, and it was terrifying to look at, but his opponent easily broke it with a punch and a kick. This is the true ultimate system of martial arts. Pan Shuexian's eyes were fiery, too strong. He hadn't cultivated any martial arts that increased his tenacity of life force and transformed his body into a muscular form. This was a pure martial art that relied solely on technique and the utilization of his strength, and yet, he was able to reach such an unfathomable height. This is the ultimate system of martial arts. The players who were watching from afar were also stunned. The master of mechanics. Physics professor. This person was born with severe liver cirrhosis. He is obviously a genius, but he likes the hell difficulty of hardcore punk, looking for the most difficult and boring things to do. My Wuling leader is really handsome, but it's a pity that not only is he a simpleton, but he's also a pervert who likes to torture himself. I'm afraid his whole body is full of livers, and if he doesn't work for a day, he'll panic. Everyone was shocked. The pugilistic world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Because he was too much of a genius, he felt that opening up a cultivation method was not difficult, so he looked for the most difficult thing to do, challenging himself. What did it feel like to stack his force to the peak? Rumble. The space outside the planet seemed to explode. Cosmic existences beyond the gods are fighting. The living beings on the planet looked up. Among the stars in the sky, there seemed to be countless colorful auroras, dazzling and giving people a terrifying pressure. In the distance, Carolyn was slightly stunned and could not help but laugh. Dickie is serious. He brought out his true strength to fight against us. His Daluo Heaven Scripture, Meng Mei was also shocked. Wasn't this multiverse too ruthless? There was actually someone who could force Dickie to this extent in the same realm. At the same time, they were not really in the same realm. The opponent's energy level was only a quarter of Dickie's. It could be said that the opponent was fighting Dickie with a lower realm. It was like the weak defeating the strong. However, he was indeed restrained. Carolyn smiled brightly and clapped her hands. If it was me and the three pillar gods, we wouldn't be afraid of this person at all. We wouldn't be restrained and would just treat him as an ordinary opponent. In the end, Dickie is just using tricks. He has ordinary genes and only has the 9 Revolutions mystic art gene. What makes him think that he can fight against me and the three pillar gods? He can fight against us because he has learned our techniques and knows our flaws and weaknesses. That's why he has the upper hand in the battle. Carolyn's genes included the demon core gene, the entire race gene, the inner space gene, 4 genes, 3 heaven-defying genes. What about the three pillar gods? The three pillar gods had unlimited genes and could be exchanged at will. Only Dickie was an ordinary creature. His genes limited his strength. When he realized that there was something wrong with his genes and encountered the three pillar gods and Carolyn's external civilization, he had already completely integrated into his genes and could no longer integrate into the genes of other civilizations. At that time, his vision and structure were limited. Therefore, his foundation was very weak. As for the opponent, he doesn't have any techniques at all. Dickie can't use his talent to target his opponent's flaws and defeat him. He can only use his strength. Carolyn laughed. In fact, Dickie's strength is the weakest among the three of us. He won through techniques. What do you think of the outcome? Meng Mei asked. We don't know yet. Even if Dickie doesn't take advantage of his opponent's flaws to defeat him, his true strength is still very shocking. We only have an advantage in genes. Carolyn was slightly stunned as she continued to analyze, but this martial alliance master not only counters Di Qi, his combat power is also extremely troublesome. But based on the current situation, if the other party only has this kind of combat power, Di Qi can still win. What if you're the one fighting? Meng Mei asked. The two of them together are no longer a match for me. Carolyn's expression was incomparably calm. I devoured the entire board extraordinary planet and all the divine scientists of the Tier civilization. Most of their accumulated knowledge over tens of thousands of years have been converted into their entire race. It can be said that the entire civilization belongs to me. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't finished cultivating one gene, I would have broken through long ago. Everyone nodded. He knew that this wave would be the most ruthless. More than 100 supersized gods became the geniuses of the entire race and devoured all the accumulated resources of the 2 native civilizations. What did it feel like? A super qualitative change. In the end, Di Qi was still too slow. If he came now, he wouldn't even be able to get any scraps. He could only follow behind and eat the dust. If he was one step behind, there would be no benefits. Naturally, there would be a huge gap between him and Di Qi. However, even if I have a crushing advantage, I can't kill him. Di Qi runs very fast, Carolyn said. He cultivated Mother Earth's ultimate art. My speed has always been unable to catch up to his. However, your ultimate art is very profound. I actually only have a rough understanding of it. The cute girl smiled awkwardly and said seriously, to tell you the truth, as Mother Earth's goddess of building wood, I have an innate talent in the aspect of speed that others can't imagine. My technique is very profound and hard to cultivate. Only someone with Dickie's talent can learn it completely. Carolyn nodded. She felt that was indeed the case. However, her expression was still very calm. If Di Qi is really crippled or injured, don't blame me for being the Oriole at the end and cleaning up the mess. Of course, I can only kill him in an instant while he's seriously injured and distracted. Otherwise, if he regains his senses and confronts me, or even directly breaks through to the 9th level, I won't be able to kill him, Carolyn said. They could immediately break through to the 9th level, and they had enough energy. It was just that they hadn't broken through yet, so they came to look for opportunities. Everyone's heart trembled. How could an ambitious person like Carolyn let go of such an opportunity? They turned their heads to look. Di Qi's body was filled with all sorts of nomological phenomena. He had all sorts of great techniques and even installed some talent plugins. He was also using other bloodline techniques and ultimate arts. Even though these talent plugins were all inferior products, they appeared in his hands and enhanced each other, showing extremely terrifying battle power. In the distance, Mr. Cat was dumbfounded. He put down a book and looked out the window. This person is simply a monster. The techniques on his body are dazzling. If an ordinary person cultivated like this, they would have long been crippled. Yet he doesn't seem to be mixed up. He's using his consciousness to completely integrate them into his own. However, he still isn't a match for the martial arts alliance master. No one can defeat that monster head-on. At this moment, a little beetle at the side spoke. At this moment, the beetle also imitated Mr. Cat and picked up a book to read. Dichi's voice sounded. I really don't know these profound principles, but whatever you do, I'll just follow you. Mr. Cat's face darkened slightly. Isn't it better to dream somewhere else? Come to my place again. Dream on. He reached out and pinched the little beetle to death before continuing to read. Boom, Dichi appeared. Countless halos circulated around his body, but his heart sank slightly. This isn't my strongest combat power. The Mother Earth Ivy isn't here. I can't control its sword of the ultimate. It was equivalent to having one less ultimate combat power in the 7 realms. However, he still wasn't afraid. To him, although the other party was fierce, it wasn't that he couldn't deal with it. It was just that it was relatively more complicated. The other party's quantum oscillation fist couldn't be blocked at all. It was an invincible fist technique with invincible destructive power. It was unknown how many layers of dense ripple stacked together. It was already extremely exaggerated. The 9 Revolutions mystic art is a defensive recovery technique. But no matter how strong the defense is, it can't be blocked. Then, I can only use the strongest killing technique. Gene lock, open. Boom, flames burned all over his body, and every cell in his body was burning. Combined with the terrifying flesh and blood of the 9 Revolutions mystic art, the regenerative ability actually formed a permanent explosive state. It's a pity that I don't have the sword of the ultimate. Dichi pulled out his head and turned it into a spine-bone sword. His speed suddenly increased by 30 times, cutting through space and time. Didn't anyone tell you? You've only been madly practicing the concept every day. Being focused is also a flaw. Your speed is too slow. 30-fold slash. Boom, Dichi leaped behind the other party and slashed fiercely. The Wuling Alliance Lord couldn't react at all and was instantly hit by this terrifying power. However, all the energy that erupted from this sword was like a clay ox entering the sea. The other party's entire body didn't move at all. Due to the interaction of the forces, Dichi's entire body was sent flying and turned into ashes. But the other party still stood in the same place, as if violating the laws of physics. You really know a lot. The Wuling Alliance Lord turned around and looked at the reborn Dichi. You and I are simply 2 extremes. I don't know any techniques, but you know all of them. Dichi's face darkened. Are you surprised? The Wuling Alliance Lord smiled and said frankly with assurance, yes, I only know force. But you know, in martial arts, force can be used for self-defense. It has the function of dispersing force. In ancient martial arts, the martial art that uses force to dispel force is called the invincible Golden Bell divine art. But times have changed. Nowadays, martial arts masters all use the sacred martial true body. So, I call this the sacred martial battle armor. It's using every particle of the body, layer by layer, to form ripples and neutralize all the force. It's like punching soft sand, and the sand will slowly sink. I've already explained the principle to you. Do you want to learn? Dichi's expression completely changed. He finally knew how troublesome the other party was. This madman, punching crazily every day, his martial arts force had been trained to an unfathomable level. Not only was his fist destructive, but his defense was also extremely terrifying. At the same time, while he was defending just now, he was also attacking, sending him flying away. Yes, Dichi could clearly feel that his punching was no longer limited to his fist. He could punch every part of his body. He had just slashed his shoulder, and the other party punched him with his shoulder. So this is the realm of convergent force in martial arts. Has he trained it to the limit? Dichi's expression completely darkened. This person's defense is invincible, his attack is invincible, but his speed is as slow as a metal lump. There's no need to continue. Next, let's officially, before the Wuling Alliance Lord could finish, Dichi immediately cut him off. He slowly cupped his fists and bowed. I've learned a lot from today's sparring session. Let's stop here. We'll continue another day. With that, he disappeared in a flash. The Wuling Alliance Lord was instantly stunned. He said angrily, "Don't go. I really want to be friends with you. What happened to our fight to the death?" Cosmic Garden. The edge of the garden was on the ground. Medusa and Shurji seemed to be sitting on a cliff, overlooking the starry sky below. They were like the audience below the stage, watching a performance. Medusa frowned slightly. Is it the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? With such a terrifying learning ability, this person should be the legendary Dicky of the ancient desolate heavens, right? Although she had never seen Dicky, when the demon realm invaded the ancient desolate land, she had accompanied the Mother Earth Vine and by Xianxia in a carriage and traveled the martial world. She still knew about this person from history. Combined with the cultivation techniques sold in the God and Demon Alchemist Mall, although she did not have the authority to buy them, many of the cultivation techniques were very familiar to her. There were even traces of sorcerer meditation techniques and various sorcerer methods. At that time, she felt that the civilization behind the God and Demon Alchemists was the work of the ancient desolate world and other worlds. Then, she was sure, is it possible that I'm going to meet some old friends again? She chuckled, her eyes filled with a long period of reminiscence. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, if it wasn't for the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, I wouldn't have recognized them. They are no longer the impression I had back then, and they wouldn't recognize me, since she was already here, she might as well take things as they came. After all, she was alone. In her eyes, Ermin had already died of old age. In that civilization, there was nothing left for her to miss. Naturally, she would not expose her identity, lest Renamansa found out that she was an imposter. This is the Martial Arts Alliance Master of the Multiverse, the #1 person in the martial arts world? At this time, Shurji was already a towering little girl sitting on the edge of the cliff, very excited. Sister, this person is so powerful. It's the first time I've seen such a monster, and he can keep learning the other party's cultivation techniques. Medusa smiled. After all, there are all kinds of strange things in the universe. Shurji continued, but he was still beaten away by the Martial Arts Alliance Master. It's the martial arts of your civilization, very powerful. He is strong and upright, but his movements are not fast. He is an invincible iron lump with invincible defense and combat power. Medusa laughed. So if others want to run, he can't catch up. The entire martial world usually has a habit of closing the door when they see him, or finding a reason to leave. But he is still very powerful. Shurji's eyes were bright. That's right, this person is unimaginably strong. Every version of myself in the parallel universe has walked its own path. If all the versions of myself in the parallel universe were to fuse and form a complete true self, that would be an exaggeration. The world is always so wonderful. When I first saw this person, I felt that perhaps only the monster called Di Chi from the primordial age could compare to this person. I didn't expect to bump into you. Medusa had a strange expression on her face. She felt that fate was so ingenious. It was as if she had never thought that she would be able to see the world of the past again in the boundless myriad heavens. In fact, quantum martial arts were basically the path that this person had walked. In every parallel universe, there were Wang Renming, some were Devil Lord, some were Yu, some were Zhou Meng, and some were the Martial Arts Alliance Master. It all depended on who would devour the others and complete the final great fusion of the multiverse, achieving true self. By the way, does sister know this martial art? Shurji asked. What a coincidence, I do know a little, but I haven't officially practiced it yet. Medusa laughed, if I follow his path, I should be able to quickly catch up to his footsteps in terms of strength. Sister is so amazing. Shurji was full of admiration and longing, even that terrifying monster didn't learn it, but sister learned it the moment she learned it. It's not the same. This is a martial art application of strength. And my understanding of strength is also very deep. I walk a path 129,800 times. In essence, it's not much different from him punching hundreds of millions of times every day. It's all about the understanding of the world, constantly repeating and repeating, punching. Medusa shook his head slowly, it's just that he is extremely focused on one aspect. while I have a balanced understanding of the rules of the world, so I'm far inferior to him in this aspect, but it's not a huge difference. Little Shurji worshipped him even more. Sister is also so hardworking every day, and the intensity of her cultivation is no weaker than the martial arts alliance master, then why doesn't sister cultivate? Little Shurji said, clearly, once you cultivate, you can quickly catch up and reach a very high level. Medusa laughed, didn't I say before that I haven't even finished cultivating my own body, so why would I have the time to pester a quantum battle body? It's fine if I get an arm to play with. Whoosh. A cloned arm slowly appeared. Little Shurji could not help but say, that's clearly a very powerful martial art. With sister's strength, after cultivating it and your own combat strength, you will definitely be more invincible than that martial arts alliance master. Invincible? Am I not invincible now? Medusa laughed, I'm already invincible in the same realm. If I cultivate this martial art, I will only be more invincible. I'll just take it slow. Little Shurji was momentarily speechless. That's right. She was already invincible now. Unless the other party was a true level 9, no creature could defeat her in the same realm. She was not in a hurry to cultivate the seemingly invincible cultivation technique. In fact, this cultivation technique is suitable for Little Shurji to cultivate. A voice came from the side. Father. Little Shurji turned around and hurriedly stood up. Looking at the mysterious and vast giant that towered into the clouds, she could not help but shout excitedly. This King Path martial art happens to be suitable for our iron base race. Suji walked over and calmly looked at the battle below. This person uses force and uses quantum particles to form layers of force. It's similar to our iron base race. We use gravity to compress the dense metal particles in our bodies. Little Shurji was also very smart. She instantly understood what her father meant. The iron base race also cultivated gravity fields and compressed particles. In fact, it was extremely compatible with the King Path martial art of the Martial Arts Alliance master. It was all based on this violent aesthetic. The other party was already extremely terrifying even with his flesh and blood body. What about their iron-based body structure? What about the iron-based metal particles? At the same time, they could also form a high density and high pressure, collapsing into the terrifying gravitational density of a neutron star. If they used this form to execute Quantum Fist, the sacred martial battle robe, and the various particles in their bodies would definitely be countless times stronger than the Martial Arts Alliance master's body. Didn't you also fuse with the bloodline of the diabolic god? Suji smiled and said, it's just right. You can cultivate this martial art. He's an extreme genius, but he chose to use a foolish method. He punched hundreds of millions of times a day and studied the clear force, hidden force, transcendent force, fourth force, fifth force, 100 million force. I believe that my daughter's talent and hard work will not be inferior to his. Little Shurji nodded with all her might. That's right. Anyway, I'm quite bored. My life has been smooth sailing. There's no difficulty. It's time to increase the difficulty. She seemed to have been woken up by her father's words, that's right. I can also increase the difficulty of my life. Otherwise it'll be too boring. After all, she idolized Sister Diabolic God. Sister Diabolic God had walked on the cultivation path 129,600 times. She should also work hard and spend 99% of her time punching hundreds of millions of times a day. It was only natural. Little Rock felt her heart surging with battle intent. The quantum martial arts of the heretic god gene could perfectly overlap with the iron-based genes of their race, forming a super-qualitative change. Perhaps, their combat prowess would far surpass the strength of the inherited memories of their race. I will work hard. Little Rock was excited. She felt that she had to work hard. I will get my sister to teach me martial arts. Work hard. Don't embarrass our race. Suji had a gratified look on his face. He smiled gently and said, in the future, my daughter will be the strongest genius of the entire Iron Base race. Yes. Little Rock could not wait to punch and cultivate quantum martial arts. Suji only smiled. He chatted with the two of them as if he was on a casual trip and returned to the villa to rest. After all, his quantum martial arts, the quantum battle body of the universe, was still in the final stage of research. It was already at the final stage of fusing with the entire mother nest of the Zerg race. Once it was fused, there would definitely be an unprecedented qualitative change that would affect all the people of the Zerg race. It was only after Rhiannomanka had left that Medusa was slightly shocked. So that's how it is. The genetic system of the heretic god race perfectly matches the genetic system of the Iron Base race. The two genes complement each other. No wonder they are on good terms. She felt that the situation was getting clearer. Fortunately, she was very smart and did not leave any loopholes. After her father left, the two of them looked at the situation below. That monster has already left. The Wuling Alliance leader cannot catch up. However, it seems that both sides are injured and have suffered losses. Perhaps someone is taking advantage of the situation. Medusa smiled and continued to look at the battle below. After all, those old grandmasters are not so simple. All of them have come out of the mountains of blades and seas of flames. In terms of direct combat strength, the Wuling Alliance leader is naturally the strongest. However, the others are not easy to deal with either. They will most likely take advantage of the situation. Sky Dream. He has absorbed the data of this battle again and is still dreaming crazily. The dream fetus should be forming soon, right? Medusa smiled. Sky Dream, what is that? Little Rock asked curiously. Medusa revealed an extremely strange expression and suddenly asked, "Are you dreaming?" Little Rock shook her head. That's right. As a naturally born divine being, you naturally wouldn't dream. Medusa smiled and said, "But mortals can dream. Dreams are a wonderful experience. Sometimes, you will dream that you are not yourself, but someone else. This is also very normal. I dreamed I was someone else," said Little Rock. Yes, how do you prove that your life isn't a long dream? You might have been dreaming from the beginning to the end. You dreamed that you were the daughter of a great existence in the universe, but in reality, you might just be a hairy man taking a nap. Medusa said. Little Rock pondered. The current me might just be a long dream? When I open my eyes, I might be a burly man in reality? Dreams are always inconceivable and abnormally realistic. Dreams are the best at stimulating the deepest potential of a living being. Psychological suggestions can make one do some inconceivable things. Medusa smiled and said, for example, in the ancient pugilistic world, there were some connate experts who broke through the limits of the human body. They were only at the second stage, but they would cultivate some kind of mental martial arts to charm others and hint to themselves. Through the hint, they would stimulate their potential. Little Rock was stunned again. Hint to oneself to stimulate one's potential? If the ancient pugilistic world had such martial arts, this pugilistic world naturally has it, said Medusa. Little Rock still did not understand. Life is just a long dream. Who is who? Medusa sighed. This time, that old man won't dream that he is the leader of the pugilistic world. Finally, someone else is dreaming. Dreaming? Little Rock's heart trembled as though she understood something. However, if the situation calls for it, I can also join the fray and have some fun if the place is lively. Medusa laughed. It had been a long time since she had fought. It had been thousands of years since she had fought. Her hands were itching. Dichi left the place with a strange expression. This fellow is really a prickly hedgehog. He's smelly and hard. The fellow who turned into a dog previously didn't lie to me. I'm afraid everyone will avoid this leader of the pugilistic world when they see him fighting. He's slow and can't catch up. He can only shout behind his back. Whoosh. Dichi walked in the starry sky. The other party's martial arts were very upright. It was not that he could not learn it, but there were no shortcuts. He had to slowly stack up layer by layer and cultivate step by step. Moreover, with every layer of force, the difficulty increased exponentially. It was just like the 9 revolutions mystic art. Every time a spatial aperture was opened, the difficulty would multiply. Not only did he have to make precise calculations and research the next layer of force, but he also had to research control, mastery, and even the number of particles impacted by the quantum wave. There were probably requirements. I wonder how crazy this monster's cultivation is. I wonder how many billions of layers he has layered. No matter how strong the defense is, it will be shattered by his punch. Dichi kept flying. This kind of monster was naturally avoided. You can't do anything to him, and he can't do anything to you. Looking at his age, that guy is only 2,000 years old. It's really impressive. When I was that young, I wasn't as powerful as him. I could only fight a few Taoist immortals. But the next second. Whoosh. In the void, a figure slowly appeared. Someone knows that I'm seriously injured. Is he here to stop me? Dichi laughed, his expression was very calm. It shouldn't be Carolyn. She may be hiding in the dark, but she won't make a move. She knows that even if I'm seriously injured, I can break through to the Ninth Order at any time. If I were her, I would wait until I'm seriously injured to the point where I can't pay attention to the surroundings, and then attack in an instant, not even giving me time to break through. Whoosh. In front of him, the sand in the void condensed into a white-haired old man. You mean, that dog? Dichi stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He suddenly burst into laughter, looked at the white-haired old man, and said, I see, this was your plan from the beginning, to lure the master of Wulin to fight me. You know that his defense is invincible, and his attack is invincible, then take advantage of the fact that both sides are injured to make trouble for me. As he spoke, his expression became colder and colder. What kind of person was this, treating him like a pushover? That guy just now was very difficult to deal with, but that was all. He looked seriously injured? But he only lost more than 100 lives. In this breath, the world furnace in his body had already recovered more than 70 lives. And he had more than 1,000 lives, so it could be said that he had never been injured, yes. The other party's quantum martial arts were very strange. But how could their 9 revolutions mysterious art be weak? Each had their own strengths. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to tangle with that kind of lunatic. At this time, the other party came to intercept him. It was simply ridiculous. The other party's martial arts couldn't be learned like that of the Master of Wulin, right? Zhou Meng laughed and said, Master of Wulin, I've caused you trouble. I've said before that it's best to leave when you meet him, but you don't believe me. Thank you for your kindness. Dichi also laughed. Zhou Meng said again, however, the Master of Wulin has caused you trouble, so I naturally have to make up for it. I can fight with you. Dichi suddenly calmed down. The other party obviously thought that he was seriously injured and wanted to take the opportunity to attack. He couldn't help but say, I couldn't ask for more. It's hard to meet a friend in Jianghu. Please. Zhou Meng said. Please. Dichi took a step forward. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted. Opposite him, Zhou Meng instantly used the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the witch tribe's true form, and various moves of Dichi. The two of them fought, and endless energy began to impact and shake. Dichi's whole body trembled slightly. This person really didn't lie to me before. He doesn't have martial arts for me to learn, but he's learning from me? His movements, posture, and words all seem like a different version of himself. What kind of strange quantum martial arts is this? Dichi didn't have time to react. The other party exploded and fought madly, and Dichi was forced to block. In a daze, he felt as if he was fighting himself. It was strange and terrifying. At the same time, he found that the other party was beginning to become more and more like him. Martial arts, techniques, and all kinds of paths were very unfamiliar before, but in the process of fighting with him, the other party was frantically learning his martial arts. He's actually learning from me. Dichi's heart trembled, and a creepy thought came to him. His learning speed is unimaginable. It's as if he's seeing another me. So this is the sky dream. The old man opposite him had tear stains on his face, giving off a frightening feeling like he was wearing a Peking opera mask. Who am I? Who am I? Drama is like life. Life is like a drama. At the same time, the other party's appearance was slowly turning into Dichi. Dichi was very smart. The other party's combat power was not exaggerated, and clearly did not intend to kill him, but to learn from him and take advantage of him. Bastard, who were you dreaming of before? Turn back, don't dream of being me and living my life. Dichi was completely enraged. This kind of anger was not even on the same level as the anger towards the Wulin League's leader. Previously, the Fiend Lord's martial arts was already disgusting and terrifying, but who knew that this one was even more bizarre and disgusting? The other party was dreaming with the quantum battle body. The cosmic dream, it was treating the entire universe as a dream. And when he was dreaming, he naturally wanted to become someone in the dream, live the other party's life, and experience the various aspects of life. Previously, I dreamed of the Wuling League's leader. That guy was also very angry. The old man was clearly doing justice for him, fulfilling his duty as the Wuling League's leader, managing the entire pugilistic world, extremely righteous and fierce, very much like him. But he always went around the old man's house, kicking the door, wanting to beat the old man. One look and you can tell that he's an unreasonable person. The old man wanted to help him, to be a good person, but he ended up like this. It's not easy to be a good person. The old man's voice was full of vicissitudes, and he said with great emotion, but now, there's a better choice. I can dream of becoming another more interesting person, and live this person's life in the dream. That's impossible. Dichi's face completely darkened, and he said coldly, even if you're dreaming with the quantum battle body, you don't have the corresponding bloodline. How can you learn these martial arts? The old man was extremely calm. Old man, it was true that I could only learn the quantum martial arts of the pugilistic world, not the bloodline from beyond the heavens, but there's an alchemist shop here. There are also some strange plugins in it. Without the bloodline barrier, I can learn anything. This shop has completely made the old man's dream omnipotent. He continued to force a confrontation with Dichi. It really confirms the old man's words. There's everything in the dream. Whoever is in the dream is who? Dichi's face completely darkened, and he looked at the alchemy factory in his body. Mount Akina, he was directly dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me? He had goosebumps all over his body, and he screamed loudly in his heart. I'm innocent, it's all those idiots' shop, it has nothing to do with me. Akina Yamaguchi was dumbfounded. He had no share in all the good things, and he was the scapegoat? It's so hard on me. Akina Yamaguchi was in a bad mood. Why was it always the most handsome person who got beaten up? Those ugly, grotesque fellows who ran around with long legs were the ones who got beaten up. The dreams of those creatures from all over the world were probably the prelude to gestation. They were constantly hinting that they were Dichi, imitating his logic, movements, martial arts, and even imitating his talent. Dreams were the most incredible. In dreams, one could stimulate one's deepest potential and achieve things that were unimaginable when one was awake. For example, in the dream of being Dichi, he actually had Dichi's learning talent. There's actually such a strange martial arts school? Dichi took a deep breath. Boom, the battle erupted. His opponent's attacks covered the sky, and Dichi was forced to defend. In a trance, he felt like he was fighting himself, knowing his weaknesses and moves. Both sides were attacking each other's flaws and restraining each other. No, he's becoming more and more like me. Dichi's expression was completely solemn. This person's combat power isn't strong, and he has no intention of killing me. He's just here to annoy me. He needs to keep learning and get more information. I can't waste any more time with him. Dichi felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but that he couldn't, even if his opponent imitated him and became another him, possessing the corresponding talent. It was only a quarter of his strength. If he went all out, he would naturally be able to kill his opponent. But this was just a quantum battle body. In his opponent's martial arts concept, he was in his opponent's dream, and even the entire universe was his opponent's dream. What could he do to his opponent? He couldn't find his opponent's sleeping body. I can't kill him, and I can't waste any more time with him. Otherwise, it would be in line with his thoughts, and he would only become more and more like me. Go. Dichi made a prompt decision, and with a quick step, he disappeared on the spot. This land is too strange. Pure combat power isn't enough to dominate. Don't go, spar with me again. The old man had already become another Dichi, a handsome and domineering young man. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked through the void. Help me take a look at the method and see if there's anything wrong with it. I always feel that it's not suitable. It doesn't feel smooth. This kind of feeling was too much like the martial arts of the evil path. There was an indescribable sense of evil and horror, as expected of the system that came from the evil god civilization. Boom, in the next second, this Dichi actually started to learn Mother Earth's speed technique. Furthermore, his speed was increasing rapidly, and there was a hint of him catching up. Her learning speed is really similar to mine, such an ability. Emperor Qi kept leaping forward, looking at the imposter behind him in awe. Crash. The next second. In the distance, a figure was faintly discernible. It was the Alliance Master of Wulin. When the other party saw Dichi, he was slightly startled. Then, he smiled and said, "I knew that you are a hot-blooded person of the Jianghu. There is also passion in sparring." Dicky ignored him and flew past him. He said coldly, "Let's spar another day." Before the Alliance Master could react, Dichi had just flown past and disappeared into the horizon when another Dichi that looked exactly the same rushed over. Another one appeared. The Alliance Master was instantly enlightened. He clapped his hands and cheered, "Ha ha ha, you old man, you finally stopped dreaming of me. Go and dream of someone else. It's not a bad idea for you to stay and fight with me." This Dichi ignored him and flew past him. He said coldly, "Let's spar another day. You are completely in the zone." The Alliance Master was stunned. He laughed out loud once more, "Ha ha ha ha, good thing, it's finally a good thing. You scoundrel old man that deserves a beating, you finally went to harm others." If the Devil Master's technique was the most terrifying and disgusting martial arts of the evil path, countless people in the Jianghu of the universe would tremble in fear upon hearing it, unable to sleep at night. In that case, Zhou Meng's technique would be the nightmare of those who had achieved the Tao. The one they hated the most was Zhou Meng. All the grandmasters in the universe hated him to the bone, who knew which planet this old man was hiding in, dreaming in a mountain house, a dream of the universe, treating the entire universe as a dream. And his quantum battle body was the character in the dream, living the life of the other party. The Alliance Master never cared about anything. He spent 99% of his time practicing martial arts every day. However, his reputation as the Alliance Master was very good in the Jianghu. He was highly respected and had hundreds responding to his call. Naturally, it was because of this old man. You had also dreamed of a big dream by him. In the Carefree sect, he was very responsible and even taught disciples for you. He helped you bring up an extremely amazing number one disciple. Even the Devil Master was fooled by him. He lived the life of the Devil Master, spreading nightmares everywhere, scourging planets and turning them into a land of death. Bringing terror, becoming the leader of the evil path and unifying the evil path, on the other side. Mr. Cat saw this scene and revealed a smile, heaving a sigh of relief. This disgusting old man, dreaming everywhere. This dream, he dreamed of becoming me. After a few hundred years, he woke up from the dream, and in the next dream, he dreamed of becoming the Devil Master. We wanted nothing more than to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. This time, he's finally scourging others. His dream of the universe is a dream, proving his Tao in a dream, a great dream lasting for 1,000 years. But the ones who are disgusted are us. At this moment, the internet was completely blown up. Everyone looked at this scene and felt that it was too dreamy and bizarre. There was also a day when Dicky was being chased after by others. This is too tragic. Everyone, this is the result of relying on secret learning to rise. This ancient Khanate ancient god, as the ancient sun god, stands above the dome, hiding behind the scenes of each generation, constantly learning, defeating the original creators, and persecuting the original creators of cultivation techniques, making them have no living environment. Especially now that it has developed to this day, Dicky is still making all sorts of rules, wanting to exploit the cultivation techniques of others in the Seven Realms' lofty light court. No wonder Meng Mei and the others want to escape. The players were very excited after all. Did this day also come for Dicky, being chased by Zhou Meng? They felt that this quantum underworld was really amazing, that martial artists also had a hot-blooded spirit, and that they were very ruthless when they saw injustice. But don't get too excited, everyone. This is just to discuss Dicky. Yeah, we still have to be on guard and be very careful. Indeed, if you think about it carefully, although the previous two battles have suppressed his arrogance, it is only a superficial advantage. Look, that Wuling Alliance Master is a lump of iron, invincible in defense, invincible in martial arts. There is nothing for him to learn, so he avoids. Look at this Zhou Meng, it is also because of his strange quantum martial arts that he can't find his true body. This guy is a changeable monster, no matter who he meets, there is no weakness or advantage. Everyone is evenly matched, so Dicky directly left. After all, although Dicky can learn this cultivation technique, why would he learn such a crazy martial art with such huge flaws? So it is impossible for him to learn it, so he left. That was indeed the case. It was because the civilization system of this universe was too exaggerated, and the strange quantum martial arts were so strange that they were caught unprepared. They were not really strong, and still could not really threaten Dicky. After all, he had more than 1,700 lives, and there was no harm at all. At this moment, in the eyeball, countless players were discussing the plan and the current situation. Now that I think about it, of the 4 pugilistic universe powerhouses, the Alliance leader's martial arts aren't easy to learn, Zhou Meng's martial arts aren't wanted to learn. The Demon Master's martial arts have been learned, and only you, Mr. Cat's martial arts are unknown. But Mr. Cat didn't make a move, which means that his martial arts can be learned. In other words, 2 of the 4 ultimate martial arts can be learned. Previously, I thought the Demon Master was already shocking. I didn't expect there to be someone even more ruthless. I love this cultivation method. In my opinion, these wily old foxes in the pugilistic world aren't to be trifled with. The first Demon Master didn't know Dichi's background, so he suffered a great loss and was directly knocked to the ground with a pole. There was no possibility of him turning the tables. But the remaining 2 knew Dichi's background and made him suffer a great loss. Ridiculous. How can they be stupid? Seeing how fierce Dicky is, these old monsters must have confidence in going up. As expected, the higher dimensional civilization that knows the god of creation, Renomance's universe garden, and the pugilistic universe are very terrifying. Their potential is very exaggerated. Everyone was discussing fervently. Dicky had suffered a huge loss. This was something they hadn't expected. Who was Dicky? No matter how strong you were, he would learn it. But against such an atypical mental system, an idealistic civilization, he suffered a loss. He was even stranger than you. This place could be said to be the true center of the universe. After all, they knew the existence of the god of creation. They put away their disdain for country bumpkins. After all, the tier civilization was very backward, but the universe garden was still very terrifying. Brothers, where do we go? We have to get some quantum martial arts techniques and research them. It's so strange, but it's a good way for us players to cultivate. Do the warriors of the Azure Path also need to cultivate substitutes? In the future, we can really use the internet to beat people up. Wonderful, happy. Look at my substitute messenger, 3rd brother under the moon. In the empty universe. Dicky quickly got rid of the other party. After all, even though the other party was imitating him, the energy level was still very weak. The other party was just annoying him. It was like a big fly buzzing around, and he couldn't do anything about it. However, Dichi's face had completely darkened. He could already foresee that Zhou Meng would be dreaming for a very long time in the future. The identity in the dream was himself. He wouldn't be surprised if he saw 2 Dichis when he roamed the world in the future. This is the first time I've ever seen such a disgusting technique. Dichi snorted coldly and broke away from the other party. He took a deep breath and said, I have to find a way to get the location of his main body and then kill him. I don't want to use my identity to live everywhere and cheat people. This was a huge humiliation. However, the martial arts system of these martial artists was indeed too difficult to deal with. His true degree of survival was no weaker than the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. After all, the other party's true body was hidden too deeply, he muttered to himself for a few seconds. He didn't expect that there would be so many existences in this world that could threaten him. The depth of the water was indescribable and extremely unpredictable. The next second, he hadn't walked for long when he suddenly saw a group of mechanical spaceships slowly floating over from afar. Are you here to fish in troubled waters again? Dichi's expression turned cold. This time, he truly felt threatened. Is it the so-called machine pillar god of this land? Boom. Boom, the terrifying space rail cannon instantly fired. Dichi's expression was even more serious than before. They're all gods. I can feel that the pilots inside are all divine scientists. There are hundreds of them operating in each cabin. They've already developed the nemesis of the 9 revolutions mysterious art and are specifically targeting this technique by attacking and vibrating the inner space. Before, he wasn't afraid at all because he had the world drive furnace. Killing him would still leave more than 1,700 lives, and it wouldn't hurt him at all. But now, the other party directly attacked the vital points of the 9 apertures and the position of the world drive furnace. This was the real and strong threat. This is bad. Dichi was completely serious. On the other side, a small meteorite was slowly floating. On the irregular meteorite crater, a group of severely injured black-clothed young people were quietly recuperating. Found it, Carolyn walked over and chuckled. I might not be able to kill that guy Dichi. After all, I didn't hurt him at all. It's better to find ready-made benefits. He looked at the demon lord in front of him and the various battered and exhausted quantum battle bodies, all standing in place. Your main body is still not here? So energetic. She smiled, her eyes cold. But there are 108 quantum battle bodies here. Killing them should be an extremely huge amount of energy. Although she couldn't kill the other party's main body, she would benefit greatly from killing them. But the other party wouldn't be able to recover at all, because this was a huge accumulation of wealth. Entangling and creating a quantum battle body would consume a lot of time and resources. Whoosh, the demon lord's face darkened slightly. Standing on the meteorite, he raised his head and looked at the sky. I didn't expect that there would be people coveting my existence. But, how can our martial arts and combat bodies be intercepted by you foreign civilizations? Whoosh, he dissipated into countless wisps of smoke, scattering in the sky. Quantum was the smallest physical particle in the world. The other party had no way to intercept and capture the quantum form of a life clone. But in the next second, the demon lord's body reformed, revealing a horrifying look. How is this possible? It's useless. Even if you turn into the smallest particle, you won't be able to escape, because I've already sealed this entire space in advance. Carolyn turned around and looked at the battlefield in the distance. A terrifying battle had already erupted over at Dickie's side. And the battle on this side had already begun. This land was destined to enter a vast and boundless cosmic battlefield. It was time to see who would be the real winner. And the first one to be eliminated is you. Carolyn's face was incomparably cold as she reached out to grab the heavily injured demon lord. But in the next second, Mr. Cat descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Demon lord, you're really miserable. This grandmaster from the unknown universe who has achieved the Tao, I'll be your opponent. With just you? Carolyn was stunned. After devouring so much energy, even the Martial Arts Alliance master might not be able to withstand her attack. After all, the absolute difference in strength was too great. And now, this white-robed scholar actually had the guts to stop her. Swim, you actually came to save me? The demon lord was shocked. Mr. Cat smiled, his expression calm. We were all born in the same pugilistic universe. When facing an external enemy, we naturally have to help resist. The demon lord's strength was basically in these 108 quantum avatars. He had spent countless efforts to create them. Although the quantum combat body was not the main body, the sacred martial combat body had always been stronger than the main body. The death of other combat bodies would be a great loss, but he was even more so. His combat power was in these 100 combat bodies. If he was killed and robbed of 108, he would basically be crippled by 90%, the demon lord revealed a complicated expression. It was clearly to wait for my strength to be greatly reduced. Then, the possibility of finding my main body would be higher. I have no resistance, so it would be easier to fuse with me. After all, they were all enemies, and they could not wait for the other to be heavily injured. Swim shook his head. My thoughts are different from the others. What use is there in fusing with you? The demon lord was stunned. If it were other experts, standing at our level, they would have long formed the fusion of the multiverse and gathered the surpassing self. But it is precisely because we are too powerful that it is almost impossible to fuse. That man called Wang Renming, the man who opened up the entire quantum pugilistic universe. He is a Wang Renming that is spread across more than 30 parallel universes. Each one of them is an Empyrean ancestor of the martial Tao. In their own worlds, they created countless martial arts schools in the multiverse, and that is how the magnificent martial Tao came to be. Mr. Miao sighed. Over the years, we have traversed parallel universes, defeated and devoured countless of ourselves in parallel universes, defeated the ancestors of the martial way, and various genius selves in parallel universes. But now, we have discovered that none of us can defeat or kill each other. In fact, that was indeed the case. The cultivation techniques of the four of them could be described as earth-shattering: the Demon Lord's delusion demonic separation technique, the Tao heart demonic seed. As long as one was afraid they would be assimilated, the will of the chief of the Wulin Alliance was invincible. It was so terrifying that it was shocking. Zhou Meng's sky dream was similarly terrifying. It compared the entire universe to a big dream. Sleeping in a room, the quantum combat body, dreaming of the real universe and becoming that person. Which of these three wasn't exaggerated to the extreme? Furthermore, their cultivation techniques, concepts, talents were all too terrifying, resulting in them being unable to fuse and kill each other. To take the final step of surpassing oneself. They had created an entire era, but were stopped because they were too strong. In fact, if they continued like this, their martial Tao successors would follow the path they had opened up. Perhaps they would kill each other, merge with each other, and break through to the complete ninth step. It was precisely because the Wang Renming of each universe was too terrifying that they were unable to fuse with each other. You want to save them? Carolyn smiled faintly and said, only your ultimate martial arts haven't been revealed yet. It looks very powerful. Are you stronger than the Martial Arts Alliance Master? Even the Sovereign of Wulin was crushed by my absolute power. You should have sensed that my power is about 3 times stronger than Dickie's, which is 12 times stronger than yours. No matter how exquisite your skills and martial arts are, you won't be able to make up for this kind of difference in energy. However, the Devil Lord's first reaction isn't whether you can save him or not, but why do you want to save him? It looks like he's absolutely confident that you'll be able to save him. A glint flashed in Carolyn's eyes. She was very curious about the last person's martial arts. Through the players, she naturally understood this Mr. Cat the best. It seemed that the martial arts he cultivated was called free and unfettered wandering. It's not a matter of whether I can save him or not. It's that almost no one in the same realm can catch me. In front of me, it doesn't matter how much energy or how powerful one's energy rank is. What can't be caught is still uncaught. Mr. Cat held his hands behind his back and looked at Carolyn calmly. Do you know who's the biggest obstacle for the four of them to fuse? He smiled faintly, looking like a martial arts grandmaster. Compared to the other three, he looked more like a gentle and elegant martial arts grandmaster. It's not the Martial Arts Alliance Master who can dominate everything. The other three besiege him and finish him off first before discussing the rest. It's also possible. It's not the Devil Lord either. Although the Devil Lord has many avatars, the others can join forces and find his main body regardless of the price. It's not Zhou Meng either. That old fox may be dreaming, but it's not like he can't find a way. Mr. Cat spoke with assurance. The real obstacle that they can't fuse is me. It's you? Carolyn was stunned. Unexpectedly, this person was the final obstacle to the fusion. Yes, even if the three of them join forces, they can't hurt me at all. Mr. Cat smiled. And my combat power is the weakest among the four. They can't catch me, and I can't fuse with any of them. So, we are destined to be in a stalemate. Carolyn's eyes moved. She seemed to understand what he meant. In fact, Mr. Cat knew that it was impossible for them to fuse, so he chose to save the Devil Lord instead of taking advantage of the situation. You're very interesting. Carolyn's face sank. Layers of light gathered around her body, and a terrifying aura exploded. Then, let me see how powerful your ultimate martial arts are. A terrifying power was brewing. It's useless. Mr. Cat grabbed over 100 of the Devil Lord's combat bodies and made them disappear into the inner space. Alone, he faced the golden ocean that covered the sky. Bam bam bam, in an instant, layers of Taoist techniques exploded. Carolyn cultivated the spiritual universe. Her magical cultivation and the spiritual magical power contained within could be described as a shocking bottomless pit. Whoosh. Carolyn grabbed with her hand. A golden energy net from the void-covered Swim. However, the entire energy net seemed to pass through Swim's body. It was unable to cover him. He was like a high-dimensional phantom in another unknown dimension. No energy could touch him. What cultivation technique is this? Not in the same spacetime? That's not right. You clearly exist in this real universe. But how did you manage to dodge it? Carolyn was instantly shocked, her mind greatly shaken. Carolyn knew about their martial arts. Quantum combat bodies were scattered to the limit, therefore, they formed a super energy net. Like fishing, they surrounded him from all directions. There was no way for him to escape. How did you escape? Carolyn couldn't help but ask. Of course, I swam out of this net. Mr. Cat laughed. After all, I'm a fish in my world, free and unfettered. Swam out, this sentence was very baffling. Carolyn stopped. She felt that it was meaningless to continue attacking. She looked at him with a frown. Free and unfettered. Swim? What kind of cultivation technique is that? Mr. Cat laughed. Your method is very correct. The best way to deal with quantum combat bodies is to encircle and annihilate them. Using a high-density energy net, it prevents the quantum combat bodies from dispersing into countless particles and escaping. This is also a common capture method in the pugilistic world. Mr. Cat said, however, my cultivation technique allows me to easily swim out of such energy nets. That's why it's called free and unfettered swim. I'm a fish in the world, free and unfettered. No one can catch me. Carolyn frowned. You can't understand? Mr. Cat still enjoyed chatting, as though it wasn't a battle. This was because he had never seen an existence that could threaten his life in the entire pugilistic world. Then, he suddenly grabbed a black meteor that was as tall as a human. Have you ever heard of the wall-passing technique? Carolyn laughed as well. Wall-passing technique? Those tricks of the pugilistic world from ancient times? Tricks of the pugilistic world from ancient times. You can put it that way. Do you think you can do it? Mr. Cat laughed. Without distorting the laws. Without distorting the laws of the universe, a person's flesh and blood can pass through a wall? Carolyn shook her head slightly. Just the sound of it sounded like a ridiculous paradox. This was the real universe. Everything had to follow the laws of matter. Deities who didn't grasp the laws could easily destroy countless rocks, but they couldn't make their flesh and blood pass through the rocks. In fact, the Ashutl people had once discussed the possibility of passing through walls with their scientists. The wall-passing technique could be achieved in scientific theory. This was a ridiculous theory that couldn't be achieved in macroscopic physics, but it could be achieved in microscopic physics. Humans were made up of quantum particles. Walls were made up of quantum particles. There was a huge gap between these particles. For example, between atomic nuclei and electrons. However, these tiny gaps were invisible to the human eye. In the eyes of humans, the wall was an extremely delicate entity. In theory, if a person's angle and direction happened to match the gaps in the wall, they would be able to pass through the gaps without colliding. However, it was only a theory. Because quantum was uncertain, most of the time, it was like a popping candy moving at a high speed, and you couldn't see where it would move in the next second. If one wanted to pass through the wall, then this person must be able to perceive the next second of movement of all the quantum of the wall in an instant. At the same time, he could adjust the structure and direction of his billions and trillions of quantum particles to form a key that could just open the wall without colliding with each other. Even among the scientists on Earth, there were countless people who proposed this theoretically feasible point of view. The wall-passing technique was scientifically feasible. However, could it be done in reality? In the end, a theory was just a theory. At this time, the players in Carolyn's body exploded. F***ck, the wall-passing technique is so difficult? And you have to predict all the quantum states of the wall in the next second? Isn't this Schrödinger's cat? The quantum is indeterminate. How can you predict the next second? Wait, did you forget from the beginning? The first time we met, you called yourself Schrodinger's cat. Quantum is uncertain, but his martial arts is a kind of martial arts that predicts and calculates the movement of quantum. Everyone was in a frenzy of discussion. Predicting the next second of movement of the entire object and even the quantum of the universe, isn't that the legendary prediction of the future? Isn't that the legendary Laplace's demon? The flunkies are completely dumbfounded. What is a Laplace's demon? In 1814, Laplace proposed that if a creature knows the current state of the smallest particle, it can theoretically calculate the past and future state of the entire object according to the laws of mechanics. Then, it can predict the past and future. Later generations called the creature he hypothesized a Laplace's demon. F*ck, such a simple wall-passing technique actually needs to predict the next few seconds of the object? Only a great existence that can predict the future of spacetime can pass through the wall? Dumbfounded, then, Mr. Cat is the legendary Laplace's demon? The flunkies are completely dumbfounded. Seeing all of you discussing crazily, they are indeed saints. It looks like I have to go bald like crazy before I have the right to chat with you. Trembling. At this moment, Carolyn asked, "Can you do it without distorting the laws and directly pass through the wall?" "I can do it." Under Carolyn's astonished gaze, you slowly walked into the meteorite, passed through it, and walked out. This is carefree wandering. I can predict the surrounding quantum, which is also the surrounding world. 2 seconds into the future. Therefore, I can pass through walls. There are almost no means that can restrain or capture me. He said to Carolyn, "Your energy spell net is also like a wall. It looks like there are no gaps. But no matter how dense the energy is, there are gaps. They are like a bunch of small balls that move at high speeds on the spot. Other experts' quantum battle bodies are unable to pass through such a dense net. But I can predict the quantum movements in the next few seconds. By predicting the direction of the gaps, I can pass through this wall unscathed." Carolyn laughed when she heard that. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. She was a scientist, so she naturally understood what he meant. Then, in order to capture a swimming fish like you, in theory, this net needs to be as dense as a neutron star for you to be unable to pass through. The density of a neutron star was equivalent to compressing Earth into a sphere with a diameter of 22 meters. Only then would the other party be unable to pass through it. This was because there were almost no gaps in a neutron star. It was a true wall. It's true that I can't capture you. Carolyn took a deep breath and slowly sorted out her thoughts. I can't increase the density to such a high level. I have a spell that's similar to a black hole, but it's only a simulated black hole. It can't capture you. Mr. Cat's expression remained unchanged. He clearly knew that this was the case. His quantum ultimate martial art, unfettered travel, could predict the state of quantum movements in the next few seconds in the vicinity. From there, he could predict the future a few seconds later. Therefore, no one could capture him. Then, perhaps the two of us can have a chat about this aspect of science. Carolyn was immediately very interested. After all, I can't kill or capture you. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? You should have done that long ago. Mr. Cat was also an extremely rational person. He was also a person who pursued martial arts and knowledge. The two of them sat down and chatted while looking at another battlefield in the distance. My computing power is also very terrifying. I can also do calculations on the trillion quantum level. If I had a quantum battle body, I might be able to learn Mr. Cat's unfettered travel, Carolyn said. The essence of this technique is supercomputing power. It can calculate the next few seconds of quantum movements and adjust the structure of the quantum battle body. No one can capture me then. However, you mustn't let Dickie see you. I don't have a quantum battle body, but he does. Carolyn suddenly came to a realization. He had a Tycoon Golden Demon core, so his computing power might be able to cultivate unfettered travel. Mr. Cat smiled and looked into the distance. It looks like many existences in this civilization have already descended and taken action. Wars are breaking out everywhere. So that's how it is. Suji was still cultivating his quantum battle body, but when he saw this scene in the study room, he felt as though his horizons had been broadened. He felt a sense of joy as if he had been enlightened. I didn't expect that there would be such an ultimate martial art in carefree roaming. It can calculate all the quantum microscopic movements in the vicinity 2 seconds later, and thus calculate the future 2 seconds later. Hence, almost nothing can catch it. A mental cultivation art that can predict the future? Suji's eyes were filled with astonishment. Carefree roaming is like a fish swimming in the world, as if it is swimming in the river of time. No one can catch it that can see the future. The ultimate concept of this cultivation art was also very frightening. With this concept, if one cultivated it to the ultimate realm, they would definitely be able to predict the movements of all the quantum particles with a higher intensity, allowing them to see the past and future of a large area of the universe. If one cultivates to the 10th level, they might really be able to see a long period of time in the future. Becoming a true carefree fish in time, soaring between the heavens and the earth. Suji couldn't help but exclaim, carefree between the heavens and the earth, knowing the past and the future. What a heroic and satisfying martial art. Unexpectedly, the fourth quantum martial art gave Suji another huge surprise. As for carefree roaming, it was a competition of calculation ability. Mr. Cat's calculation ability was earth-shattering, which was why it could be displayed. Other people wouldn't be able to reach this level because they didn't have the talent in this aspect. However, the magic core lineage just so happened to have the most heaven-defying calculation ability. This also meant that with the super calculation ability of Suji's magic core gene, in addition to the quantum heretic god gene, he could perfectly cultivate this cultivation art carefree roaming. The iron-based gene was a perfect match with the force of the Wulin Alliance leader. The magic core gene was also a perfect match with Mr. Cat's carefree roaming. And Suji had both of these genes. It seems to have linked all my other genes together, forming a true iron plate. If his previous 5 genes were 5 independent genetic pathways, although powerful, they were isolated, then the 5 genes before him were truly complementing each other, gradually entangling into one. Just how great was the battle strength that could be brought about? If I really succeed in cultivating all of them, I'll be so strong that I don't even know how strong I am. Suji felt his scalp go numb. He called Little Rock, who was playing outside, and Carolyn, who was accompanying him. Dong, dong, dong. There was a light knock on the door. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Medusa asked. On the other hand, Carolyn's expression was slightly calm as she said to Mr. Cat, perhaps that's why war broke out in this land. She gazed into the distance. Dichi was fighting with the mechanical pillar deity. All kinds of Dao techniques were being used to counterattack. It was dazzling. Small 5-meter-long mechanical spaceships were encircling him. They were like the spirits of transcendence. It was an unimaginable scene. He had to admit that the development of technology was terrifying. They were not an extraordinary individual civilization that needed time to slowly improve. The path of developing science and technology, as long as there were resources and knowledge, they would be able to quickly become a combat force. In just a few decades, he would be able to create a supreme law weapon. At this time, it has already seriously threatened Dichi's exaggerated combat power. Carolyn did not expect that their battle would stop. There was no way for her to attack Mr. Cat. She said, it seems that the mechanical pillar deity will also jump out of the chessboard and become the leader of this sand table. It seems that both sides are old acquaintances, and even have extremely terrifying weapons. Mr. Cat also saw this. The mechanical pillar deity had come prepared. Dichi has been looking for people to fight since the era of the Chongming legend and the Heavenly Court. It seems that his wish has come true. A faint smile appeared on Carolyn's face as she said with confidence, ever since he came to this land, his battles have never stopped. But she was different. She was a non-combat type. If she could not enter the battlefield, it would be for the best. From this point of view, she was somewhat similar to Mr. Cat. Space rail cannon. Perhaps, I can also study the technology of this civilization. Carolyn's eyes lit up. Quantum entanglement and space law weapons were both her expertise in the field of technology. In the distance. Rumble, the battle became more and more intense. Dichi was actually forced to use his full strength. Tyr Empire, bored extraordinary planet. Both factions were secretly studying this battle, watching it with incomparable shock. Too terrifying. This is the forbidden civilization of the universe, pillar deity Buddha? Such an exaggerated weapon. Oh my god. His space rail cannon is a new type of body that has shrunk in size. At the same time, the high-density compression of the space rail cannon leads to greater destructive power. It is already 300 years ahead of our technology. Countless god scientists were quickly running around. They were in the high-dimensional space, looking at the data on the screen in shock. They were frantically calculating the data and were extremely shocked. Such an exaggerated speed of development was simply frightening. This virus is too strange. They have the pillar deity of fate. They can see the world lines of the past and future, the traces of the fate of all living beings, and then choose the most incredible miracle. With this, we can't be enemies at all. Countless people were sad. They felt that no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to reach that height. This was a huge difference between heaven and earth. Although their tier empire's god scientists were similar in number to the machine pillar deity's god scientists, their efficiency was not the same. Are we going to be finished? Sob sob sob, the glory of our civilization for tens of thousands of years. Existences from the high-dimensional space are descending. Our civilization is going to become a complete battlefield. Someone cried loudly, feeling very depressed. This was the feeling of having one's family destroyed. It was like an old man in his twilight years staying in pitch-black muddy water, drenched in the heavy rain, surrounded by fog, unable to see the hope of the future, and freezing one's heart. It was a feeling of death. However, they did not know that most of their higher-ups had become gods, and this was already the entire race. The hymn of history is the hymn of courage. Can they write their own courage? I am looking forward to it. Carolyn laughed. She stood in the void with a calm and indifferent expression. She did not interfere. She allowed their civilization to develop. If they won, it would be a miraculous fate, and they would live out a new future. If they lost, they would walk towards death, and their civilization would end. However, death was only the end of this life. She would return to the embrace of her spiritual universe. At that time, they would know the truth. They were no longer their own race, but their entire race. We are no longer this race, so why should we mourn for this race? No matter what, they have already lost in the dark, but they don't know that this is the cruelty of fate. Their flesh, bones, talents, dreams, have long been carved up by the existences of a higher dimension. This is the bloody reality. Carolyn held her hands with a cold expression as she looked at the mournful and frightened beings of the civilization. The universe was a dark forest where the strong preyed on the weak. Weakness was the original sin. This was even more so for civilizations. However, at this time, in the distance, a faint light flickered. The Martial Alliance master finally caught up, and the other Di also appeared in the distance. The two of them chased and fought at the same time. This was the third battlefield. As they chased, their eyes lit up when they saw Carolyn in front of them. Carolyn's expression suddenly stiffened, and her body was suddenly enveloped in light, making it impossible to see her face clearly. This action was naturally to prevent this strange monster from seeing her appearance, combat techniques, and personality. Through various pheromones, the interaction of body information to obtain information about her. Dreamlike Di, she did not want to have another her. This existence, why are you hiding your head and showing your tail? Are you not willing to let this emperor see your cultivation technique? This Di-Chi's expression was very cold as he looked Carolyn up and down, his hands behind his back. How about fighting with this emperor? Carolyn's expression instantly darkened. Seeing the real person appear, even she felt her scalp go numb. This old man's combat strength was not strong, but if you could not find his true body, he could madly disgust you. A dream of the universe could be said to be the most disgusting and helpless cultivation technique. As for this speech, it was indeed very similar to Di, and it was even a perfect match. There's no need to show your face, lest your excellency goes around dreaming again. Carolyn just smiled. The identity of dreaming of Di has always been very good, and his combat strength is strong. Using his identity is simply perfect. Indeed, perhaps in this lifetime I might not be able to find a better one. This Di smiled and said, if there are no accidents, for a very long time I will always have this dream. I will not wake up. Carolyn was very pleased to hear this. After all, as long as Zhou Meng kept dreaming of Di Qi, the others would be safe. Senior, I wonder if you can spar with this humble one? Wulin's alliance leader's eyes also brightened, a look of anticipation on his face. Looking at this guy's excited face, Carolyn did not have the intention to fight. Her energy level crushed the other party by more than 10 times, and she could send this iron lump flying. But to destroy it, it would still take a lot of effort. The other party seemed to have hundreds of millions of forces, forming a ripple buffer zone, hundreds of millions of times to reduce the force, very tough. The most important thing was that this guy was smelly and tough, and did not have any rewards or benefits. Unlike the Demon Master who had more than 100 combat bodies, he had no savings at all, and spent 99% of his time practicing fist techniques. What savings could he have? It was important to be poor. He was so poor that he only had the Wulin Alliance leader set of clothes, which was probably the most valuable thing he had. The 10,000 worlds were huge, and there were all kinds of existences. This was the first time she met such a poor expert. It was an eye-opener. At the same time, once she made a move, Zhou Meng, who was beside her, would learn from her. Now that she had the identity of Di Qi, she was like a tiger that had grown wings, and her research speed would probably be greatly increased. These quantum martial arts, they were of all shapes and sizes, and she would not provoke them if she could. This was not a problem of combat power. It seems that all the existences have descended, and they are all fighting. I wonder, who will be the hero? Carolyn thought, that guy, the three-pillar god, because of his nature, can't leave the lava earth, and probably doesn't know what happened here. Probably after Di Qi disappeared for a period of time, he will feel that something is wrong and choose to chase. But, it will be too late. The machine pillar god was already the hero. If the three-pillar god missed this opportunity, and had to face a powerful descendant, they would definitely be dumbfounded, and smoke would come out of their 7 orifices. And this time, she was the biggest winner. At this time, her spiritual universe had already expanded greatly, and like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, it had the characteristics of a power furnace. After devouring tens of thousands of years of accumulation, her energy combat power had already crushed others more than 10 times. As long as she formed a perfect Tao foundation with 4 genes, she could completely break through to the 9th rank. Time and place, I am 1 step ahead, and I will always be ahead. If the 2 of them join forces, they will not be able to beat me in the same realm. When I complete the perfect Tao foundation first, I can break through. At that time, even if they choose to break through at the same time, they will still not be able to beat me in the same realm, and will all be suppressed by me. Carolyn's face was very cold. This was the era. Who could be the first to transcend? Whoever transcended would be the one to suppress the other 2. Previously, Di Qi had the advantage, and almost suppressed them, but this time, it was her turn. However, just when she thought she was invincible, she suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. Between the heaven and the earth, there seemed to be some kind of extremely evil and shuddering ultimate creature descending. She seemed to hear endless howls, fear, trembling, and excitement from the abyss, which turned into endless mixed evil consciousness and surged towards her. What is this? Carolyn turned to look, and only felt a surge of coldness. It feels like a real parallel universe has descended in this spacetime. This was an extremely inconceivable thought. However, it had appeared in Carolyn's mind, and even she felt that it was absurd. A demon has descended. Yes, it's different from the entire pugilistic world. It is a real parallel universe. Mr. Cat's expression quickly turned solemn, and he looked into the distance with incomparable admiration, fear, and worship. Because the universe itself is made up of countless worlds, boom, the entire Tyr civilization and the nearby planets trembled, as if they had seen a terrifying existence descend from the sky. All the experts felt a sense of fear. His Majesty Tyr suddenly stood up from his throne, his eyes filled with incomparable horror. It's this feeling again, it's that cloned forbidden arm. But this time it's even more intense, a formless deterrence. It's too terrifying. I feel like I'm facing the annihilation of the entire universe. How terrifying is this? The cloned arm back then was already so shocking, and now its aura is countless times stronger. Is the owner of the arm here personally? This is. Beside them, Di Qi and the machine pillar god stopped. It was as if the air had instantly sunk, as if they were ants facing a giant dragon. This was a complete suppression of life energy levels, and it was impossible to resist. He saw a little girl who was as tall as the clouds shrouded in mist. She was hugging a terrifying white arm as she walked over happily. She looked as relaxed as a little girl plucking flowers in a garden. "Everyone, you're fighting so enthusiastically." Big Sister's heart is a little itchy, so she let me hold one of her cloned arms and come over to meet you. Everyone looked at this lively and gentle little girl and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The master of the universe garden, Renamanka, had finally sent someone to interfere. With such a body size, she was probably Renamanka's descendant. However, this existence actually had a descendant. Only a small portion of the forces knew about this through their disciples, but for most people, it was still a terrifying piece of information. Having descendants meant that they could no longer use the history of the old era to measure the master of the universe garden, this terrifying existence of the universe. "Everyone, I heard that you all came from a higher-level universe dimension civilization?" The little girl smiled. She stood quietly in the dark void and looked at Dickie, Carolyn, and the others who were scattered around the battlefield. She smiled gently and said, "Father said that if we think about it carefully, he has been friends with you for more than 200,000 years. What, more than 200,000 years of friendship? His Majesty Tyr sat on the throne, surrounded by countless ministers. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of shock. As expected, the god-fiend alchemist's store didn't lie. As an ambitious monarch, he suddenly collapsed helplessly on the throne, his eyes empty as he looked at the dome of the palace. Indeed, it was a terrifying and ancient taboo civilization that had existed more than 200,000 years ago, and had even been acquainted with Renamanka, Historical Research Institute. What do you think? His Majesty Tyr took a deep breath and sat down to listen to the opinions of his ministers. Someone walked out. Your Majesty, the ancient history of the universe garden, our golden era, and our royal family have recorded a lot. However, there has never been any similar literature mentioning it. There has never been any mention of Renamanka knowing such a powerful existence. This white-haired historian with antlers had a fiery look in his eyes. Perhaps it is a lost historical inscription? We are recovering the truth of ancient history. The truth of our ancient history? His Majesty Tyr took a deep breath and muttered silently, the universe garden. He never thought that the Tyr Empire, which had run amok in this galaxy, would fall to such a state. He also never thought that the ancient history was hidden so deeply. Renamanka actually had dealings with such a mysterious and taboo civilization. Yes, how could it be recorded? How could we little pets step into the circle of such existences? Someone became excited as if he had lost his mind. However, a civilization that has more than 200,000 years of history, or even more. It is indeed incomparably terrifying, unimaginably powerful. The ministers were so excited that they almost forgot their manners. It's not unimaginably powerful. Even though it's just the tip of the iceberg, it's enough to make us despair. Next to him was a paramount god of magical laws from the Radiant God Division. After all, they had no choice but to join forces to fight back against the invasion of the pillar god Tathagata. At the side, the goddess of nature, who was covered in green vines, also agreed. She replied with a bitter expression, carefree roaming, dream of the universe. All kinds of terrifying methods are simply unheard of. A bloodline and cultivation method that leads straight to the end of the universe. The glory of our civilization for tens of thousands of years seems to be a joke. The other party seems to be studying some great battle. The high-dimensional space civilization war at the center of the cosmos? This is terrifying. We have to think of a way to find out. His Majesty Renamanka must know about it. In such a grand cosmic war, only we are kept in the dark. We are indeed too backward, too inferior a civilization. To think that we are so complacent. Perhaps, if we want to survive, we have to think of a way to choose a side and seek help. At this time, not only was the native civilization shocked, even Carolyn felt uneasy when she heard this. Renamanka really knew each other more than 200,000 years ago? After all, the eternal dynasty of the super-ancient gods was indeed unimaginably long. After all, with the long lifespan of the super-ancient gods, it was inevitable that they knew the existences of the nearby heavens. It would be strange if they did not know each other. Furthermore, looking at the other party's system and combat power, he was not an ordinary rank 9, but a rank 9 overlord, and could indeed come into contact with this level. Because, knowing the existence of the Creator God was the greatest evidence of coming into contact with this level. Carolyn did not dare to be rude. After all, this was an old acquaintance of the super ancient gods, and she was also in their land. She immediately cupped her fists and said, "On behalf of our supreme god, I send my regards to His Majesty Rhiannomenka." Beside her, Dicky also knew that this was the other party's territory, so he did not dare to be presumptuous. He also cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb you." The machine pillar god, who was fighting with Dicky, also quickly stopped. The machine pillar god knew that although he did not cultivate the Buddhist system, he still cultivated the demon core system. Naturally, he was very polite. "Sorry to disturb you." These people were the ones who attacked them, but they still bowed and were extremely polite. Shurji looked at their attitude and was immediately very satisfied. "Father said that you have inherited the ancient cultivation. It's not a disgrace to the existence behind you. He will cover the sky and the sun for you. He will use his last arm to shelter you from the wind and rain." Carolyn was silent, clenching her fists. The super ancient gods, the guardian, the enemies outside, she had never forgotten about them, and they constantly spurred her on. The players immediately showed expressions of as expected. The Buddhist and Taoist systems had been perfectly inherited. This was indeed a civilization that had revived the ancient system. "Everyone, don't just pay attention to me, my sister is still here." Little Stone was dignified and polite, as if she was a little mistress, welcoming the guests of the manor. "Your sister?" At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted from this terrifyingly talented little girl to this arm. This terrifying aura caused goosebumps to rise all over people's bodies. There seemed to be traces of the flow of time, and this was an extremely evil aura. It made people feel as if it was not a world, but a universe formed from worlds. It gave off a sense of oppression. "Everyone, if you want to cause trouble in Father's territory, that's fine." The little girl's voice was young and sweet. "Father is not willing to interfere with the battle behind you, but if you want to cause trouble, you have to have the corresponding strength." The little girl looked around the battlefield, at the people fighting. "If you are too weak, not to mention my sister's main body, you can't even defeat my sister's cloned arm, then, if I beat you to death, I believe the existence behind you wouldn't be able to say anything." The players' expressions changed. Within the body, the giant octopus commented, "Looks like Renamanga is also the center of the universe, not a country bumpkin, but, even a cloned arm from a certain existence in the universe garden can't stop it. Isn't that looking down on us too much?" However, the cerebrate god was not as brainless as the giant octopus. He analyzed, "It's clear that the super ancient god had appeared in the course of the journey and met all of you before. Naturally, he knows the destination of this trip. I'm afraid that he has already fought with Renamanga and made some kind of deal. That's why he doesn't want to bother with us." The players felt that this was inevitable. The super ancient deity had appeared on the journey once, so he must have researched and explored their destination. He might have even paid a visit in advance. Moreover, the super ancient deity was in a deep sleep and on the verge of death. No one was willing to provoke him. At the same time, the super ancient deity was about to have a life and death battle with the foreign enemy, Moon Goddess Ji. Naturally, the other party would sit on the sidelines and ignore the fire. Looks like both sides have made an agreement that Renamanga won't make a move, but he still wants to show us what he's made of, the players analyzed. "Haha, this level of existence is looking down on us. Just a mere arm? You should know that these monster bosses are existences that have climbed to the top of the genetic limit." A player laughed and said confidently, "If he had seen the battle in the small universe, he wouldn't look down on us so much. In the same realm, who is stronger? Let's see if we can defeat him in minutes." Although they were confident, they would still pay attention to the enemy. Since the enemy dared to speak so arrogantly with only one arm, they had to be careful. Within their bodies, the players were all riled up and worked furiously. "Quick, collect the information and analyze it." "Yes." Previously, this existence had been hiding its aura, and we could not detect it at all. Only now did it reveal its combat power. But just one arm, and it is already so terrifying? All the players started to move like extremely precise gears. As experienced players, they naturally knew the importance of sex working together. Even the online game had a strategy team that was in charge of researching on how to fight the instance dungeon boss. With their cautiousness, how could they not have a strategy team? Yes. Their battle strategy was not as good as Di Qi, secluded mountain prefecture lord, and other monsters. However, they could still come up with a plan together, and they could still beat Di Qi. Chaotic aura, it is similar to the Cthulhu evil god from before, but different. It is obvious that it is not on the same level. Previously, the ones we got were inferior ones that weren't even 1/5 complete. What we're seeing right now is a true great accomplishment ultimate creature. This is too scary. One of the players cried out in shock. Indeed, we were on the right path of evolution. It's actually somewhat similar to the demon god clan from more than 200,000 years ago that was comparable to the iron-based lifeforms of Renamanga. Even their names are similar. They are also called evil gods, demon gods, chaotic and evil aura. Excited, that is for sure. Such a mixed organization would naturally be in such an evil form. Look at the three pillar gods, they are quite chaotic as well, with thousands of faces. Buddha's path has been perfected, and all living things look like one another. They were all very excited. What did this mean? This meant that their vision and talents were very high. The Cthulhu evil god that they had evolved from was actually similar to the ancient ultimate race from 200,000 years ago. However, its maturity level was far lower than this ancient race. Indeed, in the God of Creation's courtyard, as long as they had enough talent, they could evolve into any ancient ultimate race in the entire universe. Although the evil gods that they evolved from were crude, they were already compatible on the path. Then, in the future, they could evolve into a rare and powerful iron-based life-form race like Renamanka, as well as other heaven-defying cosmic races. Kiki. As expected, only civilizations that know about the God of Creation are worth paying attention to. A player said calmly. No matter how strong a life form is, it cannot escape its origin. God of Creation? The giant octopus at the side had a look of longing. One of the players laughed. Looking at the big octopus's longing expression, he said to it, "You don't know, but all life in the vast universe and all the worlds in the universe came from the latitude courtyard. Everyone is the same. How was this possible?" The giant octopus was shocked. The cerebrate god also pricked up his ears. A civilization that lived in a high-dimensional universe all year round was indeed too terrifying. If such a secret was spread, the entire universe would not be willing to believe it. The first reaction would be that it was absurd and ridiculous, but there were some things that didn't exist just because you didn't believe in them. Could the ancients understand the age of electricity in ancient times? The ancients could not understand why iron lumps could fly in the sky. Even if you told the wisest sages of that era that it was a law and not a delusion, their first reaction would be that it was absurd and nonsense. This was the limitation of the times. This was also a limitation. It could be called the civilization dimensional barrier. That is a high-dimensional courtyard, a concrete projection of the origin of life in the entire universe. It seems that life on every planet is naturally reproducing, but in fact, they are all manifested in the courtyard of the God of Creation. They are evolving and adjusting inside. There is a mysterious dimensional existence sitting in the courtyard eating an apple and watching them evolve. Apple. That is a famous scene. Only the ultimate existence of the universe, strong enough to touch the origin of the world, a great existence who has reached the end of cultivation, can see it. The origin? That scene must be beautiful. Of course. In fact, it's easy to understand if you think about it. How can a particularly powerful and heaven-defying race appear out of thin air on some planets? From the perspective of probability, this is a natural evolution with a probability of 1 in a billion. Why can it appear? Naturally, there is a mysterious law, a fixed number, forming a kind of heavenly fate, which is why such a powerful race and civilization can appear. Heavenly fate? The cerebrate god felt that he somewhat understood, but it was difficult to understand. This was a very idealistic, very metaphysical, and hazy logical concept. Once, we were also one of the heavenly fate. As soon as these words fell, the cerebrate god felt a huge shock in his heart. Once they were also one of the heavenly fate. What did that mean? This sentence was too inexplicable. and as he continued to think about it, there was a feeling of horror, inexplicably unfathomable. These words made him feel as if he was once a lamp under the Buddha, and then what did he do? Suddenly, he stopped talking. This kind of mysterious feeling, which was still half covered by the pipa, was awe-inspiring. In fact, the entire universe is just a concept that exists in the dark. This player kept saying. The giant octopus beside him was shocked as he listened, and he thought to himself, so that's how it is. The ancient ancestor of the bored octopus clan, probably also came from the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. Otherwise, if our strength evolved naturally, it would indeed be by very little chance. The cerebrate god was silent for a moment. So that's how it is. My ancestor of the cerebrate clan probably also came from that legendary dimensional courtyard. Otherwise, if our strength evolved naturally, it would indeed be by very little chance. Carolyn was also a little shaken as she listened to the secrets of these guys in her body. Could it be that our demon core clan also came from the legendary dimensional courtyard? Carolyn knew that these guys were mysterious and unfathomable, and they still knew many secrets. But such deep secrets, even though she had heard about the god of creation from the ancient gods, and had seen the arrival of such an existence with her own eyes, she still could not remain calm. As they spoke, Mingmei's face darkened at the side. Why were these people getting further and further off topic? Weren't they discussing about this mysterious demon god of the multiverse? Even Carolyn was led astray by them, and she listened with great interest. These people must be poisonous, ahem ahem ahem. Mingmei quickly coughed twice. Are we going to discuss the war in front of us? Everyone came back to their senses and continued their discussion. But one person is a universe, and this creature is indeed terrifying. This demon god is indeed the supreme existence of the multiverse. Others are using her genes to develop martial arts, so we have to be careful. This arm probably knows martial arts. Yes, this arm is very powerful. But some people were also puzzled. Indeed, although we don't know why this existence used a low-level cloned arm to entangle a quantum battle body, it definitely isn't as strong as the original battle body. Is it looking down on us? Does it think that we are noobs? As soon as these words fell, everyone raised their vigilance. What martial arts does it know? Free and unfettered travel, force. Delusion, demonic separation technique. Terrifying words appeared in their minds. If it knew all of them, then this arm would probably be difficult to deal with. On the other side of the outside world. Although it was not as lively, Dicky also frowned slightly. He sensed an extreme terror from it. The other party was all smiles, waiting for their response. He could not help but have goosebumps. This is too shocking. There was no doubt about his knowledge and talent. He could clearly see the energy meridians of this arm, and he could see how terrifying this arm was more than anyone else. The three pillar gods are also aggregated beings. However, they are aggregated beings with the help of all living beings. They did not cultivate step by step on their own. Each of their cells has different realms, some good and some bad, like a pile of meat aggregated into level 9, but this creature gives off a feeling of chaos. Each of its tissues is itself. Could it be that they cultivated step by step on their own? He felt a wave of terror. Cultivating step by step, this took an unimaginable amount of time. He thought of a sentence, 129,600 worlds, a universe epic. This creature had cultivated itself into a universe. There was actually such an exaggerated creature in this world. He had thought that the Martial Arts Alliance master was ruthless enough. Who knew that there would be such a crazy fellow? To this extent, it was simply unimaginable. Having said that, what do you plan to do? The goddess of stone hugged her sister's arm and smiled. Although Big Sis still had a portion of her tissue that was at the Celestial Emperor level, this was a complete arm of Big Sis. It could be said that the entire arm was cloned from the strongest portion of a high-level god's tissue that had stepped onto the path of rank 9. At that time, in order to clone this arm, the Tier Empire had spent a huge amount of civilization savings. Indeed, if we can't even defeat an arm, then we are indeed weak. Even if you kill us, our supreme god will not say anything. Carolyn still smiled in the end. It was impossible for her to show weakness. She bowed and said, "Since you want to teach us, we will accompany you." The goddess of stone smiled and said indifferently, "Just do your best." If you are beaten to death, you can't blame anyone. The expressions of Dickie, the machine pillar god, and the others darkened. They were in the middle of a battle. Suddenly asking them to attack together was too overbearing, but in the other party's territory, it was indeed reasonable. The other party's meaning was very clear. If you want to make a scene in front of my house, you can, look at the faces of the adults in your house. But, if you can't even handle a casual arm, then that's a joke. What face would they have left to resist the enemy, an opponent who could resist the legendary ancient gods? It was impossible for the ancient gods to protect them forever. At this moment, the eyes of His Majesty Tyr, who was in the distance, lit up. He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "The existence of the Universe Garden has finally made a move and chased away these high-dimensional civilization invaders. We are saved. Yeah, we're saved. Thank you, His Majesty Reanimanka. Thank you, Universe Garden. Thank you, Ancient Existence." The surrounding ministers were cheering, filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. The entire empire's television stations had already started broadcasting the news on countless planets to drive away the fear in the hearts of the citizens and give them a reassurance. We have not been abandoned. We have not been abandoned. Countless people were cheering when they saw this. On a crowded street on a planet, many people were crying tears of joy and hugging each other. However, in the next second, Little Rock looked in the direction of the Tyr Empire and smiled. "Don't misunderstand, Father. It's not that I want to save you. I just feel that some small bugs outside are rather noisy. If you don't say anything, I almost forgot about your existence. In that case, all of you have to attack together. If you can't even defeat a single arm, then there's no need for all of you to exist. It's better to change pets." As soon as he said this, the smiles on the faces of all the humans on the planet completely froze. Countless people felt despair. Pets. Yeah, they were just pets from the ancient era. Who would really care about them? If it was a distant era, they might still have some feelings for them. However, more than 100,000 years later, the world had changed, and they were just the descendants of little pets. At the same time, their minds were buzzing with despair and endless regret. The rise and fall of civilizations was actually just a small thought of this colossus. A small action could affect the fate and life and death of countless people. Isn't that a little too overbearing? Mr. Cat smiled. However, in the eyes of such existences, it's just a small matter. Clearing the small ants in front of the door and having a quiet afternoon nap. That's probably what it feels like. As for the civilizations outside the garden, they are those laughable and insignificant ants. That's right. The universe is too vast. How many worlds are there? The demon lord's voice was hoarse and cold. To such great beings who have achieved the Tao in the universe, they are like fishermen by the river. Civilizations are like koi swimming in the river. There are too many of them to count. They're just like fleeting clouds and laughable. At that moment, Little Rock turned around and looked at the demon lord and Mr. Cat. "Sister said that it's the same for all of you." Mr. Cat's expression stiffened slightly. The expression of the demon lord, who had just walked out, changed drastically. Even the expression of Zhou Meng, who had transformed into Dickie, changed. They had already vaguely guessed that the demon lord had a cold personality. He was going to make an example out of them. This was because they had yet to fuse. If they were unable to progress even an inch for the rest of their lives, there would be no need for them to exist. Not only did they have to purge the Tyr civilization outside, but they also had to purge them. Because, they had already become the barrier of the old era. They could not break through, but they still ruled the old era. They would suppress the birth of new geniuses in the multiverse. They had already become the rotten existences of the old era. Since they could not break through and were blocking the path of those who came later, there was no need for them to exist. Is that so? The Martial Arts Alliance master was wearing a righteous white cloak, and he suddenly fell into a state of extreme calmness. So that's how it is. I've always been practicing martial arts, and I've never caused trouble, but I've gradually become the person I once hated the most. It looks like the four of us can no longer be in a stalemate. We have been ruling the pugilistic world, but we are unable to break through. Instead, we are blocking the people who came later. Mr. Cat smiled and said softly, "Lord Demon God of the Multiverse, wants to purge us just like how he purges others. All of you attack together. Little Rock hugged her arms and gently tossed them. As soon as the arm fell, it seemed to turn into countless quantum particles, like a network signal. It was ethereal and blurry like fog, as if it did not exist in the same latitude. The arm slowly transformed into a tiny figure. It's carefree travel. The players' expressions changed drastically. How terrifying was carefree travel, like a fish swimming in time, no one could hit her. However, people also vaguely felt that the carefree travel martial arts level of this multiverse demon god was not high. It was far from the peak of Mr. Cat, but it was already very terrifying. In fact, during this period of time, Medusa was just playing around with this quantum battle body. Although it was impossible for it to increase the combat power of his body, with the quantum battle body, he did not need to deliberately cultivate many of the quantum martial arts. With a simple cultivation, he would naturally be able to master it very quickly, for example, carefree travel. In essence, it was a super calculation of the quantum microworld. It could be said that Medusa, who had practiced for 129,000 times, had a very deep understanding of the entire physical universe, and almost had no shortcomings. Although he was naturally not as strong as the experts who specialized in this area, he could still enter the room. Furthermore, the next movement of her arm was even more shocking. She displayed a rather high level of force, and her entire body began to tremble slightly. Force. It's the force of the Martial Arts Alliance Master. How can we fight this? Carefree Travel's dodging is invincible, and Force's defense and attack are invincible. These two quantum martial arts are not as simple as 1+1. The players' expressions changed slightly. I'll play with you guys for a bit. Medusa chuckled. His entire arm was slender and fair, as beautiful as a jade carving. I can't remember the last time I loosened my muscles for thousands of years. Bang bang bang. The next second, the Mecha Pillar God's expression changed slightly, revealing a trace of extreme fear. No. No. Quantum martial arts is not the most terrifying thing in itself. The most frightening thing is, it's a universe made up of tens of thousands of worlds. Bang bang bang. In the cockpit of the mechanical spaceship, a god-level scientist pilot had a splitting headache just by hearing the voice in front of him. Vaguely, it sounded like tens of thousands of chaotic languages of some extremely evil and inhuman creatures, as if countless horrifying creatures in a truly evil universe were talking crazily. Their minds began to be in a trance, and different levels of environments appeared. The entire fleet of the machine pillar god was instantly destroyed. How useless. I haven't even made a move and there's nothing left. That voice was filled with intense unease and fear. Everyone's mind went blank. The super-strong mechanical fleet that had just been fighting with Dickie had forcefully exploded and self-destructed just because they heard his voice. It's an indescribable fear. The SAN value has been lowered. After all, it's just a pilot, an ordinary god. A player screamed in horror. Evil god, don't look at him, don't listen to him, don't look at him, don't listen to his voice. Even though Dichi, Carolyn, and the others had powerful spiritual powers, they felt dizzy. This feeling, it was too terrifying. They finally understood that the most evil and bizarre thing was not these quantum martial arts, but the birthplace of everything in front of them. However, he could not look at it directly, nor could he listen to its voice. How were they supposed to fight against such an existence? We can only seal off our six senses and fight with our divine will alone, a player said. After all, in the sorcerer world, when faced with the descent of such an evil god, they could not look at it directly, nor could they listen to its voice. Seeing or hearing it would result in death. Even in that era, many people did not know the true appearance of an evil god, because the moment they saw it, they would not be able to bear the overload of information in their brains, and their SAN value would be lowered, causing them to go crazy. If that's the case, blocking off the outside world is simply binding one's hands and feet. Then when fighting with the enemy, one's combat power will be greatly reduced before they even make a move. At the same time, this force field alone can shock all those of the same rank to death. Dichi's expression was completely cold and heavy. Almost all the creatures present instantly went crazy and died when they saw the enemy. Only a few of them with extreme combat power could barely withstand it. Even the supreme gods of laws, the goddess of nature, the god of light, and other native creatures who had stepped onto the path of rank 9 instantly spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and were about to collapse. It's not a creature of the same rank at all. Just the aura alone can wipe out almost everyone of the same rank. Carolyn also took a deep breath. This structure has completely broken through the combat power ceiling of a 4 gene. We are not existences of the same species, there is no way to match it at all. It's terrifying. Is it a cosmic garden? Dichi shook his head and said to Carolyn next to him, No, that's not the reason, it's caused by the characteristics of this life form. Almost no one of the same rank can defeat it, but we can still win, because we can break through at any time. Yes. This was the case with these creatures. How intelligent were they? They reacted in an instant. Naturally, you could not fight with the enemy at the same rank, but if you broke through, you could crush them with a higher rank and instantly crush them. Against this special existence of a cosmic life form, it was impossible to be evenly matched. There were only 2 results: it could instantly crush you, and you could instantly crush it. It was impossible to win at the same rank. But, are we going to break through? Carolyn smiled bitterly. This was too shameful, too disgraceful. Now that they had broken through, they could naturally beat the enemy at a higher rank, but the enemy had already thrown the match, an arm, and it was the arm of the quantum battle body of the cloning factory, not the arm of the original body at all. Theoretically, there was a possibility of winning, but their combat power had not climbed to the real ceiling. Damn, if I had perfected my 4 gene, the real ceiling might not be. Carolyn looked at Dichi. During the time I was away, have you finished deducing the genetic cultivation method you gave me? Dichi glanced at her and said coldly, In the journey to the west, I and the 3 pillar gods worked together, and our cultivation methods were naturally deduced to perfection. I am already practicing, and I am almost perfected my 4 gene. As for what you need, Carolyn also knew that she was in the wrong. How much do you want? Not much, just 1/3 of the energy, plus the information of the civilization here. Dichi said, As for the 3 pillar gods, just give it to me here. Okay. Carolyn chose to trade, and soon got the genetic cultivation method. She carefully studied it. As long as she continued to practice, she could perfect her 4 gene Dao foundation and break through to the 9th rank. This arm, in theory, can be defeated, but don't think that we can defeat this arm just because we have perfected our 4 gene cultivation method. Dichi was also an extremely proud person, and he said lightly, perfected 4 genes still need to complement each other. The perfection of the 4 paths is the strongest state in theory, and we can't reach the most perfect state. Carolyn nodded. Yes. Even if they had perfected their 4 gene cultivation method, and practiced 4 cultivation methods at the same time, and reached the 9th rank, it was still not the most perfect state in theory. They could no longer modify their original genes, and next to them, the supreme goddess of the law of nature and the god of light, who were vomiting blood, were dizzy. Is this the ultimate civilization of high-dimensional space and time? They are actually talking about such an exaggerated thing. It is already incredible and unimaginable to cultivate 4 genes at the same time, and they still think that their 4 genes are not strong enough? Not to mention that they did not have the corresponding cultivation method and bloodline. For most extraordinary geniuses, the ceiling did not exist at all. Because the ceiling was too high, too high. 4 gene cultivation meant cultivating 4 cultivation methods at the same time, and cultivating all 4 cultivation methods to the 9th rank. It was simply a fantasy. Cultivating 4 cultivation methods at the same time, could you cultivate all of them to the weak 9th rank? In the extraordinary view of Planet Board, many times, there was a lot of variety but no mastery. If you wanted to learn more, the teacher would scold you for biting off more than you could chew. Because there was no end to learning, it was already very exaggerated to be able to reach the end of a path, and there were great gods who could establish their own sections. If someone cultivated magic, martial arts, and both at the same time, they would already be a genius. Just like them, the supreme gods, most of them had perfected their 2 gene cultivation method, and their genes and cultivation methods were rubbish. To be able to reach this day, they already felt that they were very strong, who knew that in front of them, what the hell are these guys talking about? They were dizzy, and their outlook on life was turned upside down. To be able to cultivate to 4 genes was already heaven-defying, but they still thought that they had not climbed to the ceiling. They were stuck at the weak ninth rank, unable to break through. If it were them, even if they only had 2 genes now, they would have long since broken through to the true ninth rank, and become a great person of the universe. Their hearts were broken. It's a pity that even if we have cultivated to 4 genes, it is not the perfect combination of the 4 types, and our combat power has not reached the real ceiling. Carolyn was still discussing. After all, in the view that they had been instilled, those who could not reach the ceiling were very weak, very bad. She said, but if the 3 pillar gods were still here, the 3 of us could fuse like we did with Dizun. Maybe, we could fight with this arm. But the 3 pillar gods were in an emergency and could not be contacted. At this time, the players in her body said, it's okay, we can contact the 3 pillar gods, and we also have the legendary quantum resonance martial arts. Carolyn was slightly stunned. At this time, the players quickly conquered the balloon fish on the other side. Call the 3 pillar gods over, something big has happened here, yes. Don't do those fancy things. Dichi followed us here to track the clues and jumped to several coordinates, which is too much of a waste of time. Let's directly give him the coordinates here and let him teleport here. Yes, and Dizun. Yes, such a terrifying existence, this arm, maybe only the ultimate existence of 5 genes, the existence of the path of immortals, can fight it. Yes, send the coordinates over there too. Invite Dizun here. The players acted quickly. To them, this was indeed the best plan. After all, when the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. They were in Carolyn's body. If Carolyn died, it was equivalent to them dying as well. After all, they were people of the same world. They belonged to the ancient Chinese Buddhist and Taoist forces under the command of the ancient gods. It was just a mere universe garden. Have the 3 pillar gods been notified? Yes, someone has been notified. On the other side, scorching hot golden lava flowed on the ground. The creatures of the arcane cities came and went. It was extremely lively. Balloon Fish, who was already a god, was wearing a special light balloon spacesuit. He was researching new technology while watching the live broadcast. Force, looks very interesting. If I can integrate the entire gene and cultivate, it might be able to perfectly complement my balloon life. Since the reform, not only could he send private messages, but he could also see the live broadcast forum outside. He had been very satisfied these few days. He had completely adapted to life in the extraordinary world, as if he was already a native here. Although he had been paying attention to the disputes on the internet, he had already vaguely felt that he had completely become one of the living beings in this world. His other self on Earth was like the mortal body of a god. He had already quit his job and shifted his focus here. Yes, the martial arts of the Martial Arts Alliance leader perfectly overlapped with my gene. At this moment, he was watching the live broadcast of the battle, carefully observing every part of it. His face was full of thoughts. Although the balloon is very weak and it is very unrealistic to hit layers of force overlapping like waves, but I can focus on the aspect of force dissipation. Coupled with the weak balloon, I can specialize in taking hits. It's very invincible. Du Shui's corpse Sword Immortal had invincible combat power. And he could be that balloon shield, crazily dissipating force. It was a perfect match. After all, fighting was really not his strong point. He suddenly felt that the applicability of this quantum gene was comparable to the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Now everyone was using the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Dichi, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods were all cultivating it. This was a top-notch cultivation technique. If he didn't use it, it would be behind the times, and quantum martial arts would also be a new top-notch cultivation technique. For example, quantum martial arts and his balloon gene were very compatible, allowing him to perfectly unleash his combat power. Come, Du Shui, hit me. He stood up, looked at the black-haired girl who was playing with a tablet, and said excitedly, hang me up first. Du Shui? Hang you up, and beat you, what did that mean? She stared blankly at the balloon creature in front of her. Why did it suddenly say something like that? It was as if some strange attribute had been awakened. Come and practice with me. With a serious face, he stood up from the sofa and shook his body. The chancellor of the martial arts world can throw his fists billions and billions of times a day and spend 99% of his time cultivating to achieve trillion layers of force. Then, I can also get hit billions and billions of times a day and cultivate force. Layer by layer, resist. Get beaten a billion times, Du Shui was dumbfounded. However, she still obeyed and hung the balloon fish on a sturdy metal beam. She intended to wave her pink fist and symbolically test the situation to see what was going on. Wait. The balloon fish's hands were tied and he was hung on the beam of the living room. He was still mumbling, however, speaking of sandbags, I still need to put some buffer sand in my stomach. It can strengthen the cushioning force. No. Not only cushioning, I can also make a cushioning silica gel with a special material. It can absorb force, store energy, and then rebound. The chancellor of the martial arts world is researching force that can be used both offensively and defensively. If I get my hands on the gene, I only need to research the defensive force that can be used to deflect force. This way, not only can I get hit, but I can also use the special energy storage material in my body to counterattack. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. I can imagine that if I have the gene of the opponent and cultivate the martial arts of the opponent, my defense will be even more awesome than the chancellor of the martial arts world. No one will dare to hit me, they will walk around me. Honestly speaking, he was the oldest among the group of players. Other than the cute girl, the alchemy emperor, and the Akina mountain speed, he was the oldest. However, his gene creature, it really couldn't do, it was too flashy. It didn't have the important value of the other three. Therefore, he had been neglected all these years and couldn't make a name for himself. But now, he felt that maybe it was time for him to rise. The balloon gene had always been of little value, but when combined with this quantum gene, it would form a qualitative combination. At that time, he would become incomparably powerful. Yes, that's it. The universe is mysterious and great. It is inconceivable. When two genes of little value collide together, they will produce some kind of special chemical reaction, becoming incomparably powerful. Endless gene combinations, thousands of possibilities. The balloonfish's confidence was boosted, but he completely forgot that the quantum gene opposite him was not the so-called little value gene. He was the only one with the little value gene. Du Shui, who was at the side, felt strange. Yes. I have the qualifications to negotiate with the three pillar gods. The balloon fish, who was wearing a thick balloon spacesuit, cheered. He grabbed Du Shui's hand and said with a face full of excitement, I will become very potential. I will be like the Mother Ivy, the alchemy factory, and the alchemy materials, the ancestor of a faction. I will be irreplaceable and have an important right to speak. I want to negotiate with the three pillar gods. There is a possibility for the two of us to be together. You have a way to make the three pillar gods compromise? Du Shui's eyes were filled with doubt. After all, the balloon fish was still alive because the three pillar gods wanted to use him to suppress her. Yes, I have a way. I can see the future of the two of us. He looked into the distance as if he saw a dreamlike scene of the future. That is the rise of the new martial path. He saw a scene. It was a martial path sacred palace. On the fairy-like martial arts training field, there were sounds of hot-blooded training, muffled groans, flesh colliding, and the sound of fists hitting flesh. The classical palace, the bluestone floor, the martial arts training field, was like Mr. Cat's martial arts sect, the carefree sect, full of fairy-like aura. On the martial arts field, he was like a balloon sandbag, his hands tied above his head, hanging high up. He said coldly, the so-called martial path is force. Do you feel the force in your body? Try to bear it, adjust everything to cushion it. Bang bang bang. Below, the sandbag disciples were also hanging neatly from the beams. Their hands were tied with ropes, and they were being punched by experts. Their abdomens, heads, arms, they were hanging human-shaped sandbags. Because of the huge force, their bodies swayed back and forth like a pendulum. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, and the balloon fish was hanging high up. You should know that only by not fighting can there be no one in the world who can fight with you. It taught by example and by word, looking like a great master, and said coldly, you should know that our three pillar gods practice the Buddhist path. Recently, the Buddhist path has been popular. What is the philosophy of Buddhism? Reincarnation, fate, and karma. Don't be discouraged. Now, beat the hundreds of beatings you will suffer in the future in advance, and no one will beat you in the future. Life is like this. Suffer all the bitterness in advance, and your future life will always be a blessing. Dong dong, the disciples who were hung neatly and orderly were beaten like sandbags. The sound of hot blood pierced the sky of the entire martial arts club. Master, please teach us. The balloon fish saw the martial arts of the martial arts master and had a premonition of the future. He looked forward to it more and more. He could guarantee that the number of disciples would be unimaginable. The combat power of this sect would definitely be of great use. Then, I'll be the second strongest head-on combat power apart from Pan Xiuxian. After all, the alchemy emperor and cute girl rely on their knowledge and wisdom to study martial arts to make a living. Moreover, this is the most convenient martial arts. I just need to lie down, and the others are responsible for moving. He laughed and looked at Du Shui, who was at a loss. In order to be with you, isn't it just a little beating? At the same time, it is natural to pay the price and work hard to become an expert. He had always wanted to work hard, but it was useless. For many people, hard work could not lead to success. There were many people who worked hard, but who could really transcend in this era. As long as he worked hard and took the beatings, he could stand at the top. He was already very satisfied. While he was still daydreaming about the future, he suddenly received a private message. He could not help but be stunned. You want me to call the 3 pillar gods according to this coordinate? The 6 paths of reincarnation. A group of Azura players was working in the archaic wind city of Animal Path. In the conference room of the central city, there were rows of working chairs. Several top players in charge of management had already received a message from Balloon Fish on the Lava Land. Balloon Fish boss said that he already knows. After all, he must be watching the live broadcast in secret. He said that he is now informing the 3 pillar gods. They were furious. They didn't know anything. We bastards gave him an illegitimate child. We've already started a head-splitting operation. Hey! How can you call us bastards? I think we're quite bastards. Why did we give him a child? Isn't this the old Wang next door? It's not right. Although Balloon Fish was the weakest among these bosses, it was undeniable that he was very strong. He was stronger than them. He was a traditional player who entered the evolution sandbox through the regular channel. He was a god with a lifespan of 8,000 years. He was not a player who entered the game with a disabled lifespan. In fact, Balloon Fish was a decent and hardworking person. However, he had been beaten up by society too many times and never had a day where he could rise again. It's good that he has been informed. Someone nodded. However, this guy also said that he wants to find us to spend a lot of money. He wants us to help him evolve a race. I think it's buffer rubber? Rubber plants? Something like that? I don't really understand. Another person frowned. He said that after a period of research, he will give us the evolution blueprint. He wants us to invite a few top studio members to help evolve it, but what? If there are orders for custom-made creatures, the big bosses will come to us and give us financial support. Isn't that great? Someone at the side said, moreover, the species blueprint that this kind of creature Big Shot has spent so much effort to evolve must be a huge wealth of knowledge. The person next to him had a strange expression. There's no problem with the species. It's just that this guy said that as long as he spends money now, he can become stronger. His mouth was full of high spirits, as if he had finally vented his grievances of thousands of years. He said that he was about to become the second strongest combat-type player in the entire player community, second only to Pan Xiuxian. He even said that when he has mastered it, he will be able to fight Pan Xiuxian on equal footing. Although he can't say that he will win, at least he won't lose. Everyone's face stiffened. They felt uncomfortable. Was he daydreaming? Pan Xiuxian's current combat strength as a muscular monster was still very strong. After all, her talent in combat was undeniable. She also worked hard and trained her muscles like crazy every day. She was already comparable to second-rate gods like Ermin. But this guy? It was undeniable that those who could enter the myriad heavens and realms in the proper way were naturally big shots with great knowledge and talent. They couldn't be compared to them, and it was the same for the balloon fish. However, research and actual combat were not on the same level. The combat level of these big shots could only be, hee. Of course, there was no need to be so arbitrary. For example, Meng Mei was very talented in martial arts combat, but her talent was in researching running. Meanwhile, the newly opened Azura path, the 12 demon gods, were the strongest batch of combat geniuses that had been selected from the players through the PvP tournament. In terms of level, their combat talent was equal to Cutie Meng and the others' research talent. However, in this era, combat geniuses weren't the most important. Knowledge was everything, so the treatment they received wasn't on the same level. Intellectuals were naturally more powerful than thugs. Isn't this guy a big shot in terms of knowledge? Has he changed his profession? Everyone was talking about it, feeling that it was too incredible. They were so shocked that they peed their pants. It was even more exaggerated than the big incident that had just broken out. Fighting Pan Shuoxian and not losing? Are you sure it's not the kind of invincibility that Meng Mei mentioned? No, he said it's the kind of head-on confrontation. He wants a bloody, fist-to-flesh battle. Very durable. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. As an ambitious person who had slaughtered billions of lives in the Ashuttal era, the cruelest tyrant in history, the balloon fish, his combat talent had suddenly awakened? Had he suddenly become a muscular man? This is too strange. This guy has been playing with condoms before, and now he wants us to help him evolve the plant elastic resin and play with silicone. When everyone thought of what had just been said, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. This way, he can become a real combat-type powerhouse with endurance? I'm afraid he's that kind of powerhouse? Everyone. They looked at each other in shock, as if they were also frightened. Even with their ability to withstand explosions, they suddenly had a very scary feeling. Looking forward to the big shot's new products. Looks like he's going to completely develop the products of the Umbrella Corporation? I still don't understand the big shot's idea. I wonder what kind of mountain of corpses and sea of blood this time. How many billions of lives will be lost? We can't afford to offend him. Everyone was talking at once, and they really couldn't understand, so they stopped thinking about it. The 3 pillar gods have been notified. What about Dizun? Mao Tiao has already notified them, but he also bribed Mengpa with a few novels by overbearing CEO falls in love with me. But he's also in a difficult situation. How fast do these gods read? The market is bad, and there are no good books for Mengpa to read. That kid is distressed. At this time, in the Samsara temple, Mengpa, Black and White Impermanence, and the others were standing respectfully below. So that's how it is. Dizun was wearing a black dragon robe and a crown on his head. He said calmly, no wonder he disappeared for some time. He actually went to that place. I can't believe there really is such a terrifying existence in this world. He can defeat me in the same realm. There really is such an existence? Does that mean your majesty already knew about it? Mengpa was shocked. She had thought that Dizun, who had 5 genes and could adjust his genes at any time, was already the strongest in the same realm. She didn't expect that the universe was so vast, and that there was always someone stronger. Of course I know. Dizun smiled and said, after all, we still have some connections. Cross paths. As soon as he said that, not only Mengpa and the others were shocked, but Mao Tiao was also secretly excited. This should be another incredible piece of information. If it was spread to the outside netizens, they should be able to analyze a lot of things. Dizun probably did know a lot of information about the outside world and the enemy. However, as soon as Mao Tiao secretly spread the news, Dizun stood up and said very simply and directly, then, the Garden of the Universe? Renemangsa. Indeed, I have to go there. After all, I also have some connections with that demon god. Whoosh. The venerable sovereign grabbed the mysterious dark samsara from the air, opened the space transmission formation, and stepped into it. In the pitch-black and quiet universe, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a huge existence completely descended. It had 3 heads, and its body was covered in fine fur. It was extremely terrifying. 3 pillar gods? Dicky was slightly startled. That's fast. Your Excellency has come at the right time. This kind of enemy is the best time for us to work together. Carolyn smiled. The 3 pillar gods were silent for a moment. They had no share in good things, but they had to work together when it came to bad things. However, they had to come here, because there was no danger to their lives. No matter how strong the other party was, they could easily break through to the Ninth Order. It was just that it would be embarrassing for them as ancient gods. That little guy. I can already vaguely sense that it has become extremely strong. I may not be able to take it down. The 3 pillar gods frowned slightly and looked at the distant central planet. Medusa had shattered their mechanical fleet. It was probably a surprise attack, and at the same time, it was also a sign of faking death. After being beaten up, it was not willing to participate in this matter. Relying on the fact that it was an iron-based life form, it felt that the other party would not make things too difficult for it on account of Renomancer. If it faked death to escape, the other party would not pursue it. The 3 pillar gods were completely silent. They clearly knew that the most difficult thing to deal with was the pillar gods themselves. Only they knew how strong their race's desire to survive was. Forget it, let's settle the matter in front of us first. You invited me here because you want to fuse with me again and form a body. Then come. For them, it was not only because they were unwilling and too embarrassed, but also because of the unimaginable benefits of fighting with such a strong opponent. Broadening their horizons and pushing themselves to their limits were all huge benefits. At their level, an unfamiliar and powerful opponent that could bring pressure to the same realm and even crush them, was very worth looking forward to. In the distance, Mr. Cat's brows turned slightly cold. It felt inexplicably strange. Is this the legendary pillar god Tathagata? What a terrifying guy. His body is covered in short black fur, but in fact, it's the hair of all living beings. And his entire body is made up of human heads. Zhou Meng, who was dreaming of Di Qi, had his hands behind his back and was frowning slightly. I, too, feel the horror, but although he's an amalgamation like His Majesty the Demon God, he's too heterogeneous. His amalgamation was cultivated with the help of others, and his cells are uneven. He's in every realm. But even so, it's still very scary. His advantage is very obvious, and that's his speed. Borrowing the cultivation of all living beings, his cultivation speed was very fast. As an aggregated creature, its cultivation speed is comparable to that of an ordinary creature. The Demon Lord said, if these 3 existences join hands and we assist them from the side, there is still hope of winning. Even though the 4 of them hadn't truly unified, the fusion of their quantum battle bodies was still able to gather the 4 ultimate martial arts and form an extremely incomplete pseudo-battle body. However, their battle prowess was actually far inferior to Di Qi and the others. This was because their quantum martial arts were very strange. Other civilizations that did not cultivate quantum martial arts were beaten by them like fish in water. If they faced the origin demon god, who also cultivated quantum martial arts, the advantage they had was too much smaller. Their battle prowess could not be considered strange. After all, everyone was of the same system. Ha ha ha, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The Martial Arts Alliance master laughed and said, it's so lonely to be invincible all the time. Swoosh. In the distance, Di Qi and the other 2 had once again joined forces and gathered into an overwhelming super pillar god. Their battle prowess had reached the peak. Rumble. In front of them, the 4 martial arts masters had also gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying quantum battle body, a terrifying aura completely lingering around. Both of you have completely revealed your trump cards. Very good. Medusa laughed. This arm of hers was the collection of the strongest batch of cells. The weakest of them was a high-level deity, and many of them had set foot on the path to the 9th rank. This quantum arm formed by this arm was perfectly formed by more than 30,000 high-level deities and above. She had thought that no one in the same realm could match her in the deity stage, but she did not expect it to still make her look forward to it. I can break through to the 9th rank, but you can't. Fighting against someone in the same realm is your greatest advantage. Not breaking through and fighting with you is a very stupid thing to do. With the time you have, I don't know how many realms I have broken through to. but I still have to suppress myself a little. Dichi looked at the other party and said lightly. He mixed in with the other three, observing their ultimate skills, movements, and flaws, looking for clues. Do it. And the other quantum battle body. This quantum battle body not only had the Martial Arts Alliance Master's Force, Carefree Wandering, and the Demon Lord's Delusion Separation demonic technique, but also the other Dichi's concept. It was also frantically studying Medusa's techniques, flaws, and shortcomings. Good. Medusa spread his arm forward. A terrifying chaotic and evil aura completely surrounded them. In an instant, they began to fight. Every move they made was filled with the mighty power to destroy a world. The surroundings turned into vast chaos, forming a terrifying impact that could not be looked at directly. The nearby planets could feel the terrifying energy shock from far away. Even the strongest supreme gods of the laws could not intervene. They could not breathe under the pressure of the terrifying aura. Whoosh. Space was torn again. The battle between the two sides was actually evenly matched. Even Medusa did not expect these people's combat power to be this exaggerated. Good. Very good. More than 31,000 high-level gods, many of whom have set foot on the path to the 9th rank, the arms of the laws, were actually stopped by you. Medusa's eyes burst with a brilliant light, burning with a raging fighting spirit. How many people do you have? I have gone through the cultivation system countless times. You are obviously not as proficient in the laws of the universe as I am, and your foundation is solid, but your foundation is so strong that you can resist one of my arms. You are simply a group of monsters. As early as countless years ago, we could have broken through, but we still polished our foundation, to achieve the Tao in the most perfect way. To achieve the Tao. To become the strongest person who has achieved the Tao beyond the laws of the universe. Carolyn sneered, and all kinds of divine light bloomed in her hands. Today, we will defeat you. Establish our Tao heart, advance bravely, and break through to the 9th rank. What's the use of your combat power being higher than the same rank? You are just a stepping stone on our path. Your combat power is terrifying, and it is only for us to sharpen our realm. Once we defeat you and break through to the true 9th rank, we will transform into dragons. You will no longer have anything to do with us, and you will never be able to catch up to us. You are just a passerby in our lives, a milestone on our path. The three pillar gods' voices were also very cold. The milestone is static, and there is no possibility of you surpassing us. How can you understand my ambition? It seems that I can really have a good fight. Medusa's voice was cold, filled with endless coldness in the divine light. In the distance, Little Stone Fairy watched this scene quietly, also feeling frightened. These people are indeed too terrifying. They are even more terrifying than in my inherited memories. They have polished themselves to the limit of the perfect realm. This is simply insane. Could it be that their goal is not the 9th rank, but the ultimate realm of this universe? An unbelievable thought exploded in Little Stone Fairy's mind, the 10th rank ultimate realm. There was no way to go, that was the ultimate realm. This was the legendary ultimate realm, the end of the great Tao. Only the legendary ancestor of Renomancer had reached this ultimate mysterious ultimate realm. Ordinary 9th rank cultivators did not even dare to think about it. To them, breaking through to the 9th rank and becoming a carefree person who achieved the Tao in the universe was already the ultimate dream. It should be known that it was already rare for an 8th rank deity to break through to the 9th rank, not to mention, a 9th rank, breaking through to the final 10th rank. These people are indeed terrifying. Perhaps their goal is really not a mere 9th rank. Otherwise, they would not have trained for so long and not broken through. Little Stone Fairy took a deep breath. She did not obtain the 10th rank realm inheritance. Only when she broke through to the 9th rank could she obtain the 10th rank inheritance. However, it was obvious that the path to the 9th rank was already extremely difficult. The path to the 9th rank was already incomparably difficult. The 10th rank would definitely be terrifying. They had polished their foundations to perfection, with the 4 great genetic systems working side by side. Clearly, this was so that they wouldn't have any flaws in their cultivation base. Only by polishing the foundations of the building would they be able to build an even higher building upon it. These people are really powerful. They can actually be on par with Big Sister. The more Stone Fairy looked, the more she felt that this was very powerful. Her eyes were full of admiration. Big Sister said that as long as we climb to the upper limit of the ceiling, we can defeat one of her arms. But in reality, it's impossible to defeat her. Indeed, a perfect Tao foundation with 4 basic genes, 4 systems cultivated to the 9th rank, and 2 systems with no threshold, Soul Tao and Martial Tao. Cultivating 6 systems at the same time was the ceiling. However, it was also impossible to defeat this arm. This was because a perfect Tao foundation with 4 genes was already an extremely vague ceiling for combat power. 4 trash genes and 4 heaven-defying genes were 2 different concepts. Big Sister was deliberately putting up a smokescreen. In theory, to defeat her arm, 4 truly heaven-defying genes had to be perfectly matched and joined forces to have a chance of defeating her. After all, it could not be said to be a scam. After all, the ceiling was already very vague. However, although they are not individuals, they actually managed to resist together. This is already very terrifying. This is really the center of the universe, the ultimate high-dimensional space civilization. Even in the inherited memories of our lineage of 10th rank, we are still shocked by such monsters. This battle scene was too exaggerated. If it was just one Big Sister demon, she could still accept it. However, in front of her eyes, there were 2 of them, and the average quality was shockingly high. Little Stone Fairy secretly organized her thoughts. It seems that Father has already come into contact with a very high-level civilization. Big Sister Demon's system, and he knows the existence behind this terrifying civilization. Father's combat power is probably not simple. Could it be that Father really has a chance of reaching the 10th rank in the future? Reaching the height of the most ancient ancestors? She had a terrifying thought. Father might even surpass the ancestors? It seems that the grudges of these taboo existences are still very chaotic. This civilization is so terrifying, yet they have met their opponents. Yet Father chose to watch from the sidelines. No wonder he only wanted to slap the other party's face when he saw them causing trouble. She seemed to have seen a game between a few terrifying existences, or even a terrifying civilization that had a chance of reaching the 10th rank, secretly playing a game, just as she was watching the battle, her heart thumping in fear. A group of players ran out from a large eyeball beside her and came over to get close to her. With a kind and innocent gaze, he smiled and said, "How is it? It's still very terrifying, isn't it? Don't underestimate us. Even if the other party is a special living being and has no upper limit in the same realm, we are still proud to not break through. We can be evenly matched in the same realm in the other party's area of combat power. Yes, we are indeed evenly matched. We are evenly matched with one of Big Sister's arms," Little Stone Fairy said with a smile. Everyone's expressions froze. At this moment, another player smiled and said, "Don't think that this is the ultimate combat power. We still have a truly terrifying taboo existence rushing over. To be able to defeat all these existences before us, we can call it true strength." Truly powerful? Little Stone Fairy revealed a hint of surprise and shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. The combat power in front of us is already the theoretical peak of the 4-gene combat power. It's impossible for anyone to surpass it. This is impossible. She did not believe that there was a stronger existence. You actually have a stronger one? At this moment, another arm appeared out of thin air in Little Stone Fairy's arms. The main body's arm? The players' faces darkened. That's right. Although Big Sister's main body's arm doesn't attack, she didn't say that it can't be here. Little Stone Fairy said. Although Medusa was fighting with all her might, an existence at her level could naturally be distracted. At this moment, the arm was also a little surprised. Impossible. In theory, it is impossible for a normal individual life to surpass this combat power limit. She did not say everything. If the other party had a strange life structure like hers, it was also possible for them to surpass this limit. It really is an individual life, the player said. Medusa was completely shocked. She did not expect the other party to have a stronger one. Whoosh. Right at this moment, another existence crossed over from the other realms. Medusa's pupils constricted. She quickly widened her eyes and looked over. She actually felt the same aura as her. Another evil god. No, no, there is a similar aura. Medusa's expression was solemn as she looked at the majestic existence that was slowly walking over. This feeling is, 5 Jean. Little Stone Fairy reacted and stared at the other party. She finally understood why those fellows had said that it was an existence that surpassed 4 Jean. It was because it had indeed surpassed 4 Jean. It was a 5 Jean life form. However, at this level, only the direct descendants of an ultimate 10th grade existence could inherit their father's bloodline. In other words, his father is an ultimate existence that is as great as our ancestor. Little Stone Fairy suddenly had this thought. She felt her hair stand on end. One could imagine what this meant. You have the genes of our race in your body? The moment Medusa's voice fell, the heavens and the earth shook. Little Stone Fairy was completely stunned. All the players had been feeling proud and wanted to see the other party's shocked expression. However, at this moment, they were completely at a loss. Where did the evil god gene come from? Dizun was one of the 5 major gene life forms. They had already understood that they were the whole race gene, true chi elemental gene, immortal gene, inner space gene, and demon core gene. Why was there suddenly an additional evil god gene? Their minds were all shaken and they could not react. Dizun said something even stranger. He calmly said, "That's right. Speaking of which, there is a connection. We are old friends with the evil god race. Do you have an ancient relationship with my sister's clan?" Shurji couldn't help but ask, "You're so powerful." This is the first time I've seen a direct descendant of an ancient ultimate universe existence. This was very rare. It could only be described as terrifying. This was the descendant of a legendary ultimate existence in the universe. Her iron-based bloodline had a level 10 inheritance, but the bloodline had been diluted from generation to generation. For example, if your ancestor was a level 9 Taoist, but your father's generation stopped at level 8 gods, then you were the descendant of a god. Every generation was weak. Indeed, both of us have some connections. Your father, Renamansa, and the evil god's bloodline. Dizun looked at the earth-shattering battle in the distance. But this is a new era. You've been silent for so many years. I thought you'd become the dust of history. I didn't expect that you'd come back to life. And you've even given birth to a daughter. Shurji was stunned. Of course, she had heard of the history of the Universe Garden. She said crisply, "It's true that we've come back to life. But after more than 100,000 years, we've just returned to our peak, while you're going to decline and die. Are you facing an unbelievable opponent? Are you on the verge of death?" By now, the others had come to their senses. Venerable sovereigns represented the ancient gods. Shurji and the evil god represented Renamansa. The two sides were talking, negotiating, and even fighting. After all, there was still a great battle in the distance. Maybe they were about to attack again, but no one knew. At this moment, the atmosphere had reached a stalemate. We're going to die? Yes, no one knows. Will the future civilization be completely destroyed, or will it usher in a transformation and rebirth? It's still unknown. Dizun said calmly, "We're still working hard. Look in the distance. A new generation is rising, taking over the authority and torch of the old era." Boom, bright lights shone. He looked at the battle in the distance, hands behind his back, and said calmly, "They may be able to resist the great enemy in the future." That's true. They're very powerful. They've almost reached the peak of perfection in the same realm. It can be said that they're unprecedented, but their combat power is only comparable to one of my sister's arms. Shurji also laughed. After all, among the forces in the universe, equality was naturally based on one's combat strength. If one was too weak, one wouldn't even have the qualifications to interact with others. In front of them, a force that was equivalent to an ancient god had risen again. They were testing Renamanka's strength through battles between the younger generation. When the players heard this sentence, they felt as if it contained an ancient history. In fact, the history of the evil god race could be traced back to at least 200,000 years ago, to the era of Renamanka's Universe Garden. If the super ancient god knew Renamanka, then it was only natural that he knew the evil god as well. Actually, we have some sort of connection with your bloodline. Venerable D suddenly looked at the heretic god and waved his hand, causing an unbelievable scene to play out. A quantum battle body. They are actually related to our evil god bloodline? At this time, Medusa was also stunned. Seeing the quantum battle body made her believe that she had indeed revived the ancient evil god civilization system. It just happened to coincide with that time, so Renemenka didn't suspect her. However, she didn't dare to say too much, for fear that she would reveal some flaws and be recognized as a fake evil god. At the same time, her mind was working frantically. Although she had left too early and didn't know about the super ancient gods, she could vaguely sense a similar existence. She thought to herself. The sorcerer world, the primordial world. So there really is an existence comparable to Renemenka behind the scenes. Is it the land of the gods? Back then, no one knew the mystery of the destruction of the land of the gods, but it must have encountered a terrifying enemy. Even Hermes fell. Now, there is a great existence left in the land of the gods, reviving civilization and leading the resistance against the enemy who destroyed the land of the gods. These existences in front of us are all new forces. It seems that during the long time I disappeared, the world has undergone earth-shattering changes. Even the Mother Ivy has embarked on the path of rank 9. The ancient legend of Diki has also returned. In an instant, the netizens were in an uproar. It's understandable that he knows the evil god. After all, Lord Samsara is very mysterious. No one knows how long he has been with the super ancient gods. No one knows how long his lifespan is. Yes, he has the immortal gene after all. To be able to cultivate to this level, he must have spent at least tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interfered with the many ancient underworld eras and forbade immortals from ascending to immortality. But now, his genes and bloodline have been changed. Life forms with 5 genes can indeed change their genes. As for which one was changed? Logically speaking, it's not clear, but from the cultivation method, aura, and movements, there are no changes from before. I'm afraid he has changed to a recessive gene that can't be seen. And there is only one recessive gene, and that is the immortal gene. Holy shit. So ruthless? Dizun changed the immortal gene to the evil god gene? They speculated that it was very scary. The power of the immortal gene was undeniable, but Dizun had actually changed this gene. How much willpower did he have to give up on immortality? It seems that he has indeed changed it to the immortal gene. At this moment, Meng Mei took a deep breath and secretly said to the Alchemy Emperor, I'm afraid that the immortal gene has always been his transitional method. Because cutting the path to immortality and polishing one's foundation, without enough lifespan, it won't work. At this time, once he ascends to immortality, this transitional gene will be directly changed and he will cultivate the stronger evil god quantum gene. This was indeed a very reasonable guess. Because although the immortal gene was heaven-defying, it did not increase one's combat power by much. At this time, what the super ancient gods needed the most was combat power. They needed strong people to stand up, so Dizun chose to give up the immortal gene and fuse it with a stronger combat power in preparation for the future crisis. This was the perfect explanation. Very ruthless, very persevering. The Alchemy Emperor revealed a look of admiration. This Dizun who has crossed an entire era. Before I ascended to immortality, there were no gods in the world. This is indeed a meticulous plan. This kind of spending can be said to be earth-shattering. He. Indeed amazing. Meng Mei laughed and only said, but our level is not bad either. Just from a small clue, we can infer all of Dizun's logic and actions. This perfectly explains his actions of crossing the ages. Also, based on his situation, for him to cultivate to this level, I'm afraid he has been fusing with this gene for a long time. It is very likely that after the battle in the small universe, he began to modify the gene and recultivate. Indeed. It was no wonder that all these years, Dizun had disappeared without a trace. Even in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he rarely appeared. With one look, we know that, the enemy, Moon Goddess Ji, is much more terrifying than we imagined. The Alchemy Emperor's expression was completely solemn. Although we don't know what happened in the ancient Huaxia Buddhist system war, or how strong the enemy our ancestors faced was. But just from Dizun's preparation and crazy increase in combat power, it shows how terrifying the enemy is. Even he is so cautious in his preparations. The burden on their shoulders was heavier than they had imagined. In fact, the only people who really wanted to shoulder everything for the super ancient gods were probably Carolyn and Dizun. As for Dicky and the three pillar gods, they were only pursuing a stronger path. It was just that they were already tied to the super ancient god's chariot and could no longer escape. Therefore, they were originally a common enemy. And the players were also on the side of the super ancient gods. After all, in the ancient Huaxia Buddhist system war, their ancestors naturally had to restore the civilization as their own responsibility. Back then, the remains of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and those kind words of Cantonese, they had not forgotten for a single moment, but the enemy was unexpectedly strong. If we follow this logic, Dizun has long been cultivating the genes of the evil god, and we are also rushing over here and seeing the civilization here. Could it be that our arrival is also a trial given by the super ancient gods? It's very possible, even very likely. Yes, the super ancient gods have probably already talked to Renimansa. In the blink of an eye, they continued to analyze and integrate, only to feel that the truth was gradually revealed in front of them. At that moment, Dizun suddenly looked at the evil god's arm and said with a smile, "Do you know where your ancestor went?" Medusa frowned. Next to him, Little Rock also had a solemn expression because her father, Renimansa, had said before that he also did not know. Because he had been asleep for too long, when he was waiting to wake up, he performed the evil god summoning ritual and found out that their clan only had her sister left. Yes, father has been asleep for more than 100,000 years, so he did not know about the outside world, but this civilization has existed for more than 100,000 years. He also knows the final whereabouts of the evil god clan. Sister must be very eager to know where her clansmen have gone. Shurji looked at Medusa and thought to himself. Even Shurji knew that this was a profound historical secret. When her father was in a coma, he didn't know what was going on in the outside world. What on earth happened in the outside world? My sister's clan was so powerful and terrifying. Why did they fall and disappear without a trace? Even her father was puzzled. And the other civilization had survived for hundreds of thousands of years, so they must know. She couldn't help but look at this existence and said softly, "Can you tell my sister? After all, this may be a small matter for you, but for my sister, it's a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. She wants to know who died, and where did they go." Medusa, her heart exploded. "Actually, I don't want to know. It's best if they all die." But she could only smile modestly and politely. The Dizun glanced at her, shook his head and said, "In fact, no one knows the specific reason for their disappearance. We just know each other, but we're not very friendly. It's impossible to monitor the whereabouts of such existences at all times. You should know that clansmen of this level live in seclusion in the void, isolated from the outside world." Shurji nodded. After all, existences of this level rarely had contact with the outside world, not to mention that they weren't close to each other. The evil god clan was close to the Iron Base clan. At that time, when our ancient gods noticed, they rushed over and found a bright red ruin. There was no trace of them anymore. Suji said calmly. Anyway, they were dead. As for how they died, he didn't know. Everything was left to others to study and archaeology. Shurji sighed, looking a little emotional. As expected, there's no result? I've long guessed that this might be the case. Even a clan as strong as my sister's met with misfortune. They must be swift and decisive. When the outside world comes, it'll be hard for them to notice. However, my sister's clan is extremely powerful. An 8th order evil god like my sister is already earth-shattering, and my father's generation is a 9th order evil god. His combat strength among 9th order evil gods is almost unimaginable. 129 600 worlds. He's a real demon god of the universe. What existence could possibly defeat such an existence? Could it be that there was some kind of hidden danger that had changed? Or, a terrifying 10th order existence directly attacked? Or could it be that the level he came into contact with had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th level? After all, his race, his father, and even the evil god race seemed to be powerful and mysterious to the point that they could touch upon the terrifying secrets of the 10th level. Perhaps they had already touched upon that level of existence. Sister, my condolences. Shurji felt very unfortunate. If she had lost her father, she would probably be as sad as her sister. Yes, it's really sad. I didn't think that I would be alone. Medusa's face was full of sorrow, tears staining his face. Fortunately, you took me in. Don't worry, sister. We'll be a family from now on. Shurji was very considerate and encouraged her. That's right. What a pity. Dizun put his hands behind his back and said calmly, I really don't know who killed such a terrifying existence. The expressions of the players beside them instantly became strange. They looked at the calm but domineering Dizun, who was like a dragon and a tiger, with a trace of fear. Wait a minute, the moment Evil God's aura was mentioned, they seemed to recall something. Samsara, 6 paths of reincarnation, it seemed to be made from the corpse of a 9th-level being. At that time, they had thought that Hermes' corpse had been saved by a super-ancient god and made into a terrifying heaven-defying weapon. But now, when they recalled the aura, that corpse was more like the corpse of an evil god. Even the aura was extremely similar. Could it be? Hugh turned around and looked at the Alchemy Emperor in horror. The Alchemy Emperor also thought of it, and he looked at her in shock. The two of them looked at each other. They believed that anyone who had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation would also think of this, that corpse. Could it be that now, the victim had appeared? Just as they were panicking, Dizun was still speaking calmly. That's right. I don't know who killed such a terrifying being, but when the ancient gods went there, they collected some of its genes. That's how they managed to fuse and cultivate the techniques of your lineage. Please don't blame us. After all, from our point of view, you people have already fallen. Shurji nodded. This can't be helped. The gamers felt a chill down their spines when they heard this. Evil god, did they really kill him? Did Dizun do it? No. Did the super ancient god do it? They looked at Dizun, who was talking to the two people from the universe garden with a serious face, and they had goosebumps all over their bodies. They felt a chill run down their spines. This was too scary, wasn't it? Could it be that the murderer was right in front of them? Was the scheming of these taboo-level existences also so terrifying? Very quickly, the intelligence group on the internet began to analyze the situation. Looking at Dizun's calm, relaxed, and indifferent face, I don't know why, but I have goosebumps. What are you thinking about? I don't think it's possible. Dizun said himself that when the super ancient god went, it was already a bloody ruin. What else can we say? Should we say, sorry, we killed your father and made him into a reincarnation artifact? Your father is very useful. Brothers. They have never seen the 6 paths of reincarnation, so they naturally don't know and won't suspect. But we have. Looking at it from the other side, the aura is too similar. I have goosebumps all over my body. It's so scary. Is it really that powerful? Is there any big shot who can analyze the possibility of this? Everyone felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if they were witnessing a truly terrifying truth slowly surfacing to the surface. At this time, Balloon Fish suddenly said, brothers, in my opinion, the possibility is very high. Everyone was shocked. This guy, where did he come from? Balloon Fish had a very low sense of existence, and he usually didn't speak. Because as soon as he spoke, everyone would say that he was a hero who had killed billions of people, and that his girlfriend was so green. It was impossible for them to be friends. But now, for some reason, he suddenly felt high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Balloon Fish was very confident at this time. He directly said, brothers, according to my personal guess, it must be Dizun and the super ancient god who did it. The mastermind behind the scenes. Hearing this, everyone was completely shocked. Really? Someone voiced out, thinking that Balloon Fish was just making a conspiracy theory. Things couldn't be that scary. It was more like a conspiracy theory. Balloon Fish smiled and said, everyone, you might not believe me, but listen to my analysis and you'll know how scary Dizun and ancient gods are. First of all, let me think about it. At that time, we all knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation were created by the remains of a 9th-ranked being. The remains of a 9th-ranked being could very well have come from the ancient deity, Hermes. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem very likely. Everyone frowned. We only need to think about it to know that Hermes died in battle. How could there be such a complete set of remains that was retrieved by the ancient god? Some might say that it was a super ancient deity who arrived at that time and snatched Hermes' remains from moon goddess Ji's hands. For a normal powerhouse, this is indeed logical and can be snatched back. But for the ancient god and the ancient god, it doesn't make sense. Why? Because both of them have the blood of eternal life. One is asleep and the other is awake. They can't appear at the same time, so it's impossible to snatch it back. As soon as he said this, they silently swallowed and revealed a strange look. That's right. Most powerful individuals would have a chance of retrieving the body, but only a super ancient god would not be able to do so. He had a perfect alibi. In that case, most of Hermes' corpse was probably still in the hands of the one who killed him, moon goddess Ji. Then whose corpse did the 6 paths of reincarnation belong to? Which level 9's corpse was it? Everyone immediately became extremely noisy. This was too terrifying. You're saying that the ancient god chose to act secretly, descended to the other's homeland, killed the evil god race, and then destroyed this race? Even though the evil god is alone and the existence of the universal garden is in a coma, he's still terrifyingly strong. A normal level 9 can't defeat him at the same level. They found this ridiculous. The evil god was unimaginably strong now. Dicky and the others had to work together to defeat one of his arms. This had long surpassed the limit of combat power. It was a combat power that normal beings couldn't achieve no matter how hard they worked. What about the level 9 evil god? Naturally, it would be even more terrifying. They believed that the ancient gods were powerful, but they did not believe that they could defeat such a terrifying existence. Balloon fish, you have indeed thought of the point, but you should also think. If it is a complete rank 9 evil god, it is indeed impossible to defeat, but what if it is not a complete rank 9? Most of the organizations are at the rank 9 road, or are they all at the early stage of the rank 9? Everyone frowned again. The balloon fish continued, after all, the evil god's cultivation period is very slow. It's not strange that most of them are at the primary level. Even so, there are still more than 100,000 primary worlds. Logically speaking, even the strongest rank 9 is undefeatable. But what if it's not an ordinary rank 9? Every realm is an increase in dimension. What if this person is at the weakest of 10 ranks? Everyone was shocked. Weak. 10. Step, no one knew what a rank 10 was, and no one knew if a weak rank 10 existed. Balloon fish was the first person to propose this concept. However, they all knew that every realm was a dimensional increase. The rank 8 road stood in the higher dimension of time and space, and when fighting against creatures living in the lower dimension of time, one was almost static. The rank 9 road stood outside the laws of the universe, and when fighting against creatures living within the framework of the laws of the universe, one was almost like a fragile piece of white paper. Then, was there a rank 10 road? After all, every realm was an increase in dimension. Now that I think about it, it's really possible. If an existence that has stepped onto the path of the 10th order is like the previous 2 realms, it's also a huge dimensional increase. No matter how strong they are, they'll still be able to crush their opponents. Indeed, this feeling is like Dicky, who stepped into the weak rank 9. Although he is technically still a rank 8 god, he still completed the rank 9 road. When facing more than 100,000 creatures who are all rank 8 gods, and can't control or distort the laws, can he still defeat them? Everyone discussed. After all, they were all sages, and they had a very deep understanding of realms. Many things could be deduced from their existing knowledge. The rank 10 road? Maybe it's really possible. It's not just possible, I personally think it's very possible. After all, the previous 2 realms have this threshold, and it is also a process of increasing dimension. If the evil god has just stepped into the low rank 9, and hasn't reached the high rank 9, it is normal for an existence like Dicky, who is at the weak rank 10, to kill him. Then, it is indeed possible to kill the evil god. Yes, the evil god's realm increases slowly, and he is probably still at the early stage. Against a weak rank 10 creature that climbed to another dimension, it is possible to be killed. At first, some people did not believe it, but as the discussion went on, they felt that it was indeed possible to kill the evil god. However, after discussing the various ways to kill such an existence, they got goosebumps all over. Could it really be the work of a super ancient god? Dizun was also watching from the side. He also knew about this. After all, the remains of the evil god were in his hands, and they were made into the 6 paths of reincarnation world, and this 6 paths of reincarnation was even modified by the super ancient god. At that time, the super ancient god brought the 6 paths of reincarnation to the lava land to design the blueprint of the mechanical armor, probably to improve the completion rate of this divine weapon of reincarnation. This is too scary. They felt a chill run up their spines. Looking at the front, Dizun was still talking with 2 people with a gentle expression on his face. He was seriously discussing the possible whereabouts of the ancestors of the evil god, how to comfort them, and what they should do in the future. It made them feel a chill down their spines. This is too tragic. Look at the victim, the evil god of the universe. He has 1 arm, and his face is full of grief, and tears are falling. He must have heard the news that his people were killed, and he is about to break down. He is determined to take revenge, and he is secretly shouting things like, "Give me back my father, give me back my people." It is indeed tragic. The higher the level of the universe race, the lower their reproductive ability. Look at Xianxia, he has a daughter, and the 2 of them are a race, very rare. The number of evil gods is definitely not large, and it shows how much they value their people. Damn it. But she doesn't know that the murderer, Dizun, is right beside her. I can see that she is. Forcing herself to smile. At this time, the balloon fish continued to say, "Since we have talked about the possibility of killing the evil gods, let's discuss next. If it was killed by a super ancient god, why did he kill it?" Everyone's face turned cold. The balloon fish said, "Actually, the reason is already obvious. Let's think about the timeline. Moon goddess Ji killed one of the 2 immortals, and the super ancient god woke up at this time, and found that he was going to die in his next sleep. Why didn't he make a last struggle of civilization? So, he targeted the evil god clan. Yes, he secretly massacred the evil god clan alone, plundering their resources, genes, and all kinds of wealth. To nurture us, nurture the various worlds, and mainly nurture Dizun. After all, Dizun is a 5-gene life form, and is his biggest hope. You should know that if it were me, I would also prepare a 6 paths of reincarnation for Dizun, and even prepare a divine item for him to increase his strength. I would risk my life to kill the evil god, and become nourishment for his rapid growth. As soon as this was said, everyone seemed to see the fog slowly unraveling. Yes. It seemed that the 6 paths of reincarnation was born in such a bloody situation. The entire world had been broken into 6 pieces because of the war, and even the flow of time was different. So, the super ancient god of that time chose to kill the evil god, and created the divine item, the 6 paths of reincarnation, to reproduce the world, and at the same time increase the speed of Dizun's growth. Everyone was completely silent. Perhaps this was true. However, there is no right or wrong in this matter. After all, if the super ancient god wanted to survive, destroying another civilization is a good way. After all, the universe is a dark forest. Yes, even if we know the truth, we can't say it. After all, we are the ones who benefit from it, and we are the creatures of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Without the 6 paths of reincarnation, our world completely collapsed, and our civilization was built on the corpse of the father of the evil god. Obviously, even now, they don't expect Xianxia to wake up, so they came to stabilize him, and not be discovered. Indeed, there is already a terrifying enemy, very terrifying. We can't let Xianxia know the truth, or else he might join forces with Moon Goddess Ji, to attack our civilization. He may not be as powerful as the super ancient god, but if he stands on the opposite side, he will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. They quickly analyzed the pros and cons, feeling that this secret was too shocking. Brothers, this is how the universe is. We must work hard to defeat the enemy, defeat Moon Goddess Ji, and then survive. But according to this analysis, the super ancient god's power is much more powerful than we imagined. He may be a weak 10th grade overlord, the type that sets foot on the path to 10th grade. Then, his opponent, Moon Goddess Ji, may also be a world-shaking weak 10th grade. Everyone was completely silent. The enemy's power was beyond imagination. No wonder Dizun wanted to get rid of the immortal gene and merge it with the evil god gene to quickly increase his combat power. Brothers, we can't be sure yet. Next, this evil god may want to spar with Dizun, and it depends on whether Dizun hides the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he hides it, it means there is something fishy. After all, his previous battles were right in front of us. Yes, let's see if he takes it out, and then we will know the truth. Everyone couldn't help but look over. While they were discussing, Dizun and the other two were almost done, and the other demon god couldn't help but want to spar with Dizun. At this time, Shurji had talked for a while and felt very emotional. Her sister's family and people had met with misfortune. She was the only one left of such a powerful race in the universe. She must have felt bad. At this time, Medusa also echoed gently and politely, but he couldn't help but say, "You are very powerful and seem to be unparalleled. Would you like to fight with me?" After listening to Shurji for a long time, she finally couldn't help it. After all, for a battle maniac like her, it was impossible to say that she didn't want to fight. Every gene level was a qualitative change. In front of her, an expert who was about to perfect his 4 genes was already so terrifying. What about 5 genes? It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, a creature with 5 genes had perfect genes and could adjust their gene structure at will. In other words, the 5 genes he cultivated must be the strongest genes that were perfectly matched. One could imagine how terrifying it was. And although she had a quantum arm fighting next to her, her real arm was still here. Want to fight? Dizun smiled, thought for a few seconds, and said softly, "Since you are interested, then as you wish." Shurji was looking forward to it. After all, in a fight at this level, both sides were terrifyingly powerful, so it was worth looking forward to. Furthermore, his sister was currently feeling extremely aggrieved. Rather than wanting to fight to her heart's content, she wanted to vent the pressure and discomfort in her heart. Please. For Medusa, fighting on 2 sides was not a difficult thing. He smiled and said, "Let's open up another battlefield." Please. Dizun moved. Whoosh. Shurji's arm left her arms. The two jumped into a more distant dark void and landed on 2 black meteorites that were not far from each other. They stood there quietly. Suji was a little surprised. After all, after so many years, he never thought that he would really fight against Medusa. Suji had chased after him all the way and recalled all the scenes of the past. This made him feel very emotional. As for the so-called quantum body, Suji naturally cultivated it. His real body had a part of it, so he could naturally give a part of it to his doppelganger. The reason why he accepted this battle was also a kind of training for the quantum body. Let's begin. Medusa smiled. Dizun gently stretched out his arm and silently chanted countless talents. All kinds of hot law phenomena flowed through his body, and countless phenomena appeared. In the distance, the players' expressions changed slightly. As expected, Dizun didn't bring out the 6 paths of reincarnation this time. Instead, he kept it in his body and began to layer the nomological laws. It seems like there is indeed a ghost. It seems like our guess was right. The death of the evil god tribe is related to the ancient gods. After all, it's for the final battle with the moon goddess Season's mother stream civilization. However, we aren't that bad either. We have already divined the truth in advance. Sovereign Dizun might not reveal the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can be seen that we are also very intelligent. They were full of confidence. What did it mean to foresee things like a god? This was what it meant to be able to predict things like a god. They had already guessed the truth of history in advance and calculated the direction of the future. Even they had to admit that they were very good in this aspect. The mysteries of history were being revealed step by step. However, it's too tragic. The evil god race has suffered an innocent calamity. Look at the fiend celestial woman on the other side. She has a sorrowful expression and a hint of madness. She looks like she's looking forward to the battle, but what's the truth? She's just hiding the depression in her heart. She's using the battle to vent the depression in her heart. It's a pity that she doesn't know that the person who killed her father is right in front of her. What's the most painful thing in life? Someone once asked me this. I said, the person I love is right in front of me, but there. Hearts are worlds apart. The person who killed my father is right in front of me, but I don't know. Crying emoji, kill Dizun. Take revenge for your father. Do your best. Crying emoji, secluded mountain prefecture lord couldn't help but stand up and say, do your best. Defeat Dizun, open up the path to immortality, and overthrow the old rule. Reopen the path to immortality, it's time. You can do it. Do your best, little miss. JPG, countless people cheered in grief. It was as if they had seen the tragic fate of their era. At this moment, the final moment had arrived. Some of the players had strange expressions on their faces. Why are these guys so dramatic? All of a sudden, they decided to go down the traditional path of martial arts. Endure hardships and seek revenge for their father? Hey! Whose side are you guys on? You should know that we're also living on the corpse of the other party's father. I have to say, the other party's father is really useful. If you go out and say something like that, do you believe that the Diablo won't beat you to death? Cough, cough, cough. Morally speaking, we're on the side of the Diablo. After all, his father is dead. Look at his face of grief and indignation. However, my butt is naturally on Dizun's side. At this moment, although they were talking nonsense and saying all kinds of things, it did not affect the atmosphere in the vicinity of the Cosmos Garden at this moment. It was already at a stalemate, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The air was oppressive, and there was an atmosphere of panic and unease. In the void, two people were standing on the meteorite. Dizun was covered in a hazy white fog, like a majestic white river flowing slowly. It emitted countless terrifying hissing sounds of laws. Thunder, wind, rain, and lightning. And the demon god was surrounded by black flames, giving off a sharp and frightening feeling of extreme evil. It was majestic and rumbling, giving off an unimaginable sense of intense oppression. Are we done for? The entire Board planet and the Tyr Empire felt a strong sense of despair. Yes, this was a strong sense of helplessness and despair of being unable to resist. They could only watch the situation unfold in silence. Their lives and deaths were in the hands of others. In the void, the two people stood facing each other. It's like two groups of laws opposing each other. Munsa could not help but blurt out. It was like a majestic white waterfall and a black demonic fog. They corresponded with each other, and the terrifying aura spread out unbridled, bringing with it an extremely strong sense of danger. Crazy! This is absolutely crazy. How could someone, before breaking through and becoming a Taoist, polish his realm to such a high level? The expression of the supreme goddess of nature changed greatly. Munsa, the situation is completely out of control. If anything happens to us, you must quickly go to the Cosmos Garden to take refuge. You are the last hope of the natural god system, don't let your father down. Yes. Munsa's heart sank uncontrollably, even further away. The expressions of the four grandmasters immediately changed slightly. What a strong aura! The Wuling Alliance master's face was full of shock. He looked at the young man in the dragon robe and said excitedly, this person can actually fight against one of His Majesty's arms? The Wuling Alliance master scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, if he punches me, I might die. This is too exaggerated. If he can fight against one arm, does this mean that we can only barely fight against him if we all join forces? Mr. Cat's face was still cold, and he fought expressionlessly. There's always someone stronger. We thought that we were already unimaginably strong, but who knew that there were too many monsters in the universe? Zhou Ming's incarnation, Di Qi, looked forward with longing and anticipation. I am looking forward to this person's cultivation method. I'm afraid it will be unimaginably amazing. It seems that we are very honored. This is the pinnacle battle of this realm in the entire world, or perhaps the entire universe, since ancient times until now. The demon lord took a deep breath and looked into the distance. Further away, on the planet, countless civilians, experts, and nobles of various territories were in chaos. He has such combat power at this realm. The future of the universe. Level 10. If only I could be as strong as him. Some young geniuses looked forward to it. You're dreaming. Our civilization is too low level, and we don't have a foundation. It's impossible for such an existence to appear. They were excited and longing, as if they were witnessing the birth of a history that could be passed down through the ages. What a fuss. Dichi merely snorted and took a deep breath. His gaze returned to the battle in front of him, and he turned a deaf ear to it. There's no need to be envious. This person has eternal life, and I don't know how long he has been polished in the Celestial Emperor realm. 10,000 years? Tens of thousands of years? His lifespan is much longer than ours. Once he became an immortal, he shed the eternal gene, and transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly. That's why his foundation is so strong. He should be stronger than us. But one day, I will definitely catch up. Dichi did not envy him at all. From his point of view, the other party had a long lifespan, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years he had been in the 6 paths of reincarnation, not allowing him to become an immortal. He was much older than him. He had only cultivated for 9,000 years, but the other party must have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was only natural that he had polished his foundation to such a degree. That's right. Carolyn also came back to her senses, and she said with a look of admiration, why envy him? He has also worked extremely hard, cultivating day and night for tens of thousands of years to reach this level. Dichi smiled and said, however, after the battle in the little universe, our combat strength has not improved much in these years. After all, we are still deducing our cultivation methods. But the other party has improved too much. Carolyn also said, although we have not improved, our cultivation methods have been deduced. We only need to carry out the final cultivation, and we will completely perfect our Tao foundation, and we will also usher in a complete qualitative improvement. That will be the opportunity to break through to the 9th order. Boom, the 3 pillar gods did not say anything and continued to attack. The expressions of the 4 martial Tao masters beside them changed slightly, and they began to discuss again. Their combat strength has not improved much, and it has stagnated for a period of time, and it is already so exaggerated? Then after a period of time, they will also usher in a qualitative change in combat strength, and the last gene will be completed, and we will be completely left behind. We are too proud, but in reality, we are incomparably weak. They saw the true strength of the civilization outside, and it completely shattered their pride. In this battle, they used the demon god's arm to carry out the final training. The demon lord frowned. Mr. Cat took a deep breath. We have already stopped moving forward, and we should completely face this problem. The 4 Wang Renming in the multiverse, none of them can defeat or devour anyone, but if we go on like this, they had completely realized that things were not good. Their combat strength and talent were very strong. How could they be willing to not be able to break through to the 9th order and see a higher scenery? They had already completed 100% of the 9th order, but each of them occupied 25%, and there was no way to completely break through. Zhou Meng clasped his hands behind his back, and with a majestic gait, he said with a smile, everyone, don't worry. I am already Dichi, and I have his special talent. When we go back, we will gather the cultivation methods and talents of the 4 of us. Maybe we can find a special path, a special martial art that will allow us to not defeat each other, and also fuse together, the 4 major personalities, to exist together, and break through to the complete 9th order. Good, I have been waiting for this move of yours. Having this person's talent to improve the cultivation method is simply a stroke of genius. Mr. Cat said in surprise. Beside him, Dichi's face darkened. The outside world was completely turbulent. And Suji stood in the void, silently feeling the power in his body. This was the first time he had directly felt the terrible momentum of the other side. It was like the will of an evil universe, and it gave people an extremely disgusting feeling that it was not like a living thing. Your quantum battle body was just born not long ago. At this time, Medusa said very carefully, you should know that the arm of the quantum battle body they fought with is a cloned inferior product. It is not as good as my real body's arm, and now I am very strong. Dizun just smiled and said indifferently, of course I know that the combat strength of this quantum battle body I have just cultivated is not strong, and its combat strength is not exaggerated. Then, let's directly fuse it into the chaotic sacred body. The real body and the quantum battle body entangled and instantly fused. As if 2 parallel universes were fused together, the terrible atmosphere completely broke out. Fused? Medusa smiled and said, as it was reasonable. This is not enough. Dizun smiled, and in Medusa's surprise, two Dizun walked out of the void and fused with their respective quantum battle bodies. The three of them walked together and fused into one. Medusa frowned, that was only a third of your strength? This is not enough. Dizun laughed again, and his body quickly grew larger. The giant form of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the elemental true chi form, and the fusion of the 3 genes of all the cells instantly appeared. At this moment, Medusa's expression completely changed. The 5 gene systems are perfectly fused and complement each other, and each gene increases exponentially. Medusa suddenly fell silent. She closed her eyes as if she was thinking. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and revealed a burning desire to fight. She said in a hoarse voice, "How many years has it been? How many years has it been? As an evil god, I have never met a decent opponent. I must give such an opponent sufficient respect." She grabbed the void. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Di Chi and the others, the arm that was fighting with them quickly abandoned them and flew back. Clatter. The 2 arms slowly fused together. I have said that I will only use my arm to fight with you, and I will not go back on my words. But the fusion of another arm from a quantum parallel universe is the real arm. I hope you can bring me enough surprises. I hope you can let me fight to my heart's content. Medusa chuckled, and the quantum arms fused together. It was as if some ultimate existence of the universe had completely descended, and everyone felt a strong sense of pressure. Roar, a loud roar suddenly shook the entire universe, as if the whole universe was collapsing, and there was a great silence. Come on. Dizun also attacked instantly. Boom. The void was shaking, the planet was also shaking, the surrounding primeval planet was like a stone brick that had not been repaired for a long time, and dust was actually falling down. Seeing this, Di Chi, Carolyn, and the 4 martial arts grandmasters had strange expressions on their faces. The evil god had given up the fight with them. The arm of the Great War instantly broke away from them, but they didn't chase after it. Instead, they watched the fight with great interest. It can be said that this is one of the battles that will be remembered in the entire universe. A battle between peak warriors below the 9th rank. I can't believe it. Di Chi stopped and turned around with a smile. Carolyn also stood where she was and looked into the distance. She said expectantly, "This battle. It might not be one of the most terrifying battles in this realm since the birth of the universe." Indeed. This kind of battle that completely broke through the limits of combat power was probably unprecedented. It might be the first time in the entire universe that it had ever happened. In this realm, we will soon be able to perfect our 4 genes, but we are still far from it. I'm afraid we are destined to be unable to catch up with their top combat power, the 3 pillar gods said. Di Chi put his hands behind his back and said softly, "So what if we can't catch up? Why should we? They are all abnormal beings. Of course, we can't compete with them. We have already reached the perfect foundation of Tao. Why do we have to compete with them in this realm? We can break through to the 9th rank at any time and see a higher level." Carolyn also laughed. Indeed. Why should we compete? We are not as good as them now. In the next realm, the 9th rank, we will definitely catch up. Then, we can compete again. Dizun looked calm and confident. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the 2 in the distance. He was full of pride and an overbearing aura. In the future, I will wait for you at the 9th rank. Next to him. The 4 grandmasters were also very relaxed. Listening to Di Chi, they secretly discussed. That's him. Maybe we can create a cultivation method and master it. Yes, that will solve our problem, the Lord of Wulin said mysteriously. Zhou Meng, you are hated by the whole Jianghu. I can't believe you will do something good one day. Your cultivation technique actually has such an effect. You can actually become this person. This is an important key for the 4 of us to break through to the 9th stage. Mr. Cat said excitedly. On the other side, Di Chi had his hands behind his back. He was full of pride and had a domineering aura of a dragon and tiger. He was completely immersed in his role. In the future, I will bring all of you into the 9th order. Beside him, Dickie's face darkened completely. This crazy dreamer, he was still daydreaming. In his life, this was the first time he had seen such a disgusting cultivation method. It was terrifying to the extreme. Zhou Meng's cultivation technique, Sky Dream, wasn't something that an ordinary person could cultivate. Only an absolute lunatic would be able to successfully cultivate it. However, this kind of lunatic's cultivation technique was simply too disgusting. A faint smile appeared on Carolyn's face as she clapped her hands. Good. Zhou Meng, you should know that Di Qi is the most suitable person for your dreams. He is very compatible with your cultivation method. To her, it was best to dream that she was Di Qi. That way, she wouldn't dream about her. Even she was on tenterhooks. This cultivation method wasn't strong, but it was so disgusting that even she paled at the mention of it. There was another version of her in a parallel universe, wearing her own skin, wandering around blindly, with the same personality and talent as her, living her own life. Who could stand that? Most importantly, it was just a dream of the other party. If she killed the other party might appear somewhere else in the universe. Only replication can defeat replication, Carolyn thought to herself. She thought for a moment, then looked at Zhou Meng, cupped her fists, and smiled. However, Grandmaster Zhou Meng, since you have the talent in this area, I have a cultivation technique that I would like to borrow your talent to research. Is that possible? After all, no one but Zhou Meng could do this. This was a good opportunity to borrow Di Qi's talent. Beside her, Mr. Cat, who had communicated with Carolyn, laughed. Of course. This guy often takes on business like this. The three pillar gods, who had been indifferent to the extreme, were also moved. They looked at Di Qi and said, if that's the case, then I have some techniques that I would like to consult with you. After all, my techniques are a bit heterogeneous, and I need someone with the talent to infer them to new heights. Di Qi's face was as black as charcoal. How could he not be aware that even though these two people usually chuckled with him, weren't they intentionally trying to disgust and suppress him at this moment? After all, they must be holding a grudge and secretly learning the cultivation methods they had developed. Even these three powerful cosmic existences who could break through at any time are so respectful to Zhou Meng? Beside him, the Wuling Alliance leader scratched his head when he saw this. He could feel the power of Carolyn and the three pillar gods. If they attacked with full force, they could kill him. After all, his energy was only a quarter of theirs. In fact, even Di Qi could kill him. It was only because he had to pay a huge price that he couldn't be bothered to do it. But this didn't mean he was weak. After all, the other party was 4 times stronger than him. If their energy levels were similar, he wouldn't be afraid. However, such powerful existences were talking to Zhou Meng in a pleasant manner. The Wuling Alliance leader murmured, Zhou Meng, that old man, always said that it's not necessary to be strong and be able to kill the opponent to make others respect you and fear you. Now it seems that it's true. The other party is very respectful to him. He's the real, strong. At this time, Di Qi's eyes flashed. He didn't make a move and looked at the battle in the distance. Wait for me to secretly study the other party's cultivation method. This Zhou Meng's real body. I have to find a way to get rid of him. The players in the distance quietly whispered to each other. Looking at Di Qi's expression, he might be thinking of a way to attack people through the network cable. Zhou Meng is simply a role model for us keyboard warriors. How deep were these existences' thoughts? They all had their own ulterior motives and communicated with each other. And this battle was like a martial arts competition at the entrance of the entire universe garden. The nearby space was like the water in a pond, rippling in circles. Boom. As expected of a 5-gene existence. Medusa's voice was low, but with a hint of excitement. You're not bad yourself. The 5 genes of Venerable Emperor perfectly overlapped, forming an unimaginable ultimate creature. And the demon god's body structure also surpassed a special kind of common sense rules. Everyone watching the battle was immersed in shock and horror. The battle between the two had almost exceeded people's understanding of this realm and reached an unimaginable level. All of this fighting was a new scene that all cultivators had never seen before. However, the next second, the demon god's words dragged everyone into an ice cave. You're very good. Is it worth my real strength? Medusa smiled. Now, even if you're hiding, you've already used up most of your strength, right? It's a pity that I only used 30% of my strength. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became heavy. Yes, there were too many evil god organizations. In such a situation, it was like a martial path grandmaster was alone and surrounded by an army of thousands of men and horses. The difference in strength was still too big. You only used less than 1/3 of your strength. Of course I know that. Venerable Emperor smiled, as if he wasn't surprised. He said with a solemn expression, I clearly know that your quantum arm is just a clone defective product. It doesn't even have 1/5 of the strength of your original arm, but you can still fight with them. Venerable Emperor had admitted that he used most of his strength. Medusa smiled again. One more thing. Since I became a demon god, I've been studying a set of fighting techniques that belong to me, but I've never really used them. Oh? Venerable Emperor smiled. Demon god, the chaotic will convergence consciousness is probably cultivating a frightening evil spirit witchcraft, right? Yes, it's a method that combines quantum martial arts. You're qualified to make me use my real strength. Medusa suddenly opened his eyes. Flower of Death, Rose Equinox Flower. A magnificent black and red flower, carrying with it a terrifying liquid pressure, broke through the restraints of the universe and pierced through the entire Milky Way fiercely. A large amount of space shattered and scattered like raindrops. Nothing happened. Venerable Emperor just slowly touched his chest. A flower was tattooed on his chest, as if he was wearing a flame-patterned badge where his heart should be, which had an extreme sense of beauty. The flower pierced into his chest, stirring up spots of bright red blood, forming an incredible Taoist wound. So fast, a soul attack combined with quantum martial arts? Venerable Emperor exclaimed. This is the terrifying spiritual power of the evil god, and her insight into the rules of the universe. No one can escape her attack. Carolyn and the others' faces tightened. Yes, it was almost invincible. The evil god was an aggregated monster that was not an individual life, and it was not something that an individual life could resist. Then, there's no need to run. Venerable Emperor laughed, and a terrifying and enormous aura emanated from his body. His whole body was completely frozen. The whiteness of all the cells, the infinite power of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, and the primitive body of the true chi elements became a layer of flame ripples on the outer shell of his body. This is the body limit of the perfect superposition of the 5 major genes. Di Chi's face changed slightly, and his voice trembled with excitement. He stared at this scene, as if he had seen the most magnificent and incredible treasure in the world. Yes, only my eyes can understand everything. Next to him, another Di Chi said, this is unimaginably terrifying. The ceramic cells of all the clans, the mixed divine martial battle body of quantum martial arts, the Panga real body, the elemental body, the spiritual power of the demon core genes. Among them, for our physical defense cultivation methods. At this level, no one can break his physical defense. That's not all. Carolyn frowned. He quickly used the demon core genes on the defensive cultivation method. The unique computing power of the demon core was used by him to evolve the carefree wandering. Although the level is not high, it has played a certain role. This was equivalent to the perfect superposition of 5 defense genes on the body. Could such a monster really be broken by anyone? The defensive power had changed qualitatively. No matter how strong the opponent was, he might not be able to break through it. When Shurji saw this scene, she could not help but worry for her sister. She silently clenched her fists. This monster has already broken through the limit of combat power and is beginning to be able to fight across realms. I'm afraid that even a complete rank 9 with 1 or 2 gene positions might not be able to break through his defense. Yes. This kind of defense had broken through the limit. In fact, the battle between the two of them had begun to approach the level of a low-level rank 9. An ordinary low-level rank 9 with 1 or 2 genes might not be stronger than them. After all, rank 9 was divided into 2 thresholds. The first was to climb the path of rank 9, and the second was to absorb energy and break through to the complete rank 9. As for Di Chi and the others, they had already passed the first threshold. What they lacked was to absorb energy and undergo the second stage of transformation. They, who had already grasped the complete laws, were no different from a true rank 9. The only difference was the energy. Dichi's energy was 1, and the energy of a complete rank 9 was 1000. In front of us, even a complete rank 9 who has transcended the laws of the universe can be killed by them. They're really too strong. Xianxia stared intently. They're indeed strong, but to compare those low-level rank 9 disabled rank 9 with us, isn't that looking down on us too much? A rank 9 with 1 or 2 genes will probably be stuck at the threshold for the rest of their lives. They won't even be able to break through to the middle rank 9. Dichi shook his head and looked into the distance. What's the use of their energy being 1,000 times higher than ours? Without mass, they're just slightly bigger energy blocks. They'll shatter with a touch. What's more, our energy is ready. Carolyn shook her head and laughed. We can make the final breakthrough at any time and become that 1000. We can easily beat those so-called rank 1 and rank 2 gene rankers to death. Little girl, you've just been born, so your knowledge is shallow. You should follow your father more and see the world. Was this normal? Could everyone break through to this level? They would be stuck in the realm and not break through, waiting to perfect their 4-gene Dao Foundation. Wasn't a perfect Dao Foundation a legendary realm? Wasn't perfecting the foundation to go further? Wasn't this the average potential of a rank 10? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Her mind was in a mess. Maybe my inheritance is really too far behind. The civilization that my father came into contact with is very terrifying. Maybe, as they said, they are the real center of the universe, and the level that my father came into contact with is the center of the universe. Our older memories have been eliminated. The knowledge that our ancestors left us was in a remote area of the universe and did not come into contact with the center of the universe. Xianxia thought to herself. Maybe her ancestors were also relatively remote, so the information was poor and might be wrong. Dichi looked at this little girl and couldn't help but continue to attack her. He laughed and said, in fact, according to my own deduction, if I break through with a perfect 4-gene Dao Foundation, coupled with the 2 paths of soul and body, the 6 major systems will become rank 9, and I will turn into a dragon when I encounter a storm. Once I become a low-level rank 9, I'm afraid that the ordinary rank 9, rank 2, rank 9 will all be destroyed. I'll be able to defeat more than half of the rank 9. That's how terrifying it is. If I want to do it, I'll be the strongest. Dichi suddenly stopped talking and looked at the battle in the distance. However, it was undeniable that the combat power of the 2 people in front of him was too terrifying. They had to break through to be able to do this, but the other side had not yet broken through, yet they were already able to do it. All the spectators and the top giants were staring at Dizun. This represented a test between the 2 forces. Dizun slowly pulled out the rose from his chest and looked expectantly at Medusa. 5 ultimate systems, this is the current form. Can you break through my defense? Medusa's face showed the same shock. It seems that you have really reached the perfect combination of all the realms, without a single flaw. This realm of 5 genes was indeed perfect and enviable. In other words, an ordinary low-level 9th rank could no longer break this terrifying combat body. 5 major defense genes superimposed? Its defensive power had reached a terrifying level that surpassed all of history. Because even if the energy of a low-level 9th rank was 1000, its combat power was not compressed and condensed enough. It was very likely that it would not be able to break the defense with only 1 or 2 garbage extraordinary system skills. Not to mention the extreme recovery power of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. However, even though your defense has reached the threshold of rank 9, your offensive ability is still very weak. Medusa smiled and said, if I didn't make a mistake in my calculations, you wouldn't even be able to break through my defense. Indeed. Dizun looked calm. I just integrated quantum martial arts to make up for the shortcomings of combat power. But I haven't formally mastered it yet, so my combat power is still very weak. After all, it's practically impossible to surmount realms to do battle. Even I have never thought of surmounting realms to kill an enemy. It's too difficult and impractical. It's just that I'm currently tempering my foundation in preparation for a breakthrough. Preparing for a breakthrough? The whole place was silent. So although you didn't do it to fight across realms, in order to break through and polish your foundation, you have already fought against a complete 9th rank lower position. Even if you can't win, when the opponent can't kill you, it is already terrible enough. That is a big difference in realms. Your defense is amazing. Medusa took a deep breath. Dizun's defense was indeed beyond her expectations. Her combat power was so far ahead, but she still felt it was difficult. She pondered for a moment and smiled. You can't beat me, but I have a chance to beat you. So, the meaning of this battle is whether I can break through your defense. Her voice gradually became lower and she gently stepped forward. 3 moves. If I can block 3 moves, then there is no need to continue like this. 3 moves? Dizun's face darkened. He said softly, my quantum combat body is indeed still in the early stages of cultivation. My combat power has not kept up. Suji himself also understood that he was far from being able to keep up with Medusa's attack. It was already amazing that he could resist the attack of one of Medusa's arms. If Suji could completely cultivate quantum martial arts and achieve great success, he would have the means to attack and defend. Perhaps he would not be inferior to Medusa. However, his main body was still cultivating the quantum battle body and was at the final stage. Logically speaking, he should have been almost done. After all, so much time had passed. However, the 99% of the quantum battle body that had been stuck at it was unable to be perfected no matter what. The martial arts of the great universe. This was a quantum martial art that even the demonic sects thought was created by an extreme lunatic. It was a concept martial art in theory, and no one had actually practiced it before. After Suji practiced it for real, he realized that he had to rely on himself to explore and perfect it. He was stuck by all kinds of difficulties. As expected, colluding with the entire insectoid race, the quantum umbilical cord, making it a part of my body. This is very difficult to do. Suji sighed. He had not expected it to be this difficult. However, even if it was the quantum battle body, he still needed to accumulate all kinds of martial arts. He was still not Medusa's opponent in a short period of time. At this time, Suji was still silently measuring his combat power. At this time, Medusa said, 3 moves. I advise you to stop, because this move is too terrible. Even I don't know how strong it is. The surrounding people felt the atmosphere was getting more and more serious. The implication of this move was that venerable sovereigns would definitely die. He won't die. If he uses this move, he may face a more terrible ending than death. Medusa smiled and said, have you read the history of technological civilizations? The mastery of nuclear bombs is a major watershed for technological civilizations. However, before the nuclear bomb explodes, no one knows how powerful it is, because this kind of weapon is too terrifying. A move that surpasses the concept level? Dichi's eyes were shining, staring at the front. He was very interested in this kind of move. Carolyn was taken aback. Her heart was filled with confusion. Her face turned solemn as she thought to herself. She thought, if this is the case, Dizun should stop, because such a non-human creature is indeed incomparable to an individual creature. It is extremely stupid to compete with her in the same realm. Even as proud as they were relieved. After all, even if they climbed to the limit with 4 genes, they could not win. How could they fight? This was something that could not be fought. They were not the same kind of life form. Dizun lost his life here, which was a huge loss. Stop? There is no need. Dizun smiled and said, I am also looking forward to your move. After all, you are alone, and you have been painstakingly studying martial arts. You are also looking forward to the day when you can really fight, right? After all, it would be a pity if such an amazing move was only developed and kept hidden. Medusa also smiled, as if he was a close friend. Indeed, this battle has already exceeded my expectations. I have never truly fought like this in thousands of years. Suji was naturally not afraid of death. It was not his real body, so he was not worried about this. My first move is a starting move, a full-range attack. Medusa turned around and looked at Dichi and the others. You guys, be careful. She raised her head and looked at the 3 nearby planets. And the machine pillar god hiding on that planet, do you think you can escape? You have to be serious about this move. Also, you poor little natives, I said before, don't think I have forgotten you. Carolyn, Dichi, and the others frowned. They felt a trace of strangeness and terror. Let me remind you again, this move is a full-range attack. You guys have to be careful. She smiled and said. Countless people on the 3 nearby planets panicked. How was this possible? How could there be such a martial art that could achieve such a wide-range attack? Even if it was a rank 9, it would not be able to cover the surrounding planets with its attack. Emperor Tyr of the Tyr Empire's expression instantly changed. Go. We have to leave this planet. Let's run. Countless higher-ups wailed in grief. On the Machine Pillar God's planet, a mechanical spaceship was secretly flying to another place. It's useless, it's useless. Medusa's eyebrows twitched, revealing a strange smile. Do you know, I have become a demon god of the multiverse, wield the authority of the outer Tao world, and live in the center of the multiverse. What is the greatest benefit? Medusa's eyes were filled with emotion. That is not something an ordinary creature can do. It requires an unparalleled understanding of the entire world to be able to perfectly simulate all the parameters of the universe. Only I, who walked the path of cultivation more than 100,000 times, can achieve this. It looks like a real universe. And the evolution of the laws of the entire multiverse is also rapidly feeding back my understanding of the world, complementing each other. The will of the universe, the storm of laws, the form of all things, the fall of the electric apple, the eruption of lava, the rain of the fog layer, magnetism, gravity, repulsion, quantum force, these are all the laws and authorities of the universe. Medusa smiled and said, when you combine all the rules and authorities together to form a starting point, what will happen? Everyone was clear. The endless laws of the world, tens of millions of strands of laws, if mixed together into a single point, it would most likely be the origin of the universe, the starting point of the Big Bang. When all the laws, matter, and energy converge into a single point, it would be the ultimate phenomenon of the grand unification of the universe, symbolizing the most beautiful scene of the universe, the Big Bang and the Big Bang. And to achieve this, one must understand the laws and order of the entire universe. She stretched out her arm high, slowly grasped the void, and a huge light blue glass bottle appeared in her hand, and the people who see this, they will see the birth of a parallel world. She gently stretched out her hand, and the entire world bottle that was about the same size as her was instantly thrown into the air. The next second, a terrible thing happened. The entire bottle quickly turned into a black hole, absorbing everything around it, strand by strand, it sucked in all the matter around it. 3 moves. Yes, you can only see the ultimate martial arts of the 4 grandmasters, then I will let you see my ultimate martial arts. There was no sound, as if all the air was pulled in by a strong and violent force, forming a silent black hole. She chuckled, asking, did you know? Someone once said that the other end of the black hole is a parallel universe. Ultimate martial arts, starting move, outer Tao universe. Is this a real black hole? A white-robed scientist looked from afar and saw that the crystal-walled bottle was like a strange black hole, slowly devouring and absorbing everything. If it was really a large black hole, then the entire galaxy could indeed be sucked into it. Space-time would be stretched into a strip, and all the planets would be instantly stretched and crushed. Another white-robed scientist said, no, that's not a black hole. It's not that easy to form a stable black hole. To form a black hole, this is the most terrifying super-celestial body in the universe. In theory, it's impossible to gather the energy of our entire solar system. This move, this sucking method, is somewhat similar to the great collapse of the universe. All laws, matter, life, and light are being collected and sent into the singularity furnace to recast the universe, forming the next Big Bang. Great collapse of the universe? Big Bang? Yes, the birth of the universe is a singularity. After the Big Bang, it turned into countless planets and spread outwards, and the death of the universe is the entire universe shrinking and collapsing inwards into a single point. This is the great collapse of the universe. The Big Bang and the great collapse of the universe are a cycle of birth and death. Then she's carrying out the great collapse of the universe, sucking us all in to create a new universe. Is she creating a parallel universe? Some scientists looked at the black hole nervously. After all, the black hole might be the entrance to another parallel universe. Her black hole, could it really be connected to another parallel universe? Not sure. The 2 scientists were still in a heated discussion. However, no one discovered an extremely frightening matter. in another parallel universe. On another planet, creatures that looked exactly like them were looking at the black hole in the sky and discussing the same thing as them. These were also two white-robed scientists who looked exactly the same. Big Bang, Great Collapse of the Universe? After all, the black hole might be the entrance to another parallel universe. Could it really be that her black hole is connected to another parallel universe? Not sure. Unbeknownst to them, the world had already been divided into two universes. They had already become incomparably tiny ants, being dragged in the palm of a hand. There was a mysterious demon god outside, looking at them with a smile. A new parallel universe has been formed. On the other side, the wind howled. The black hole in the center was still sucking everything. Is this her first move? The opening stance of the first move is already so terrifying. Apart from us peak existences, practically no one would be able to escape, and this is just the opening stance. On the other side, Mr. Cat looked into the distance and at his disciples. If I'm not wrong, these beings won't even sense any abnormalities. However, another parallel universe has already formed. I don't understand. Most people wouldn't feel anything strange about this move. But a parallel universe that belongs to this planet was formed in an instant? Munsa frowned. You don't understand? It's only right that you don't understand. Mr. Cat smiled and gently grabbed at the void. A miniature Samantha the size of an ant was held in Mr. Cat's hand. But now? You guys cultivate quantum martial arts, don't you understand? Munsa looked at her other self, her heart trembling. When? A part of my soul has actually been severed and is flying towards that black hole? If not for her teacher, she wouldn't have known that she had been severed. The heretic god was indeed proficient in evil soul spells. It was an indescribable evil that had silently severed their souls and stuffed them into a parallel universe that resembled a crystal wall. Heavens, having one's soul severed, one would clearly enter an extremely weak state. How can it not feel anything? It's as if someone used a knife to brazenly slice off one of your arms. Then, you don't even feel that you're missing an arm. You don't even feel pain. It's as if a voice in the dark is telling you, you were born with one arm missing. It's only natural. Therefore, we instinctively believe that we were born without an arm. This is a soul charm of the psyche. It can change memories. It's already unfathomable. The disciples whispered. It was too horrifying. Teacher, quickly help. Save us. Princess Xianxia and company turned pale when they saw this. They hurriedly begged their teacher to help them sense the soul particles in the void and bring them back. You already know that this black hole is splitting your souls and stuffing them into the parallel universe she created. Mr. Cat helped them capture them one by one and said with a smile, after all, Her Majesty the heretic god is best at playing with and splitting souls to create parallel universes. But this time it's not a soul parallel universe, but a reality parallel universe. Reality parallel universe? How can it be a reality parallel universe? What was the concept of a reality parallel universe? It was equivalent to having a real you living next door. And the previous crystal wall universes were all soul planes. Splitting souls to form parallel universes could be done, but in front of them? Didn't you notice? The matter on your bodies has also decreased. Decreased matter? Munsa looked at the little Munsa in her hand. Although she was the size of an ant, she actually had a physical body. She immediately reacted and was horrified. She was scared out of her wits. Not only did she sever our souls, but she also secretly took away part of our body matter, hair, and skin. She reconstructed them to form a tiny ant? You still don't understand? Mr. Cat said with a smile, it's a summoning ritual. Don't evil sorcerers often perform summoning rituals on your planet? She used a spatial transmission array to summon some otherworldly creatures through a fixed location. Those otherworldly creatures also have souls and flesh and blood. They instantly understood. Their bodies were reversed by the summoning array, but it didn't summon their entire body. It summoned a portion of their soul and flesh and blood. This is too terrifying. Munsa's voice was hoarse. She used a large-scale summoning ritual to summon a portion of our soul and flesh and create a parallel universe. She even carried out quantum reorganization of our bodies, forming us the size of an ant. How knowledgeable must she be to know the rules of the real universe to be able to do this? She knew how terrifying this was. After severing her soul, she wouldn't have a complete soul, just like her teacher. With an incomplete soul, she wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th level. Unless she found another version of herself in a parallel universe and defeated him. But how could she guarantee that she wouldn't be beaten to death by another version of herself in a parallel universe? Xianxia suddenly had a horrifying thought. One day, another version of myself will find me and beat me to death. This isn't possible. This is almost inevitable. At this moment, the 13th prince said bitterly, our parallel universe is still splitting. Sooner or later, the strongest version of ourselves will appear and unify the multiverse. Then, it will find our main body here. This was more than just horrifying. What kind of tragic future would this be? Whoosh. The silent black hole devoured and sucked everything. In front of the black hole, there was an indomitable evil god standing there. At this moment, his voice spread throughout the void, extremely tempting. Observe me, and you will observe the multiverse of the entire universe. Look at me, and you will see another version of yourself in the mirror. Countless living beings instinctively looked toward the sky. Don't look. Xianxia sent a message, roaring madly through the communicator as she screamed at the top of her lungs. She is the evil god of the multiverse, and she is using her body and voice as the medium for the summoning ritual. The black hole behind her is the summoning ritual, summoning all beings that hear and look at her directly into the multiverse. The evil god of the multiverse cannot be looked at directly. Don't look at her directly. Don't listen to her. Silly child, run. Run. Xianxia prostrated on the ground, and her voice was almost heart-wrenching as she choked with sobs. She is evil itself. Don't look at her directly, don't listen to her voice. If you look at her directly, you will be pulled into the multiverse, and another version of yourself will appear. Sob sob sob, she couldn't help but wail, and she gave her final roar to the entire planet. However, it was useless. That extremely seductive voice made everyone instinctively look in the direction of the voice. It's over, we're already finished. Some experts had already reacted and were running frantically, wanting to escape. However, they didn't know that they had already been separated into the parallel universe. However, Samantha's shouts were useless. Most of the gods, except for some supreme gods of laws, could not resist the temptation and were quickly cut off. Part of their soul was missing. We have already, the light god sat on the throne, looking at the tens of thousands of years old ancient kingdom. On the rainbow bridge of light, the gods were wailing in pain. The light god held the light hammer in his hand, golden light shining brightly. He sat on the throne without making a sound. Knowing that everything was over, he closed his eyes in pain. Demon god. Demon god. This was not a creature of the same dimension. How could they fight, as supreme gods of laws on the path of rank 9, they were planet-level experts. How could they fight against such a monster-level forbidden existence? Without hope, how could there be hope? There was no hope from the start. Even some of the iron-based existences of the machine pillar god were quickly cut off. This situation could not be stopped. A part of his soul was cut off, and another part of him had a split personality. At this time, a shadow of the machine pillar god appeared. He looked at the void with a hint of gloominess. Is this the true strength of this demon god? Not good. If too many of the races pass, there might be a new me in a parallel universe. The people in the parallel universe will naturally give birth to the fate pillar god. I will face the challenge of another machine pillar god. It burst out with a hair-raising thought. The entire era was wailing in pain. Even the Tyr Empire was the same. The entire technological dynasty had completely collapsed. Sounds of despair, roars, chokes, and sobs mixed together on the entire planet, forming the final elegy of an era. This demon god was too terrifying. The wheel of history ruthlessly rolled over everyone's faces. However, they could not do anything. On the other side. We are finished. His Majesty Tyr closed his eyes in pain. Our dynasty, I'm afraid. I'm a sinner. I've let down my ancestors. Don't worry. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. She can't touch you because you have long been a part of me. Everyone was slightly startled. His Majesty Tyr revealed a look of disbelief, joy, excitement, and a sense of despair. So, we are no longer ourselves? We've already been divided up by these existences from the higher latitude? His Majesty Tyr stared blankly at the sky. At this moment, this mighty overlord of the river system was like a puppet with a dead soul. His eyes were deathly gray, filled with despair. It's good to be alive, but only now do I know that we're already dead? Hee 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 hee, crazy laughter came from the top of Capitol Hill. The voice was cold and harsh. Ha 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 ha. What are we struggling for? The era is like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone, making them unable to resist. Said the players. They couldn't afford any more jokes. Their expressions were also unprecedentedly solemn. This was not a small sand table world. This was a truly massive civilization, a truly massive planet of life. They had managed to escape by hiding within Carolyn's body. After all, apart from peak existences, no one could resist such a large-scale soul severing. At Carolyn's level, every cell and every part of her soul had fused as one. Without the concept of a soul, she would naturally not be severed. This is the tide of history. The cute girl had a complicated look in her eyes as she looked at the sorrow and fear of countless people. The civilizations of the weak can't resist anything. They can only cry in pain, grovel, and finally usher in the end. We can only hope that we will not become them. This is the true evil god. The Alchemy Emperor's voice became hoarse. This is the true evil god of the multiverse. Looking directly at him, observing him, is looking directly at the concept of chaos itself in the multiverse. It will usher in the parallel universe of civilizations. It is indeed much stronger than the evil god Cthulhu that we studied before. This is the real one. The civilization of the entire planet it's simply too terrifying. Yes, if we think about it, as long as a civilization sees him, it will uncontrollably produce its own parallel universe. His horror, disaster, is just like the God Pillar virus, destroying everything. He is a destructive nightmare for any extraordinary civilization in the universe. This is the first move. Medusa's expression was very calm. She smiled and said, "How is it?" "It's perfect, isn't it? Other than the few of you, the rest, the Tyr Empire, the Machine Pillar God, the various gods of the board planet, have basically all lost the possibility of entering." She single-handedly dragged a 100-acre sand table over her head, as if she was dragging a huge disk of mountains and seas. And above it was a parallel universe. A group of super-small ants, almost as small as bacteria, were wailing and screaming. It was actually similar to the scenes in reality. From the mortals down to the gods, it gave people an extremely terrifying feeling, as if they had become a taboo existence's toy. There's not much difference. After all, it's a parallel universe that has just been severed. There hasn't been much divergence over time. Holding the 100-acre sand table, Medusa smiled and said, "There's no other way. Their bodies can only be this small. After all, it's a parallel universe in reality. Or maybe, if I'm a little stronger, I can use quantum division in the future to cut their density by half and reduce their weight by half, but their bodies will still be the same size as humans." She held her cheeks and smiled. Yes, although the density has been reduced from wood to foam, their bodies are still about the same. Even the goddess of stone next to her was silent. Sister's real demon god strength and the real demon god cultivation method were actually so terrifying. This was the first time she met a real opponent and fought for real, right? It's very powerful. Quantum martial arts, quantum power, it's indeed a cultivation method close to the concept level of the universe. Dizun's eyes were bright. He said lightly, "You can actually start to create a parallel universe in reality. Then, what's the second move? You should know that this kind of large-scale soul deprivation has little effect on existences like us." Medusa shook his head. "The first move is obviously not to kill you. Otherwise, why would it be called a move? The goal is to create a parallel universe. What do you think the second move is?" Everyone present was startled. Since the move is to create a parallel universe, the second move is naturally the big collapse of the universe. With a universe, do you think I'm going to cultivate them? Cultivate them to develop in this parallel universe and seize the original main universe? Medusa laughed. I don't like this. Slowly cultivate a group of weaklings and hope that they will become strong? These ridiculous guys from the Tyr Empire, do they think I really care about them? Want to cultivate a group of them in a parallel universe and seize them? That's really ridiculous. This is the thinking of the weak. What I want to do is to create a whole parallel universe and then destroy it. Then, it will quickly shrink back to the original point. Medusa still didn't have the habit of hiding anything. He showed a crazy smile, with a kind of morbid and crazy expectation. I've deduced this move for a long time. This is the ultimate Tao of the universe. I want to carry out a big collapse of the universe. Everything will return to the singularity and appear at the end of the Great Way, that one. She wanted to carry out a simulation of the collapse of the universe, the appearance of the singularity, the original chaos. Summon the ultimate existence of the universe. This concept might be difficult to understand at once. However, the players instantly understood it. They were so shocked that they couldn't help but say, this move, to put it bluntly, isn't it to summon the god of creation? Everyone looked at the crazy and morbid Medusa, and their first reaction was, this person is crazy. Everyone knew what this meant. The singularity, the beginning and the final point of the universe, what did this mean? The core of the universe, the most beautiful scene, the dream of all cultivators, the highest palace. If the spells of all things, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, were all a single scene that simulated the laws of nature, then what was the highest spell that simulated the laws of nature, one could imagine? It was the entire universe, or rather, the entire universe of the grand unification. When the universe formed a point, it was the beginning of everything. And this demon god before them had gone crazy and wanted to simulate the highest level of spells in the universe. No wonder she said that she had never really used this technique before. It was too scary. This is impossible. Next to them, Dicky pondered for a while and said, simulating the singularity of the entire universe, Tao, one is indeed the strongest spell in theory. This is the true ultimate Tao, summoning and gathering the existence of the dark, the ultimate phenomenon of the laws. No one can resist the unification of the universe. At this moment, Dichi couldn't help but say, however, you have to understand and grasp all the laws of the universe. Only then can you condense all the laws into strands and collapse them into a single point to simulate the original Tao. To simulate the original of the universe, one must master all the laws of the universe. After all, the original point was the law of the universe that evolved everything. In other words, from the first to the 8th level was the path to understanding the universe. One must be extremely skilled and have an extremely solid foundation to be able to do it. After all, the 9th level began to distort the laws. I also know that you must be extremely skilled, but it is not something that can be done just by knowing. You must also master this power. Knowing and mastering are two different concepts. Dicky continued, no one can master so many laws. Everyone can only cultivate 5 genes at most and master 5 laws at most. He suddenly froze and looked at Medusa in front of him. An unbelievable thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that you're a madman? That's right. Medusa's various body parts were completely opened. He smiled lightly and said, as an evil god, I have been preparing for a long time. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, space, and various other laws, I have cultivated them all. Only then did everyone react. Among Dicky and Carolyn, only 2 of them were elemental genes, and they were already considered trash. However, the evil god in front of him had all sorts of trash genes, including low-grade genes. It was like a pot of hodgepodge. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, rainstorm, vibration, muscle enhancement, color change, various laws. At the same time, she also deduced the corresponding cultivation method for these trash genes. It had to be known that ordinary experts like Dichi and Carolyn were naturally capable of deducing the path from rank 1 to rank 8 for a bloodline. But they were unwilling to do so. That was because the techniques they derived on their own would be one-sided and flawed. Therefore, they had chosen to use the help of all living beings in the various eras to aid in the derivation of their genes. The power of all living beings in the various eras would eventually lead them to the path they were most familiar with. As for this evil god, he deduced it himself. She didn't care if the cultivation art of this gene was mature enough or not. As long as she could deduce it herself and cultivate it, it would be fine. Otherwise, why would he be called the great devil god of the multiverse? The Wuling Alliance leader smiled. His Majesty, the great devil god, is a monster that even I have to respect. He has deduced at least a few thousand genetic cultivation arts. Giving it to a random assortment of genes to cultivate, I'm afraid he has truly grasped the majority of the laws of the universe. He's probably the only existence in the entire universe who can simulate the entire universe and display this ultimate Tao technique. She had reached the pinnacle of the path of Tao. One person had cultivated over 100,000 times, tens of thousands of laws, and deliberately cultivated the majority of the laws of the universe. Her understanding of the universe had reached a terrifying level. When the players heard this, they also felt that this evil god was too cruel. It seems that the super-ancient god destroyed the other party's father and created reincarnation. As expected, he isn't just a normal level of ruthlessness. Look at reincarnation? No wonder it's so useful. He also has tens of thousands of talents. Form Emperor, Secluded Mountain Prefecture Lord, Cloud Emperor, and all sorts of laws? Reincarnation is indeed the father. It's all the same. That's right. The evil god race is a race of ruthless people. The super-ancient god is probably even more ruthless. Brothers, to put it in layman's terms, this evil god is so simple and straightforward. Her first move is a parallel universe, and her second move is probably a great collapse of the universe, gathering it into the primordial legendary Tao, chaos, wholeness, and one. Her third move is probably the Big Bang. Everyone was shocked. This demonic god's personality was so unique. Her three moves were the sequence of the universe's evolution. First, she would create a parallel universe, then a big collapse, and then a Big Bang. To put it in layman's terms, this move is to summon the god of creation? Too ruthless. This was the first time they had seen such a monster. She wants to sacrifice this parallel universe to simulate the laws of the universe. This parallel universe is actually a living being that is like a sacrifice. Their souls have been split. Doesn't that mean they are completely broken? They don't even have a chance of getting it back. Doesn't that mean they will never be able to break through to the 9th rank? That's too pitiful. All of you are thinking too much. All you think about is whether she can break through to the 9th rank. Even if her soul is intact, can she break through? Look at this civilization. It has been tens of thousands of years. Has there ever been a true breakthrough? Medusa smiled and held up a parallel universe with one hand. The rest of you, after you have endured the starting move, stay away from her, lest you get beaten to death. And you, Dizun, are you ready? Suji was stunned. He never thought that Medusa, who had not made a move for thousands of years, would be even more ruthless than he had imagined. He had been secretly practicing this technique all this time. He actually wanted to simulate the original one and summon the god of creation? Just how persistent was he towards the god of creation? Why were the concepts of these people's techniques so crazy? Each more ruthless than the other? Of course I'm ready. Dizun smiled and said to Medusa lightly, recently, my understanding of the universe has been quiet, and my techniques have stagnated. Maybe this will let me see something. Medusa did not know what it meant, but he just smiled and looked up at this parallel universe. His eyes were filled with emotion. The second move, the big collapse of the universe, returned to the singularity. Rumble, on Medusa's body, countless laws circulated. The cells in each of his arms were displaying countless Taoist arts, as if they were formed by nature. The entire parallel universe seemed to have experienced an unprecedented great compression. The life, matter, tier empire, the people of the machine pillar god, the lives of the entire universe, hundreds of billions of living beings were rapidly squeezed. It was like a piece of paper being grabbed by a big hand and turned into a crumpled paper ball. What happened? In this parallel universe, His Majesty Tyr said as he looked at the sky in horror, is our civilization going to be finished? Oh my god! What's going on? This parallel universe's scientist looked at the data in horror. The universe is collapsing. The universe seems to have reached the end of its life and is rapidly rewinding. Matter is flowing backward, and the universe is restarting? The universe is returning to one. This is impossible. The universe's lifespan is only about 10 billion years. According to the observation of the Big Bang, the planets are still expanding outwards. The universe is still expanding at an accelerated rate. It is in its prime, just like our planet. A conservative estimate is that there is still more than 20 billion years before. Countless people wailed. There was no sound because all the air had been compressed. All the molecules, atoms, and ions had been squeezed into a ball. The lives of the experts were also like exhaust fans. They were twisted into twisted shadows by an unimaginable suction force. It was like an abstract, colorful Van Gogh oil painting that was twisted and pulled back. Everything formed an unimaginably shocking scene, forming the most terrifying phenomenon in the universe's great collapse, the universe's destruction. Oh my God, are they summoning the God of creation? The legendary existence of the original laws of the universe? Seeing this scene, the players were completely shocked. They didn't expect this civilization to not only know about the God of creation, but they had also researched it to this extent. Their previous pride seemed to have been shattered in an instant. There's actually such a Taoist technique. Actually, we are the country bumpkins, right? After all, we can enter the God of creation's courtyard and feel that we are very powerful when it comes to the research of the God of creation. We are actually far inferior to this civilization. They looked at each other and had an inconceivable thought. Medusa raised his hand high. The entire parallel universe in his hand began to rapidly collapse and restart. Countless laws revolved, condensed, and brewed everywhere. Any Taoist technique simulates a single natural phenomenon of the universe. Thunder, water, fire. However, the ultimate Taoist technique simulates the final destination of the entire universe. I am the one with all things. Medusa had a look of longing as he looked at the rapidly collapsing universe in his hand. It was like a crumpled paper ball, as if it had suffered a singularity strike that was even more terrifying than the two-dimensional strike. It was rapidly collapsing into a single point. At this point, the light became brighter and brighter, as if it was as dazzling as 100,000 suns. Mortals, gods, stones, and water seemed to be rapidly mixed into a ball, and a special chemical effect was occurring. The original origin of the universe. The beginning and end of the universe. The legendary Tao that symbolizes all the laws of the universe. Medusa seemed to have waited for countless years, and the moment he had finally arrived. He let out a low roar. I am the one with all things. The universe's great collapse, the one in the dark, the original. Descend. Boom, the entire parallel universe was undergoing its final extreme collapse. Life, flesh, and water were all mixed together. All matter, all energy, mixed with countless laws of the universe were flowing backwards, like a pressure cooker, producing the most amazing chemical reaction. It's like a world alchemy furnace, refining the primordial of the universe. The alchemy emperor looked over, as if he saw something even more exciting than the alchemy door. No one knows what will happen. The first point of life is the primordial substance. But what is the first point of the universe? What effect does it have? According to the theory of Taoism, this is the connate qi, the primordial qi from the beginning of the world, called the Tao, Meng Mei said. Suji looked over, his expression a little nervous. The true primordial, the Tao, in this world, would there be a true God of creation? If a true God of creation appeared, it would be awkward. After all, the true embodiment of the laws of the universe, the will of the heavenly way, might not exist. The universe was so big, and there were infinite possibilities. Smaller, smaller. Dragging the entire huge parallel universe, Medusa was rapidly collapsing and shrinking. At this time, Dicky was also watching. He suddenly looked at Medusa in the distance and said, "Not enough, not enough. Theoretically, you can't compress it to a true point. After all, your combat power is not strong enough. I'm afraid you can't even reach the density of a billionth of a Tao." Yes. Even though she had the tens of thousands of laws of the universe and had simulated the universe, she could not compress it to that level. The entire universe's billions of galaxies, and planets were compressed to an infinitely small, infinitely dense singularity. This was the beginning of everything, and one could imagine how terrifying it was. To make a simple analogy, It was equivalent to 10,000 suns stuffed into a grain of sand, countless times denser, because this was equivalent to compressing countless galaxies in the universe. Yes, it can't be done. Then, how will the evil god solve this problem? The scientists on Earth watched intently. The universe was always beautiful, and they all knew what the primordial singularity of the universe meant. Medusa laughed. I know that it is impossible for me to compress it to such a degree. I can only hope that when I compress it to a certain degree, a phenomenon like that will appear. A singularity that is a billionth of a singularity will be enough. As for how to compress it, Dizun, you will see it soon. Are you ready? Medusa used all his power to compress this ball and gently raised his hand. The starting stance is done. Now it's the second move. Go. The whole light spot was collapsing rapidly, shrinking as it flew toward Dizun. The big collapse of the universe. Dizun's body froze for a moment. He had no chance to react at all. The speck of light instantly descended. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Dizun was instantly sucked into the singularity. The era's destruction calamity. This is the greatest destructive power of the universe. It's not something that anyone can withstand. Medusa looked at the dot of light as if his gaze could penetrate through it. You are still struggling? Is there really no one who can bear it? A voice came from the oddity. It was Dizun. He's still alive? Beside Mr. Cat, a few disciples were completely stunned. What kind of monsters were these? They felt their scalps go numb. This was a collision between two great ancient primordial universe beasts. Their battle had already transcended the physical form. Beside them, Carolyn saw this scene and couldn't help but look even more serious. She said softly, yes, it's not enough to shatter it. Dizun's combat body is too terrifying. And the density of the evil god's artificial singularity is too low. This move is only theoretical after all. It's too difficult to do it. What do you mean low density? This is already very sick. Stone Angel felt her scalp go completely numb. If this move is used, an ordinary lower ninth rank would be instantly beaten to death without any resistance. Although the move is more complicated and requires a lot of preparation, and the sacrifice of the universe is the price. But it's still very terrifying. Even further away. The battle between the two formed a strange frozen state. One of them held an infinitely dense singularity, and the singularity seemed to contain some kind of creature that was struggling and resisting. In the hands of the players, it was like the legendary Taisheng Laojun holding an alchemy furnace and refining Sun Wukong as a golden elixir. Brothers, I discovered another secret. In ancient times, Taisheng Laojun refined Sun Wukong. Doesn't this battle look like what we're seeing? Akina Yamaguchi couldn't help but say, it's very likely that this story records the battle between the super ancient god and the evil god's father. At that time, the super ancient god was also brought into this alchemy furnace, a singularity of the universe, to be refined into some kind of super treasure. Unfortunately, the super ancient god broke out and cultivated the fiery golden eyes. Taisheng Laojuan's alchemy furnace was equivalent to the furnace of a singularity of the universe. Everyone was a little shocked. Wasn't this too ruthless? But before they could discuss it, the battle completely broke out. A voice came from the light. That's it? I feel like I'm swimming in a pile of particles. Dizun, you are indeed a terrifying monster with 5 genes, an unprecedented peak. But do you think my strongest move is only at this level? This is just the beginning. Medusa stared intently at the oddity. He spread open both his hands, exhausting all the power in his body. Big bang. Boom, the infinite density singularity in her hand turned into a huge explosion vortex, colorful. At this moment, people saw Dizun's flesh, blood, foam, cells, and particles, accompanied by the big explosion, flying everywhere, turning into colorful fireworks, splashing far away in space. And in the singularity, the extremely dense particles, accompanied by the big explosion, were rapidly growing, turning into huge rocks the size of planets, spreading in all directions. This scene seemed to be the beginning of the real universes beginning to repeat. Within 0.0001 seconds of the cosmic singularity's explosion, All the planets were the size of gravel. As they spread and exploded, their density began to gradually recover, turning into huge planets that drifted in all directions. This was an incomparably magnificent scene, and it was actually happening here. Rumble, floating everywhere. But Dizun's life force was tenacious to the extreme. Her flesh, blood, and hair in the void of the universe were slowly wriggling, vaguely showing the scene of reorganization. This scene of battle. So interesting. To actually reach this level. I like this cultivation method very much. Diqi's eyes were bright, madly deducing, watching this miraculous scene. This was too meaningful to his Daluo heaven scripture. They were fighting to the death, and he was watching here, feeling very excited. If this battle is compared to a simulation cycle of the universe's destruction, then Dizun is equivalent to an existence who escaped the catastrophe of the era. He was involved in the universe's big collapse, turned into an infinitely dense point, and integrated into the Tao. But at this time, he was already strong to the extent that the universe's Tao could no longer kill him. He was involved in the singularity, and with the singularity's big explosion, he spread out, reorganized his body, and survived the restarting of the era. He was like an eagle, crossing universes one after another, living to the next universal era. One small clue revealed the general trend. Their strength could be seen through this scene, as if they could see the scene of the future, and see the true ultimate concept of the universe. Dizun can escape and become the eagle of this big explosion, not because he is strong, but because the universe's catastrophe, the singularity of the universe's return is too weak. But in the real universe, there is really such a terrifying existence of this level, who was involved in the universe's big collapse, the universe's return to 1, or the universe's return to 0. Can he use this method to survive to the next era? Carolyn also couldn't help but be dazzled, lost in thought, and also secretly learning. The three pillar gods also sighed. I didn't expect this battle to reach this level, but then again, the ultimate existence who escaped the universe's return to 0? Is there really such an existence? It had to be said that this battle between the demon god and Dizun was simply too exciting. This was no longer the restraint of their realm. Their concepts and ideals had already reached a level that could shock the world. This battle between the two was the dream of countless people who achieved Tao in the universe. It seemed that Dizun was fighting the evil god's forbidden magic. But in everyone's eyes, it was like a transcendental existence of the universe, fighting against the end of the universe's destruction, writing the last hymn of life. With a small human power, he cultivated all the way, and finally fought against the whole universe and nature. This was the most shocking thing. And the demon god's Taoism was simply an eye-opener. I have to say, the evil god's Taoism is too exaggerated. She has mastered all kinds of Taoism, as the one of all things. Who in the same realm can be a match for her? But she can only stop here. But in the end, she has brought us enough value. This final battle can almost perfect our Taoist foundation. They clearly knew that this battle had brought them great benefits, broadened their horizons, and laid the final foundation for them to break through to the 9th rank. Once they broke through, they would be like carps leaping through the dragon's gate. Carolyn even began to suspect that this was really the order of the super ancient gods, so they came here for the final breakthrough and accumulation. And Dizun also launched this battle under the order of the super ancient gods, to broaden their horizons. Is this the level of a singularity? Dizun laughed, but I have to say, this level is already very scary. At this time, Madu laughed. You think, this is the end? If it's this level of singularity, why would I fight? I said, this might be a more terrifying ending than death. Madu reached out again, his voice cold. Big cosmos collapse. Boom, the entire singular point of explosion was shrinking rapidly, becoming even more compact. Big cosmos explosion. Dizun's body was instantly shot in all directions. Big cosmos collapse. Dizun's body was instantly returned to a point. Moreover, with each cycle, it was like a huge vortex fan, again and again using this method to squeeze towards the densest point. She's relaying. Diqi gazed into the distance, layer upon layer of force, using crazy explosions and collapses to form a distorted vortex of inertia, using this to compress the singularity. The vortex expanded, compressed, this method was very scary. This cultivation method could destroy the world. That was because the vortex formed with each cycle would be much stronger than the one before. In theory, as long as the cycle of the vortex was long enough, this vortex could cover the entire Andromeda galaxy, restart the entire galaxy, and become a dense singularity. Moreover, if the vortex continued to expand, in the future, it could cover the entire universe and restart the entire universe. By then, because of this cultivation method, life in the universe would end prematurely, forming a real cosmic singularity. The concept of this cultivation method was not enough to describe it, it was even possible to commit suicide. Dizun can't escape. Carolyn's face was completely gloomy. He's drawn into it, he can only be in the big collapses and explosions, the suction force of the vortex is too strong, he can't escape, he can only be completely destroyed. Because every time the exploding vortex rotated, the power would become stronger. Dizun would definitely face the fate of death. In theory, as long as this cultivation method rotates for a long enough cycle, it can even kill any existence, even the so-called level 10 can't escape. In fact, the cycle after cycle after cycle, it can even kill the entire universe. Dizun is basically going to die. At first, the pressure was not that great, but with each cycle of restart, the density increased crazily, the pressure that Suji had to bear seemed to increase exponentially. He seemed to be stirred into a drum washing machine that rotated billions of times, and the defensive combat body that he was so proud of was instantly smashed like dry weeds and rotten wood. Cells, particles, hair, fibers, energy, all the components were smashed into a chaotic state, and all the surrounding cosmic particles were stirred into a chaotic state. What was chaos? That was chaos. All the concepts he had previously described were laughable. This was the true origin singularity of the universe, the true unity of chaos. Is this the end of the great path of the universe? Suji's madness was smashed and shattered. The 9 revolutions mysterious art of the main body had begun to crazily release energy. Secretly cheating, borrowing the huge power of the main body to barely survive. The doppelganger may really be beaten to death. At this rate, even if I calculate the energy returned by the insect clan every second of death, the energy produced by the inner world can't reach a balance. In another 70,000 cycles, I will be beaten to death. Suji's expression was calm. After all, how huge was his main body, and how huge was the energy returned by the various sand tables of the insect clan every second, the huge amount of energy provided to this little ant was naturally surging. However, the so-called 70,000 cycles was simply a joke here. The chaotic currents here were surging, and almost every second, he was killed dozens of times. If it was Dicky, his 1,700 lives would not last more than 3 minutes. I can already understand Medusa's method. In theory, by using this method to continuously increase the density, it is possible to form some kind of relatively high-density pseudo-singularity. Perhaps I can see the god of creation. Did the god of creation exist? Using Medusa's cultivation technique, it could indeed be verified. But will I die? Not necessarily, because I have been cultivating the great universe cultivation technique, that demonic path's ultimate art, has been stuck at the end, as if it lacks some kind of opportunity. Now, it might be the best opportunity to break through. Suji closed his eyes. Feel the entire universe, integrate with the entire universe, the great universe cultivation technique, treat the entire universe as a part of your body. It was difficult for a person to think calmly on the edge of death. Nervousness, anxiety, and fear had completely affected his brain. Although he did not reject extreme lunatics like Medusa, who would get more excited and calm the closer he was to death, such people were still in the minority. At this moment, others might have lost their ability to think due to fear, but Suji was incomparably calm. His heart was as calm as water, like the moon in the water. The universe itself, the particles of the universe's big explosion were scattered everywhere. Suji silently felt the laws, and it was as if he gradually saw why he could not understand and cultivate the great universe cultivation technique. He had a kind of enlightenment. Because he had not truly seen the explosion of the universe itself, how could he cultivate? I know why I can't do it. It's because I'm missing something. At the moment when the universe began, something similar to the original substance was extracted. At the moment when life began, traces of the original substance were extracted. At the moment when the universe began, there was also an unimaginable substance. This substance was fleeting at the moment when the universe was born and exploded, completely disappearing from heaven and earth. Perhaps it could really be called the Xianxia. I have to wait. He was still very calm. Right now, in this singularity furnace, there are tens of thousands of laws, substances, and the lives of experts. It has indeed encompassed all the substances in the universe. In theory, it should be possible to barely restore it, however, the degree of compression is not enough. Something similar to the original substance of the universe has yet to appear. The very first Xianxia, as long as I find it and use it as a medium. My great universe cultivation technique will be completely cultivated. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze became increasingly heavy. In the great Tao singularity, the first wisp of mysterious substance symbolizes the origin of everything. It is incomparably noble. However, the energy might not be enough. 70,000 deaths might not be enough for me to endure the high-speed collapse and compression of the primal chaos in this furnace until I can pluck that wisp of substance. Energy. I need energy. He took a deep breath, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It's almost impossible for me to have another chance. I must do whatever it takes to endure in this cosmic furnace until that wisp of substance appears. I can even carry out a mass extinction outside. This singularity furnace was too terrifying. It was still rapidly collapsing and compressing. In traditional terms, it was equivalent to the 3,000 great Daos returning and turning into primordial chaos. This high-density collapse was enough to destroy any living creature. But Suji wanted to stay here and wait to continue compressing. He wanted to see the primordial matter that formed the universe. But this required too much regenerative energy. Even with such a small body, the entire 9 revolutions mysterious art's inner world energy furnace could not sustain it. My inner world can't support it. I can only rely on external energy supply. Others could not do it, but Suji was different. His energy was supplied through a special channel. He was the only existence that could survive this singularity. He did not need to survive for long. It was enough to reach the critical point of the primordial matter. This was still possible. I can only rely on the insectoid extinction. Suji took a deep breath. He knew that he had to be decisive. Once this opportunity was missed, it would not appear again in a short time. This crazy action was equivalent to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. For Suji, it was no longer important whether Medusa could defeat Dizun or not. What was important was what he saw here, the primordial origin of the universe. The surroundings were still collapsing. Space and time were bending and compressing. Countless strands of laws were still drifting about, like ribbons gathering together. There's no hurry. I want to see if there's any possibility of me making it to that stage after exhausting my life reserve of 70,000 times. Otherwise, if I can't even make it to the great extinction, it'll be a huge loss. Suji took a deep breath. In the outside world. In the dark universe. The 7th cycle of the universe began. The Big Bang turned into endless fireworks and quickly returned to compress and compress, going into an even denser singularity. Is Dizun still alive? It's the 7th universe's return. The players were completely lost. No matter what, they could not guess how Dizun could survive until now. It was too unbelievable. Boom, the 8th Big Bang began. The entire parallel universe turned into colorful fireworks again. Countless gravel, particles, and laws floated. The next second, it turned into a whirlpool, flowing backward and collapsing. The 9th big collapse of the universe had completely started, and even denser points were condensing, as if they were going to destroy all the laws. At this moment, Suji was unable to hold on any longer. This kind of collapse cycle was terrifying, and it was multiplying exponentially. If in the 7th cycle, Suji was dying dozens of times per second, then in the 9th cycle, Suji was dying thousands of times per second, almost using his life to resist. The more it returned to the primal chaos, the more terrifying this place became. The other laws have basically disappeared, fused, returned, and returned to zero. Most of the laws in the entire universe have basically lost their effectiveness here. At this time, I only feel that the 4 fundamental forces of the universe are left. Is this the 4 symbols? Suji's heart flickered wildly. Amidst the crushing primordial chaos, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little too coincidental. Then next time, there will probably only be two types of laws left? Become yin and yang? Yin and yang? Then, primal chaos and Daoi are right in front of us? He had suffered a great loss this time. 70,000 deaths had consumed most of the 9 revolutions mysterious art that he had accumulated over the years, as well as his current Zerg reserves. His heart was already bleeding wildly. If he could not get anything, it would be a complete heartache. I'm about to see the primordial chaos return to 1. Suji's heart was numb, and he struggled for a while. It's still very possible to see the true primordial chaos of the universe, the primordial chaos of the universe, the legendary primordial chaos of the universe. He closed his eyes and completely steeled his heart. Outside. Boom, the 10th big collapse of the universe. The great Tao singularity was madly compressed, and countless laws returned, turning into a point of primordial chaos. Everyone was staring intently, carefully staring at it. They knew that if this continued, they were afraid that it would really appear. It began to approach the singularity of the universe. Even if it was only a billionth of the power, if it was close to the critical point, they should be able to faintly sense that existence. Perhaps, it's about to appear. Medusa took a deep breath. Every collapse and explosion, although she was taking advantage of the momentum, adding fuel to the fire, in the face of such a terrifying meteorological spell, it also consumed a lot of energy. Boom, it was the 11th time. This time, the vortex had already spread to the entire area of the void. The entire land was returning to zero, and even the nearby planets were about to spread to the edge of the void. It's over, we're going to play. The people of the entire Tyr Empire looked at the sky in horror. Madman. Simply madman. The universe has returned, and this vortex has already spread to our side. If this continues, our planet will also be sucked into the universe's great collapse, sucked into the singularity. One by one, the scientists analyzed. The evil god still hasn't stopped. This is playing with fire, and the resulting chain collapse effect is already too great. If Manyan comes to our side, our planet will be directly destroyed, and the singularity she controls will not be able to withstand such a huge planet's mass. It will instantly go out of control, and a true big explosion will occur. She will also be blown to death. This was like a mortal doing an exquisite nuclear explosion experiment, and if he was not careful, he would be killed. Yes. Why did the evil god create such a small parallel universe, although it had everything, including deities, deserts, rivers, experts, and everything else in the universe? Why was it only 100 acres in size? Was it the scale of a super-miniature universe? That was because, with her strength, controlling a 100-acre world to compress the singularity was already her limit. If she were to be sucked into a planet with life that was countless times larger, she would completely. Since these scientists had thought of this, how could the evil god not think of it? Madman, she's simply a madman. If this continues, the vortex will expand to our borders by the 14th time. We can only pray that her power will be completely exhausted after the 14th universe tide, and she won't be able to hold on any longer. We're too weak, so we can only pin our hopes on her being too weak. Compared to the previous parallel universe where our other selves came to kill us, this kind of instant death is truly terrifying. What about our previous wandering planet plan? Hurry up and activate it. Some experts were already thinking of changing the planet's trajectory and escaping with the planet. Impossible. Even if the plan is activated, the planet's acceleration in the early stages will be very slow. It will take some time before it can fly at high speed. It won't be able to keep up with the current speed of the vortex's expansion. Just as they were wailing, the 12th universe tide began. An even denser singularity accompanied the collapsing vortex and frantically returned. In the next second, as if accompanied by the great silence of this universe's calamity, everyone felt goosebumps gradually rise on their bodies. It was as if some kind of terrifying existence had completely descended. Something strange seemed to be happening in the nearby starry sky. In the sky, as the universe collapsed, matter and laws flowed back frantically, forming a singularity that gradually revealed a hazy black phantom. What's that? There's a shadow appearing. Heavens, our time flow is actually changing. This is the creation god? Everyone looked at the sky in shock, only feeling a chill rush up their spines. At this moment, they clearly felt as if some great horror had descended. This figure seemed to be an eternal existence, walking out from the depths of the universe, shaking the river of time. Behind him were all kinds of terrifying scenes of the universe's great destruction, as if the sun had sunk into black water, and the stars in the universe were shrouded in black light. The creation god? Why do I feel like I have goosebumps? It's not, no. That's not the creation god. Everyone looked at the sky, at the black shadow in the dark, and a very bad premonition rose in their hearts. Right now, the universe is collapsing, and it's the destruction of the universe era. The universe is flowing back, returning to zero, and all living beings are dying. Under such circumstances, it might not be the creation god, but the destruction god. As soon as this was said, everyone was completely speechless. God of destruction. Carolyn and the others looked at the sky nervously. Everything that accompanied the great collapse of the singularity was collapsing and returning. In such an environment, there seemed to be some kind of law. Where there was creation, there would naturally be destruction. Just like the beginning of the Big Bang, there was also the destruction of the great collapse. Where there was life, there was death. At this moment, with the arrival of this existence, they felt that their time was inexplicably speeding up, as if they were being ruled. The existence in front of them was the source of all their lives, the ancestor of everything. The same aura as the god of creation, Medusa looked up at the sky and said in shock, "Is it the same existence? After all, there are two sides of the same body. What is the unification of the great Tao? What is the unification of the great Tao? It is because they are one, the ultimate concept of all the laws of the universe." At this time, the giant octopus was scared out of its wits. It muttered, "Even the god of destruction has appeared, then the god of creation really exists, our universe is actually some kind of concept law that created everything, then, the creation dimension courtyard, the origin of all things, is real?" The cerebrate god also looked up at the sky in horror. This was simply too terrifying. What kind of terrifying center of the universe was this? It actually simulated the origin of the universe, and this kind of existence in the dark. Even the higher-ups of the Tier Empire were shocked on the planet. They did not expect that the god of creation really existed, and that the one who appeared was actually the god of destruction. It turned out that there was really an existence in the universe. The god of destruction has arrived. Could it be? Some people's hearts started beating wildly, and they felt extremely uneasy. The god of destruction will only appear when the universe is destroyed. Then, could it be that? They looked up at the sky in horror. We are all going to be destroyed? At the same time, they discovered an extremely terrifying situation. Their lives were rapidly fading away, exceeding the limit of 100 years in a day. They were rapidly fading away at an unimaginable speed of 10,000 years in a day, and they were visibly aging. Not good. The expressions of Dickie and the others completely changed. We are outside the range of this spell, and we are also affected. Our lives are fading away at an accelerated rate. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, a black silhouette descended from the sky. It was as though some sort of existence had descended. The void was torn apart as the ancient silhouette walked over. It was as though he was walking on the river of time. Behind him was endless darkness, vaguely surrounded by the terrifying law of order. Within the shadow were collapsed and shriveled universes and worlds. Then, what is it? Someone walked out of the street and looked up. At the same time, they felt a sense of terror. Their lives were rapidly slipping away. Their hair was rapidly growing out of their temples. The imperial court of the 7 realms. The mother stream civilization. Microcosm world, almost all the worlds seemed to have seen the projection of a terrifying existence descend at the same time. Time was bending and speeding up. The lifespans of the living beings in the world were passing at a speed that surpassed anything and everything. They were heading toward destruction, silence, and death. In the void. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Quickly end the big collapse of the universe and speed up the formation of the singularity. Let the calamity of the universe's destruction pass. Otherwise, we'll all die here. The third pillar god was already roaring. His reaction was the fastest. This feeling was as though Pandora's box had been opened and a terrifying forbidden existence had been released. They were all going to be destroyed. Medusa also reacted quickly and accelerated the formation of the singularity. At the same time, her eyes were bright. The destruction of the universe, the arrival of the god of destruction. Then, the birth of the universe must be the appearance of the god of creation. Boom, she quickly accelerated the formation of the singularity. When everyone saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling was too terrifying. The big collapse this time only lasted about 10 seconds, but in this short period of time, more than 50 years of the entire world's lifespan had been sucked away. One had to know that even in each world, the average cultivator was at the second to third level, and the average lifespan was about 150 years. Even so, they had suffered a huge loss. In each world, the group of people who were equivalent to old and close to the end of their lives had basically died of old age in these 10 seconds. Carolyn took a deep breath. Fortunately, we reacted quickly. This has only been 10 seconds. If we had delayed any longer, the destructive power would have been even more terrifying. Not only would our lifespans be exhausted, but we would also have all kinds of decay and death. We can't do anything. Something is waiting for us. The calamity of the universe has only begun for 10 seconds, and such a destructive phenomenon has already appeared. Dickie frowned. It seems very difficult to escape from the big collapse of the universe. You're biting off more than you can chew. Carolyn looked at him and sneered as she shook her head. Think about breaking through to the 9th level and fighting the future enemies first. Maybe the 9th level is your limit. Dickie just smiled and did not refute. Usually, he was proud enough, but at this moment, after being beaten by Dizun, Medusa, and the terrifying scene in front of him, he became humble and in awe. Then, the formation of the singularity will be followed by the Big Bang. The god of creation will appear. Medusa slowly raised the singularity, her eyes full of expectation. On the other side, I've cleaned up some of the old lives. Suji took a deep breath. This was the best way to do it. After all, they would definitely have to take action. However, it seemed that he had only accelerated by more than 50 years, which was useless. Wasn't 50 years equivalent to half a day? How many people would die of old age in half a day? But in fact, Suji did not do anything to these ordinary powerhouses. He mainly accelerated the top powerhouses who were at the end of their lifespans but did not want to die and chose to sleep. There were many such existences. After all, almost all powerhouses would choose to use various resources to sleep before they died of old age. They would not accept their fate of dying of old age. After thousands of years, the number of such existences was very large. The accumulation of thousands of years in each world resulted in a total number of more than 100,000. And Suji conveniently cleaned them up, which was also good for the development of civilization. After all, their sleep required a huge price to maintain their lifespans and consumed a lot of resources. From a macroscopic perspective, they were a cancer in the development of civilization. Then, it's you, Suji took a deep breath. Looking at the chaotic high pressure in front of him, a wisp of light was born, giving off an incomparably noble and chaotic feeling as if it contained everything. The primordial chi born from the universe. Suji's eyes were burning. The degree of compression is still not enough. It has just reached the critical point of matter. There are too many impurities, but this is my current limit. To be honest, ordinary people would not be able to hold on to this extent. Suji had sacrificed more than 200,000 lives here, and had used countless mature extraordinary worlds as his energy source to last until now. And perhaps in the universe, there might be a heaven-defying taboo powerhouse who did not need the help of external objects to be able to hold on to this extent like Suji. But did they have a chance to come into contact with it? Only Medusa could do this. Tens of thousands of demon gods. Other existences who only cultivated 5 genetic systems would not be able to do this. If they really wanted to obtain it, there was only one way, only the true singularity of the universe. When the universe epoch was destroyed and the universe was reborn, would they be able to come into contact with this primordial matter of the universe? But who could survive in that kind of true singularity? It's inevitable that there will be impurities. Unless I go to the real singularity of the universe and collect them at the beginning of the world, is that possible? Suji took a deep breath and silently inhaled and exhaled the rare primordial chaos aura. In an instant, he felt an omniscient and omnipotent aura, as if his entire body had undergone some kind of transformation. A certain cosmic quantum battle body that had been stuck for a long time also naturally broke through the shackles. It's done. In the next second, Suji seemed to hear a voice in the dark. In the outside world, Medusa and the others looked at this singularity with incomparable excitement. Medusa smiled and said, "To be honest, I have pushed this round to my limit. Fortunately, I am close to the critical point and can finally see the ultimate existence of the universe." She stretched out her hand, the Big Bang. Rumble. The entire Great Tao singularity instantly exploded, turning into endless fireworks that spread in all directions. They looked up with incomparable longing because they knew that the god of creation was about to descend. If the great collapse of the universe was the return of the entire universe, where matter, deities, and energy rapidly flowed back into the primordial Grand Tao singularity, then, the Big Bang of the universe would be the Genesis era. A singularity would be the star of creation, and a new cosmic era would begin. The origin of the Grand Tao, the laws of the universe. Medusa gently tossed the returning Grand Tao singularity into the air. The process of destroying the world is over. Fortunately, there were not too many losses. Genesis, begin. Her eyes were filled with longing as she eagerly looked towards the sky. The primordial God, the manifestation of the Grand Tao laws of the universe, the people outside were shouting. Boom, the Big Bang of the universe had begun. As for Suji, he had also reached the final juncture inside. His voice became incomparably low. I'm going out. The density of the Grand Tao singularity in the next great collapse will be even higher. It definitely won't be able to withstand the next cycle. This place has truly achieved a preliminary simulation of the epic furnace of the universe. Suji floated within the primordial chaos. He regretfully looked at the strands of primordial essence that had reached the critical point of production. He had only collected a strand, and his body was already saturated with it. He could not absorb any more, nor bring it out. This primordial essence of the gate of alchemy was even more precious than the primordial essence of the gate of alchemy. It existed in an even harsher environment. It must be known that the primordial essence of alchemy would melt upon contact with any material, be it wood, stone, or water. Only special carriers could preserve the primordial essence of life, and the primordial essence before him was even more so. This was because the primordial essence of life was the mother of all life. In that case, the primordial essence of life was the mother of all Taos, the true primordial essence of life. It could only exist in this primordial chaos environment. Once it entered the postnatal world, it would instantly dissipate. It would be a pity if it dissipated, but there is no way to preserve it. It can only exist in this environment for a few moments. I've endured so much until now just to collect this wisp, and then watch it disappear right before my eyes. But since there is no way to preserve it, I'll try to absorb it with some life form. Let's see if I can produce some amazing miracle, the flower of life. Suji gently waved his hand, produced countless spores, and tried to throw them in. The pressure from the primal chaos singularity is too strong, but if I use the last of my magic power to protect them here and absorb the connate chi here, then protect the genesis that survived the Big Bang, he looked at the primordial chaos. It was as if the universe had just been born. It was murky and mighty, like an extremely dense egg, waiting for the moment when an indomitable giant god swung his axe to split it open. He lowered his head and looked at the spores. What will happen to you? He chuckled and said, perhaps life, laws, and matter are all being reborn, exploding, and spreading. That is the true genesis. Boom, boom, the Big Bang. An irresistible and undefiable force seemed to erupt from the core. It was as if someone had installed a 300-kilogram TNT bomb in one's heart. At the moment of the explosion, the heart suddenly burst. Blood splattered like rain, giving people a great sense of oppression. Their ears buzzed, and they did not know anything else. If it could be said that the previous density was not enough to produce a true cosmic phenomenon, then the density of the cycle this time was already close to the critical point. The primordial matter from the very beginning of the universe had also produced a truly terrifying worldly phenomenon. The faint traces of worldly phenomena that appeared when the universe first opened up appeared. The singularity was exploding and shaking. It was like a beautiful crystal marble, spreading at an unimaginable speed, piercing into the sky, turning into endless colorful fireworks, and splitting in a uniform manner. A wisp of pure, snow-white light formed a dazzling cross-shaped star that quickly expanded. Now, I've truly come into contact with that level. There is a trace of the beginning of the world. Medusa laughed fanatically, his eyes filled with the pursuit and expectation of the great Tao. Clatter, ding-dong, ding-dong. In the explosion, countless great Taos, matter, life, and laws intertwined. They rapidly split apart into an even larger net that separated as they collided. This is the first sound of the beginning of the world. The great Tao is separating. The matter is splitting. The world finally began to have strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, gravity. Tao begets one begets two, and three begets all things. Dickie's eyes shone as he listened carefully, almost intoxicated. The laws are separating, and it has already begun to split into the four fundamental forces of the universe. Carolyn exclaimed. She could not help but force herself to remember the collision of all the Tao sounds, the intertwining, and the splitting process. But the more she tried to remember, the more her head hurt, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You must remember, you must remember. The secrets of the entire universe are here. Remember all the first songs of the universe, and remember all the laws of the universe's evolution. The three pillar gods were also trying hard to listen, but their bodies instantly exploded, almost losing themselves from the terrifying amount of information in the universe. Ding-dong, clatter, clatter, clatter. A faintly discernible divine sound came from the singularity of the big explosion, spreading throughout the entire cosmic garden, passing to the nearby planets, and flowing into the brilliant sea of stars. The loudest sound was deafening. This time, the explosion whirlpool and the entire world seemed to have the same inexplicable crisp sound at the moment the great Tao singularity exploded. It was as if an ancient god was chanting. It was as if an ancient goddess was softly chanting. In the collision of countless matter in the entire universe, it was as if countless bells were colliding, forming an inexplicable hymn in the tide of the morning sea. On all the planets, almost all the living beings were intoxicated. They were intoxicated by the collision sound of the universe's primordial origin, as if they had returned to their mother's lullaby. Someone revealed a peaceful and warm expression, and gradually fell to the ground, turning into dust, like countless gravel particles, drifting away with the wind. Wu-la ding-dong, a scientist walked out of the courtyard, listened, and hummed along with the rhythm. The more he sang, the happier he became. His whole body turned into strands of ribbons, becoming a part of the song. Countless people could not help but sing, as if returning to their mother's embrace, warm and gentle, with a kind of happiness and nostalgia that they had never felt before. In the soft humming, it became a part of the song. This is. Medusa was slightly startled, and his face was completely gloomy. So that's how it is? Weak living beings can't listen to the primordial sound at all. It is the sound of countless laws and the great Tao interweaving, the sound of the separation of the laws when the universe was born, the sound of chaos when the universe was first formed. This is a huge gift from the universe, but also an indescribable poison of the great Tao. The weak don't even have the possibility of accepting the gift, and listening to it will lead to death. Perhaps, as the saying goes, if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening without regrets. Many living beings on the entire planet had already reacted, and some people frantically chose to use all methods to shield the senses of the outside world. Why refuse it? This is the only chance in a weak civilization's life to take a shortcut. The dream of the universe, the truth of the world, at this moment, listening is the best ending for us light chasers. Ancient humans had the dream of soaring in the sky, and so did those who pursued the Tao. Die in the Tao and the truth. Disappear in the arms of the truth. At this time, there were still some fanatical believers who walked out, looking at the sky expectantly. To be able to listen to this ancient sound of the universe and see the beginning of the great Tao, death was worth it. They were dissipating, walking to their final demise in happiness. Accompanied by the collision of countless light spots and the sound of the Tao, countless laws intertwined in the big explosion, as if there was an inexplicable shadow of a great existence, the God of creation, slowly appearing. That is? Countless people chanted along with the holy sound, looking forward to the last scene of their lives. Crash, the phantom of the God of creation finally descended. This was a mysterious existence. Behind him were countless flowers, lives, hymns, and the phantoms of all kinds of creatures. It was as if it was the scene of the creation of countless eras. Matter and laws were still colliding. The sound of the creation of the universe surrounded them. The moment he descended, people instinctively felt that they were a part of his body. He was that singularity, and the entire universe formed after his eruption was a part of his body. The God of creation, almost at this instant, everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. Rumble, the sound of the grand Tao completely exploded. The terrifying sound of laws filled the air and spread out in circles of sound waves. Is that the conceptual existence of the legendary ultimate laws of the universe? On the summit of the Capitol Hill, His Majesty Tyr looked up at the sky with a face full of shock. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. The explosion had completely entered its peak. More and more laws were split, and a huge amount of information rushed into his mind. Your Majesty, in this situation, there is nothing we can do. Beside him, a minister had not finished speaking when he was quickly hit by the huge energy and vomited a mouthful of blood. We have to shield our 5 senses, or we will be destroyed. His Majesty Tyr took a deep breath. Our civilization is too weak. We can't even look at it directly or get close. But the God of creation has appeared. Our civilization must, yes, we can't touch the core, but this divine overture of the creation of the universe, if we can remember it. All the laws and laws of the world are in it. This is the song of truth. We must remember it. Boom, on the other side. The 4 quantum grandmasters with the lowest understanding of laws were sent flying backward and vomited a mouthful of blood. They could only stand far away and barely maintain their consciousness in the chaotic flow of laws. We must remember it. This is the sound of the origin of the creation of the universe. The collision of laws, each note represents the sequence of the creation of the universe, all the laws and concepts of the universe. Next, Carolyn and the 3 pillar gods also struggled to hold on. They clearly knew that whoever remembered more would obtain greater fortuitous encounters. This was an unimaginable and shocking test. Di Chi, on the other hand, was better off. He had dabbled in countless laws, and the great overarching heaven scriptures concept was to encompass everything. This explosion of information from thousands of laws was relatively harmless to him. Although Medusa was struggling to hold on, it was obvious that she still had some strength left. This was because she had mastered most of the explosive laws, so the impact on her was relatively small. She was deepening her understanding of countless laws. Suji was a little stunned as he looked at the people struggling to hold on. This was the primordial chaos of the primordial chaos, the natural phenomenon of an explosion. All kinds of miraculous scenes appeared, indeed reproducing the scene of the creation of the universe in a billionth of a billionth. However, when he heard the voice, he did not feel too uncomfortable. It should be because he had fused with the universe origin substance, which gave him some kind of sovereign quality that was above all laws. He had grasped a trace of the law of primal chaos, which was the source of all laws. God of creation, Medusa asked excitedly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Her dream was to pursue the truth, the great Tao of the universe, the ultimate concept of the world. However, after using this spell that she had prepared for thousands of years, when it really appeared in front of her, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. The God of creation did not speak, only a hazy shadow, with an indescribable sense of holiness and majesty, looked around the world, and then looked at the excited people. The God of creation's figure disappeared in the haze. This world is being reborn, order is being stabilized, there is no need for astronomical phenomena to maintain the world. Medusa was silent for a moment before saying, "O great creator, the supreme truth of the universe, is this sound of the great Tao the opening of the universe?" The God of creation could not deny it. Yes, and no. Yes, and no, they were stunned, feeling inexplicable. Medusa finally couldn't help but speak, "O great creator. I want to know if my path is correct. Is this path of truth really correct?" Can I reach the true end of the universe, become the one who transcends the catastrophe of the universe, escape the destruction of the world, and always be by your side? The expressions of the people next to him changed slightly. No one would have thought that this evil god would be so crazy. He actually wanted to materialize the concept of the laws of the universe. The incarnation of the heavenly axiom wanted to lead to the true ultimate secret of the universe. He was asking for a way to avoid the great collapse of the universe and escape the destruction of the god of destruction. However, their eyes were also shining with longing. That was because they had seen a scene similar to that of a venerable emperor escaping from a cosmic singularity. It was simply too admirable, too much to look forward to. They also wanted to know if such a thing could be done in the real universe. Everyone knew that transcending beyond the universe's epochs must be the ultimate secret of the universe. This was the question, the only one. All things in the world are my people. I am you, and you are me. I will not deceive myself and refuse to answer the question in my heart. But you should know that everything in the universe is balanced. What you gain represents an equal amount of sacrifice. These words made everyone silent. Then, in order to obtain the answer to such a terrifying question, what shocking price would they have to pay? They might not even be able to pay the price. The god of creation disappeared into the void. You have already paid the price. You have used this forbidden spell to simulate the phenomenon of the universe. You have seen the god of destruction at the end of time and space and understood his concept. He will appear in your future, in your civilization, and in the entire universe. No one can escape. This era of the universe will accelerate its destruction because of this. When everyone heard this, they were completely speechless. The universe would accelerate its destruction because of this, because they had seen the god of destruction in advance, which should have appeared in the period of the universe's decline and destruction. They had seen the god of destruction at the end of time and space and understood his concept. He would appear in this universe's heavens. This era of the universe was going to accelerate its own destruction. When they thought of this, their hearts felt as if they had fallen into ice water, and their minds were like a bucket of paste. They had advanced another dimension? They had learned of another existence? Only by observing him and understanding his concepts would he appear in this world and appear before the eyes of this civilization? But at this moment, they hated themselves so much that they would rather not know the truth of this dimension. What stupid things had they done? This era of the universe was going to accelerate its destruction. They had observed the image of the legendary existence and understood the concept of the god of destruction. In that case, the heavens and the myriad worlds would not wait for the natural universe to return to zero after more than 20 billion years. They were going to accelerate this process. They were all sinners of the universe that was about to be destroyed. Everything in the world is balanced. You have paid the right price, and you will obtain the right amount of knowledge. The god of creation slowly looked down at all life, his eyes full of coldness and ruthlessness, like the eternal blue sky hanging high in the sky. I will answer your questions. As soon as these words fell, everyone vaguely understood. Yes. He was the Tao singularity of the universe, the carrier of conceptualization. He was the singularity, the universe that was formed by the Big Bang. In other words, we are all part of him, but one can be divided into two. The god of creation was so gentle. He was the god of creation, and for the continuation of the universe, he allowed him to reach his peak. Then, the god of destruction was probably to destroy the universe. The shadow of the god of creation was still in the void, stagnating at the center of the Big Bang, the beginning of chaos. He smiled gently. You want to ask for the answer to the truth? To become a transcendent being of the universe? My answer is, everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions instantly became anxious. They heard the incarnation of the concept of the ultimate existence of the law of the universe, the god of creation's next sentence in disbelief. There is no answer to the truth of the universe. Everything is wrong. Everything is fabricated. All the truth you see is false. The true voice of the universe that you hear is the lip-syncing of the universe. As soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. The truth of the universe was false. The true voice of the universe that they heard just now was lip-syncing. These words involuntarily appeared in their minds at the same time. This sentence caused a loud rumble in their minds. It was as if the dark prelude of the universe had been opened, and they saw the truth of the universe. What we're cultivating is fake, we can never transcend, we are destined to be unable to escape the god of destruction's cosmic catastrophe. These words had completely subverted their understanding. It could even be said that they were words that could shatter one's Tao heart. They had worked hard all their lives to become strong, to achieve the Tao of the universe, were all fake, the truth they cultivated was all fake, then wouldn't the entire universe have been a huge lie from the beginning, and their universe was all fake? From the beginning to the end, they had been living in a ridiculous dream. At this moment, life seemed to have lost all meaning to cultivation. Medusa was startled. Why? Our truth. The god of creation pointed to the Big Bang in the distance, the chaos of a new universe, the true evolution of laws in the Big Bang, the beginning of yin and yang. You live in the universe, not beyond the universe. Another inexplicable sentence that was difficult to understand. The universe, everyone turned to look. They saw an extremely terrifying scene. Along with the Big Bang, there were countless grains of sand floating, countless matter condensing, and even vaguely in the birth of the chaotic universe, life was born in the chaos. This spectacular and gorgeous scene was truly jaw-dropping. Is this the scene of the birth of the universe? There were actually living beings born in the chaos placenta at the beginning of the chaos, and along with the Big Bang, they appeared in the universe? The first batch of living beings at the beginning of the universe? How great and powerful is this? They felt that among the floating matter, there were mysterious connate life forms being born, evolving, from the most primitive life embryos gradually condensing. Seeing this scene, they seemed to see some kind of phenomenon at the beginning of the universe. Could it be that when the universe was first formed, there really were ancient universe connate life forms that once existed in this universe? Then, what is it that made us look at this universe? What is it that made us comprehend? They closed their eyes, pondered, and silently sensed everything. Suddenly, they vaguely felt that there was something unusual about this Big Bang. Some parameters were different. Some laws were different. Compared to the matter data of the entire universe, there was a significant difference. Carefully sensing this true sound of the Tao, even the thousands of laws in the chaos actually appeared, a new law that had never appeared in the real universe. Yes. A new law that was different from this universe. However, in this newly exploded universe's primordial chaos, these minute differences were quickly assimilated by the laws of the surrounding universe. All kinds of parameters quickly approached each other and converged. The difference in this instantaneous eruption was very subtle. Ordinary experts would not have any reaction, but it was enough for them to sense it. This new small-scale Big Bang of the universe was quickly assimilated by the larger universe. It's only natural. After all, this spell only rebooted the return of matter in this part of the universe. It collapsed into a singularity, and after the Big Bang, it was quickly assimilated by the larger environment. It's normal. However, the new universe that erupted is different from the laws and rules of the current universe. How smart were they? They are all unimaginably powerful geniuses, super cosmic monsters who have polished their foundation to a perfect Taoist root. Soon, they have an incredible idea. Could it be that the new universe of every epoch has different rules, principles, and various parameters? They had a vague understanding. Yes, this situation was not impossible, the universe was a great Tao singularity. Through the primordial beginning, the creation of the world, and the evolution of endless laws. Perhaps every great Tao singularity, the order of the great Tao's division would be different, and there were endless combinations of laws. Every universe's great Tao true tone was a completely different and unique prelude. The universe is like a big tree, and the great Tao singularity is the sapling. It gives birth to all things. But all things in this life will be different every time. Just like how no leaf is the same. They completely understood. In other words, the truth and laws they cultivated were indeed the truth in this universe era, but in the next universe era, they might all be false. When the next era was destroyed, no matter how powerful the universe was, they would all become mortals. They would lose the power to control the laws and principles of the universe, and they would not be able to escape the calamity of this universe. The laws of the universe are different. There is a similar theory in the concept of parallel universes. Carolyn took a deep breath. Her eyes were bright as she recalled some scientific information. Maybe in that universe, there are not 4 fundamental forces, but 5 fundamental forces? Maybe in that universe, the microscopic result of matter is not the proton nucleus, electrons, and neutrons, but a completely new composition? If that was the case, they would all be crippled. They had comprehended the laws and principles of the composition of the universe. It was indeed the truth, but it was only applicable to this universe. Then, only a certain area, how could it be called true? This was indeed false. If we had not seen the explosive state of this universe, we might never have realized the mystery of this aspect. What we cultivate are all ridiculous false truths. We cannot take them away, they are limited. If they could not take them to the next universe era, it was normal for them to be destroyed. Do you understand now? The God of creation stood at the center of the universe's Big Bang. Everything around him was flying and spreading. All the laws had undergone their initial evolution and began to take shape. We understand now. Medusa's entire body trembled. This was indeed an incredible scene. This was indeed the truth domain that she yearned for even in her dreams, causing her to be intoxicated. We are all fake, all fake. The universe is real. Everything that the universe evolves is fake. The laws, matter, life, including us. Dickie's face was also gloomy as he said softly, yes, the laws we cultivate are all randomly scattered and formed when the universe was born. Unless we can grasp the true source, the true eternal truth of the universe. The origin of the universe, everything else is just false truths evolved from it. This was too vast. Dickie looked up, his bright eyes looking at the God of creation with incomparable envy and longing. And he is the primordial chi of the great Tao, is the truth itself. In the entire universe, only he is real. Everything else in the universe is false. At this moment, he clearly understood that the existence in front of him, he was real. The entire universe was false. This was the legendary God of creation, the embodiment of the unity of chaos. The true sound of the great Tao they had just heard was indeed a supreme treasure in this universe. Every syllable represented the birth of the laws of the universe, the order of division, and all kinds of collisions. But the syllables of the universe's birth song might be different for each universe, and each song was unique. What they had heard was indeed the lip-syncing of the universe. The answer you want is already known. The truth, as well as the way to transcend the destruction of the universe, is also given to you. You should know what you are facing. He symbolizes the great collapse, destruction, return, and ruin of the universe. The figure of the God of creation gradually blurred. His voice seemed to be subservient in the void, leaving behind horrifying words. This universe, which has already passed 14 billion universe eras, will be destroyed prematurely because you have observed the end of the universe from the end of the void. Boom, this time, the Big Bang of the universe completely spread out and became silent. Everything returned to nothingness. The dispersed matter returned to normal, as if nothing was different from before. The shadow of the God of creation. It also gradually became blurry in the void. Behind him, the eternal sacred light of the river of time seemed to gradually move away. This ultimate ancient existence of the universe seemed to have left this universe. There was a long silence. When everything had calmed down, they came back to their senses and looked at the silent ruins, as well as the emptiness of the entire universe. Suji also laughed. He did not spout nonsense. After all, he would be exposed in the future. What he told them was indeed what he saw in the source of chaos at the singularity. I seemed to say a lot, but in fact, I did not say anything. I just told them the truth that I saw. Suji slowly walked out of the void and said calmly, as for what kind of civilization it will develop into? What will the path of the future be like? I am not sure. The era was still deducing. They were all the pioneers of the era. What would the future cultivation system be like? The 9th level was already right in front of him. What about the 10th level? They were not sure. Was there anything above the 10th level? They were also not sure. Everything was unknown and mysterious. Suji only explained the phenomena of the universe to them. The deduction path depended on them. He did see that the rules of the current universe were not really reliable. The rules of the universe that they cultivated were all castles in the air. However, the God of destruction is quite interesting. Suji chuckled. He felt that his new setting was quite interesting. After all, if he did not appear, he would not be able to make up for the situation that had just occurred, which was a mass death. In the void. All of this is like a dream. Dichi said. The amount of information was simply too enormous, so much so that it was shocking. Even the god of destruction herself did not know what had happened with this spell. It was like an ordinary person's research on a bullet. The slightest carelessness could destroy a planet. It was like opening a forbidden box of the universe. Indeed, they saw the god of creation and the god of destruction. The god of creation created the world, and the god of destruction destroyed the world. The two were opposites. As expected, the universe is balanced. A complicated expression appeared on Carolyn's face, along with traces of regret. What taboo thing did we do? Observing the end of the destruction of the universe era. God of destruction. This kind of vague concept, observation is existence, perception will descend, this existence will follow the long river of time in the future and arrive in this era of the universe. Descending into the universe that is still in its prime, I'm afraid it will accelerate the destruction of the universe. The entire universe was only 14 billion years old, still in its prime. Such a taboo existence should not have appeared on this land, but it could be imagined that in the future, it would be a terrifying golden age, or a super calamity that had never been seen before in the countless ancient universe epics. The god of creation and the god of destruction actually existed in the same universe. In the future, they would probably see these two existences standing against each other, fighting and killing each other. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. And all these disasters were caused by them. This was simply too exaggerated. They were the sinners of the universe, the sinners of all worlds. If news of this got out, all the civilizations in the universe would hang them alive. At this moment, Little Rock, who was in the distance, was also scared out of her wits. She was dumbstruck, and her entire worldview had been turned upside down. What was this? It was indeed the center of the universe, but how was this just the center of the universe? It could change the fate of the entire universe. The cultivation methods that she had inherited in her memory and the strength that the Iron Base clan was proud of were like country bumpkins with shallow knowledge. There had never been such a concept in her inherited memory, and they did not even know about the existence of the god of creation. Is the universe going to be finished? Little Rock was extremely terrified. She had never expected such a thing to happen. Thinking about it carefully, wouldn't her sister be the sinner of the entire universe for creating this forbidden spell? After all, this spell was indeed unique. In the entire universe, only her sister could use it and cultivate it. This was because it involved thousands of laws of the universe, and she was extremely clear about the laws of the real universe. Don't tell anyone, and no one will attack us. Now, other than a few people near us, no one knows about this. The planetary civilizations and the survivors of those planets have long been shielded by the true voice of the universe and the massive laws of information. The three pillar gods were very calm. They looked around and smiled. At the same time, as you said, everything in the universe is balanced. We have sacrificed the future of the entire universe in exchange for a massive amount of knowledge. Medusa also fell into deep thought. Although there had been an equivalent exchange before, this was the first time such a huge equivalent exchange had occurred. The three pillar gods were very rational and very calm. They continued, the knowledge we have obtained is also enough for us to transcend the universe and understand the truth of ownership, to become the escaped one, to become the ultimate existence of the universe. Now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. After all, we have also obtained many terrifying benefits. Carolyn's gaze turned to the ancient Khanate existences that were born from the primordial chaos. Born from the primordial chaos, I'm afraid they have absorbed the ancient Khanate chi. They have the attributes of the primordial chaos and have come into contact with the truth of the universe. Carolyn took a deep breath and said to the people around her, there are a total of 10 of them. We will each take some. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. They knew that these were huge treasures. These were the real Khanate ancient gods of the primordial chaos that accompanied the birth of the universe and the creation of the world. The nature of their rules and life characteristics were unimaginable. However, everyone's face was grave and they looked at the others with fear. These new creatures of the primordial chaos were too precious. They were afraid that they would fight each other and continue the battle just now. And this evil god had used a terrifying spell just now. He had used up his strength that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Now he had less than 1% of his strength. But in order to resist the great Tao True Sound, they also had less than 1/10 of their strength. Both sides were exhausted. The evil god was still a strong opponent. The only one on their side who could fight against him was Venerable Sovereigns. But speaking of Venerable Sovereigns, where did he go? They did not see him from the beginning to the end. Could he be dead? While the two sides were in a stalemate, there was a flash in the distance. The ancient god actually appeared out of thin air and slowly walked over. On the other side, within the Cosmos Garden, an indomitable giant also appeared. Everyone turned their heads to look. Two terrifying existences had actually descended. However, this was to be expected. How could the existences behind the scenes of such a huge matter not be holding the fort in the dark? However, the situation that erupted in front of them was probably beyond the expectations of these two ancient existences. It could be said that the future trajectory of the entire universe had been changed, and they were also caught off guard. After all, in retrospect, the demon god spell was simply the #1 forbidden spell in the universe. It was like opening the forbidden seal box of the ancient universe. To be able to summon the god of creation and see the existence in the dark. How could such a forbidden spell not have a huge price? However, this price was too huge. Several people present thought so. Their eyes lit up as they looked into the distance. They could not help but think, now that such a sudden incident had occurred, the scope of involvement was unimaginably huge. How were these two going to negotiate? How would the situation develop? At this moment, Xianxia spoke. His words were very calm. I did not expect such a thing to happen, to let us know of another existence. We have lived for countless years and seen the prosperity and destruction of many civilizations, but we did not know that there was actually a god of destruction in this world. It is indeed unimaginable, but it is also reasonable. The voice of the ancient god was cold. He looked at him, his entire body shrouded in divine light, inexplicably holy. He laughed and said, originally, in the myriad worlds and the universe, there were not many existences who could know of the god of creation. Even the ultimate level 10 powerhouses who stood at the end of the path and looked back at the entire universe might not be qualified to know. Perhaps it was already not bad to know 1/3 of them. If not for you, who secretly learned of it through our civilization, you would also be in the dark and imprisoned in your arrogant inheritance. Shiji was secretly delighted and looked at her father. It seemed that in ancient times, more than 100,000 years ago, there was a lot of entanglement. It seemed that her father was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. After coming into contact with such terrifying knowledge, it was really possible for him to return to the ancient glory of his ancestors and step into the level 10 on a profound level of civilization that did not even have the memory of his inheritance. She was excited and proud. She could not help but secretly make up her mind. She wanted to learn from the chief of the martial arts circle and cultivate her forceful crazily. She wanted to work together with her clan, and their battle prowess would definitely undergo an exaggerated qualitative change. She wanted to work hard to become stronger like her sister and help her father to restore their clan's ancient glory. Xianxia was speechless. He touched the head of his daughter, who was full of confidence, and only smiled. It was as if he had seen through the ancient times. He said softly, "This is indeed rarely known. After all, the history of the universe is too long. No matter how powerful a great existence is, it is just dust in the river of time. Over the years, there were too many lost inscriptions in history. And you are nothing more than a terrible adventure. More than 100,000 years ago, from the fragments of some ancient ruins, I discovered the records left behind by an ancient existence that was born at the beginning of the world. From the Tao diagram of the creation of the world, I came to know about the god of creation. From there, I entered the dimension of the civilization of that ancient existence." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone revealed expressions of contemplation, shock, and sudden understanding. They had been guessing all along. Only by knowing could one come into contact with that dimension. Observation was existence with quantum uncertainty. Only by knowing about the god of creation would it collapse into reality. Then, where did the oldest information about the god of creation come from? If no one in the entire universe knew about it from the beginning, then the entire universe would not be able to spread it, just like the god of destruction. At this time, they should be the first to know about the god of destruction. Then, what about the god of creation? How did the first people know about it? This question had been lingering in their minds. How did the ancient gods and the others know about the god of creation? Now, the answer was clear. These two ancient existences spoke concisely, but the amount of information in their conversation was too much. Carolyn was shocked. She could not help but whisper to the people around her, where did the god of creation appear for the first and only time? The Genesis. That was the scene just now. After all, it replayed the history of the entire universe and could refer to the traces of the ancient history of the universe. Theoretically, no one could observe him at the great Tao singularity where the heavens and earth were split apart. His concept should not have spread throughout the entire universe in the future. No one in the entire universe would know about the god of creation, however, that was not the case. Because there were ancient existences born in the chaos that saw the god of creation for the first time. So they were the first to know about it. Hence, from generation to generation, it was passed down to this era. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. At this point, Carolyn's face was full of longing and expectation. She said excitedly, heaven and earth were born together, the sun and the moon shone together. They came from the chaos. They listened to the primordial prelude of the universe and held the traces of primordial laws that had not yet been divided. This was a group of unimaginably great existences. This little sister is right. That must have been the greatest era. Medusa also revealed a look of longing and shock. He was also a smiling tiger, as if there was no life and death battle just now. He said softly, this group of primordial ancient gods were indeed the first to know. They also guarded this secret to their death. After all, such existences and opportunities could not be told to others. I think, therefore I am, never told others, never passed on the image of the god of creation. Concept. Realization of the laws. All living beings, civilizations, they would never know this secret. The strong would monopolize knowledge, because knowledge is power. This was an inevitable historical development. And in front of them, this was the ultimate secret of the universe. How could it be casually revealed? In the beginning, only the first group of primordial ancient gods of the universe knew about it. However, these ancient primordial ancient gods of the universe did not choose to spread it. Hence, in the beginning, only a few top civilizations in the universe knew about it. And in the ancient era of the gods and demons, within the first few 100 million years, as these primordial existences that were born together with the universe flourished, and then fell, this secret was gradually buried in history. Fewer and fewer civilizations knew about it. In fact, in this era, the number of people who knew about this secret was very few. Even in this era, many of the rank 10 existences did not know about it and coveted it, and the two ancient gods obtained an unimaginable opportunity. In the records of an ancient god's tomb, they obtained the concept of the god of creation. This caused their civilization, the entangled state of quantum uncertainty, to collapse into reality. Their civilization finally saw the god of creation. And at this time, the players were panicking. They screamed and screamed. Brothers, it's time. Previously, we guessed that the ancient gods and the others entered a certain realm and obtained the god of creation's eternal blood. At the same time, they probably obtained the concept of the god of creation. Their combat power instantly exploded, and they entered the golden age of Buddhism and Taoism, which led to the subsequent events. Moon goddess Ji coveted it, and the eruption of the war between Buddhism and Taoism in ancient China. Their faces were filled with excitement, their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Obviously, the ancient Chinese mythology, Buddhism and Taoism on earth had a long history. Everything they had experienced was far greater than what they had imagined, although the current civilization was about to decline, and the ancient gods were about to die, they used their last shoulders to protect them, protecting the next generation to inherit the torch of civilization. The truth of history has been completely revealed. We have basically figured out the concept of the god of creation. We can do it. We did not disappoint the ancient gods' expectations. We have revived the two great civilizations of Buddhism and Taoism. At this time, in just a few short sentences, the minds of the people were filled with emotions. When they sorted out all kinds of thoughts, the voice of the ancient god remained indifferent as he continued, "This is inexplicable. We already knew about the existence of the God of creation, but who would have thought that we would be able to observe another one, a concept that exists in the depths of the universe? This is a huge disaster. The God of destruction does not exist in this universe, and no one knows about it. But we, who are in this era, have observed it." Everyone's breathing quickened. The Pandora's box has been opened, and there is no way to stop it. We are all going to be destroyed. Observation is existence, observation will descend. Renamance's face was gloomy and extremely solemn. This matter involves too much. If news of our two civilizations were to spread, the entire universe and countless civilizations would be shaken. In the entire universe, all the civilizations that know about the concept of the God of creation will scold us and condemn us. We are all sinners who destroyed this universe. As soon as he said this, everyone was completely focused. Yes, civilizations that did not know about the concept of the God of creation were still easy to fool. However, the truly powerful civilizations that knew about the God of creation would soon understand the concept of the God of destruction. They would know that this kind of existence could not appear in this universe that was still in its prime. It was very likely that they had done something taboo, such as observing the future or observing the origin of the universe, which led to the accelerated destruction of the universe. However, the current situation was already irreversible. They had already seen the legendary God of destruction and pulled him from the river of destruction in the future to the present world. What kind of existence is the God of destruction? This is the first time we have seen it, so we cannot understand it. It is very mysterious to us, Renamansa said softly. No one knows what will happen in the future. However, no matter what natural disaster happens, as long as we do not say anything, no one will know that we did it. At the very least, we can hide it for a period of time, the super-ancient deity said with a smile. In just a few words, the two had come to an agreement that they would definitely not reveal it to outsiders. After all, this matter involved too many people, and it was enough to cause panic in the entire universe. They had the same thought as the three pillar gods. After all, this was the best way to deal with it. Then, since it has come to this, there is no point in saying anything more. We can only look at the path of the future. The 10 beings in front of us were also sacrificed to the future of the entire universe. It is equivalent exchange. Naturally, we have to take a share, Renamansa said coldly, his voice gradually becoming cold. Yes, equivalent exchange. We have obtained the information that we are cultivating in the false truth, and these 10 beings are all in exchange. The super-ancient deity smiled and said seriously, I have a lot of business, and all resources are urgent. I will take 7, and you take 3. How about that? Renamansa's expression instantly darkened, and he sneered. You are delusional. If not for the god of evil using this Taoist technique, you would not have gotten anything. How dare you be so greedy? Is it not because of this technique that this is the root of the disaster? The super-ancient deity's voice also became completely cold. There is no point in talking anymore. I am now a person who is about to die. If you want to fight with me, you can try. Everyone held their breath. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. At this time, they had already begun to retreat slightly, their faces full of vigilance. They gradually flew away from the center of the two and drifted to the surrounding meteorite belt. Perhaps they would soon witness a battle between the true pinnacle of level 9, transcending the laws of the universe. Perhaps it would be more than that. Perhaps it would be two weaker level 10 who had already stepped onto the path of level 10. This confrontation of existences would probably turn the entire solar system into their battlefield. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Renamansa frowned. I'll take 4, and you take 6. This is the bottom line. I'm not afraid of you, but I don't want to get involved in your personal grudges. There's no benefit to be gained from your personal grudges. Both of you are already mortal enemies, so you can fight among yourselves. However, I will not let go of the benefits before me. You should also know that provoking me is equivalent to making more enemies, and that is not a good thing. Neither of us will have an easy time. 46? That's fine. The super ancient god pondered for a while and nodded slowly. He seemed to know where the other party's bottom line was. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt relieved. A fight almost broke out. Fortunately, they chose to stop at the last moment. Although they were looking forward to a battle of this level, they were already exhausted and had no more combat strength left. If the two sides fought, it was very likely that they would completely fall out with each other. They would first deal with the subordinates of the enemy, the new generation, and directly deal a vicious blow. It was very likely that they would be killed in an instant. This was probably something that both sides were afraid of and unwilling to fight over. Then, we'll split it like this. The super ancient god smiled. The number has been decided. How about letting the geniuses of your respective civilizations choose? They will naturally choose the primal chaos creatures that suit them. Sure. Renamansa did not mind. Even if they aren't true primal chaos innate gods, they are already strong enough with a trace of the laws of primal chaos. You guys go. The super ancient god turned to look at everyone with his hands behind his back. Immediately, Dicky, Carolyn, Medusa, Shurji, and the rest knew that they would get what they wanted if they acted quickly. At this time, following the Big Bang, the various laws of primal chaos creatures transformed into various asteroids and rocks that floated in the air. The 10 primal chaos innate gods were also scattered among them. There were stone-shaped creatures, flesh and blood, mysterious creatures in the shape of clouds, and a mysterious creature in the shape of a green vine. They quickly made their selection, their movements extremely fast. These two are mine. Medusa's first action was to explode with a terrifying battle intent. He leaped over a group of asteroids and chose the two creatures that seemed to be the strongest. Dicky and the rest frowned. He knew that his actions were not as fast as hers, but he could only pick the best ones alone. He could not monopolize them, so he picked the next few creatures. In a few breaths' time, the actions of these experts had already been decided. It seems that both sides have gained something. Then, there is no need to stay here any longer. Renamansa's voice was cold, as if he wanted to send them off. The super ancient god also smiled. Then farewell. Sorry for disturbing you for this period of time. Rhiannon-Manka didn't pay him any attention. His figure became slightly hazy, and he disappeared on the spot. Clearly, he had returned to the cosmic garden. Let's go. The super ancient god turned around and looked at everyone. Carolyn hesitated and said, Dizun seems to have not appeared yet, indeed. From the beginning until now, he had not appeared. It was as if he had disappeared and died. If that was the case, it was indeed a huge loss. Don't worry. The ancient god's expression was incomparably calm as he said, a long time ago, I left a backup plan. Even in that state of chaos, he did not die. In truth, the number of existences that were born in the chaos just now was not 10, but 11. 10. 1. As soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. Everyone's eyes widened. A terrifying thought exploded in their minds, as if they had thought of something. If that was true, then Dizun was probably invincible in the same realm, right? They looked towards the ancient deity. This existence was truly mysterious and unfathomable, possessing astonishing intelligence. They feared that this was also a great scheme. The chaos gradually subsided. The various existences quickly left. Only the various planets that were riddled with holes were left. The mortals of the various civilizations watched this scene in a daze. Their faces were filled with despair and numbness. This scene was unforgettable for the rest of their lives. What is this? We didn't die? I'm actually still alive. The god of creation actually exists. Even the various light gods, nature goddesses, and the higher-ups of the Tyr Empire felt their minds go blank. All of this had happened too suddenly. The amount of information had exploded, and they felt like they could no longer think. In this moment, it was as if the paramount gods of the entire world were no different than the mortals begging on the streets. They could only look out at the terrifying alien civilizations out in the starry sky, and pray and despair in their hearts. The dust of this era was like a huge mountain to the mortals. They could not resist anything and could only silently tidy up the land riddled with holes. They were no longer their own race. Even though they did not know what the nomological God of creation had said, they could hear the vast true voice of the universe and the faint shadows. This was enough to shake their hearts. However, we still have a future. His Majesty Tyr closed his eyes and said, "We are no longer our race, but we are still alive. There is hope as long as we are alive. It is better than being dead." In front of such a powerful and mysterious cosmic civilization, we are already satisfied that we did not perish. By the way, how much of the great Tao true voice of the universe's creation have we remembered? Your Majesty, we have remembered the third stanza of the first paragraph and the third stanza of the fifth paragraph. A civil official was excited. This was the origin of the universe. It recorded all the information about the splitting sequence of the entire universe's nomological laws. It could be said that the entire universe's advanced civilizations, or even the ultimate level 10 beings, might not have such a great wealth. It must be noted that unless one had personally experienced the creation of the universe and heard the prelude of the universe, no civilization or creature would ever have the chance to listen to the grace of the universe that was the creation of the universe. The Tao voice of the universe's creation is the splitting and collision sequence of the nomological laws. Every syllable and note symbolizes the Tao and principles of the universe. Understanding this prelude means understanding the origin of the universe. In the universe garden, little Shiji looked at the four blurry connate gods and was excited. She hopped around and grabbed her father's arm. "Father, this is unimaginable. The innate chaos laws of these creatures are also beginning to morph. They've split into countless laws, but they give off a feeling of primordial chaos." Medusa also frowned. After all, her understanding was the deepest. Their genes are extremely strange. They are hybrid-type genes. For example, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning constellation genes. For example, they can control the atmosphere, the ocean, and repulsive forces. It had to be known that even if it was a fake creation of the world, these beings that had come into contact with traces of the primordial chaos laws were still extraordinary. Although their chaos genes were divided, there were still large amounts of laws stacked within the same gene. This was extremely terrifying. At the same time, I also discovered something. This gene is very unstable, Medusa said softly. When their genes are integrated into other creatures or they give birth to offspring, these compound genes will differentiate again. For example, the four-element genes of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning will become a single gene of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Medusa's expression turned heavy. It was as though he had seen something extremely interesting. Perhaps, in the entire universe, many of the single genes of the countless creatures, such as the flame gene and mental gene, were all formed from the original half-chaos genes. They are indeed irreplaceable and unique. If they were to be inherited by others, the genes would degenerate due to the instability. Medusa drew in a deep breath. They are indeed connate chaos gods and devils. They cannot be replicated. Remansa smiled and said, "We really have to look forward to the future of these beings. After all, they paid a huge price to exchange for them." Medusa also had a look of longing and satisfaction on her face. For this trip, she couldn't be bothered with the destruction of the universe or the overflowing flood. She had obtained the benefits she wanted. That was enough. The true voice of the great Tao recorded the false logic of the universe. However, if she didn't understand the false logic of the universe, how could she come into contact with the only truth? It was impossible to leap 1,000 miles in a single leap. The truth of the universe was the primordial chaos Tao-yi, the primordial chaos, the creation God. Thousands of different laws of the universe. When all these false logic were combined together, it would become the truth of the universe. Father, how did one break through to the ultimate level of the 10th level? Is it possible that it has something to do with these truths? The ultimate level of the universe, the end of the great Tao, is it to come into contact with the truth? Little Stone couldn't help but ask. After all, only those who broke through to the 9th level of the Iron Base race could receive the inheritance of the 10th level. Medusa also looked at the master of the cosmic garden with a look of longing and expectation. After all, the ultimate path of the universe was the ultimate level of the 10th level. What was the ultimate level? The end of the great Tao was the ultimate level. However, in front of her, After evolving the Genesis era, she vaguely felt that the 10th level might only be the end of all the false logic of the universe. Perhaps one step further was the truth? Only then could one transcend the entire universe. However, could that be the realm above the 10th level? This was very strange. Seeing the origin of the universe was indeed seeing something that far exceeded their level and realm. It was something that was difficult to understand. With their current knowledge and reserves, they couldn't explain it at all. Suji looked at the two people who were looking at him with longing in their eyes. It had surpassed their understanding, and naturally, it had surpassed his own understanding as well. He didn't know either. Little Stone was still asking excitedly, does the 10th level mean that one has grasped the truth? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be that the 10th level has grasped all the laws in the universe? Suji gazed into the distance and looked out the window of the study. He smiled. You can only explore it yourself. How do you break through to the 10th level? When you break through to the 9th level and naturally obtain the inheritance of memories, you will know. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Little Stone had no choice but to stop asking. She waved her little iron fists excitedly and said, then I'll cultivate my force first and add some difficulty to my life. Little Stone looked at the 4 mixed element creatures that she had brought back. They were being studied and cultivated by her sister. She didn't care and began to practice her martial arts in the garden outside in high spirits. In the garden, there was a lush green forest. To Little Stone, it was like a green plain of grass. You're my temporary trainer? Little Stone looked at Pan Xianxia with a puzzled expression. The person who will guide me on the path of cultivation? Pan Xianxia smiled and said, that's right. Although I'm your father's inner sect disciple, I've cultivated the martial arts of the chief of the pugilistic world. I can teach you the basics. Recite after me. Women should be strong. Women should be strong. Little Stone recited after her, looking very spirited. Punch. 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 Green veins bulged all over Pan Xianxia's body. She punched a tree like it was a sandbag. It's a pity that I can't find a suitable sandbag to practice with. Ha. 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 Little Stone hurriedly followed suit. On the other side, the 7 realms Chongming Heavenly Court and the ancient lava region were still returning. Dicky and the others had too many things to deal with. They even had to be wary of others and had no time to spare. However, the players had already begun to make a ruckus. They began to discuss the intense situation on this side. The god of creation and the god of destruction were too shocking. In the 7 realms celestial court, Yamaguchi Akina was working hard, and the nouveau riche gold accessories fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around and grinned. You guys have abandoned me for a long time. You're finally back. The cute girl walked over and was speechless. We didn't want to abandon you, but you had to work overtime and couldn't leave. This time, we brought you a gift. The cute girl tossed a spatial ring to him. Yamaguchi Akina looked at the ring. It was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. He was satisfied. This animal didn't forget him. Oh right, what's the situation now? You weren't beaten to death by Dichi? The cute girl's face turned black. How could I be beaten? Dichi has always been looking for opponents. I relied on my speed to travel the world to find opponents for him. He's very happy now. There's a new opponent and a new technique to study. Life is about movement, and life is about transcending. Yamaguchi Akina had a face full of doubt. You really weren't beaten? Would the cute girl be beaten to death? That was impossible. After all, it wasn't the first time the cute girl did such a thing. If she wanted to be beaten to death, she would have been beaten to death long ago. In reality, Dichi had always closed one eye and let this Mother Earth go out to create trouble so that he could learn his techniques. Dichi had always been hoping for a stronger enemy to appear. But this time it was too much. Although Dichi had gained quite a lot this time, it was all given to him by the Mother Earth green vine. Logically speaking, Dichi still hoped for a few more like this, but the most unbearable thing was Zhou Meng. Could you bear it? No matter who it was, they would not be able to hold it in. That crazy white-haired old man had big dreams all day, and he was as disgusting as sticky candy. Cough cough cough, this guy was beaten up. Goddess Wu Yun pleaded for him, so he wasn't beaten to death. Then, Dichi went into seclusion to cultivate. Great alchemist Emperor coughed. He seems to be in seclusion to organize his gains. After all, the gains are quite big. But I suspect that he can't wait to study quantum martial arts, and is preparing to find the place where Zhou Meng dreams and beat him to death. Yamaguchi Akina felt that it made sense. He nodded and gave a thumbs up. Quantum martial arts are indeed ruthless. But, have you gotten the genes of the other civilization? I want to cultivate as well. Meng Mei looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that this person also wanted to learn Zhou Meng's crazy cultivation method and disgust people? Meng Mei shook her head, spread out her hands, and said helplessly, the other party's world is also very terrifying and powerful. Even if the overall foundation of the Cosmos Garden is not as good as ours, it is not too far off. We really haven't gotten our hands on their bloodline. Those experts have methods to guard against it. To be honest, it was impossible to obtain the bloodline from their bodies. The only way to obtain the bloodline from their corpses was to kill them instantly before they could even react. The simplest way to steal a bloodline is to sneak into that world and obtain the bloodline genes of the ordinary people there. Akina Yamaguchi nodded. That was really the case. In reality, Pan Shuashin, the 13th prince, and the others had been given quantum genes, but they weren't from this race. It was impossible to extract the genes from their bodies. However, they haven't gotten our genes or bloodlines. We have to guard against them entering our world. After all, they're stealing our bloodlines from ordinary people. The Alchemy Emperor said. They're also eyeing our 9 revolution mysterious art. And all kinds of powerful bloodlines. When the 4 great quantum masters saw Dickie's exaggerated combat power, they would definitely be extremely jealous. The other party might already know our world coordinates, but we have to shield it and not let them sneak in. Now it seemed that every extraordinary world had a way to shield their own world to prevent others from entering their core world and stealing their civilization and wisdom. As for the foreign races that stole their own race's bloodline, they would desperately issue wanted posters throughout the entire universe and hunt them down. They would have to face the revenge of a powerful super civilization. Bloodline and cultivation method are both very important. Akina Yamaguchi thought about it. After all, he was in the gene factory, so he had a deep understanding of this. However, even if I can't get the real one, I can clone quantum genes. I can just stick a strand of a Hogue on my head, and I'll be able to sense quantum telepathy. Everyone, do you want to spend money to become stronger? It's not the original version. It looks good with a gene plug-in, but in reality, it's just that. Meng Mei curled her lips, shook her head, and said, it takes a lot of time to cultivate a new system of cultivation method, and it's not the original bloodline. Who has that much energy? Apart from monsters like Dickie. A normal person would not be able to do it. Just cultivating a few of his own genetic cultivation methods was already too much for him to handle. Akina Yamaguchi suddenly said, by the way, did you guys meet with the players from the Azure Path? He was very curious about this. Yes, we met. The Alchemy Emperor smiled and said, this is the first time we've truly met and interacted with each other. There are a terrifying number of them, and they're very orderly with a clear division of labor. It's a very meticulous and strict organization. I have to say that the physical talent of Azura is very terrifying, and their potential is limitless. I've also helped to evolve their 12 Azure war gods. In fact, they're already doing very well. They have a lot of people, and they have a lot of intelligence. Akina Yamaguchi smiled and said, it seems like they're quite powerful. It's alright, but they're still a little bit weaker than us. Their talent is originally not as good as us, who come from a regular background. The cute girl thought for a moment and said, after all, their lifespan is not even 1/10 of ours, so naturally, they don't have enough knowledge. However, although their foundation is poor, their imagination and creativity have left me dumbfounded. The people in front of him were all big shots in this field, and they had lived for thousands of years. They relied on this field to establish themselves, so naturally, the other party was far inferior to them. Since the leader has become a deity, won't he die of old age? Akina Yamaguchi's voice was very calm. Something like that. The Alchemy Emperor took a deep breath and said, I took a look, and their lifespan is indeed only about 1/10 of ours, but because of the differences in the evolution of the species, the oldest is a plant deity, with a lifespan of 2,000 years. The lowest is a beetle deity, with a lifespan of only 800 years, and the rest of the deities can live for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years seemed like a long time. In reality, it was only slightly more than a week in the real world. Even in the animal realm, it was only slightly more than 10 weeks. Moreover, it was not calculated that way. These people frequently entered and exited the divine realm, as well as the higher realms, and did not have a relatively low time flow like in the animal realm. The alchemy emperor said, the fastest deity only has a lifespan of 800 years. More than half of it has passed, and in 3 or 4 days, his lifespan will end. Becoming a deity also meant facing impending death. Akina Yamaguchi's face darkened, and he said with a sigh, it seems that we can't control it anymore. What we always didn't want to see is about to happen. This group of people are the top talents of Earth, and in order to open up new territories, they are also heading towards destruction. This can't be helped. This is what the Azura realm is like, how could they not know, but they still chose to break through. After all, if they did not break through, they would not even be deities, and it would be impossible for them to participate in the previous small universe war, as well as the home of the giant octopus. For a civilization to rise again, it needs the blood and hard work of generations to write the hymn of civilization, the alchemy emperor said. We are already considered very lucky. I have left enough essence for those people, and they should be able to hold on for a while. This is the last thing I can do. The cute girl nodded. They were fighting for their lives against the times, advancing wave after wave. We still have to hide it from the public. Although the top group of Azura Realm players will definitely know. After all, they are usually joking around, but they are not fools. Instead, they are all extremely smart, and they are the top talents in their respective fields. The alchemy emperor thought for a while, but he did not know how to say it. The few of them could be said to be the leaders, pioneers, and decision-makers of the player faction. But many things had to develop, and they were definitely unavoidable. At the same time, they had truly lived for thousands of years, even if it was in another world. But with such a long and exciting life, they should be satisfied. There is nothing to worry about. If you want to transcend, you have to pay an equal price. If you want to become a strong person who surpasses everything, you have to be prepared to die. The alchemy emperor smiled, and said, there is no need to be sad, no need to feel bad. As they say, everything is balanced in the dark. We also have to work hard. My lifespan is still young, and I have only just entered, but the two of you are not going to live for long. What did he mean by we are going to die? Did you hear that? Is this something a human would say? Worry about your ermine first. The cute girl glared. The alchemy emperor. They were discussing and making a decision. After all, they were also a civilization and needed to develop. This was reality. No matter how optimistic they were, many things could not be avoided. Let's not talk about this. Let's start a live broadcast first. Let's talk about the current situation. Meng Mei started the live broadcast with ease. Just as she sat up, she looked at the nearby live broadcast platforms and realized that they were abnormally popular. A live broadcast actually had tens of millions of views. Cute lowly, the daily boring life of practicing martial arts online, Meng Mei didn't react in time. She clicked on it and realized that it was a live broadcast of the Cosmos Garden. A tall and sturdy little girl was comparable to half of Australia. The forest and mountains under her feet were like flat ground. She was waving her fists on the spot and laughing very energetically. And there was an even smaller teacher teaching her. The popularity of the live broadcast was very high. What a cute loli. I love her so much. 3 million tons of irritable loli, hammering people online. Father-in-law, I want to propose marriage. Love transcends races. Damn it. Even this little girl is working so hard that she's bald. I can't be lazy either. I want to become stronger, then enter the Cosmos Garden and marry this little girl. I'll become a godly heroic couple that everyone envies. What the hell, godly heroic couple? Meng Mei's face darkened. She widened her eyes. Were these animals poisonous? Their faces were filled with enthusiasm and they were frantically sending gifts. Watching this little girl practice martial arts daily made them feel like they were chasing after a celebrity. However, Pan Shuoxian was getting dirtier and dirtier recently. He was originally a very honest person. In the past, he brought a group of muscular animals from the Wushan Palace to do live broadcasts, scaring everyone out of their wits. Now that he learned how to do this, he was actually so popular. Pan Shuoxian had a face full of excitement as he said to the live broadcast, "Brothers, send a wave of gifts. 666, let's go." Kacha. Meng Mei also started a live broadcast. In an instant, countless people flocked to it. Cough, cough, cough. Brothers, I'm here to report the current situation. We have achieved a great victory in this battle. Right now, Carolyn has returned to the pocket cosmos, and the 3 pillar gods have yet to return, and are currently chasing after the opportunity pillar god. As for the 6 life forms that created the world, the 3 of us will each get 2, and Dicky will also get 2. One is cloud-shaped, and the other is a plant vine. Dicky is still studying it, but given his personality, he probably won't raise them. He will definitely hand them over to the merciful me to raise. After all, I'm the world tree that nourishes all things, and I'm very experienced in raising disciples. Just look at Dao Chongsheng, and you'll know that I'm a professional. To be honest, I'm quite experienced in raising and taking care of children. Everyone fell silent. They didn't know what to say. Why was this person blowing his own trumpet? You must be very good at making people bald, right? He was quite good at this. As long as they didn't die from learning, they would learn from death. They could already imagine the tragic fate of those 2 creatures. The cute girl didn't pay attention to them and continued to say, as for the 6, there are 2 in each world. Why isn't there a venerable sovereign? According to our guesses, he is already a Khanate god fiend, so he naturally doesn't need it. Next. The cute girl briefly explained. Akina Yamaguchi coughed twice at the side. Next, our professional commentator will analyze it. We'll start with the god of destruction and the god of creation. Under Dongqing City, Suji returned to the orchard. He sat in front of the wooden chair in the yard, facing the bright sunshine and watching the content of the live broadcast. After watching for a while, he didn't pay too much attention. The death of Azura Path was something he had long expected. After all, short lifespan was the biggest flaw, and these short lifespans in exchange were their own evolutionary talents. As I said, everything is up to you. The road is already in front of you, and success is built on the bones of thousands. Suji sat on the chair and looked at the sky. In the distance, the spore lifeforms of the evolution sand table were chattering crazily. Small lifeforms of all shapes and sizes were running around everywhere. Everyone else is sorting out the gains and losses of their research. Then it's time for me to feel my quantum battle body. Is it the cosmic battle body? He opened his eyes and leisurely sorted out the harvest this time. Whoosh. Suji stretched out his hand lightly. A quantum battle body slowly appeared in the void. Its body was white and slender, giving off a mysterious and chaotic feeling of antiquity. It had integrated with the subbrain of the Zerg race and had the appearance of Suji. Every quantum battle body condensed by martial arts has its own characteristics, and mine is the cosmic battle body, with a quantum umbilical cord. Theoretically, the cosmic battle body is the only quantum battle body that can grow infinitely regardless of the body's size. Even the final growth of the body can devour the entire universe, making my quantum battle body the entire universe. Suji pondered. The concept of this martial art was very scary. And the concept of this art is to treat the descendants of one's own bloodline as a part of one's body, and reproduce madly to continuously increase one's body size. In fact, this art was very demanding. Suji could only successfully cultivate it after going through the primal chaos essence of the innate unity chi. But would he be invincible after successfully cultivating it? That was not the case. Everything had just begun. Yes, it had just begun. This art was very demonic, even more demonic than Zhou Meng's sky dream. To put it simply, how did this cosmic art steal the matter of the entire universe, continuously give birth, and then let these children break through to the 9th rank world? And every world that surpassed the laws of the universe required a huge amount of resources and energy to cultivate, stealing a large amount of matter and the energy of the entire universe. That was why there was a saying, as long as the saints are not dead, the great thieves will not stop, and once the saints died, the energy of these worlds would return to the main universe after their deaths. This was a process that all experts had to go through, borrowing and returning. Everything in the world nourished people, and after death, they would return to heaven and earth, so that everything could continue. However, this art is the true great thief of the universe, borrowing and not returning. After death, the ninth-rank expert's energy seems to return to the universe, turning into sand, stone, wind, fire, lightning. But in reality, as my descendants, they are branded with my spiritual imprint, becoming a part of my body. After death, they are scattered throughout the universe, becoming sand, stones, rivers, wind and rain. As long as I continue to nurture ninth-rank experts, letting them devour the matter of the entire universe. Even their cells are branded with my spiritual imprint, I am the entire universe. This was the most evil aspect of this art, the most demonic aspect. But in reality, who can do this? Heartless sows, constantly giving birth, and also ensuring that their descendants will have countless ninth-rank experts? Enough to devour the entire world's number of ninth-rank experts? Even the Queen Zerg might not think that it is possible. That is an unimaginable amount of work. Suji laughed involuntarily, silently sensing everything through this. Quantum battle body. The most difficult point is that only ninth-rank experts can do it. And when the descendants below ninth rank die, the matter of the universe they devour will all be returned. But there is no way for them to be branded with my imprint. Only ninth rank experts can fuse the soul and flesh, imprinting their own spiritual imprint into the matter of every cell. Suji gazed into the distance, sitting on a bench in the orchard, looking into the distance. But still, I have to say that the person who created this art is really a genius, to actually think of using his own descendants to cultivate the soul and flesh fusion of the ninth rank road, and to brand his own imprint on the entire universe. Through the quantum battle body, Suji felt that some of the experts of the Zerg race who had already fallen on the ninth rank road, only the part of the matter that had fused the soul and flesh fusion had a faint connection with him. And the matter of these corpses of gods were mostly made into all kinds of artifacts, weapons, and a small part completely dissipated, turning into gravel, dust, and rivers between heaven and earth. He faintly felt that it was as if it was a part of his body, and he could use it at will, just like Zhou, dreaming that he was a flower, a tree, or a rock. It was really incomparably demonic. It could be imagined that as long as there were enough ninth rank experts, there would be a day when his quantum battle body would expand crazily, and finally devour the matter of the entire universe, becoming a truly huge universe. Even if it was not a universe, when it reached a certain extent, it would probably be a galaxy. Or even a galaxy. All of them would become his super quantum battle body. That scene, how magnificent and vast would it be? However, this is too late. How many ninth rank experts would it take to devour the matter of the entire universe? My ambition is comparable to Medusa's. Suji touched his nose, but it was undeniable that after deducing the sand table cultivation system until now, there was finally a cultivation method that was most suitable for the Zerg Queen. Farming could become stronger, reproducing could become stronger, giving birth could become stronger. Moreover, there was no need for them to give birth themselves, but to let the Zerg subbrain give birth. It was simply perfect. Good breeding, a large number of ninth rank worlds, and finally form a universe. This was the true catastrophe of the Zerg race. Invading everything, destroying everything, conquering everything, Suji sighed softly. Just like on this planet, who knows if the soil under their feet, the water they drink, and even their nails and hair, thousands of years ago, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen were once part of a living being's body matter. Perhaps, this was still difficult to understand. Matter was cyclical, such as the water on this planet. Just like the water you drink now, it might be part of the cell fluid, urine, and blood of an ancient person from 1,000 years ago. Suji stood up and looked over. He was secretly devouring and transforming the matter of the entire universe. From meteorites, planets with life, to rivers and trees, as long as they were part of the body matter formed by a rank 9 Zerg powerhouse in ancient times. Everything that seemed to be natural in the universe was no longer the universe itself. And in the future, these matters might form some kind of life. Humans, birds, and beasts, they had no idea. Their bodies were already part of the body of a certain existence, and in the end, the entire universe was his entire body. This had already completely matched the speculation of the concept of God of creation in the quantum universe system. The previous Zerg Queen used a terrible war to cause a catastrophe, invading everything, destroying everything, and occupying everything. From a certain point of view, am I not another catastrophe? Suji chuckled. He had finally unknowingly embarked on this path. However, this terrible catastrophe was extremely hidden, and there was no way to defend against it. Although they are all ruthless reproduction machines, crazily reproducing Zerg. But my kind of reproduction, without the smoke of war, is a natural disaster of farming. Suji mocked himself. He had to say that the future of the entire cultivation method was worth looking forward to. However, it was only limited to expectations, because this cultivation method was even more ridiculous and unattainable than Medusa's late stage. How vast was the universe? It was simply ridiculous to let the rank 9 Zerg race plunder the matter of the entire universe. To give birth to trillions of rank 9 Zerg? They might not even be able to occupy 1/10,000th of the matter energy of the entire universe. If I continue to follow the rules like this, I may not be able to do it even if the universe is destroyed in tens of billions of years. Suji muttered to himself, sure enough, it's called a madman's cultivation method. It's impossible in all aspects. But devouring the universe to become a true god of creation is a ridiculous dream to begin with. At this rate, unless I use a special method to increase the speed of my devouring of the universe, I can't do it unless I use a special method to create a large number of 9th grade masters. He closed his eyes and thought about his future plans for the insectoid race. Gradually, 3 feasible ideas appeared in his mind. First, the rank 9 universe Taoists were crazily reproducing. For example, Di-Chi, Carolyn, and the others had broken through. Their children were level 9 children, the children of those who had achieved the Tao. They were born with part of their organs, and part of their bodies had become one with their soul and flesh. As long as they kept having children, it was theoretically possible. The children they gave birth to had a part of their soul and flesh fused together. Regardless of whether they cultivated or not, that part would still have an imprint. As long as all the rank 9 universe Taoists who broke through in the future became super breeding pigs, they could speed up Suji's assimilation of the universe. However, the higher the level of life, the lower the fertility rate, and the more damage to the vitality of reproduction. Suji frowned silently, his expression turning strange. The sand table I used for farming is no longer lacking in energy. I can provide it for them to give birth to children. Let's see if they're willing. Di-Chi and Kong Yun have never wanted children. It looks like having a few isn't a problem. As ancient gods, if they're willing to provide energy, they should be willing. After all, children are born holy. As for the 3 pillar gods, they aren't regular rank 9 life forms and can't be expected to give birth. As for Carolyn, if I ask her to give birth, but it had to be said that this was a very feasible plan. The second method was the Super Scion. As a rank 9 with no threshold, they could quickly form. No matter how weak they were, it would be fine as long as there were enough of them. In the sand table, a large number of Super Scion race could spread throughout the entire civilization. Countless weak rank 9 universe Taoists would swallow the matter of the universe, fusing their soul and flesh with a spiritual imprint. This was very feasible. The third method was to evolve into a race that was born with the soul and flesh as one. Being born with the soul and flesh as one meant being born with the rank 9 nomological laws. If there was such a creature, Suji only needed to be in charge of crazily producing soldiers. This was the most perfect plan. But, does such a creature really exist? Suji frowned slightly. The more he understood what a terrifying life form this meant. Why were the Zergs so powerful? Because the Zergs were born with the rank 8 path. Their path of high-dimensional spacetime was 100%. They were born with a day that was 100 years. In fact, as a race that was born with the innate ability to control high-dimensional spacetime, they could surpass 100 years and reach an unimaginable time flow of 10,000 years. Only then could they form the Genesis time flow, and only then could they evolve into countless species. Being born with the rank 8 path at 100% was why the Zergs were so powerful. If there was a creature that was born with the rank 9 path at 100% and was born with the soul and flesh as one, this meant that the strength of this race was definitely not inferior to the Zergs, it might even surpass the Zergs. After all, the Zergs were born with the rank 8 path, while the Zergs were born with the rank 9 path. The difference between the two was obvious. The other party was a rank 1 ordinary person. Even ordinary people had the terrifying power to distort the laws of the universe. They were born with the authority of laws that surpassed those who had achieved the Tao in the universe. Previously, I asked the subbrain of the Zergs. The universe was too vast and too beautiful. Was there such a terrifying species that was born with the ability to complete the rank 9 path? It did not reply at that time, but to be honest, I don't think so. I don't believe that the Zergs are the strongest. At most, they are a peak race among carbon-based lifeforms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten to death. There are so many lifeforms in the universe. The upper limits of carbon-based, iron-based, silicon-based, and iron-based lifeforms are countless times higher than carbon-based lifeforms. There might be even more powerful unknown lifeforms. Suji closed his eyes. Although I can try to evolve them, I still have to think of a way to multiply the Super Sima race and mass-produce rank 9 creatures. That's the most reliable way. Suji established the strategy for the future development of the Sand Table, level 9. A large number of rank 9 creatures, who said that those who had achieved the Tao and surpassed the laws of the universe, the overlords of the universe above the laws, were extremely rare and only existed in legends. A peak rank 8 civilization like the Tier civilization that could come into contact with the laws might not even be able to produce one in tens of thousands of years. Suji insisted on trying. He would farm frantically and develop the civilization in the Sand Table. He would produce a large number of rank 9 creatures and a super civilization with as many rank 9 creatures as dogs. If he did not crazily produce rank 9 creatures, he would not be able to reach his lunatic goal. However, after the battle in the Universe Garden, the era of gods has come to an end. It's time for the entire Sand Table civilization to enter the rank 9 era. Suji opened his eyes. If I'm not wrong, Dicky, Carolyn, and the 3 pillar gods are about to complete the final stabilization of their realms. In less than 5 years, they'll completely break through to rank 9. Suji sat silently on a chair and drank his tea. His gaze was complicated. Thinking back to the past, a new era is about to begin. It's been a long time. I've finally entered the new rank 9 era from Ermin's Magus era of rank 8. Everything seems to be in the distant past. It took me more than half a year to take this step. As for me, the time I've been a hero is too short. With Medusa, the two of us beat them up at the same realm. After that, we couldn't beat them anymore. Suji's voice trailed off. A day in the sky was a year on Earth. Suji glanced sideways. Almost at the same time. Rumble, in the small universe. The sky was tumbling. Countless laws entangled and twisted. It was as if some great cosmic existence had descended and was born. Once she was born, the countless laws in the entire small universe cheered. All kinds of colorful light shrouded the galaxy. At this moment, there was an unimaginably terrifying pressure. Ordinary rank 9 creatures trembled in front of such a terrifying existence, unable to breathe. Ancient God. I've finally achieved a perfect breakthrough. Carolyn slowly opened her eyes. Her fair and delicate skin had a sense of distortion. It was the natural distortion of light, and the laws of the universe were all modified around her. 7 realms high light heavenly court. White and golden fireworks bloomed in the sky. Fairies held flower baskets and danced in the sky, sprinkling flower petals. Boom, the earth-shattering phenomenon disappeared in an instant and returned to normal. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for becoming the overlord of the universe. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your lifespan has reached 100,000 years, 100,000 years of legendary dynasty. Chongming Heavenly Court will definitely unify the universe and make all the foreign barbarians submit to Your Majesty's rule. In the palace of the legendary Heavenly Court, tens of thousands of heavenly emperors and gods came to congratulate him. Breaking through is a matter of course. Dichi sat on the emperor's throne. His face was calm and his eyes were cold. He was like an eternal divine furnace. Mortals who looked at such a taboo existence would be destroyed. Diqi's gaze suddenly became complicated. He looked at his subjects and seemed to recall the ancient era of the Xianxia ancient gods. The Tao was immortal. Today, everything seemed to be the same as the past. He calmed himself and a domineering aura appeared in his eyes. Everything will come naturally. This is a new beginning. 100,000 years of life is just the beginning. In the future, I will definitely reach the peak of the world. I will lead the entire Chongming heavenly court to escape from the destruction of the universe and walk towards eternity. A new era has indeed begun. Suji sat in front of the cellar of the orchard, looking at the barren land. A group of delicate little ants were celebrating and cheering. The ancient Xianxia town with exquisite mountain ranges gave people the feeling of a super small Lego toy. There were also immortals riding on clouds, occasionally flying over the town. Below, many ordinary people dressed in simple linen only looked up and exclaimed, but they were already used to it. A new era, a person who transcends the laws of the heavens and realms, living for 100,000 years. They are all cheering for this. After all, a great existence above the gods has truly appeared. Suji sat at the top of the entrance to the cellar. He crossed his legs on the wooden chair and ate an apple. He looked down at the bright lights. 100,000 years, that is about 3 years in the real world. It is indeed very long. No one knew that in a remote orchard in Dongqing City, there was a 100,000-year-old mythical celestial dynasty in the cellar, like a magic box. It looked very small and exquisite, but in fact, it had enormous destructive power, possessing the great divine power to destroy the earth in an instant. If this got out, everyone would probably go crazy, right? In a certain orchard in the countryside, there was a mythical Xianxia dynasty hidden. Suji's expression became more and more indifferent. Looks like I can start to let go for a short time. After all, it is getting more mature. In the beginning, in reality, a few days, which was a few hundred years, could affect an era. In the next few thousand years, it would only take a few weeks to affect an era. But now, a space civilization that lasted for as long as 3 years would probably need a few months, or even more than half a year, to have a real meaning of change. The more stable and mature it was, the less change it would produce. When Diqi becomes the Tao, his combat power will probably change drastically in an instant. Even if he has just broken through, an ordinary high-level level 9 would probably be hammered to death by him, and I can only watch and hide. During this period of time, I don't have to pay attention to their development. After all, it is a period of rapid growth and strength. Just breaking through, they will definitely cultivate a small realm, from low level to mid-level, high level. Suji did not intend to care about this. But in the era of the small universe, he still had to take care of it. After all, the responsibility of a super scion would be very heavy in the future. Whoosh, Suji gently stretched out his hand and stepped into the pocket universe. The surroundings were empty and quiet, and the shattered planets were still floating around. Ever since the battle in the pocket universe, Carolyn hadn't had the time to recover the vitality of the world before she was informed of the location of the giant octopus's coordinates. Therefore, Carolyn decided not to repair the world at that time. Instead, she left the world riddled with holes and walked into the distance alone. She did not want the 3 pillar gods and Diqi to take advantage of her when she had just repaired the entire universe. Now that he had just returned, he naturally had to repair the world. However, the restoration of space civilizations, which had been extremely difficult for Carolyn previously, was now extremely simple. Whoosh, complete white planets were being nurtured. Countless seeds, sprouts, and beasts were reproducing. A beautiful god in a body of white porcelain stood in the void of the universe. Her body was surrounded by wisps of white clay, as dense as smoke. She swung her arm lightly. Boom, countless clumps of clay fell onto the ground and transformed back into little people. The newly born little people cheered and jumped around on a planet, appearing extremely adorable. All of a sudden, Carolyn turned around as a flash of light flashed across her eyes. Ancient deities? Are you repairing the world? The super ancient god looked into the distance and said softly, creating life out of clay can indeed be considered a race. This race is very powerful. Carolyn also smiled, I have already broken through to rank 9. I wonder how much of a gap there is? I can also be considered to have reached the perfect realm with 4 genosystems, 2 non-genosystems, and 6 systems at the same time. Finally, I have reached perfection. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Previously, she had not broken through to rank 9, so she did not have any strength left. But now, she could barely be considered to be in the same realm. She also knew that the same realm could be divided into 2 species. For example, those who had just entered the low-level god realm and those who had reached perfection on the path to rank 9 were not on the same level. This kind of foundation is already very perfect. Suji smiled. In fact, we are already in the same realm, but there is still a gap. We still need to work hard. Gap? Carolyn stopped making clay and met the gaze of the super ancient god. Is it the gap between a rank 9 and a weak rank 10? The super ancient god fell silent and did not answer. Suddenly, he smiled. You are evolving the creatures of the new world? Yes. Carolyn said. They can all evolve into Saima people, and the entire world can be formed by them. Suji said in a low voice, this is the advantage of a race. The path to rank 9 has no barriers. A large number of Saima people can form an indescribable number of rank 9. As long as they break through to the god realm, they can reach rank 9 Daos without any barriers. That's what I think too. Carolyn obviously had the same thoughts and said excitedly, this is the fastest way to increase one's strength. When the number of rank 9 Daos reaches a certain number, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, even without me, Dicky and the 3 pillar gods might not dare to invade. They would have to pay a huge price and be instantly killed. After all, quantity could also cause a qualitative change. Moreover, the Super Saima people had the ability to fuse and transform. In fact, I obtained 2 chaos Khanate gods that are not bad. One is a clay life form, the other is a spirit water life form. Carolyn said seriously. The super ancient god looked at him and asked calmly, this is a rare opportunity in the entire universe. To come into contact with the primordial laws of primordial Tao. What do you think of these 2 life forms? The Khanate clay life form can be said to be the first spirit earth since the creation of the world. It contains a mysterious law. The same goes for the spirit water life form. I caught them and studied them, and found that they both have a special Khanate primordial Tao substance. It is a very good spiritual material. Our race, through long-term soaking and some kind of cultivation method, found that the elasticity of our cells has undergone a qualitative change. Qualitative change? Suji was stunned. Yes, the elasticity of our cells has undergone a qualitative change. Carolyn said, the ceramic cells of our race are very delicate and heavy. Their defense is also incomparably strong. It can be said to be the strongest defense. The 9 Revolutions mysterious art is only strong in regeneration and is far from its match. But our biggest weakness is that we are very fragile and easily broken. What we have now is equivalent to changing this weakness. This also means that our entire race may be able to cultivate iron-based life forms. Suji, he was completely stunned. This culture was really scary. They spent all day studying the cultivation methods and bloodlines of others, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Suji's eyes lit up. Carolyn was indeed a research-type scientist. Previously, she had been secretly studying these iron-based cells on the virus-infected planet. To think that she had actually reached this stage, in fact, Suji had previously felt that iron-based cells were similar to the cells of the entire race. They were both highly dense and had high defense. However, the cells of the entire race had no elasticity and could not be compressed. The greatest characteristic of iron-based cells was that they were like springs. They had a super high level of elasticity and could be compressed crazily. Carolyn must have thought of this as well. You actually managed to imitate the iron-based race? The ancient god could not help but ask. I plan to imprison those 2 mixed origin life forms and let them cultivate. I extracted their bodies and constantly provided them with resources to improve the cell characteristics of the entire race. Carolyn said. In fact, although our entire race has a mature cultivation system, we don't have a mature combat technique. Our entire race is a kind of radiation cell, and we can use radiation. In the past, we have always relied on radiation and infused vital energy genes to fight. but now, we can finally be considered to have developed our talent. That was really the case. If the delicate ceramic characteristics of the entire race were removed, they were just an ordinary strengthened radiation gene. The combat techniques they used were also very ordinary. The entire race belonged to the category that had not walked out of their own unique combat system. Yes, our entire race finally has a foothold. Previously, our combat techniques were lacking. The radiation from the 6 paths of reincarnation was no different from combat. Carolyn's face was full of longing and expectation. However, we are ultimately still inferior to the true iron-based lifeforms. Our density and hardness are even higher than that of the iron-based lifeforms. As a result, we can only compress them by a quarter, and that is already very good. That is already enough. Suji thought about it and said, the radiation and defense of the entire race, in addition to the high degree of compression, will form a unique combat power. The future is very promising. The high degree of compression meant that the defense would definitely be stronger. The high degree of compression meant that the radiation energy would also usher in a qualitative change. The entire race's cells had a strong comprehensive ability to begin with. They were a special type of strengthened radiation cell. Now that they also had part of the cultivation technique of the iron-based lifeforms, it was indeed enough. The combat technique of the entire race was finally moving toward version 2.0. Their combat power would also reach a shocking level? Suji looked at Carolyn with a myriad of emotions. It was like an old father looking at the little girl he had painstakingly nurtured finally growing up. Perhaps, the future true form of goddess Biwa would not be weaker than the true form of Pangu? As for me, I've cultivated 2 at the same time. The Nuwa true form, which has the strongest defense, and the Pangu true form, which has the strongest regenerative ability. Suji's eyes gradually brightened. In addition to the quantum battle body, just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Every single one of them was the strongest cultivation system that defied the heavens. How much despair would the enemy feel when they saw it? In fact, Suji had never chosen to integrate iron-based genes because he felt that there was no need to do so. There were very few gene loci in each organism. For others, once they had fused with the gene, they would not be able to change it. Even if Suji was able to change it, he would still be at a loss as to which gene's price-performance ratio was better. He definitely had to choose the best gene. Right now, the entire race's cells were compatible with some of the characteristics of iron-based genes. In theory, their genetic potential had already surpassed that of iron-based life. It was a gene that was a level higher than iron-based genes. A quarter of the ability to compress elasticity was already a huge gain for Suji. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? Suji took a deep breath. His eyes were resplendent as he thought to himself, this is the fearsomeness of the insect race. Their evolution is limitless. The iron-based life form is very powerful. However, it still cannot compare to the potential of the entire race's cells. Why? Because iron-based cells are naturally evolved. The universe naturally evolved. They are formed by countless combinations of small probabilities. Even though they are strong, they also have all kinds of small flaws and problems. How could it compare to the deliberately evolved transcendent genes? The genes evolved by nature depended on one's character. The strength of the iron-based life form race and their genes were heaven-defying. They were already the work of nature's uncanny workmanship. They were formed by countless small probabilities. However, there is still one last step left. Carolyn said softly. She was a little hesitant. After a moment of silence, she said, I still need some real iron-based cells to carry out observations. This problem has been bothering me for a long time. How powerful was her calculation power now? The super galaxy calculator of a level 9 cultivator. She had naturally studied the pseudo-iron-based cells of the machine pillar god. However, right now, she still needed some real, iron-based cells, huh? The super-ancient god's expression was slightly calm. He flipped his hand and a piece of living flesh appeared. This. Carolyn was instantly dumbfounded by what she saw. This piece of flesh was incomparably fresh, it was as if it had just been taken from Renamanga's body. What did this mean? She suddenly felt her hair stand on end. At that time, after you left, Renamanga chased after you. I fought with him once, the super-ancient god said calmly. Who would have thought that they would still fight? Fighting was unavoidable? Hearing this, Carolyn's entire face turned pale. She could not help but tremble in fear. They actually fought after that. She felt as if her brain had been turned upside down. Indeed, how could an existence of this level be easily negotiated? How could they compromise with just words? Just like her, the three pillar gods, and Dickie, there was no negotiation at all. They all used their fists to negotiate. This was not an ordinary thing. In front of her were 10 innate gods and devils from the beginning of the primordial chaos, from the hands of the god of creation. They had exchanged for the future of the universe to obtain this treasure. It was impossible to divide the universe treasure of this level without fighting. The so-called agreement and fair distribution before was probably because the two of them were afraid that the other party would make a move on their own descendants. Renamanga was afraid of his daughter and the demon god. And the super ancient god was afraid of them. Thus, after retreating on the surface, Renamanga directly chased after them in secret. A surprise attack was launched. The two earth-shattering true forbidden existences erupted in an unimaginable super battle. A life and death battle. Perhaps she almost could not see the super ancient god now. Carolyn held this piece of fresh red flesh in her heart. She was both excited and guilty. We are really too weak. I just broke through to the 9th level. I thought I had a perfect Tao foundation. It could be said that I had reached the limit. I was a little proud, but I could not even intervene in the battle of existences of this level. The pride in her heart was shattered. She silently clenched her fists, her heart also tensed up. How hateful! The super ancient god did not say anything to them. He silently shouldered everything with his shoulders, using his own blood to prop up the path of the future for them. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Become stronger! I want to become stronger. Her eyes turned cold. Becoming such a powerful 9th level was not her goal. Her goal was to truly shoulder the sky and become the guardian of the super ancient god. How about this piece of flesh? The super ancient god said. It is enough. I'm afraid that I will soon be able to develop a body compression technique that belongs to the entire race. Carolyn said, this time, to rebuild the small universe. I have already learned the lesson of the previous apocalypse and have a new world order. Oh? The super ancient god was slightly startled. Yes, creating planets with life, even if we can control them to escape, it is still too easy for them to be destroyed by the invaders. After all, they are too scattered. Thus, I had a new idea, to create a Tower of God. Carolyn said, this Tower of God is made up of countless planets of the entire race. It is exquisite white porcelain, vast and vast, with a total of 33 levels. At the same time, it is the cells of the entire race, possessing life. When the time comes, I can use the new technique to compress this pagoda to a quarter of the density of a neutron star. Then, I can hold it in the palm of my hand so that it's convenient to take it away. I can also use it as a terrifying weapon. To smash people. Hearing this, Suji felt that this idea was very mysterious. The Tower of God, the exquisite tower, where billions of 9th level gods and Sima lived. Carolyn shook her head. This is just a complete imitation of the Universe Garden, the Iron Base race's fighting style. They are the Universe Garden, I am the Tower of God. If I am not wrong, Renamanka's Universe Garden can definitely be compressed to the size of a neutron star, similar to an ordinary villa, living in it and smashing people. Carolyn's face was solemn. In fact, Dickie and the three pillar gods did not understand at all. Only she knew clearly that Renamanka's combat strength was indeed unimaginably strong. The Universe Garden was his ultimate weapon, and the super ancient god himself was unbelievably strong when fighting against an existence of this level. Yes, I did not expect you to see this. The super ancient god looked into the distance and said, this is the biggest secret of Renamansa. More than 100,000 years ago, he was already the strongest in the star field, yet you were able to see through his strongest technique. It can be seen that you have been immersed in the study of iron-based life forms for the longest time and have very terrifying research. It is worth staying in that star field for the longest time. Its Universe Garden is very terrifying. Even though it did not directly use it when chasing me this time, its combat power should not be underestimated. You're flattering me. I was able to see through Renamanska's trump card because I've been researching the mechanical pillar god. Naturally, I would research iron life forms, and it's similar to us, so it would be very serious. Carolyn replied modestly, but as she listened, her heart was in turmoil. It was undeniable that Renamanska was extremely powerful. The entire cosmos garden had been compressed to the density of a neutron star. This kind of earth-shattering power was hard to imagine even with her current level of understanding. If it was like this to her, then to an ordinary rank 9 cultivator, it could only be described as inconceivable, incomprehensible, and impossible. Facing such a high level of existence in the cosmos, compressing countless planets, we're just getting started. Carolyn had a look of longing on her face. The combat power of an ancient deity was many times stronger than she had imagined. The battle that had just erupted was earth-shattering. If it wasn't for the fact that she had brought up the flesh of an iron life form, she wouldn't have known about it. She didn't speak anymore, only bowing. I have so many things to say, but I don't know how to express them. I'll do my best to become stronger and repay your kindness. There's no need to be like that. There's no need to differentiate the continuation of civilization. The ancient deity laughed. Carolyn looked at the being in front of her with a look of longing, her eyes filled with anticipation. And Suji was also in deep thought. So, the Cosmos Garden was actually Renamanska's weapon, picking up a courtyard and smashing people. This was indeed terrifyingly strong. Even Suji felt that it was horrifying. How big was the Cosmos Garden? It was made up of countless planets. To make a simple analogy, it was like compressing countless Earths and using them to smash people. This was the true terror of a rank 9 taboo being. Obviously, the difference between a rank 9 was huge. Although not all planets can be compressed to this extent and are specially made weapons, to be able to do this, it's already frighteningly strong. Suji took a deep breath. It's a pity that even though I've obtained the inheritance, I haven't broken through to rank 9, and can't obtain higher level information. I really don't know about this. However, it was clear that iron life forms played with gravity, density, and elasticity to smash people. As expected of an ancient universe inheritance with an ultimate rank 10. Suji started to deeply feel that the gap between them had been widened by Carolyn, or rather, by Dicky and the rest. His horizons, talent, and standards had once again started to fall behind them. After all, the higher one stood, the further one could see. After becoming a creature from another dimension, he naturally knew more. But that was the right thing to do. They walked in front, blazing the path ahead, exploring the cultivation civilization system of the future. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out very soon. At that time, Renamanka's playstyle might not be able to pose much of a threat. Carolyn suddenly laughed. The God's Tower that I want to create will also be a perfect new form of the world. Without destruction, there can be no creation. In the future, even if the 3 pillar gods and Dicky attack my world again, they will not be able to succeed. This was her sore spot. The 3 pillar gods and Dicky had their own defensive measures. They urgently brought the entire world to avoid the disaster, but she didn't have any good ideas. This made her relatively uncomfortable. Finally, the problem before her eyes was resolved. Super ancient god, do you want to see the new world with me? Carolyn smiled. With my current computing power, plus the fact that I've already completed most of the content, I've already obtained the iron cells. The most crucial step has been solved. The rough first-generation cultivation method is about to come out. Let's wait and see, Suji said. He was very interested in the new cultivation method of the entire race and the new world that she planned to open. Times were advancing. Suji's entire race would also be able to develop more potential. At the same time, he originally wanted to breed Super Cybermen, and this was just the right time. In the next few days, Carolyn carried out the final calculations in her spiritual universe. At the same time, she swallowed and spat out strands of white porcelain clay, turning them into planets. Then, she reshaped them like hollow pancakes, turning them into layers of a tower and stacking them on top of each other. The clay humans on the planets were also stuffed into the tower. In Suji's eyes, this tower had a total area of 10,000 mu, and currently, it only had 7 levels. Currently, the small 7 levels can accommodate 1 billion living beings. It's probably countless times smaller than the previous small universe. It's not that I don't want to create a larger land, but at the moment, I can only control so much. Carolyn raised her head and looked at the first generation of the God's Tower. It just so happens that I've just refined the tower, and I've also studied and cultivated the first generation cultivation method at the same time. I can test it out. Then, a scene that surprised Suji happened. Carolyn rapidly shrank. Whoosh, she, who was originally very small, was still rapidly shrinking her body. In the blink of an eye, the super-ancient god, who was originally the size of a small ant, was like a giant that was 10,000 feet tall, standing in front of Carolyn. This is the new cultivation method of the entire race. Carolyn's face was full of surprise. She couldn't help but say, it really succeeded, and the effect is not bad. The size has been compressed more than 1,000 times, and the quality, density, and defense have all been greatly improved. It was like a spring, and when practiced, it was very light. It was as if it came with a compression talent, a transformation talent for combat. I can feel the benefits of body compression now. The Iron Base race has such a huge body, and its energy level is so strong that it can be compared to half a planet. Why did they cultivate this cultivation method? It's really too powerful. The body compression is like a fragile piece of paper compressed into a steel stick, and its defense is invincible and indestructible. Carolyn said in surprise. This feeling was like a diamond drill piercing through a piece of tofu. Carolyn looked as if she had found a treasure, and she fiddled with it with a look of novelty. Suji was also stunned, and he murmured, Nua's true body, shrink. Pengu's true body, enlarge. He was a little dumbfounded. Carolyn, who was under his feet, made Suji feel like he had become a giant that was 10,000 feet tall again. And Carolyn, in front of a creature that was the size of an ant, was so much smaller at this moment. It could be said that she was a creature that was the size of a bacterium. After all, her original body was very small. If she was a normal person, she would only be the size of an ant. Crack, crack. Carolyn's body quickly rushed and grew, returning to her normal size. Next, I've finished testing. What's left is to distort this Tower of God. She looked up and looked at the exquisite white tower that towered into the clouds, and she gently grabbed it. Rumble. The entire tower rapidly shrank, flew back, and landed in her palm. Let me see, the Saima people inside. Her eyes looked through a window on a certain floor of the tower at the rivers, land, mountains, and land inside. One by one, the Saima people ran on the vast disc-shaped land. Originally, they were the size of ants, but they had actually been compressed to the size of bacteria. At the same time, an even more amazing scene happened. They appeared to be much more exquisite, and their bodies were covered in mosaic, as if they had been upgraded by more than 10 levels. Just like this, just like this. It's not bad even if we can continue to maintain this. Carolyn took a deep breath and looked at the bacteria-sized Super Saima people. After all, my divine power recovery speed isn't slow, and I can continue to distort the laws of this Tower of God. I can compress and increase the density of the entire race of this land. Other creatures can't do this, but the entire race can, because they already have this compression structure. Carolyn had a look of longing on her face as she turned to look at Suji. Say, they have become so small. To them, we are giants that are tens of thousands of feet tall. Don't we look like creation gods? Suji? His face darkened slightly as he looked at the excited Carolyn. Static nesting dolls. I'm making small ants, and you're making even smaller ones. However, the Super Saima people really did have a way to compress themselves to the size of bacteria. Their pixels instantly increased, and the rough and sparse large particles of cells seemed to be born to be compressed. Carolyn's eyes were bright. As expected, I'm going to walk the path of Genesis, the entire race of the spiritual universe system. One is all, and all is one. Sooner or later, I will also come into contact with the truth of the universe, the one and only one. Good dream. The ancient god smiled. Multiply the entire race, and have more rank 9 Saima people. Perhaps there is a possibility that this dream can be realized. In the future, it will indeed be very prosperous, and it will gradually form 33 levels. Carolyn was a little moved. After a moment of silence, she said, however, I want to increase some vitality in the Tower of God. I want to obtain some species that can reproduce from the creatures in the Azure realm, and increase diversity. Pull in a group of Azure warriors, Suji was stunned. It seemed that Carolyn, who had broken through to the complete 9th grade and entered the new 9th grade civilization era, was still very interested in those players. After all, they were all keyboard saints with liver cirrhosis and a strong learning culture. At the same time, the Azure path had a special evolutionary talent that could adapt to the environment. The digital beasts from before were directly evolved based on the characteristics of the Sima people. If they appeared in the collapsed tower of the world distorted by the laws, they might be able to adapt to the environment and create a new species. You want to put in a group of Azure path? The ancient god said calmly. Yes, ordinary animals can no longer enter the Tower of God. Only the Sima race can adapt to this environment, and just one race is not enough, the species must be diverse. There are all kinds of animals, digital beasts are a good choice, and they will also evolve, leaving behind all kinds of original native species in the Tower of God. Clearly, Carolyn had already analyzed this point and had made preparations for it. Suji continued to ponder. Digital beasts, suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Carolyn's words had to be said, it was a wake-up call. The digital beasts evolved from the Azure path were also a branch of the Super Sima race, and also had the characteristic of the whole race. The path to the 9th grade had no threshold. A 8th grade deity had a few million cells, and could easily become a 9th grade, and Suji's previous plan was to evolve into the Sima people, hoping that the Sima race would wildly reproduce, crazily increase their realm to the 9th grade, have a large number of 9th grade, and infect the whole world. This was a bit too unrealistic. The digital beasts, these natives, might not be so hard-working, so crazy, and to sum up the characteristics that Suji needed, a large number. Crazily hard, crazily increase his realm, without complaint. Wasn't there a group of people in front of him? The 4th calamity. Suji's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he kept saying, perhaps, this is indeed the best candidate for the calamity. It is the strongest calamity force that I can use to assimilate the universe and become the god of creation. 9th grade, with their cirrhosis, it might not be impossible. Suji closed his eyes. Carolyn thought of a good plan. However, from Suji's point of view, the significance of this plan was even more profound. It was practically the best way for Suji to increase the number of troops to the 9th grade, a transcendent world with as many rank 9 as dogs. As long as enough rank 9 experts died, the energy and matter of their corpses would be imprinted with a quantum mental seal and become a part of Suji's body. In the end, the entire world would be assimilated. Suji opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across them. And they are indeed the best group of people. They can indeed do this. Naturally, Suji needed them to die. But this in itself was a great opportunity for them. Those with weak aptitudes would naturally fall, while those with strong aptitudes would be able to transform from the Super Scion crippled 9th rank into a complete 9th rank like Carolyn. Super Scion system was very unique. There was no threshold on the path to the 9th level. Millions of cells would break through to the 9th level, and then on the path to the 9th level, more cells would increase, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of cells, and finally, 100 trillion cells. Only then would they have the combat power of a normal 9th rank. At that time, their lifespan would also reach the true 9th rank, and they would have a long lifespan. As long as we open a path for them, they can choose. Suji's heart was in turmoil as he pondered. This is not an exaggeration to say that this is the greatest opportunity, to become a true universal Taoist, but they should also know better than anyone, how many corpses and corpses of the same generation would be trampled on by a true universal Taoist. Suji didn't need to do anything. As long as they couldn't break through, they would die of old age. Or perhaps, they would break through and become a true 9th rank universal Taoist. As for the 9th rank, they would also die of old age one day, and there would also be a time when they would assimilate the world. But if they could do that, they would become true elites of the upper echelons of the insectoid race, overlords of the 9th rank. They would even think of a way to assimilate the eternal blood, and become true transcendents, roaming the world. That's right, roaming the world, the great Taoist. Suji's voice suddenly became calm, muttering, I've never interfered with anything, I only need to silently watch the development of the worlds, watch them roam each other. In an instant, Suji made up his mind. The great ninth rank era, an era where there were as many ninth rank as dogs, he had already decided on a future development plan for the insectoid race. I understand, the super ancient god pondered for a few seconds, then smiled at Carolyn. I will contact the world of the 6 paths of reincarnation, contact Dizun, and ask him to open the path of Azura, to let them enter the Tower of God. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Carolyn was overjoyed. After all, the Azura path was the best choice for opening up a new world. The Azura path. In a city of antiquity. In a secret meeting hall, a few leaders of the upper echelons of the players were sitting together. Bai Xiaojun was leading a group of Digimon players, looking at the players of the Azura path. They came from the Carolyn world and had no intention of going back for now. Brothers, the 12 of you are probably going to die soon. Bai Xiaojun said. The 12 divine spirit players all had calm expressions. One of them spoke, with the Alchemy Emperor's essence, we can last for a while, if we enter hibernation, we can last even longer. At the same time, we've returned to the animal path, the flow of time here is very low, we won't die too quickly. Some of the players on the side shook their heads and sighed. The upper limit of the Azura path was simply too low. At the end of the day, they weren't players of the standard Spore evolution, rank 8 divinities were the limit, because the lifespan of the Azura path was too short. Normal rank 8 divinities had almost no chance of breaking through to rank 9, so what about the short-lived rank 8 divinities like them? Death was certain. The players on our side can barely see any hope for the future. A player leader shook his head. He was a big shot in the real world, with a net worth of over 10 billion, running a sizable internet company, and said, this is a new era. I brought my company and financial group to sponsor your server, but there's still no hope here. There were many players like this. Large corporations and guilds in the real world all chose to enter this era-defining virtual game, Spore Evolution. They even spent a lot of money to recruit all kinds of combat players, research players, and formed a studio to enter. This kind of scene, the involvement of large financial groups, was already similar to those in some online games. Someone said, yeah, there's no hope. Breaking through to rank 8 divinity here is certain death. It's better to study evolution knowledge here, become a knowledgeable sage, and then go to the Spore Evolution next door to prove their Tao. After all, knowledge is the power of everything. The so-called strong have always been a group of people with the most knowledge. Someone said softly, but going to the Spore Evolution next door, even if they prove their Tao, becoming a rank 8 divinity in the future is inevitable. After all, to be able to pass that kind of test, knowledge and talent, they have to at least have the aptitude of a divinity, but can they steadily reach rank 9? The people around were stunned, and slowly shook their heads. Cute Girl, Emperor Alchemy, Mount Akina Speed, Balloon Fish, this group of people were undoubtedly the top group of players, but could they steadily reach rank 9? That's right, no matter where we are, it's already very difficult to become a deity, and the 9th stage is even more like a single plank bridge that has stopped countless people. We definitely have no hope of attaining the 9th stage here. But over there, it's just a sliver of a chance, someone sighed. This sentence was very realistic, so realistic that it was cruel. In the vast universe, there were countless geniuses in the era, and there were countless amazing people, but how many of them could reach the Tao in the universe, the Tier Civilization Empire, a super civilization that had developed for tens of thousands of years, could colonize space, and who knew how many levels higher than Earth, but they still could not take that step. Even though this was related to them breaking the inheritance of their civilization. On this side, they were fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of a super ancient divinity, and at this time, after Dickie, Carolyn, and the others broke through, they had completely perfected the path of inheritance to rank 9, but with the inheritance, the path was right in front of them, and there was no gap in the civilization, breaking through was still difficult. You guys are biting off more than you can chew. At this time, Bai Xiaojun shook her head and sighed, scolding them, all day long thinking about some strange future. Breaking through to the divinity, standing high above, it's already hard to imagine. You guys might not even have the chance to break through, but you think, can I be like Dickie? Can I surpass the super ancient divinity? Everyone felt like they were struck by lightning. It was as if this sentence had woken them up from their dreams. We can't always dream while we're alive. Bai Xiaojun continued to scold them for biting off more than they could chew, and could not help but say, you guys are always thinking about breaking through to rank 9, how difficult is that? Don't always think about reaching my level. I'm the man you guys can't chase. Everyone was stunned, and they looked at Bai Xiaojun, feeling that something was wrong. What do you mean by reaching your level? Isn't it just reaching my level? Bai Xiaojun laughed. This mosaic-formed green dragon, his hands behind his back as he soared in the air. To be honest, I've already broken through to rank 9, and not only am I the first player to reach rank 9, but I'm also the universe's Taoist. My speed of breaking through is even faster than Dicky, Carolyn, and the others. Everyone, they were dumbfounded. Only then did they react. This person really was from the super race, breaking through to rank 9 without any barriers. Now strictly speaking, he was a rank 9, a crippled rank 9. But now, he actually had the chance to act, but this was not the problem of this guy acting. Bai Xiaojun's current state had already shocked them, and they could not be bothered with him. That's right. Super race, why didn't we think of it, the path to rank 9, without any barriers? The other races could only be envious even if they knew the terrifying advantages of the race. But the Azure Dao clan was different. They were the mutant beasts. They could evolve at every stage, change into different forms, and have all kinds of possibilities. As long as they followed the evolutionary path of the digital beasts that Bai Xiaojun and the others had created, they could transform into the race and become the Super Cybermen. Instantly, the dispirited look on their faces disappeared. Ha ha ha, success and failure are all thanks to Xiaohe. That's right, our evolution and transformation talents at every stage burn a lot of our lifespan, leaving us with only 1/10 of our lifespan. But our opportunities are also evolving our talents. That's right, when we evolve into digital beasts, we can also have the characteristics of the Super Cyberman race and become a branch of the race, reaching level 9 without any threshold. And when we reach level 9, we can slowly accumulate and increase the number of cells to become a complete level 9. Their breathing quickened as they looked at each other. Their faces were flushed with excitement. What was the race? The race was the most heaven-defying race in the universe, the threshold of level 9. This also meant that they, the players, would have a unique advantage and the possibility of reaching level 9. How could they not be excited? You've only thought of it now? Bai Xiaojun put his hands behind his back and said with a calm expression, the system I created in the early years, the evolutionary path of the digital beasts, has opened a new future for us players. But no one listened to him. They were still discussing in low voices. Even if we become a super disabled level 9 like Bai Xiaojun, very weak and can't even beat a level 8 deity or a great sage, it's still a level 9. Indeed, we can't compare it to the monsters in the 6 realms of reincarnation. After all, the monsters here are great sage on average, climbing the ceiling and can fight more than a dozen people of the same level. A disabled level 9 like Bai Xiaojun can be defeated by those monsters, but in other worlds, ordinary high-level deities can still be defeated. Bai Xiaojun, why did these people expose others' shortcomings for no reason? Is this my problem? This is a common problem of the Cyberman race. Another person looked at Bai Xiaojun and said excitedly, your path is indeed very suitable for us. As long as we can break through to the 9th order, we will be able to extend our short lifespans. What is your current lifespan? Bai Xiaojun coughed and said in a slightly embarrassed manner, about 1,800 years. Everyone's faces darkened. Their minds instantly went blank, unable to think of anything. What kind of strange-looking 9th stage are you? They were at the 9th rank and had a lifespan of 100,000 years. They could be called the super overlords of the universe. The lifespan of a single person was comparable to a long civilization. What about you? You're a dignified rank 9 venerable who transcended the laws of the universe, and you've lived for 1,800 years. Look at the 12 demon gods of the Azura path. They are all rank 8 gods, and they have an average lifespan of around 1,000 years. Yet, you have a few hundred years more than them? How can you be so calculative? Bai Xiaojun was enraged when she saw the way these bastards were looking at Sand Dollar. She scolded, it looks like I've broken through to the 9th order, but the difference is actually not that big compared to rank 8 gods. After all, you all know the reason. It's only a few hundred years of life extension. It's normal, alright? However, I only have a few million cells. I can continuously increase the number of cells I have. With more cells, I can continue to grow stronger, and my lifespan will continue to increase. Eventually, I will become a complete rank 9 with 100 trillion cells, and my lifespan will also reach a normal level. Bai Xiaojun said, as long as I keep working hard and becoming stronger, I will be able to catch up to the rate at which my lifespan is declining, and I will be able to extend my lifespan, while you people are stuck at the divine realm, unable to break through. No matter how hard you work, you can only wait for death. How can we be the same? As soon as he said that, everyone present fell into deep thought. This was indeed the reason. Although this rank 9 was still very weak, the ceiling that limited one's lifespan was no longer there. As long as he had 10 livers, he would have a chance to catch up to the rate at which his lifespan was declining. His livers would create a better tomorrow and a better future. Right now, he only had a few million cells. He needed to have 100 trillion cells to form a normal rank 9 god, this amount. It was comparable to the difficulty of another rank 9 path. In terms of difficulty, it could be said that there was no change. But even so, it was still very heaven-defying. This was equivalent to, get on the bus first, pay the ticket later. But that is indeed the case. A player took a deep breath. This way, we might not necessarily have no hope. After all, becoming a true powerhouse is very difficult in itself. God knows how many powerhouses have died without seeing a trace of hope. But right now, we also have a chance. I understand. I will go and commit suicide now and evolve into a digital beast. I will also go and commit suicide and start all over again. A few of the player leaders immediately stood up, extremely decisive. After all, they were already celestial emperors now. Their evolutionary path had long been fixed, and they could only commit suicide again. The next time they entered the game, they would overturn it and start all over again, evolving into the path of digital beasts. However, the 12 players who had already broken through to Divine Realm were not so lucky. They could not overturn it and start all over again, nor could they become digital beasts. The 12 of you, continue to sleep and wait for us to come back. We will think of a way to recultivate and become powerhouses, and then come back to save you, a player said decisively. Yes, without you 12 pioneers of the Divine Realm, we would not have been able to reap the benefits in the small universe war, make the AI artifact, and divide a part of the benefits. Without you, we would not have been able to find the giant octopus. After all, without the Divine Realm, we would not even be able to set up the teleportation formation and cross to other worlds. You have opened a path for us, and now we can have such a future. You can't recultivate, but one day, we will let you break through from the rank 9 path on the right track, someone said loudly. The 12 players were a little moved, and their eyes were a little moist. How many of them had really broken through to the rank 9? This sentence was a little too boastful. Let all 12 of them break through to the rank 9. The entire player community did not know if there would be a true rank 9. These people still loved to boast, but they were also inexplicably touched. Looking at these high-spirited bastards, they made a promise for them. It was really like that old saying. Men's mouths, liars, their expressions became complicated. Yes. We will recultivate and think of a way to help you. You can rest in peace. When you broke through, you could already imagine your own results, but you still chose to take this step, to fight for opportunities for us in the future. We can't let the hearts of the heroes down. In the future, who would dare to fight with their lives on the line? A player said softly. Brothers, the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. They were united, and they were rarely serious. Then, the next step is suicide, and we will walk the path of the digital beasts. Digital beasts can also evolve into various branches, and we can still dig. They began to discuss the future. But not long after, there was a sudden update. It was an update announcement from the wizard community. They took a quick look and were not surprised. After all, there would be a routine update every once in a while, and the number of people entering and the server would increase. But this time, they were instantly shocked. What, the number of people in the server suddenly increased by 10 times? What the hell, did it really become a large-scale online game? They looked at each other, an inexplicable excitement and strangeness in their eyes. 10 times, what kind of concept was that? Azure Path might not be able to accommodate so many people. In fact, it was not that it could not accommodate, but it was not calculated in this way. every player had to cultivate, to become stronger, and they were all resource monsters. The land of Azure Path could not provide even a huge amount of resources for the exploding player population. What's going on? Someone asked. After all, expanding the number of people was the norm, but this expansion was too much, right? Was it because they had entered the Stage 9 era, causing a big update? Everyone, don't be too excited. This means that we might have to open a new dungeon map. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath and looked around. There was a situation like this before. At that time, didn't we open a dungeon map and guide our group of players to the small universe next door? I think it's very likely that people from the underworld will come soon, just like last time, Mengpa will bring us to a strange place. As expected, while they were in shock, a black impermanence slowly walked out of the shadows in the corner of the conference hall and said, Lord Mengpa invites you. The Samsara, the underworld. On the Yellow Springs path, a group of player representatives respectfully stood in front of her. Mengpa glanced at the strange-looking trees and animals in front of her and casually spoke, His Majesty Dizun has ordered that a group of Azura warriors will be sent to the New World at the request of the super-ancient divinity. Bai Xiaojun was pleasantly surprised. Ha ha ha, so it was like that. She knew that the new era of rank 9 Daos would open up a new map and make new moves. After all, the previous levels were not enough. Now that the entire era has reached the mid-rank 9, the super-ancient divinities will finally show their true power. After all, the super-ancient divinities are very likely weak rank 10, only rank 9 can barely enter the eyes of the super-ancient divinities. Just like how the weak rank 9 Dichi looked at the newbies who just reached rank 8, Bai Xiaojun quickly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, we will definitely send the most elite troops to the New World. Mengpa curled her lips, not minding at all and spoke, The passage has been prepared, it will be opened this time, be careful. At the same time, only newbies who have yet to cultivate can enter. Yes. Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. So what if we don't go in? We can guide them from afar and broadcast the entire process. What the newbies do inside, what they do in the New World, we will know it all. Bai Xiaojun was full of confidence, looking at the passage in front of her, calculated the time and spoke, We'll start preparing immediately in just a few short hours. The PvP tournament that happens every 3 days has welcomed a new group of players. The number has increased by 10 times. A bunch of strange-looking plants and animals entered the Azure realm. Ha ha ha, originally there were only the top 3, now it's the top 30, we can also enter, we're rich. Very quickly, under Bai Xiaojun's lead, they saw the warp formation and rushed in, entering the New World. Walala. The world was white, in front of them was a long and narrow white tunnel, within it were familiar scenes, pixelated plants, pixelated creatures. This is Carolyn's world? Ha ha ha. I knew it. Carolyn's microcosm was destroyed, and it hasn't been rebuilt yet. Now that everything has calmed down, the ancient deities will definitely help Carolyn rebuild her world. Everything is as it should be. The new world we've entered is Carolyn's world. They smiled and looked into the depths of the tunnel, but in an instant, they saw a strange scene that they would never forget. The tunnel was as wide as a basketball court and infinitely long. Countless pixelated trees, pixelated animals, and pixelated flowers formed a special land full of vitality. However, the entire tunnel was like an infinitely shrinking funnel. The further they went, the smaller the tunnel became, and the smaller the creatures became. The Saima people on this end were of normal size, but the Saima people on the other end were palm-sized. The further away, the Saima people had even become thumb-sized. They saw it with their own eyes. A bouncing pixel rabbit ran past them. It became smaller and smaller as it ran down the tunnel. Finally, it became the size of a fingernail and merged into the miniaturized world of the tunnel that was still shrinking. This group of players was shocked. This simply didn't conform to the rules of physics in reality. The true meaning of this world of the tunnel was, big near, small far away? Could it be due to some kind of rule? In this white tunnel, the density of matter will be compressed the further we go? The smaller the body? Although they were new players, they already had the vision of a keyboard saint, so they gave a reasonable guess. Then, should we go forward and see? They said. Brothers, let me give it a try. A small animal from the Azure realm who had never cultivated tried to go forward. However, as he walked, the entire tunnel slowly shrank. His body didn't shrink at all, and his furry body blocked the tunnel, unable to enter. At the same time, he felt a huge pressure. His body was squeezed to the point of bleeding, and he hurriedly retreated in fear. "We can't do it," someone said. "Only these strange Sima people can do it. Moreover, the deeper we go, the more pressure we feel. It's squeezing our bodies, and we can't even take 2 steps." They were stunned by this scene. The scene in the livestream was gradually transmitted to the outside and to the hands of Bai Xiaojun and the others. Bai Xiaojun's face darkened. She sent a private message to one of the players in charge of contacting them and gave her judgment. These Sima people might have some special physical characteristics, some kind of force, field energy, she said. Or in other words, the body has some kind of elasticity, like a spring that can be easily compressed. Otherwise, even if the rule is distorted, the human body can't be compressed so easily. It will only explode in an instant. The players present were slightly surprised and also reacted. Indeed, even if the rule is distorted and forcefully enhanced on you, you may not be able to adapt. The density of blood, bones, meridians, skin, and brain can't be easily compressed. Once a normal biological structure is compressed, it will only lead to an explosion. You can indeed continue to move forward, and your body can indeed be compressed. In the end, your compressed body will indeed be the same size as other creatures, but at that time, you will already be a shapeless miniature ball of meat. Particles, structure, and cells will all be stirred into a paste. At this time, in the livestream, the Alchemy Emperor also connected and said solemnly, "Everyone, if I'm not wrong, these Sima people have undergone some kind of genetic mutation and improvement. The reason why they can be compressed is because their structure has no blood cells, bone cells, or brain cells. They are simply ceramic ball cells with a simple structure and can be compressed." The players were shocked. In theory, it was true. However, was it realistic to so easily modify the genes of a race? The Alchemy Emperor said, "Improving the genes of a race seems very complicated, but as long as the source of the whole race is improved, which is the mother, Carolyn, it can be done. It is very normal for such a strong person to modify themselves. As long as Carolyn makes new modifications to her body, her entire race will naturally have similar characteristics, and this characteristic, compression of density and ordinary changes can be carried out, very similar to iron-based life." This, as soon as these words fell, the world was turned upside down. Yes, the cells of the entire race were very similar to iron-based life. Without the hierarchical structure of life, in theory, they were all made up of particles, and could indeed withstand compression. So, Carolyn began, copying iron-based life? Brothers, I'm afraid this is the will of the super ancient god. Let Carolyn secretly learn the ultimate skills of Renamenka's family. The super ancient god has already started to secretly mess with Renamenka? So ruthless. Just now, you were laughing and saying that we should split the spoils together. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. We are all good brothers, so we should spend money together. Oh my god. The super ancient god must have planned this long ago and divided his forces into 2. He let Dicky learn the demon god system, quantum martial arts, and let Carolyn learn the iron-based system, compression of body for combat. He wants to strip Renamenka of both systems. Renamenka's face darkened. Which thief dares to secretly learn my family's martial arts? Doghead, someone could not stand it anymore and said, "What are you all babbling about? What are you all doing? You all have so much to say. Think about how you all are going to survive." Carolyn's cold voice rang out just as the group of players were still in a state of bewilderment in the pipe world. "Welcome to the evolution corridor. You must evolve into a species that can withstand the environment here. Step by step, when you reach the end of the evolution corridor, you will shrink infinitely and enter a new world. As for the new world, it will be the most powerful world in our world, bar none. It will completely revive the ancient civilization of the ancient gods. It will be a world where there are so many level 9 beings that you can see everywhere. The first 1,000 who pass through the evolution corridor will receive a pass to become a rank 9 powerhouse." Rank 9, as soon as these words fell, all the players looked at the end of the tunnel with fiery eyes. Super Saiyan, there was no threshold for rank 9. It was indeed possible to achieve rank 9 per person. As long as you could break through to rank 8, you were destined to be rank 9. The possibility of becoming a rank 8 god was relatively high. However, to break through without a threshold, a large number of rank 9 beings would require a huge amount of energy. If it was a world where everyone was rank 9, the amount of energy needed would be unimaginable, and it was not that Carolyn did not have any. She had obtained an extremely huge amount of energy from the Tyr Empire. How huge was that? Countless years of interstellar colonization was an astronomical number. It could indeed be used to create a brand new world. Carolyn used the spoils of war borrowed from the Universe Garden to create the new world. Top 1000, a rank 9 pass. I'm afraid it will be an extremely huge energy reward. And this world will truly far surpass the rank 7, Heavenly Court and the Lava World. If rank 9 beings are everywhere, then the energy density will definitely reach the level of a rank 5 or 6 being the level of an ordinary person. This is too terrifying. At this moment, all the players gathered their strength and looked towards the depths of the tunnel. Climbing this evolutionary journey, the top 1000, rank 9, we also have a chance to reach rank 9. What kind of luck is this? What kind of opportunity is this? This is a great existence that transcends the laws of the universe. Cutie, the Alchemy Emperor, and the others have worked hard for God knows how long, but they have not reached this level. But as newbies in front of us, we have a direct chance. The wealth of the super ancient gods is too great, the vision of such an existence is indeed unimaginable. In the outside world, Carolyn looked at the super ancient god and said, "This world's wealth is too great, so great that it is unimaginable. The Tyr Empire civilization that I obtained can probably only support 100 years of unrestrained development. The foundation of an interstellar empire that had been around for tens of thousands of years could only last for 100 years. One could imagine how severe the losses would be. It's fine." The super ancient god looked into the distance. "I still have some savings, enough to help you create this unprecedented super world." Yes. Carolyn lowered her head, her face filled with longing and gratitude. As a weak rank 10, the super ancient god did not reveal much of his wealth before. Only now did he truly make a move, and his first move was earth-shattering. Thinking about it, this level of existence had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even after experiencing the war and being the only one left, his foundation would still be very exaggerated. Suji's expression was very calm as he thought, Carolyn's resources can last for 100 years. I have just used up all my wealth, and after resting for 100 years, I should be able to recover. The entire insect race to provide for the development of this world is enough to support a huge amount of energy reserves. Now, Suji basically did not lack energy. The Mother River civilization was a true solar system, hundreds of billions of living beings lived there. Even if there was no war, the cycle of life and death every day was huge. One had to know that even mortals were cultivators. Going to school and cultivating was a necessary path for them. Moreover, they were all normal-sized living beings that provided energy for the ants to cultivate, adding on the lava region and the imperial court of the 7 realms. With the current efficiency, 3 ordinary rank 9 ants would be born in a day. How terrifying was this output? No matter how powerful Suji's battle prowess was, he would only need a week's worth of energy to break through. Right now, he was only stuck on the path to rank 9 and needed to slowly build up his foundation. Energy was not important. I might as well use all my energy to develop this world. When the insect race truly develops, it will be a violent army, a race that does not lack energy. Suji's eyes were gloomy as he directly placed a huge bet. My energy is so dense that it can form corporeal energy lakes, energy rivers, and energy rain. They can be seen everywhere. It's extremely luxurious. I'm afraid that the ancient gods, spirits, and fairies that are born naturally will also be incredibly powerful. Coupled with the enthusiasm of these players, I will be able to produce a large number of rank 9 beings. This world seems to be worth looking forward to. He planned to use this world as the vanguard for his invasion of the universe. This Tower of God could be said to be Suji's biggest investment. Let's see if it succeeds. After all, this is the first time I've done something with such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Suji's expression was calm. It's tens of thousands of times higher than the sand table world with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. How big was the Tower of God now? With tens of thousands of years of accumulation from the Tyr Empire, one could imagine the density of energy. In such a dense world, pixel flowers, plants, and animals would naturally develop intelligence, and there would definitely be many who would become demons. Whoosh. Looking down. The river was not clear, but it had traces of pure white. The dense spiritual energy formed a mist inside, slowly rising with celestial energy. Mountains, rocks, sand, everything was immersed in the energy and became extremely sturdy, forming a special material like a spiritual treasure. The density of matter here had reached a certain level. Even the celestial emperor, who had great battle power, could only break rocks, destroy roads, and destroy forests with the battle power of a 4th or 5th grade expert. Perhaps this is, in a sense, the true high dimension? Even gods would find it difficult to have great destructive power in this world. Being able to destroy a city is already very powerful, just like in some novels. After ascending, the dimension of the world will increase. Experts who can destroy cities and countries will not even be able to break a few rocks here. Suji looked at the group of players. They were evolving crazily in the evolution corridor, fusing with pixel life forms and embarking on the journey of digital beasts. They were evolving crazily, becoming pixel life forms. In just a short day, absorbing the dense spiritual energy, countless new disciples of the Azura Path began to make consecutive breakthroughs. Ha ha ha, my first level form evolution is half pixel, and my second level form evolution is full pixel life form. I'm leaving first. I'm also at the second level, charge. Brothers, hurry up. Who cares, any species is fine, no matter how weak they are, evolve into digital beasts first and rush to the finish line. The reward for the top 1000 is mine. The ancient god must have taken out everything he had, right? We have to be ruthless. Countless people were roaring angrily. The success or failure of his destiny depended on this. With a smile, Carolyn looked towards those fellows and shook her head. This evolutionary race is a marathon. I hope there will be enough outstanding geniuses. I've already calculated that they might choose to drive out the good with the bad and arrive at the finish line first to fight for the reward. However, they will soon find out that living beings who advanced in a hurry can't do it. Sure enough, the first batch of digital beasts that had evolved began to bleed after walking a few hundred meters. It was obvious that they could not withstand the pressure and could only stop and continue to evolve. However, they were already in the second tier, and their forms had already been fixed twice. Most of their potential had already been exhausted. Behind him, some of the smarter people revealed an expression of as expected. Ha ha ha, those stinky B** stars ahead, so what if they run fast? That's right, we're all people from the wizard community, and we've all cultivated before. In order to obtain meditation coins, we're very familiar with the first and second levels, but is it enough just because we have a high level? The energy here is abundant, so I'll definitely be able to break through very quickly. However, it all depends on whose evolved form is stronger. Yes. You trash species, even if you break through to the third level, you might not be able to reach the end. It was useless to compare realms. What mattered was evolution. It's a competition of endurance. Whose species has to reach a special threshold to be able to withstand the pressure and reach the end of the corridor, then be compressed into a super tiny ant. Behind him, some people laughed loudly and continued to evolve. However, among the tens of thousands of people in Azura Path, there were actually a few players who were ridiculously familiar with it. Their progress was obviously very fast, and they soon reached the front. They were only at the first level, and they lined up with the few second-level digital beasts. The scene instantly became chaotic. F***CK. Isn't this 2F** King ridiculous? The first form transformation, breaking through to the first level, and they're already pixel creatures? Normally, people have to go through 2 form transformations before they can become pixel creatures, right? I recognize this guy. Isn't this the big boss of the Buddhist sect in Azura Path? The one with the Gatling gun, why is he suddenly here? Someone immediately exclaimed, and this guy, isn't he the first-generation sect master of the Blue Cloud Daoist faction? How did he sneak into our group? After exchanging information, everyone was stunned. A few of them reacted in an instant. These guys had probably committed suicide before, found the management of the server to go through the back door, kicked out a few of the original server members, and sneaked into the server for today's PvP combat competition, and then directly came in and became noobs again, they were instantly furious. F***ck. These animals are cheating. F***ck. How did they sneak into us noobs? Countless people shouted. This was very unfair. They were not on the same starting line at all. At this moment, a strange-looking plant player next to them laughed and said, "These big bosses are now reincarnated in the impure soil. Even if all of these 100 or so people go over, there are still more than 800 spots, what's there to be afraid of? Not enough for us to divide? Don't you have confidence in yourself? What's more, if you really have peerless talent, the noobs can also beat the speed of these old people, like me." Everyone looked sideways to see who was so arrogant. Only then did they realize that the player who spoke was actually already at the first level, and had already evolved into a digital beast. Then, he strode forward, actually walking a few hundred meters, the marathon distance, instantly surpassing the old players of Azura Path. Who is this person? His first-level digital beast can actually go further than the first-level digital beasts of those big bosses? Even longer? Everyone looked sideways, clearly knowing what this meant. This meant that his digital beast's completion rate was higher, and its potential was greater. Where did this guy come from? This is too strange. Wait, I know him, isn't he the big boss of the Spore Evolution next door? Why did he come over here? As soon as this was said, everyone completely lost their cool. Even the professional Spore Evolution players next door had extremely sharp senses and took the opportunity to come over to join in the fun. Perhaps they had even been lurking around from the start, playing the game on both sides. Although it was very hard, how could they imagine the degree of balding these people were capable of? This time, everyone could not help but shout. Is there no law? Is there no law? Even the big boss next door has mixed in. This bastard is still pretending to be a noob. Everyone was screaming, all of them were wailing in a low voice. The ancient gods had put in a lot of effort, taking out all of their savings. It was obvious that they had broken through the 9th level era and were preparing for the final battle, war against the Mother Stream civilization. Therefore, with this kind of welfare, all kinds of monsters and demons appeared. How could they compete? Many of them were geniuses as well. But to begin with, they were no match for the top talents of the Azura Path. The fact that they were able to enter first meant that they were stronger than them, let alone the group of people who had evolved from spores. At the same time, not only were they more talented than you, but they also had countless times more experience than you. They were super veteran players, and they were more hardworking than you. How could you fight against them? Don't worry, there's still 1,000 slots for us. Countless people looked into the distance with difficulty, and their expressions became firm. They began to sit cross-legged on the ground or collect all kinds of equipment, pixel plants, and pixel animals, and began to evolve their species. The most important opportunity to change one's life was here. Everyone was clear about this. In the future, they would have to kill their way out of this place. Have you really settled down? Carolyn smiled as she looked at the various life forms scattered throughout the corridor. The first echelon had already pulled a long distance away from the second echelon, and they were walking at the front. At this time, a day and a half had already passed. Even though the weakest people had already set off, there was still one life form that remained at the same spot. It was still slowly researching. Carolyn frowned slightly. Why is this life form still at the same spot, at the starting line? Suji looked over and was slightly surprised. Wasn't that Pan Shuaxian, the muscular girl with a dark heart? Wasn't she the one who helped the secluded mountain prefect in the 6 paths of reincarnation as a player of the Azura Path? Why was she here again? I don't know what this fellow is planning. Suji had a calm expression as he thought to himself, ever since she helped her sister cheat and entered the world, there has been no news of her. Even when she entered the Azura Path, she was very calm and hid behind the scenes. Could she be using the flow of time in the Azura Path to continue evolving and researching some life form? One had to know that she was one of the oldest players in Pandora's box. Even Meng Mei was not as old as she was. She was a super big shot who had the ability to enter the various worlds in the sorcerer world. In this aspect, her talent was definitely not inferior to the great emperor of alchemy and Mount Akina's speed, but this fellow has always been erratic. Why is she here? Suji frowned slightly. Why is she here instead of going to the spore evolution stage to prove her Tao? Why is she here as an Azure Path warrior? Why is she here with this group of people? Those who had the ability would definitely enter the spore evolution sand table, and they would definitely enter through the proper route. Carolyn followed Suji's gaze and looked at the person before her. She seems to be a very interesting little fellow. She's using an extremely complicated and mixed method to adjust the life structure of the digital race, turning it into a completely different race. I've never seen such a form before. Little fellow, Suji only smiled. The demon core race in the lava region came from the system genes. And the system genes were evolved from Xianxia. In other words, without her, there would not be the current demon core race. What a mysterious relationship, but then again, this fellow Xianxia was using the entire race as a foundation to evolve into a new species. Suji slightly paid attention. Soon, the second day passed. The vanguard was already halfway there. Xianxia was still at the same place, motionless at the starting point, but she finally began her first form transformation. She gradually turned into a digital beast, but this digital beast was in the form of a rectangular keyboard with countless pixels stacked on top of it. There were also 4 black table corners, giving off the feeling of a piano. What the hell is this? Seeing this, Suji thought of Xianxia's Pandora's box, which was also a similar rectangular keyboard. Could it be that this fellow was going to take the enhanced form again? Looking at this white porcelain piano, Suji clearly felt that it should not be serious. The 4 piano legs were the type that could run away at any time. On the third day, the vanguard had already begun to turn into second-order digital beasts, showing their second form transformation in order to resist the greater pressure. Only then did Xianxia's aura slowly start to change. She had completely turned into a piano with exquisite rules, and a fleeting and unfamiliar fluctuation of laws suddenly appeared all over her body. Clang, 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 clang. However, it was this slight fluctuation and a few light collisions that caused a look of disbelief to appear on Carolyn's face. This is a law that doesn't belong to this universe. The feeling of this law actually feels indescribably familiar. Could it be the Genesis era? The voice of the subbrain sounded from Suji's side. Detected the birth of a Zerg hero. Zerg hero? Suji's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. There's actually such a good thing? Zerg hero meant that there was a high probability of reaching rank 10. Previously, only Dicky could receive such an evaluation. But it did not mean that Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and the others were destined to not reach rank 9. It was just that they had the opportunity to break through. Dichi's talent made it possible for him to become an insectoid hero when he was only a 2 gene ranker. Xianxia, on the other hand, was judged to be a rank 10, not because she has any special talent comparable to Dichi, but because this species is unbelievably strong. Suji pondered. Xianxia had been sharpening her sword for a long time, much longer than the Alchemy Emperor's prime. Pull out the genetic sequence of this creature, Suji said softly. Pulling out, according to the existing planning information of the species, and characteristics, evolution blueprint, a mechanical voice sounded. Name, Truth Piano alias, Heavenly Editor, Law Coding Tool. Gene Position 1. Mutated Whole Race Cell 2. Sealed 3. Sealed 4. Sealed 5. Sealed, Suji was a little confused. It was the first time he had seen such a genetic creature. Other genetic creatures had empty written on the other 4 genes. This one had sealed written on it. Did it mean that it could never integrate with other genes, only one gene forever? Suji had no idea what it meant. At this time, Carolyn had already taken the lead and rushed towards Xianxia. Her voice was a little agitated. What are you? That aura you gave off just now. I am the truth. Xianxia seemed to have guessed that Carolyn would definitely come over. She smiled faintly. Have you seen the Alchemy Emperor before? The worm of Prime from the 7 Realms Celestial Court lives in a glass bottle. Naturally, Carolyn had seen it before. After all, she had gone to the Cosmic Garden with her. Xianxia smiled. If the Alchemy Emperor is the gate of alchemy itself, the origin of life, then I am the gate of truth itself, the origin of the universe, the origin of truth. Upon hearing those words, even Carolyn was shocked. Even the word audacious wasn't enough to describe it. Looking at the shocked expression on Carolyn's face, Pan Yuxian knew that all of her painstaking efforts had been worth it. A long time ago, when she had evolved the system gene for her younger sister, she had been thinking, what kind of species should he evolve into that would win at the starting line? Back then, when she saw that a stage 9 Taoist could distort the laws of the universe, she immediately thought that since they could distort the laws of the universe, why couldn't they create the laws of the universe? Creating a new law that didn't belong to the universe was simply a lunatic. However, the evolution of living things had countless possibilities, and there were countless species in the universe that defied the natural order. She had finally succeeded after countless years of research. Carolyn hesitated for a moment before exaggeratedly saying, you're different from the other players of the universe projection. You're very special. The entire clan is what's special. Pan Shuoxian smiled. One is everything, and everything is one. It's precisely because of your race's characteristics that I was able to succeed. The reason why she didn't evolve in the spore evolution and specifically came here, neglecting the essentials, was also because of this reason. She needed the entire race. Everything? Carolyn pondered. At that time, you were also at the scene. You saw the Big Bang and big collapse of that universe, the beginning of the primordial world. You heard that universe overture, right? The primordial world began to split into two major yin and yang, which were the two major substances of light and darkness. Then, it split into the four major fundamental forces, and countless laws split. And when the laws split, you're currently fusing them in reverse? Carolyn completely voiced her doubt. You're playing that universe primordial overture in reverse. You're able to go back and fuse them according to the order in which the laws split. Pan Yuxian took a deep breath. These terrifying existences were indeed powerful. This was indeed the special feature of this species. The species she was researching had no attributes and possessed the ability to fuse laws. It was like a special color palette or a special piano key. When the universe was created, the singularity of the truth of primordial chaos transformed into all things. It was just like a big tree that kept splitting. And the order in which the branches split and the clanking sounds were that overture. As long as one remembered the overture, they could reverse fuse the laws at the end and go back to a higher level of laws. They could even fuse with the original primordial chaos chi of the universe. Needless to say, Pan Yuxian was a very straightforward person. She said, do you see the tens of thousands of rough cells on my white piano? It's like a palette. As long as the corresponding laws are put into the corresponding cell keys, they can be mixed. Of course, it has to be in a special order, which is when you know the zither score of the universe. Collecting all the laws at the end, such as wind, rain, fire, and then playing the piano according to the score, you could play the universe overture in reverse, and finally return to the primordial chaos chi of the universe. Carolyn was completely shocked. Suji was also completely alarmed. Why were all these people more ambitious than the last? Then, how much of the universe zither score do you remember? Pan Yuxian asked. Carolyn frowned slightly. About 3%, and the order of some of the details. The others might not remember too much. It's too complicated. It's the secret key to opening the entire universe. Maybe the demon god will remember about 20%. Carolyn's eyes lit up as she spoke. The piano in front of her was indeed the gate of truth. As long as they knew all the hypotheses and the syllables in the split order, they could use this piano key to reach the only truth of the universe. Reaching the truth is too far. Even if you know all the syllables of the universe overture, it's impossible to reach the truth of our universe. Because that universe overture was the birth of a new universe. It's not the real primordial chaos overture of our universe, even though it might be 70% the same as our current universe. But you should know that the difference of 1% of the laws is like the difference between heaven and earth. Pan Yuxian smiled. And my greatest use is creation laws. Creation laws? Carolyn was slightly stunned. Yes, creation laws. Strictly speaking, it's the creation of new laws that don't belong to this universe. Do you remember that in the primordial chaos universe, laws that don't belong to our world appeared through different splits? Even though it was quickly assimilated by the environment of the universe. I remember. Then, do you understand? Pan Yuxian smiled and said, it's unrealistic to trace back to the only supreme truth. My current ability is to create new laws that don't belong to this world through reverse fusion. As long as there's a part of the music score, through the fusion of different laws and then the split, a new universal law can appear. Yes, I can reach the truth and the branches of the universal laws of all eras. Pan Yuxian smiled. Do you understand? Carolyn immediately nodded. Understood, then what are we waiting for? Pan Shuaxian looked at the end of the evolution tunnel, which was a four-legged white porcelain piano, and said with a serious expression, I can't outrun them. Hearing those words, Carolyn was completely dumbfounded. Carry you to the finish line, however, this species was indeed very powerful and terrifying. It even had infinite possibilities. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the gate of truth, creating universal laws. This was not a level 9 law that transcended the universe and could distort the existing universal laws, but creation, distortion and creation. These two were fundamentally different concepts. Of course, a new universal law wasn't something that could be created out of thin air just because one wanted to. Any universal law was the result of a primal chaos singularity splitting and exploding. Her so-called creation of laws was just using the branching tree of laws to deduce patterns and fuse various existing laws, thus creating a new law that did not belong to this universe, but this law might not have existed in this universe. It could also be a law of the future universe, or an ancient law from countless universe eras ago. This is already very terrifying. Carolyn took a deep breath. Dicky monopolized the alchemy factory and the primordial race, now it was her turn to have one or two world-suppressing treasures. Whoosh. Carolyn raised her hand and a piano appeared out of thin air at the finish line. The people who were still halfway were instantly stunned. What the hell is this? A digital piano suddenly appeared in front of us. This is cheating. Official cheating, I'm reporting it. Countless people shouted. Pan Yuxian calmly looked at these people at the finish line and only smiled. I'm a lady. Although I can walk, it's too unsightly to walk with 4 legs on the piano. I'm not that muscular sister of mine, it's too unsightly. Carolyn was slightly stunned. Sitting in front of the piano, she said, creating a law that does not belong to this universe is theoretically possible, but you have to know the sequence. I heard the universe primordial overture before, that new law of universe splitting, and I know some of the synthesis process. The Big Bang overture did indeed have some new laws. She remembered 3% of the syllables. It seemed very little, but it was already a lot. One had to know that the universe was extremely vast. Choose the simplest one. She closed her eyes and recalled the sequence of a few syllables. I remember that it's a high-level law formed from wind, thunder, rain, and so on, and these laws exist in our universe. She raised her eyebrows, and magic power surged in her hands. As someone who had achieved the Tao in the universe, he could easily control the laws. At this moment, several laws of the universe were injected into the zither keys. Dang, ding ding dang dang. She began to play the syllables backwards. Whoosh. The keys were crisp and melodious, like the sound of the heavenly Tao. Countless nomological phenomena began to appear out of thin air, strands upon strands, beautiful and magnificent. If one remembered the universe primordial overture, they would know that this part of the syllables was played in reverse. Voila, suddenly, a clump of black clay appeared in the air. It carried with it some sort of infectious aura, giving off an extremely evil and vicious feeling of destruction. A brand new law of the universe had appeared. Voila, the entire law of the black earth descended. Space, gravel, and rivers were rapidly darkened. It was as if a black curtain had descended, and some unknown cosmic phenomenon was splashing ink on the world. What law of the universe is this? Carolyn's eyes widened, and an unimaginable tremble came from the depths of her soul. According to my deductions, this law should be a natural phenomenon, similar to wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and the tidal force of water. It should be a very natural cosmic phenomenon. How can it be so evil? This black land was madly infected with all matter, as if the sky had instantly darkened. Boom, the entire nomological Tao technique was instantly assimilated by the entire universe. It only appeared for a few seconds. The land of the black tide quickly degenerated and returned to normal. It's normal for this law to be assimilated. After all, it doesn't belong to the universe, but what the hell was that situation just now? Carolyn closed her eyes and silently sensed everything. This was played according to the overture of that universe's evolution. It belongs to the laws of that universe. How can it be so evil? If it had not been assimilated by the big universe, the new universe that had appeared would have been an extremely evil, weird, and mysterious universe with unknown rules. It would have been a mysterious universe with unknown rules. It could be said that it was a brand new universe era. Dark, deep, and evil. It gave her an extremely horrifying feeling. From this law, she could feel that the laws of evolution and growth of the creatures in that extremely evil universe were completely different. In fact, the moment I saw this law appear, I had a strange feeling that the universe might not only have the four fundamental forces, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, and the gravitational force. That universe might have the five fundamental forces. And under the effect of the five fundamental forces, life doesn't evolve through cells, but grows in some other way. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. This is too scary. Carolyn's gaze was gloomy. At this moment, she felt how insignificant she was. She organized her thoughts. Although this law that was created will be rejected by the universe, its strange characteristics are enough to instantly injure the opponent before it dissipates. For a person who had achieved the Tao, no matter what law it was, no matter how distorted it was something that they were familiar with, but what if a new law appeared out of nowhere in front of them? They didn't recognize it at all. She would probably be caught off guard in an instant. A law that did not belong to this universe was extremely difficult to imagine. It's just that this universe is too strange. Carolyn took a deep breath. We, on the other hand, were able to listen to a portion of the primordial overture of that universe. We were able to understand the majority of the structure of that universe. We were able to continuously create new laws for that world. Finally, we were able to recreate that evil universe, in one of our countries. Carolyn pondered for a few seconds. This piano of truth was indeed terrifying. Knowing the primordial overture of that short-lived universe meant that they had the possibility of recreating that universe. This was unimaginably terrifying. Law of creation. However, thinking of this, Carolyn suddenly looked at the super ancient god beside her. The legendary 10th level, is it the law of creation? Suji, he was looking at it seriously. This piano of truth was really powerful. It was the key to the door leading to the truth of the universe. He was thinking about when he should get one of it in his orchard. It was really cool, but how to break through to the 10th level, he didn't know either. The super ancient god's expression was still calm. You have stepped into the 9th level. With your combat power and accumulation, I'm afraid that you will soon overcome your weak period and reach the upper levels of the 9th level. At this time, you should be exploring the path to the 10th level, right? Most of the time, you should explore it yourself and experience it personally. The super ancient god said softly, at the same time, don't bear too much pressure. If you can't find the path, I will tell you when the time is right. Carolyn nodded. She had indeed started to explore. He couldn't help but laugh. In fact, you have already reminded me so clearly. At the same time, after experiencing so many things, how could I not understand how to break through to the 10th level? If I still can't understand it, then I am really too stupid, and I will not live up to your expectations. Suji was stunned. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, you already know how to break through to the 10th level? It was as if he had seen a new continent. The 10th level, the peak of the universe, the end of the Tao. Let's talk about the path of the 10th step somewhere else. Click. Carolyn and the super ancient deity left the final destination, leaving behind a dumbfounded piano. F*CK, you too, why didn't you say it in front of me? I promised to keep my mouth shut. The entire piano was at a loss. Since you didn't want to say it in front of me, why did you have to start? His heart felt like it was itching. It was very uncomfortable. The path to the 10th level, it was actually the path to the 10th level. Dichi probably hadn't finished his research yet, right? Yes, I think I've seen the path to the 10th level. Carolyn sighed. She could not help but say, in fact, if you didn't say it yourself, I used to think that the four-gene system was the limit of the universe, the end of life, because I can clearly feel that the four-gene system is saturated, and I can no longer fuse with the fifth gene. Suji was startled, he was deep in thought. So, when Di-Chi, Carolyn, and the others broke through to the ninth level, they would have a strong feeling that they could no longer fuse with the fifth gene, because the four-gene system was the limit of life in the universe. Then, how did one break through to the 10th level? All those who achieved the 9th level in the universe, those who surpassed the laws of the universe, would have a feeling that they could no longer break through, that they were now standing at the end of the path. But the 10th level, the 5-gene system, truly existed in this world. That was the true end. For example, Suji's genes represented the 5-gene system, truly existing in this world. The super ancient god could not help but ask, how do you think we can break the curse of the 4-gene system, and how do we fuse with the 5th gene position? Carolyn said, ever since I saw the founding era, I gradually had a general direction, and now that I see the truth piano, the creation of a new law, I have a rough idea. Carolyn's brows relaxed. Yes, I was at a loss before. The 10th level could no longer fuse with the genes of the outside world. How could I break through? I could no longer break through. Does the 10th level really exist? But the facts have proven that it does exist. Someone has already walked that path, becoming the most majestic being in the universe, so how do they break through? I can't imagine. I chose to think from another path. According to the previous rules, every path of cultivation is a gradual process. The 9th step was to distort the laws, then the 10th step would definitely follow this path of distorting the laws. When a law is distorted to the extreme, to the point where its original appearance cannot be recognized, then it is no different from a new law of the universe. Isn't that a law of creation? Then, is level 10 the creation rule? I once thought this way, but I wasn't sure. I even felt that it was very suspicious. Perhaps this kind of conjecture was wrong. If level 10 was a creation law, then where did the 5th gene go? A rank 10 creature was supposed to be a pentagene life form. How could it have fused with a 5th gene? How do we solve this? I've thought about it for a long, long time. The path of the future is too mysterious, but now that I've seen the piano of truth, I've realized the error in my thinking. These two things, the creation rule and the 5th gene position, are actually the same thing. Don't you think? Yes. Hearing that, Carolyn could not help but take a deep breath. Yes, the creation rule and the 5th gene position are actually the same thing. I have been thinking about this. What is the nature of genes? What was the ultimate limit of genetic cultivation arts? It was the laws. Every gene corresponded to a cultivation rule system. Then, the 5th gene position would be the 5th law. Since no one could fuse a new law, then I would create a law, the two completely matched, forming a perfect circle. It is as if the truth of the universe is so mysterious, pointing to the final path. Don't you think so? Yes. At this moment, Carolyn's eyes were bright, and her face was full of longing. She came to her final conclusion. Level 9, a quad-gene life form, is already the genetic limit of natural life forms. To break through the 5th gene, there is only one way. Since I can't fuse with a new foreign gene in the outside world, then I will create a new gene in my own body. Forcefully squeeze open the 5th gene position. Am I right? Yes. Suji was already stunned. There was actually such a way. It was simply unbelievable. Creating a law, creating the corresponding 5th gene of this law, yes, that's right, then how do I create it specifically? Carolyn took a deep breath, and her voice did not stop. It was as if she was talking to herself, as if she was talking to herself. The path to level 10 is to fuse the 4 genetic systems and laws that one has cultivated. The 4 laws will converge and distort to the limit, creating a new 5th law. It is also equivalent to one's previous 4 bloodlines converging together to form a true 5th ultimate bloodline, squeezing open the 5th gene position. And level 10 is known as the end of the Great Tao. And this end of the Great Tao does not refer to the Great Tao of the entire universe, but the end of one's own Great Tao. The 4 systems that one has cultivated previously will converge together to form a true great unity. It is the end of one's Tao cultivation. Hearing this, Suji's heart was shaken. So, the 10th ultimate, the end of the great Tao referred to this. It was not the end of all Taos in the entire universe, because an individual's life could not truly encompass the entire universe. Instead, it was the end of all Taos that one had cultivated in their entire life. Level 10, the ultimate of the great Tao. Carolyn also took a deep breath, and her eyes were shining. It was as if the curtain of a new era had completely opened, and the future path of cultivation was completely bright. That's right. Level 10 was the creation of laws. Or rather, it was the creation of the 5th gene and squeezing open the 5th gene position. However, it was different from the current piano of truth. It was based on the ready-made syllables of the universe to synthesize a new universal law. That was a law that belonged to another universe, a law that belonged to the universe. As for level 10, it was based on the 4 laws that belonged to one's own cultivation, creating one's own, at the end of the great Tao. This was what one had learned in one's lifetime. The 4 gene positions converged together to form a new 5th gene. It was no wonder that Dicky was said to be the insectoid hero. Previously, he did not understand, but now that he thought about it, the path of level 10, integrating one's lifetime of learning, integrating one's 4 genes, fusing them into a new gene, and opening up a corresponding new cultivation technique. Wasn't this Dicky's old profession? It was no wonder that he was said to be the insectoid hero. In the past, I could not understand, but you deliberately made us do our best. Everything is already very clear. Genesis, as well as the piano of truth in front of us, is uncovering the truth step by step. Carolyn looked at the ancient god and said respectfully, and you made us cultivate 4 genes and completely polish them before breaking through to level 9, only now do I understand your deep meaning. Because if the first 4 genes are not cultivated to perfection, they cannot be truly integrated, and there is no possibility of breaking through to level 10 in our lifetime. This time, the ancient god was completely silent. He looked at Carolyn, who had a fiery gaze, and was somewhat touched. He gently hugged her and said, all of this is the result of your own hard work. I did not do anything. You are really too humble. Suji did not reply to Carolyn's words. Only he knew how shocked he was right now. The difficulty of breaking through to the 10th rank was much greater than he had imagined. One could imagine why the 10th rank was so rare, to the extent that they only existed in ancient legends. Thank you so much. Carolyn's voice was hoarse in the arms of the ancient god. She was a little emotional as she said softly. The first reaction of those who have broken through to the 9th rank is that there can't be a 10th rank in this world. That's because they realized that 4 genes is the limit, and it's impossible to fuse with a 5th gene. They will remain at the 9th rank for the rest of their lives. It was as if she could see the history of the entire universe. She could see the history of all the sages who had achieved the Tao in the river of time. Yes, the moment they break through to the Tao in the universe, it must be the greatest joy of their lives. They grasped the laws and twisted them. That's because they have already surpassed those who achieved the Tao in the universe. Carolyn was still murmuring. It seemed like she was pouring out her heart, but it also seemed like she was talking to herself. However, after experiencing the greatest joy of life, they will definitely feel a sense of despair and destiny. Yes, because at that time, they will definitely realize that they have no more paths to walk. They will already feel their destiny, and they will stand at the end of their lives. How do they break through? How do they break through? How do they break through? They began to crazily spend their entire lives searching for that path until death arrived. They wailed in despair, their heads of white hair floating in the void of the universe. Their turbid eyes were already filled with confusion as they welcomed their own deaths. That kind of bitterness, sorrow, and despair is indescribable. It's definitely indescribable. Carolyn's voice choked. It's a sense of destiny that is crueler than death. She wasn't sad for herself, but for all the great people who had achieved the Tao that surpassed the laws of the universe. Which of those who could achieve the Tao in the path of the 9th rank wasn't an unimaginably talented genius? One had to know that in the tens of thousands of years of development of the Tyr Empire, there hadn't been one, and even if they broke through, they would face. Carolyn closed her eyes as a trace of pain flashed through them. To be able to reach the 9th level, they were definitely the most devout pursuers of the Tao, fanatics who pursued the truth. They crawled on the path of seeking the truth from a young age, fervently, sincerely, passionately, and overcame all obstacles, and he was also one of them. There was no difference between pursuing the great Tao and pursuing the truth. Their strong sense of fated despair, he could also feel it. For those who had achieved the Tao, the greatest fear in life was not how bumpy the path to the truth was, or how difficult the pursuit of knowledge was, but the inability to cultivate, and the inability to continue pursuing their own truth. I've already seen the entire situation, and I've deduced what the rank 9 heavens of the universe will face. It's like a curse of the universe. After they break through, they'll live the most miserable 100,000 years, because they have no chance of breaking through. Low level, middle level, and high level 9 are merely thresholds for the accumulation of energy. They can no longer advance. They can no longer cultivate their genes. They can no longer cultivate anything else. At first, they thought that after breaking through to the 9th level, they could continue to integrate the 5th gene and continue cultivating, but they didn't know that the 9th level can no longer be integrated into their genes, and the door to the future is closed to them. Apart from grief, she also felt a lingering fear. And she, on the other hand, had transcended that terrible and miserable fate. It was simply a great fortune. If it weren't for the super ancient gods and the foundation of these eras, she would basically be one of those pitiful pursuers of the Tao, unable to move forward for the next 100,000 years. Would she commit suicide? She didn't know. However, if she couldn't pursue her own truth, she would be completely stuck in the realm, and there would be no hope in the future. It was like the greatest torture for those who sought the Tao, and those who sought the truth, 100,000 years of torture. After spending tens of thousands of years at a loss, there might still be those who had achieved the Tao in despair who chose to commit suicide. Carolyn was filled with emotions. Her expression became complicated, and she completely admired him. It's all thanks to you. You also let Dizun, the 3 of us who had stopped the battle, forcibly break through. Otherwise, we were destined to walk on the wrong path. Yes. At that time, Dizun had stopped them from breaking through. He probably knew the way to break through to level 10 to prevent them from being foolish. It seemed that Dizun had beaten them up badly, but it was all for their own good. Thinking of this, Carolyn's eyes were filled with a trace of admiration and gratitude. Fate was always so strange. A single turn of events determined the 2 ends of one's future, life and death. Only she knew that everything she had was given to her by the super ancient god. The super ancient god said, yes, as you said. But sometimes, not knowing is the most blissful. Even if they knew the secret to breaking through to level 10, they would still feel pain, and there would be no difference. The super ancient god smiled and said lightly, after all, so what if they knew? How difficult is it to perfect 4 genes? It's already a miracle for most existences to break through to level 9. In the 8,000 years of being a god, to be able to walk 1 or 2 paths to the end, to break through to level 9 is already very lucky. Not knowing the truth might still be blissful. At least there is still hope. Those level 9 existences will spend their whole lives searching for the secret to break through to level 10 that doesn't exist. They will travel to the ruins of various universes, looking for the remains of ancient existences. If they knew the truth, they would be even more desperate. Even when they were level 8 gods, in order to reach the impossible perfect 4 genes, they would have died long ago. It would be impossible for them to even break through to level 9. The super ancient god said lightly. Carolyn's expression became more and more solemn. Life, the path of cultivation, is it always so hopeless? Most of them breaking through to level 9 means 100,000 years of hopelessness? If it continues like this, most of them will face 100,000 years of great despair. The super ancient god touched Carolyn's hair and said, fighting against the heavens, fighting against nature, is an extremely stupid thing to do. Many times, it is best for mortals to not embark on the path of cultivation. Although that kind of life is short, it is full of happiness. Mortals are envious of the high and mighty gods, and use their lifespan to determine success or failure. It is an extremely ridiculous thing, training in seclusion, fighting against the heavens, almost never having a life of their own. So what if it's 100,000 years? The super ancient god was silent for a while, then softly said to Carolyn, I hope you don't blame me for changing your life and bringing you on this path of cultivation. I'm actually very grateful. Carolyn smiled, her expression was calm as she said, I've already avoided many, many things. Even now, with your help, I've survived the curse of reaching level 9 and have the chance to reach level 10 in the future. It's just a chance. The super ancient god was silent in the end. The path of level 10 was much scarier than the path of level 9. He did not know what to say, so in the end, he just sighed and said, the path of level 10 is still unimaginably long. It is not something ordinary lifeforms can reach. But, as long as I'm still alive, I will do my best to help you reach the end. Hearing this promise, Carolyn's eyes glowed as if she was completely intoxicated. She wanted to say something else. Suji smiled and said, as for the evolution corridor, the construction of the new world hasn't been completed yet. The entire race is almost over. We can go and take a look. That is indeed the case, Carolyn said as she regained her composure. While they were talking about the new world, a few days had passed, and the evolution corridor was almost finished. Swoosh. The two turned around and returned to the white evolution corridor. Looking at the corridor, the closest place was only a few dozen meters away. However, the further they went, the more difficult it would be, and the stronger the pressure on the cells would be. Come on. The piano of truth said leisurely from the other side of the finish line, everyone, let's go. The top 1000 will be the grade 9 resource package. It's right in front of us. How's the situation? Carolyn looked at Pan Yuxian. After all, Carolyn knew that this person's knowledge and talent in a certain aspect was very terrifying. In fact, the top players were generally extremely powerful. For example, the Alchemy Emperor, Ma Zizi of Mount Akina, and Meng Mei. Their evolution knowledge was very powerful, but they weren't good at fighting. Pan Yuxian looked at Carolyn and reported the situation. She smiled and said, right now, the competition is very fierce. It can be said that most of the geniuses have entered. After all, the top monsters of the wizard community and the spore evolution had been fighting all over the place, and now they were all gathered here. Everyone could guess that the ancient gods were going to be ruthless after entering the grade 9 era. A large amount of resources was enough to make them go crazy. The creatures at the top are all strong in their own way, but the creature that is worth mentioning is that the contestant in first place is a small TV. Pan Yuxian pointed at a small light blue TV with 2 antennas on its head and said, that's a girl. Although I don't get along with other companions and don't have much interaction with them, according to my sources, this girl is the girlfriend of the alchemy factory. She has the support of a shameless person, which is why she can run to first place. Carolyn, without hesitation, Pan Yuxian revealed someone's background and told Carolyn that someone was cheating. Ma Zizi of Mount Akina naturally had a girlfriend in reality, but who could it be? Most people didn't know about it at all. Only a few people in the Big Shots chat group knew about it. She wasn't in the group of Big Shots, but she had planted a spy, her own sister, to observe the actions of these guys. An alchemy factory? Carolyn chuckled. So what if he cheated? She only wanted results. She had to rely on her own methods. She only wanted results. Yes, that fellow. In fact, that fellow is extremely terrifying. His innate talent is simply monstrous. Currently, he is the one with the strongest innate talent among us. Because of the special characteristics of his species, he has grasped too much information about the genes of his bloodline. Every day, he would crazily produce all kinds of genes, creating and duplicating all kinds of living creatures. One can well imagine the evolution ability he has tempered. Carolyn smiled and said, although this kind of talent doesn't have the aptitude for cultivation and combat, he only knows how to research genes, bloodlines, biological structures, and evolutionary methods. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have any environment to live in. However, when combined with the path of Azura, an unimaginable chemical reaction erupted. Carolyn made a reasonable evaluation of them. These geniuses who research genes and bloodlines are extremely rare and powerful. No matter where they are, they must hold on to them tightly. Carolyn took a deep breath. She thought highly of Pan Yuxian because she was now one of her people. Her face was full of anticipation as she said, since he evolved from this creature, he should have some special characteristics, right? Yes. Pan Yuxian smiled and said, I make my own life plan and calculate my own species, but they are considering and making plans for the entire Azura path. it's impossible that they don't have a plan for this earth-shattering revolution, and this creature in front of us is a species that they started building, laying the groundwork, discussing, and exhausting countless efforts to create together now. In their plan, this is the core link. This creature will bring about the rise of the Azura path. It is their future. Carolyn didn't understand. So powerful? Carrying the fate of a civilization? Is it this small TV that is clattering? This TV was too cute. She couldn't tell that it was carrying the fate of a civilization. She scanned the TV with her divine sense to study its structure. She found that each particle was like a circuit block that could be combined at will and had a special effect. At the same time, she felt a high degree of biological similarity to the alchemy factory from this creature, as if there was a special degree of compatibility. This TV of theirs also needs non-flesh and blood organisms to evolve, and the cells must be granular. Iron-based organisms are also fine, but they don't have them. Thus, the entire race is their current choice, and they took this opportunity to come in like me. Pan Yuxian looked at the TV. They want to use this guy to carry out an unprecedented revolution and lay the foundation for the entire civilization. Carolyn was very interested and couldn't help but ask, what function does it have? Currently no function. Pan Yuxian thought about it, but didn't know how to answer. How do I explain it? This is a heaven-defying functional tool, an exclusive support vehicle for the alchemy factory. Carolyn was completely confused. It's because it has no function and is pure and blank that it is called the foundation of a civilization. Because any heaven-defying species and organisms can be eliminated in the future. They think more and think further than anyone else. Pan Yuxian thought for a while. Have you played games before? Those kind of handheld games from low-end civilizations, the red and white ones that insert cards. Whatever card is inserted, the game can be played. Carolyn naturally knew about this. Low-end civilizations naturally had such handheld games. Insert cards? Could it be that this creature is made of circuit board particles that form some kind of array, just like a red and white machine, to insert cards and achieve various functions? Then this TV, the game cards inserted, could it be the various plugins produced by the alchemy factory? Right now, the function is still very simple. Pan Yuxian took a deep breath. However, the most important function is still there. Do you see the two antennas of the small TV? I see them. When the time comes, those two antennas can be inserted into the ahog of the quantum gene, then they will become real antennas. At that time, others can entangle their own quantum battle bodies in it through the TV. Through watching the quantum battle bodies on the TV, they can remotely control them from afar to fight and kill. They call this TV channel virtual life. Carolyn, she was completely at a loss and somewhat baffled. Hiding behind the TV, to fight, learning from those quantum martial arts grandmasters and hiding in the dark with their real bodies, she had already imagined an extremely strange scene. In this civilization, the strong watched the TV in the living room and never left the house. As for them, they could watch the television and control the people on the television to fight. That scene was simply too beautiful to look at. Yes, the main function of this TV is actually to install various electronic components produced by the alchemy factory, bloodlines, such as quantum bloodlines. Normally, they only have 60% of the power of the original bloodline, but through the amplification of this TV with special materials, they can increase it by another 10%. 70% of the original power. It seemed like 10% was very little, but in fact, it was already very powerful. If 60% was considered useless, with only about half of the power of the original, then 70% could barely be used as a main means of combat. Too shameless, sitting behind the TV to fight? Carolyn was completely stunned and could not help but say, "This is just one channel of the TV, does that mean that we can change the channel?" "Of course we can change the channel." Pan Yuxian smiled and continued, "The second TV channel is entertainment films." "What's this?" "This time, we've changed another plug-in. This time, it is loaded with the dragon vein of Mother Earth, forming a large incense array. It is playing some virtual stories of the strong, and many of the people watching the TV are all kinds of strong people. By gathering their power of will, we can condense the creatures on the TV into incense creatures, possessing powerful combat power and becoming their guardian gods. For example, their first TV series has already begun preparations. When the time comes, they plan to pilot it, called The Legend of Neza. Television could also gather incense, forming a guardian god. Carolyn's expression became even more shocked. What the hell were these people's brains filled with? The cornerstone of a civilization was actually made so strange and bizarre. She did not even know how to describe it. Everything could be done by sitting in front of the TV. Wait, Carolyn's face turned strange as she looked at the strange lifeforms that were jumping around and racing in the evolution corridor. Things definitely aren't that simple. These fellows have not even entered the new world yet, but they already want to completely control the future of the new world. They have planned the path of the future and calculated more than 10 levels of the future. Using the small TV as a hub, they will lead the world's cultivation system and become the core foundation of the entire world. She could already imagine what these scoundrels were up to. Once the small TV became popular, the entire new world would become an extraordinary cultivation world that loved to watch TV. The strong would all cultivate in front of the TV, and the TV would become their favorite. Just thinking about the scene was too beautiful, and she did not dare to look at it. Carolyn was completely dumbfounded. These lively, strange-looking Azura warriors seemed to be laughing and joking, but in fact, they were madly plotting against her behind her back. Before entering the new world, they had already made a foolproof plan to change the style of her world opening. She didn't dare to look directly at such a civilized style. Television powerhouses, an era of great entertainment and extraordinary cultivation. This was in the truest sense, staying in the house and not going out, understanding and exploring the outside world through the television. Cough, cough. Carolyn took a deep breath and could only say with an odd expression, their dream, the civilization they are looking forward to, is really special. How could it not be special? Not to mention Carolyn, even Pan Yuxian felt a huge bump on her head. She felt that the civilization cornerstone that those idiots had painstakingly built was too hardcore punk. She was speechless. These bastards are too wretched. They are planning to be otakus and establish a otaku civilization, hiding in the house for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, understanding the outside world through the television. But it had to be said that this was too in line with the style of these idiots. If they could lie down, they would never sit. Wouldn't it be wonderful to hide and develop in secret? What do you think? As a proper beauty, Pan Yuxian was unconventional, but it was precisely because of this that she couldn't get along with them. It was precisely because she felt that it was too dirty, shameless, and too unambitious that she revealed the overall plan of these idiot players. However, Carolyn showed a hint of contemplation and said, "Is it also a combination of technology and extraordinary? It reminds me of the style of the Isidal civilization back then. Back then, we also used mechanical armors and the magic cores of magical beasts to form a hybrid extraordinary civilization." Pan Yuxian? Your comment is very similar to you? Inherited the will of the Isidal people? Her entire face darkened. Indeed. It is a combination of technology and extraordinary. Yes, it is similar to you, but you Isidal people are completely different. You are magical mechanical chariots that travel the world, hot-blooded and romantic. But them, they are magical mechanical televisions that hide in the house, shut in and wretched. It was the same combination of transcendent and technology, but it was two completely different spirits. I have to say that this civilization is extremely powerful, with limitless potential. As long as the various plugins are able to keep up, the television channels are extremely diverse. In theory, there are limitless possibilities. Putting aside the control of the quantum battle body, let's just talk about the Incense TV program. If there are many experts watching the program, faith and anima of will be sufficient to form a powerful incense god. Regardless of whether it's to conquer the outer realm or to protect the civilization, it'll be very useful. After all, it was truly incomparably powerful. These Akina Mountain Speed, the Alchemy Emperor, and the cute girl had been secretly researching the most suitable player civilization for thousands of years. Naturally, they had unlimited potential. Right, are there any other channels? Carolyn asked. For the time being, these are the two most practical channels. Of course, there are other channels for programs, but they're all in the works. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment. The third is the Science and Education channel. It mainly talks about various kinds of cultivation knowledge, and there are beautiful hosts who teach body forging, fitness, and cultivation methods. they're preparing to launch a late-night program called Practicing Radio Gymnastics. They'll let people sit in the living room and watch the TV while doing the exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, again. That's about it. Pan Yuxian felt a little ashamed as she said this. There's also the fourth channel, which is the television shopping center, called World Shopping. It's used to buy all kinds of resources. There are TV advertisements and daily activities, such as the Tesla Magic Exorcist wand from the Great Lava Realm, not 999, not 888, just 188. Of course, there's also a forum for people to exchange their experiences. According to them, they'll never step out of the house in the future. They'll just sit in the living room and watch the TV, and they'll probably be able to run amok in the universe, becoming a keyboard warrior who maintains world peace through the TV. For example, the existence sitting in the living room and watching this TV, the one who likes to watch beauties exercise and soap operas, might actually be the chaotic light god who rules several planes. Also, the owner of this TV, the one who likes to watch TV shopping in the living room, might actually be the Abyss Demon Emperor who rules the entire demon realm. A TV expert. Carolyn was dumbfounded as she listened. Watching TV and ruling the world, and so healthy, their ultimate goal was really to settle everything without stepping out of the house. But even she had to admit that this was very powerful. Without stepping out of the house, they had their own quantum battle body, as well as the burning incense god shared by the civilization. Both of them were responsible for going out and exploring the world. No one could find out where their true bodies were. The ideals of this civilization are very frightening. It's as if they're living in a higher dimension of the universe, placing the entire world on the TV, sitting in the living room leisurely drinking tea, watching TV, and doing all kinds of research. Carolyn completely agreed. This is a highly civilized society with extraordinary technology. Since they've spent so much energy, then I won't stop them. Let's see how they develop. Oh my God, you'll regret it. Pan Yuxian's face darkened. Carolyn ignored her and looked at the entire evolution corridor. It was nearing the end. More than 900 people had appeared in the top 1,000. Very soon. A voice came from the sky. After more than 10 days, you've successfully passed through the evolution corridor. The top 1,000 will receive enough resources, please check it yourself. But you should also know that obtaining a huge amount of resources means that you'll be targeted by the natives. I hope you have evolved species that match the corresponding ability. As for the remaining 1,000, don't worry. You can continue to evolve, enter the end of the tunnel, and head to the new world, as soon as Carolyn's voice fell. At this time, the first TV player hurriedly made a request. As the first, can I make an additional small request? What request? Carolyn asked. The TV player replied, my request is very simple, I want a quantum organ plug-in, and this plug-in should have already been placed somewhere in the small universe world. Naturally, it was placed there by Akina Yamaguchi and the others. After all, without the quantum organ plug-in, this TV of hers had no ability at all, it was just a piece of trash. It's already been placed here. Bang, after Carolyn put the thing down, the voice completely disappeared. Outside the Tower of God. Carolyn reached out her hand and lightly grasped. A fine white tower was held in her hand. A TV? My main body is hiding in this world, which means hiding in this tower. Using my quantum body, Incense God, I can explore the entire outside world. Indeed, I can sleep peacefully, and it's very suitable for this Tower of God. From her point of view, this civilization was very suitable for the world of this tower. And this tower, at this time, could be called Quantum TV Tower. Even Dickie's 7 Realms Imperial Court and the 3 Pillar Gods of the Lava region were far from her in terms of agility. Her civilization was the most elusive, no one could invade them. In the beginning, I was the easiest to invade. Now, no one can find the location of my civilization. Carolyn smiled, her eyes looking at the Tower of God through the window of the tower. Let me see how this civilization will develop. Whoosh. The earth was vast and boundless. Rivers, soil, trees, and mountains. It was impossible to tell that they were inside a tower. It was as if they were in a vast world with lush foliage and lush greenery. Whoosh! A group of players in the top 1,000 appeared in their original spots. At this moment, they could clearly feel their own density, and even the density of the surrounding environment, forming a strange high-energy world that was compressed at high speed. Even experts would find it difficult to cause large-scale destruction. That piano didn't appear here. Was it taken away? What kind of species did it evolve to be so precious to Carolyn? Don't worry about that. Brothers who came in, quickly split up according to the original plan. Yes, according to the plan we agreed on before, first gather resources and quickly reproduce the species, TV sets, make everyone have one as soon as possible. Construction team, quickly start digging pits and building basements. We need to quickly establish a base, hide in it, and then start to build a farming system. Watch TV. Countless people began to move and set up camp. At the same time, they discovered a very terrifying thing. This world had only been born for 30 to 40 years at most, but they actually felt that it was very dangerous. A large number of level 4 and level 5 were everywhere. Level 6 was faintly discernible, as if it was the overlord of a certain forest secret realm. Level 6 has already appeared. Could it be that there is already a level 7 Heavenly Emperor? Most likely. Damn it, it's only been 30 years, and a Heavenly Emperor has already appeared. Isn't this too exaggerated? That's to be expected. Everyone, you have to know that with this kind of terrifying density of spiritual energy, coupled with the inherited memories in their minds, and the ready-made mature cultivation techniques, it's very normal for them to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm in 30 years. The 20-year-old Dodi next door still exists. That's true. However, all the players felt their scalps go numb. None of the top 1,000 that they had come here could fight. Because they were all studying species with evolutionary potential, they could only walk through the evolution corridor. Those who could fight were still enduring in the back of the evolution corridor, and it was not certain whether they could come in or not. Someone organized to speak. Anyway, don't panic. We're already mature players. This isn't our first time exploring a new world. We have to learn how to move. Let's act according to the plan. Our television civilization is not a combat civilization to begin with. We are the foundation of the world, similar to the Mother Ivy. We are only responsible for maintaining the television equipment. They fight their battles, and their civilization develops theirs. We are just bystanders. That's right, we are only the hosts of the live broadcasts. We definitely can't interfere with the times. We only provide the foundations of the world and provide television sales. We are as neutral as Mother Earth. Then, let's start looking for geniuses who are good enough to sell televisions. Isn't it a little too fast? None of us can entangle the quantum battle body. Will it be unsafe to come into contact with it? Who allowed you to make direct contact? White Tower World. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. The entire land surged. These Sema people and Digimon tribes fought each other. It was extremely barbaric and bloody, and they suffered heavy losses. Another 10 years passed. During the period of strife, the various races fought each other in chaos. Tribes of experts developed languages and words appeared. They farmed and herded. Peerless celestial emperors established dynasties one after another. The fortunes of the country flourished day by day, and there were countless cultivators. The technique of true qi began to run rampant across the land. Another few years passed. Countless peerless experts who cultivated true qi refined their qi into nothingness and flew freely between heaven and earth. The development of this land was rapid. 10 years was like 200 years in the outside world. Finally, in the Wu Mountain tribe, the first god appeared, and he was honored as the great emperor of Eastern Green. This god overlord had unparalleled aptitude, and he seemed to have the aura of a sacred dragon. With the true qi technique of the azure dragon energy, he directly swept through the northern mountain range, and the demon emperor clan that occupied it bowed their heads in submission. The next year, Great Emperor Holly entered the western desert alone. He single-handedly swept through the famous Great Wu dynasty, and the great emperor of Eastern Green announced his submission. Another day, he entered the beast race in the south and beheaded the great emperor of the beast race. The great emperor of Eastern Green swept through the entire region, and his reputation reached its peak. The Eastern Green Divine Dynasty was completely established. All the major dynasties were conferred hereditary vassal states, and the entire land ushered in an unprecedented great unity. The language, writing system, and currency began to be highly unified. Moreover, they were required to dress according to their dynasty's clothing. All men began to grow their long hair, wear ceremonial crowns, and wear jade pendants at their waists to distinguish the status of the major classes. In the court of the palace, it was resplendent, and wisps of red sandalwood smoke floated in the main hall. Dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, the great emperor of Eastern Green stood with his hands behind his back. His face was dignified, and he gave off an indescribable sense of dominance as he sat on the throne. Recently, I have observed the edge of the world, and there is another realm in the outer realm that is above us. The great emperor of Eastern Green looked dignified. It seems that there is a great world in the outer realm, and that world is different from us. They cultivate Buddhism. We cultivate Qi, and the world is like a multi-story tower. We are just a part of it. The surrounding officials were shocked. There was another world in the outer realm. They had thought that they were the center of the world, where the sky was round and the earth was square. His Majesty was a man of great talent and strategy. He had long set his sights on the outer realm. Our civilization has only existed for a few decades. We only obtained this opportunity because of the pity of the immortals. The great emperor of Eastern Green was wise and full of fighting spirit. He said, "There is another world outside the world, and there are countless enemies. I plan to introduce martial arts to the people. Everyone, there is no need to hide anything. Everyone should cultivate to become a strong country." Before he finished his sentence, suddenly, a small television descended from the sky and landed in front of the court, creating a hole that was neither big nor small. "Which demon dares to disturb my court?" The guards immediately moved and blocked in front of him. "There is no need to be afraid. I will see it for myself." The great emperor of Eastern Green left the court and walked out of the hall. He saw a light blue television with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It had 2 small antennas and was indescribably cute. A deity descended from the sky? What is this? The great emperor of Eastern Green was slightly shocked. A television. Instruction manual? The great emperor of Eastern Green was vigilant. A mysterious meteorite falling from the sky, could it be a gift from an ancient immortal, or was it some kind of trick of the mysterious and unknown enemies from the other great worlds? He couldn't help but carefully read the instruction manual. The more he read, the more amazed and shocked he became. This great emperor couldn't help but slap the table and laugh loudly. His laughter resounded in the entire palace. Countless officials were dumbfounded. This great emperor of divine spirit great emperor said, "The heavens have blessed our dynasty. There is actually such a divine item in this world? Ha 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 ha. Good, it's simply a good thing. With a little investigation, we will know that it's not something that can be made by other worlds that have risen with us less than a few years ago. This is a divine object from heaven." Seeing Dongqing Emperor's elated expression, the ministers in the hall were instantly shocked. This was an overlord with great talent and strategy, an ambitious and ruthless person who strived to rule the country and was always serious in speech and manner. Just what could have caused such an existence to be so shocked? 3 years of the Dongqing divine dynasty. Something strange happened. Meteorites fell from the sky. The Dongqing Emperor, who had been working hard, no longer held morning court. He seemed to be obsessed with immortal techniques, staying in the harem day and night, ignoring the outside world. Countless ministers in the entire court were discussing and could not help but be furious. Evil thing, that's an evil thing. How wise is His Majesty to be so diligent? His mind has been tainted by this thing. I will risk my life to see him. 7 years of the Dongqing divine dynasty. His Majesty still ignored external things. In the panic of the whole country, the Prime Minister was handling state affairs. The Prime Minister worked hard to implement the policy of popularizing martial arts for His Majesty, pledging his loyalty, hoping that when His Majesty returned, there would still be a healthy dynasty. 10 years of the Dongqing divine dynasty. The entire dynasty was still in complete chaos, on the verge of collapse, and the vassals everywhere were already showing signs of rebellion. Ha ha ha, I've come out of seclusion again. I can't believe I've really mastered such a peerless divine technique. On this day, the Dongqing emperor reappeared, suppressing the entire dynasty with bloody means, purging any disobedient voices, and reigning over the world. Seeing this scene, the prime minister could not help but burst into tears. His Majesty has finally turned over a new leaf. It's good that he's back, it's good that he's back. Don't be obsessed with that evil thing. There were also ministers crying. It's just that His Majesty's strength is too wasted, he only has 70% of his previous strength left. It's good that he's back, it's good that he's back. Our dream of conquering the outer realm can start anew. 11 years of the Dongqing divine dynasty. His Majesty returned and worked hard. At the same time, his strength began to gradually recover, even rising again, and he began to step into the middle level of the deity realm. 10 years later, His Majesty led an army to cross the upper world, the Buddhist Great World. Boom, an earth-shattering battle broke out. A Buddhist almighty from the Buddhist Great World was actually a god that was not inferior to His Majesty. I've tolerated you in the form for a long time. The great emperor of East Green spoke, as if he had known this existence for a very long time. His voice was cold and domineering, saying something that none of his subjects understood. You really came as promised. Let's meet at the door when you log off. At least you're not a coward. This supreme being of the Buddhist sect was like a glaring vajra. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You think you can rely on your sharp tongue to humiliate me for not being good with words? Just wait till I rule over your world, then I'll forcefully kill you and cut off your tongue for everyone to see. You're the sharp-tongued one. Is level 4 very powerful? The Eastern Green Heavenly Emperor said coldly, your level is high, but it's just that you broke through to the divine spirit level earlier than me in your world. That's all. Courting death. In this battle, the entire mountain collapsed. A powerful pressure swept out. The two peerless existences actually fought to the death, not holding back at all, as if they had a deep hatred for each other. This battle lasted for 3 days. Both sides were exhausted, and in the final battle, they perished together. This? His Majesty has fallen? The entire army of the dynasty, the elite experts. On the other side, all of them were inexplicably shocked. All of this was too unbelievable. On the other side. In a secret room somewhere in the Eastern Sea dynasty. In an elegant living room, a middle-aged man wearing slippers sat in front of the television. He was slovenly and wore a loose nightgown, as if he was an unemployed middle-aged office worker. Eh? Perished together? The middle-aged man scratched his head, and a solemn look flashed across his face. He smiled faintly, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. His cultivation is indeed a level higher, but I'm not weak either. I self-destructed and perished together with him. But I have to form a new body, and I don't know how long it will take. Dad, Mom is calling you for dinner. The voice of a little girl came from the side. Got it, got it. Although the middle-aged man said so, his eyes were still fixed on the screen. It's good to entangle a phantom first, to prove that I'm still alive. Otherwise, the dynasty will be in civil strife. Dad, come and eat, Mom is angry. The little girl shouted. Next to them, at the dining table, a beautiful middle-aged woman pulled the little girl and said softly, let's eat first. Don't call your dad. He's at work. He's at work. The little girl looked puzzled and said, what work? Dad has never been out and has always been working at home. Is he a network operator? Or a programmer? The little girl had never been out of the outside world, but her parents still used some special means to exchange for a lot of real-world books for her to entertain and pass the time. There were all kinds of books, science fiction, reality, urban, fantasy. She also gradually learned what the outside world was like from the books. Your father is indeed at work. The beautiful middle-aged woman was silent for a moment. She sat at the dining table and said softly, it seems that I have to tell you the truth. Our family has never been out of the house. Your father has long used a special means to shield the entire room for our safety. After all, your father has a lot of enemies. The little girl suddenly turned pale with fright. She excitedly said, Dad, is he a spy for the country? Working in secret underground? That's amazing. Her father was sloppy, wearing flowery underpants and big slippers. Unexpectedly, he was not an ordinary office worker. She was so excited that her mouth opened wide. Which little girl had not dreamed that their father was actually very handsome and an unfathomable super big shot? No, no. The beautiful middle-aged woman put food in her daughter's bowl. I told you to read those fictional novels. Don't believe them. They are all fake. What supermarket, 9-to-5 work, television, computers, scientific society? Those are all fictional worlds. They don't exist. Then my father is a very ordinary, office worker. The little girl's eyes flashed with disappointment. No wonder he was usually so free, playing with her all day, reading books together, discussing plots, playing with toys together, and making her happy. That's not the case. He is a relatively special office worker. His mother pointed at a sloppy middle-aged man in slippers sitting on the sofa in the living room. He was watching the TV with a serious expression. She said gently, "Your father is actually the emperor of a divine dynasty in the Qi refinement domain, the great emperor of Eastern Green. He governs hundreds of millions of cultivators and citizens. He's a mighty god high up in the sky. One of the strongest people in the world." The little girl sat at the dining table in the living room. The little girl was dumbfounded. Look. The beautiful middle-aged woman's entire body floated up. Divine light lingered around her body, looking magnificent and magnificent. In fact, I am also a very powerful cultivator. Ah. The little girl sat on the chair and stopped eating. Her mouth was opened wide in an adorable manner. You are only 6 or 7 years old. We don't need you to cultivate. Previously, I told you not to believe in those strange novels. What special forces, spies, urban business, 996 work system, people just getting off the plane in America, those are all fake. They are all lies. You are really too Chinibu. In reality, there is no such thing. Reality is the transcendent world of cultivators. There are many celestial emperors and gods who can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. The little girl was completely shocked. She couldn't even hold her chopsticks properly. She was about to faint from shock. She hurriedly asked, "Then how does Daddy go to work? Govern the entire mythology dynasty? As a great supreme god, you only know how to watch television every day. You don't step out of the house. Every day, wearing slippers, sitting on the sofa, idling around, looking dispirited. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like that at all. Watching television is work." The mother smiled. Ordinary celestial emperors don't have the ability to use the little TV in all the heavens and realms, but the gods of all the major worlds are already like your father, using this home office mode. This is the rule of our world. They call this kind of home place, the divine spirit plane. Mommy, you said you don't read novels. Otherwise, how would you know about the term home office and Chinibu? The little girl said angrily in her childish voice. The beautiful middle-aged woman, she still had to read. After all, it was so boring here. In fact, she and her husband were against each other at the beginning. The style of writing was strange and grotesque. With one look, one could tell that it was not a serious publication. However, it was very boring to stay here. She could only try to read it. Who knew that the more she read, the more fascinated she became? The more she read, the more interesting it became. The great emperor of East Green was originally very serious and talented. Now, he also started to like reading all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels. Even now, the two of them were addicted to this home life. At this moment, they felt that they didn't want to step out of the house for the rest of their lives. Such a life was too wonderful for words. She looked at her daughter and muttered, "When I become a deity, I can also buy my own TV and stay in the house to explore the outside world. Who wouldn't want to become stronger in a more comfortable and safe way, on the other side of the battlefield?" The fall of the Eastern Green Great Emperor shook the entire world. This was a high and mighty god, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But he still fought to the death here, perishing together with his enemy. It was hard to imagine what kind of hatred he had for him to fight to such an extent. "Your Majesty, it said that in a mysterious place called the Forum, you had a quarrel with this deity and became enemies." Next to him, a powerful vassal king celestial emperor said. This was the #1 general of the dynasty with unparalleled battle prowess. Impossible. After a quarrel, they were going to fight to the death here? He didn't even care about his own life. This was a god. How could he be so casual? Beside him, the prime minister's expression was complicated. He was on the verge of collapse. Their strongest king had fallen. One could imagine what kind of internal strife would ensue. But just as the entire upper echelons of the dynasty could not help but break down, a phantom of the Eastern Green Great Emperor appeared. Everyone, I have not fallen. When we return to the dynasty, we can make a long-term plan. I have an immortal body long ago. It is difficult to kill me in this world. His Majesty has an immortal body, can't be killed. As soon as these words fell, all the celestial emperors were dumbfounded. The earth shook and the sky shook. 10 days later. In the Eastern Green Dynasty's imperial court. The Eastern Green Great Emperor was still a hazy phantom, but he had condensed quite a bit. I think you have already guessed that my immortal body is related to the little TV that fell from the sky back then. The Eastern Green Great Emperor looked at the people standing in front of him. This is an extremely powerful divine item. Prime Minister, Great General, both of you have just broken through to the deity realm. Are you willing to share this secret with me? I am willing. The two were overjoyed. A month later, 2 new neighbors suddenly moved in next to the little girl's house. Moreover, their whole family also moved in. There were also children about the same age as her. She was extremely happy. Somewhere, in an extremely secretive underground place. This was the players' underground TV station. At this time, all the players were not mainly fighting. Their daily work was to cultivate their realm and use their knowledge to improve the little TV and carry out daily maintenance. According to them, they were the TV headquarters. They were this world's Mother Ivy. They were absolutely neutral, above the times, and maintained the world's peace. With this status, even if they did not have exaggerated combat strength, they had become a cornerstone. No one would threaten their safety, just like how Dickie did not dare to touch the Mother Ivy. Is it about time? Recently, it has completely expanded. There are more new TV stations. Yes, we have basically pulled all the top geniuses in the 7 levels into our system. They have already enjoyed the great benefits and can no longer leave. Subtly transfer them and let them completely integrate. I have to say, the geniuses in this world are extremely terrifying. Maybe there will be a few monstrous existences like Carolyn and Dickie? I don't know. In any case, any geniuses that appear are inseparable from the TV. No matter how the times develop, it will not threaten our status. We are only the staff of the TV station responsible for maintaining the TV, the audience watching the TV. Speaking of breaking through to the deity level, haven't those players broken through yet? Aren't they the big shots from the Azura path? They were all celestial emperors before, why are they so slow? Recultivation is fast, but it has only been 40 to 50 years. How can it be that easy to break through to the deity level? But it should be soon. In this period of time, when they break through to the deity level, they will be able to use quantum entanglement battle body, and they will be able to go out. We will be able to start a new era of TV. It might be difficult to say it out loud. Back then, they dug holes on the ground, built all kinds of shielding formations, and buried themselves alive. They had basically never gone out until now. They all used the energy from the big gift bag and were self-sufficient. What a bunch of stinky little brothers. They can't even compare to the speed of the first time they cultivate. So many deities have appeared. Then why don't you give it a try? You want to compete with those monstrous geniuses? Fight for it? Why can't I fight for it? Isn't it just 40 to 50 years to break through to the deity level? If it were me, I would be a deity at 20 years old. Wait, don't be anxious. Give me another bottle of beer, I can still blow. A new era had finally begun. Several years had passed. Countless top powerhouses all regarded owning a small TV as the highest opportunity. Countless powerhouses began to live in seclusion with their families, understanding and exploring the outside world only through the TV. But on this day, a new channel was opened. Focus interview. the mysterious official of the small TV finally appeared. They called themselves reporters, and it was because the players could finally go out to the outside world through the TV. At this time, a reporter was interviewing the current emperor of the East Green dynasty. Thank you for your support. Hello, everyone, this is the Focus interview program. Today, we are fortunate to have a special guest, Emperor of East Green from the great world of the first level. Do you have any special thoughts on governing the country and introducing martial arts to the people? The Emperor of East Green smiled, and with a dignified expression, he began to answer seriously. After all, it was a great honor for the mysterious TV last time. It would probably instantly become a hot topic. At the end of the answer, he said, "By the way, I'm very dissatisfied with the sacrificial emperor of the Buddhist kingdom of the second level. Sooner or later, I will conquer his kingdom and kill him to vent my hatred." The reporter smiled awkwardly, coughed twice, and said, "Then, thank you to this deity overlord for supporting our interview. Today's Focus interview ends here." On the other side, in front of the TV. "Dad, he's mean to you." A clear voice was heard. A bald man was sitting in front of the TV with his daughter in his arms. He smiled and said, he can only be so sharp-tongued for a short period of time. I will definitely respond strongly to the next interview." In front of another TV. Very interesting program. The Demon Dragon Emperor of the 6th level, the forbidden existence that ruled the abyss, grinned and closed a book called Solid Geometry. This pixel Tyrannosaurus sat on the sofa, and a hazy light flashed in his eyes. "It seems that I have to watch the Focus interview program every day to understand other powerhouses." Suji's expression was slightly strange. What is this? Information flow, the era of super mythology, the deities of the various major planes watching TV to understand the outside world. He had guessed from the beginning that these guys would have all kinds of complete strategies with strong execution power, and they would be able to pull the entire world into their style without any bloodshed. But he didn't expect it to be pulled in so quickly and so naturally. They are too experienced. They are already very familiar with doing such a wretched thing. Not to mention that Akina mountain speed is manipulating them from behind. Suji shook his head and smiled faintly. Sure enough, it still developed into this strange, harmonious and friendly civilization. The development of this era was not out of Suji's expectation. In fact, it was already within Carolyn's expectations. What was the characteristic of this civilization? It was that they couldn't kill people. The powerhouses were all hiding in their houses, hidden very well, and then fought outside through the network, but none of them died. It was very harmonious and friendly. So, this is the civilized society that Carolyn likes, and one of the reasons why she seems to agree with it. Back then, she wanted to build a perfect utopian society, but she didn't succeed. In a sense, this is a different kind of perfect technological society, and not a pure barbaric civilization. For Suji, it was also very good. Almost none of the top-notch powerhouses died. Furthermore, they had extremely rich combat experience, even more so than the powerhouses of the ordinary transcendent worlds by countless times. Why, the powerhouses of other worlds didn't dare to go all out and fight to the death. After reaching the deity realm, there would be all kinds of considerations in every battle, and their hands and feet would be tied. But here, because of a few quarrels and insults on the forum, they directly fought to the death. They didn't talk much, and they didn't talk much. And fighting and killing could raise one's realm, and all kinds of enlightenment would appear. It seems that the frequent fighting will increase the efficiency of breakthroughs, and it's more likely that there will be a world of 9 levels per capita. This is probably polite in reality, but they dare to fight crazily along the network cable. Anyway, you can't fight me along the network cable, so no one is afraid of anyone. At this time, Suji could clearly see that the fights and disputes between the powerhouses in this network world were more than 10 times more than in reality. These players had indeed studied the concept of keyboard warriors very thoroughly. The powerhouses that were nurtured by such a civilized atmosphere, all of them were veteran keyboard warriors, and their methods were ruthless. Other extraordinary civilizations would probably suffer a great loss if they encountered these mad dogs who would fight every day without saying a word and were trained to be good at fighting. Isn't it a little too interesting? In a world that combines extraordinary and technology, the existences of other civilizations in reality would probably suffer a great loss if they encountered this group of powerhouses who are good at fighting. Suji just smiled. He didn't want to interfere, and like the players, he was just a guide and a witness. This civilization used the Sky Dream as a reference. The Sky Dream was to treat the entire universe as a dream. Zhou Mei was hidden in a small house deep in the mountains, and he was dreaming, and this civilization treated the entire universe as a world in a TV, and the high-dimensional beings sitting in front of the TV were playing with the low-dimensional beings in the TV. Year 40 of the Dongqing dynasty. The gods entered a period of great eruption. Countless gods gushed out, forming a mythical flourishing age. A large number of gods began to spend huge amounts of money to buy the small TV, and pay the cable TV regularly. Gradually, the TV became the cornerstone of the entire world. All the powerhouses clearly knew how terrifying this divine object was, even though it was a quantum battle body, and the clone only had 70% of the strength of the main body. It was extremely safe, and there was no need to worry about life and death. The main body could even hide in the dark with his family and protect them at any time. There was no longer any weakness, and there was no need to worry about using his family to threaten him again. However, with such a strange and powerful divine object, how could they not be afraid of the mysterious TV headquarters? At this time, in the court of the entire Dongqing dynasty, the ministers had already begun to secretly discuss. Such a mysterious organization is probably forming a real foundation of the world, and it's gathering all the experts of different eras. Yes, the other party is very straightforward. They are not playing any tricks, and there is no way they can restrain us. If we become enemies, the most we can do is destroy the small TV, and we won't be able to use the quantum battle body and the various functions in it. Yes, the other party really couldn't do anything to them, and there was no threat to their lives. The combat strength of their main body was naturally stronger than that of the clone entangled by the quantum battle body. But if they became enemies, they would be the ones to suffer, and they would lose most of their benefits. This was using benefits to bind them. It was an open and aboveboard plot. This special organization must be planned by extremely smart and powerful people, and the mechanism was extremely perfect and well organized. They also knew that trading with these powerful and intelligent geniuses and gods, and playing tricks in the dark, would be exposed sooner or later, so they might as well do it openly from the beginning. It seems that the organization behind this is run by an ancient god. Everyone came to this conclusion. Year 50 of the Dongqing dynasty. The 7 great floors of the world of the tower completely communicated with each other, and they knew of each other's existence. The 7 divine dynasties in the tower were either enemies or allies. Within the East Azure dynasty alone, there were more than 1,000 gods, and stage 7 heavenly emperors could be seen everywhere. It was an indescribable flourishing age, and the spiritual energy in the entire world also began to thin out. The innate spiritual chi is becoming scarce, the dense spiritual energy streams and waterfalls began to disappear, and the earth began to turn into a mortal realm. The energy of the universe was balanced. The spirit chi waterfalls, and spirit springs that could be seen everywhere were now absorbed into the bodies of the various deities, and they existed in the form of individual life forms. At that moment, his clones began to rule the world in the royal court. In the mortal world, there were no more deities descending with their true bodies. This era was known as the Great Separation mythological era. It was recorded in the true sage history of Eastern Green: in ancient times, there was no holiness in the world. Ancient sages and mighty beings taught mortals skills, herding beasts, farming, learning to read and make clothes. Then, they sensed the rules of heaven and earth and gradually became mortals and saints. After dozens of years, they gradually entered the void and separated themselves from mortals. For thousands of years after that, immortals and gods walked the world in their incarnations, ruling the world and fighting each other. It seemed that humans and gods coexisted and flourished in the world, but in reality, there were no longer any true gods in the world. Outside the tower, it was still a large desolate region of nothingness. In the pitch-black universe, there were still all kinds of debris and corpses floating, showing the tragedy of the previous battle. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is starting to thin. Carolyn stood in the void above the ruins and looked at the tower in her hand. She said calmly, "This place is already not big. With the structure of the tower, it can accommodate more living beings, but the spiritual energy is still thinning too quickly." Only 70 years had passed. This was the tens of thousands of years of foundation of the Tyr Empire that she had collected. One had to know that it had been estimated that it would take 100 years to use up. But now, it was much faster. This was because the player's mechanism had greatly increased the speed of cultivation and combat. It was equivalent to having a cultivation simulator. Sitting in front of the television, they would fight life and death battles every day, and they would train crazily. Naturally, their breakthroughs would be extremely fast. I invested almost all of the profits from the trip to the Cosmos Garden. Carolyn took a deep breath and could not help but say, however, although all of the energy has been spat out, the various talents, more than half of the Tyr Empire, the upper echelons of the board planet, and even the entire race, were taken away by me. Energy is not important. Knowledge and talents are the true foundation of a civilization. The elites, emperors, and researchers of that land had all been captured in one fell swoop and taken into the spiritual universe. What was left were the middle-level and lower-level people who had not become gods, as well as a large number of ordinary people. They still remained on those planets. They had no leader, and there would definitely be great chaos. There might even be new empires and dynasties rising, but this was no longer under her control. Is the spiritual energy not enough? At this moment, the super-ancient god suddenly appeared beside her. Yes, the resources consumed are much greater than expected. Carolyn frowned slightly. According to the normal development of the world, it should have entered a period of development. The gods are high and mighty, while the mortal's cultivation speed has slowed down. Thus, a complete gap has formed. Even the geniuses can only enter an era of slow development. That was indeed the case. They had absorbed too much energy, and the energy and spiritual energy of the entire world was thin. This caused others to be slower, and it was impossible for there to be such an exaggerated period of development. After all, this was how the world was, a zero-sum game. The total amount was there. The more you obtained, the less others obtained. There was a saying, as long as the saints did not die, the thieves would not stop. Even though the deities were able to absorb energy from the void, they were still unable to do so. But what about the mortals, the celestial emperor? There was no chance to reach that realm, and they could only obtain resources from their surroundings. Yes, it's about to enter a period of peace. The super-ancient god thought about it and sighed. This is only a 7-level region. The original plan was to have a 33-level tower. But there is no need to worry. I still have a lot of energy in my hands, and it can replenish the progress of the world. Carolyn took a deep breath. For my world, I've made you spend too much. The super-ancient god shook his head. The so-called accumulated wealth is just a worldly possession. Its greatest use is to increase one's strength. That's right, there are countless gods. There should be people who have finished the path to the 9th level, right? For ordinary creatures, the path to the 9th level was far away, but it was different for the Super Scion race. Their path to the 9th level was extremely short. There were only a few million cells. Now that she calculated the time, there would be a 9th level Super Scion, which was similar to the Super Scion in the previous universe, although their combat power was not strong, and they only had the realm. Yes, the fastest batch is about to finish the path to the 9th level. Carolyn suddenly became serious. You mean, let them stay in the weak 9th level and build a perfect foundation with 4 genes? Carolyn pondered for a few seconds and fell into deep thought. Yes, their path to the 9th level is very short. The time wasted on climbing the 9th level is not long. They still have a lot of time in their lives to build a perfect foundation and break through to the 9th level. This was the advantage of the Super Scion race. But was that really the case? Their difficulty did not decrease either. They were the ones who got on the train first, and the actual difficulty of reaching the 9th level would not be lower than ordinary creatures. It was just a more gentle alternative way of breaking through. The truth of the 10th level, of course, can't be told to them. Suji smiled and said, but at this time, we can suggest them to build a perfect foundation, hinting that their combat power will be stronger and their future will be broader. Naturally, the ambitious strong will not choose to let it go. Hearing this, Carolyn was startled, and her eyes gradually brightened. She said in surprise, this is a very good plan, indeed. It can prevent the weak from feeling despair after knowing the truth and choosing to stick to the Taoist route, dying of old age. It can also hint to the strong who really have the opportunity to pursue a higher scenery. Carolyn smiled and said softly, "It's really a very good idea." The information revealed to the outside can have two different meanings for two types of people. That's not what I'm thinking. In the boundless heavens and the myriad realms, many inheritances are like that. The super ancient god shook his head. Many civilizations are like this? So this is the best way? Carolyn was slightly shocked. She carefully thought about the deeper meaning of this and showed a look of understanding. Indeed. Super ancient god, you are indeed an ancient being who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Your knowledge is diverse. In fact, this was indeed the rule of many powerful races in the universe. At this moment, Suji naturally knew this according to the inherited memory of the Renamangian race. Because now that he thought about it carefully, in the inheritance of the Renamangian race, it also suggested that the talented descendants should cultivate a perfect Tao foundation before breaking through to the 9th level. If they did not have the talent, they should not force it. But why did they suggest it? Why not tell the descendants of the Iron Base the truth of the 10th level? Because this world is too cruel. It is best not to tell, to avoid despair. Suji looked up and said, even the 10th level ancestor of the Renamangian race did not think that there would be descendants who could break through to the 10th level. So, in the inheritance, he only hinted that the descendants should cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. He did not say it directly. This way, the descendants would not fall into despair when they were at the God Spirit level. Before breaking through to the 9th level, they would kill themselves to cultivate a 4-gene Tao foundation. This was a cruel reality. When there was a powerful inheritance and a small number of people in the universe, if the descendants did not even have a 9th level, and every generation was a 8th level god, they all died of old age on the path of the 9th level, and not even a 9th level appeared, then in a few generations, this race would definitely become completely old and extinct. There must be a reason why this method of inheritance could be popular at this time. Time had proven its practicality. Even many powerful races in the universe hid it like this. The path of cultivation in the universe is really a desperate and bumpy road that one cannot see the end of. Suji shook his head and sighed. He planned to do the same now, to imitate the powerful races in the universe outside. He instilled in them the concept of being stronger with 4 genes, but hinted that if they were unable to do so, it would be fine even if they did not create a perfect gene. They could directly break through, just that they would be weaker than other rank 9 genes. After all, it wasn't wrong to harvest a large number of level 9 leaks, but Suji still hoped that among the leaks, there was a possibility that a true level 10 would appear. Then, we have to tell them and inform them. With a smile, Carolyn continued, after all, this was only known during the evolution corridor period. This is something that happened after, and it wasn't left in their inherited memories. As the two of them spoke, they were talking about the future of the era and the mode of prosperity. In fact, they were also discussing a certain way to develop a new civilization. Ancient God, are you going to descend with me? It's time to meet the descendants of this new world, as well as the living beings. Carolyn smiled. The super ancient god shook his head. You go. I won't be accompanying you. Normally speaking, there was nothing wrong with going there. However, when he thought of the sudden change in this extraordinary world, he was afraid that he would have to go on a live broadcast. After all, even the super ancient god would accept an interview, and it would be a little awkward. After thinking about it, he decided not to go. Rather than going to such an awkward meeting, it would be better to do something else. Then, I'll go and inform them, Carolyn said with a smile. Carolyn was very used to it, and even felt a sense of familiarity. After all, the Ashutl people and the Protoss had been in a similar situation. The experts had long since gotten used to it being broadcasted on television. Just as Carolyn was about to leave, she said, by the way, I obtained some interesting memories from the memories of His Majesty Tyr of the Tyr Empire and the few supreme gods. What memories? The super ancient god smiled. They hid it very deeply. This is the highest level secret and information of their country. Only in their minds are the coordinates of some special civilization. Coordinates? Suji did not know how to react. However, he soon felt that this was very normal. After all, the Tier Empire had developed for tens of thousands of years, and there would definitely be all sorts of information from the civilizations that they had passed by. This was especially so after the current situation. They had become a part of Carolyn's memories, and even their most confidential memories had been dug out. Carolyn smiled. However, it is very obvious that other worlds would not expose their specific coordinates. However, Emperor Tyr still used some special tracking method to follow them for some distance and found out the approximate coordinates of a nomad civilization. A civilization at the level of nomads? Suji's expression was indifferent. The Tyr Empire did not truly have the ability to move civilizations at will. They had only barely reached the threshold of civilization. At the last moment, they had wanted to implement the Wandering Planet plan. As for the truly advanced civilizations in the universe, they definitely existed in the form of nomads. This was the law of the universe. At the same time, civilizations of this level had an extremely exaggerated demand for energy. Hence, it was impossible for them to stay in the same galaxy for a long time. Once they had extracted enough resources, they would choose to leave. At the same time, not only were they illusory, but they were also unimaginably agile and difficult to track. This was a truly powerful civilization in the universe. Planets could no longer imprison them, and they could even move the entire planet. Just like the nomads of the grasslands, when the resources of a grassland were exhausted, they would migrate to another grassland and continue to graze and grow. To put it simply, it was like the ancient tree planet drifting everywhere. She explained, "Once I know the approximate location, I will stay on that piece of land. As long as I carefully explore the void of that region, no matter how good the concealment is, it will not escape my eyes." That was what she thought. After all, she believed that she was an extremely powerful existence among the level 9s. If you are interested, you can go and visit them. The super ancient god smiled. However, do not lose yourself in worldly pursuits. You must focus on increasing your cultivation. Suji was not too interested in the civilizations of the outside world. The previous tier civilization, the bored planet, it was like playing house. It was not worthy of his attention at all. In the end, it was Suji himself who acted as the universe garden that made Carolyn and the rest feel powerful. Otherwise, it would have been an easy battle against those natives. And the nomad civilization in front of him might be a civilization that had truly entered the level 9s. But he did not think that Carolyn would not be able to defeat them. Even among the Taoists in the universe, she was one of the strongest. However, he still had to observe them. But that was all. Suji planned to focus on opening and developing the extraordinary world. "Yes, I will take note." Carolyn smiled and said, "Searching for the civilizations outside and various new stars is also to find some energy to replenish. Otherwise, to always rely on your foundation, it will be too embarrassing." Suji smiled and did not say anything. Carolyn chatted for a while more before leaving to inform the entire world of the Spire about the path to the level 9s in the future, how to break through and move forward. Suji looked over calmly. She was busy with her things. Although she did not show herself, it did not exclude the fact that she did not want to explore this world. Click. Suji's figure flashed and entered the Spire world. Ta, ta, ta. Suji gently landed on a mountain range and gazed into the distance. He saw a small base of gods. A few gods that trusted each other were hiding themselves and living in seclusion. Their auras were hidden very deeply. Unless they don't go out for a lifetime, only then would they be able to build such a powerful defensive concealment array. Otherwise, if they go out frequently, they will definitely be able to find their base through the traces. No matter how strong the concealment effect is, it would be useless. However, it seems that they really don't go out for a lifetime. Suji's gaze was leisurely. But do you guys think that the main body is their weakness? That is too ridiculous. The main body's combat power is the strongest. After all, it is a copy of the disabled quantum gene. It only has 70% of the main body's strength. If you can't even defeat a clone, you will be courting death if you go looking for the main body. In this land, the small television was already a hot-selling product for the gods. Suji calmly spent some resources and obtained a small television. Then, he built a house in a hidden place. Click. Suji sat in the newly built living room in front of the small television and experienced the rules of life in this world. It seems that the live broadcast should be starting soon. He sat on the sofa in boredom and flipped through a few television channels. He found that the channels were unexpectedly sparse. Virtual life. Quantum combat body, this was the core function. Television shopping. Currently, it was very simple. There were no high-grade divine weapons. There were only various novels, books, and spiritual reading materials. The most interesting thing was that Suji actually found a handheld game. There were actually Pokemon, double section dragon, letting the gods play with these? Suji's face slightly darkened. These animals, in order to make money, what kind of strange technology tree did they choose? Smelting iron, manufacturing circuits, industrialization, and now even a handheld game, as expected of a professional farmer. They are not proficient in fighting, but they are number one in the lifestyle class. There are definitely people who specialize in electronics working in it. Focus interview. This was just added recently. Then there was nothing else. What Suji was looking forward to the most was another very important variety show. Broadcasting movies, creating movie stars, collecting willpower, and using incense to gather incense gods. However, it seemed that this program had not appeared yet. It was still in the planning stage. After all, the arrangement of the incense stick and the planning of the television series were very complicated. I'm guessing that Carolyn's going to start broadcasting soon, right? Suji sat on the sofa and watched the small TV. He felt a little bored. For these aborigines, the current television barely contained the three elements of being a homebody: games and entertainment, reading novels, and movies. He could make these natives stay in their homes for the rest of their lives, but to Suji, it was quite boring. After all, he was used to it. Should I find something to do? Suji rested his chin on his hand and frowned. The other gods all had their own families, sitting together in rows watching TV, but this house was empty. They were accompanied by their daughters and sons. They invaded the universe garden. Now, let the universe garden do the reverse. Bring Medusa and Shurji to this living room to watch TV together? Should we secretly observe the development of this new civilization? He was shocked by this wild idea of his. This move was too flashy. I'll secretly observe my own civilization. He felt that he might have been led astray by those idiotic players to come up with this idea. However, when he thought about it, it was actually quite good. After all, Carolyn's development was too smooth. The development of Dicky and the three pillar gods was also too smooth. They did not suffer any big losses. If the universe garden suffered a big loss, would they not get back at them? Would Renamansker's show be over just like that? That would be too wasteful. The various worlds had to fight with each other. They did not have a blood feud with Renamansker. Although they were not out-and-out enemies, they were at least neutral forces that did not have a good relationship with each other, Renamansker, but it was okay to give them a little pressure. His expression became strange. Also, bring Shurji and Medusa over and learn their civilization system in reverse. After all, only you can learn my civilization. I can't learn yours without me. Otherwise, the next time we meet, Medusa and Shurji may not be able to keep up with the times. Those people are really crazy about learning everything. As Suji thought of this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I really have to balance things out. I can't just help Carolyn and the level 7, Heavenly Court. I also have to help Medusa and the quantum pugilistic world rise. Although the universe garden is a new extraordinary sand table in my hands, I can't always be partial to my biological son who has followed me all the way here, right? The universe garden. The land was green and lush, and there were countless beasts on the ground. This was the land of several planets, and it was extremely vast. At the same time, there were some living beings. They were actually some level 9 existences of the crystal wall system, and they had descended to this land to roam. Ha 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 ha, the little girl was still training her body, waving her fists and punching tens of thousands of times every day. Medusa was still training his martial arts. Soon, the two of them were called into the study. The sunlight outside the window shone into the study, and the dark red carpet was golden. Renamansker was huge. He sat on a chair and said with a loud voice, "It has been 60 to 70 years since the civilization invasion in the higher dimensional space. How do you feel?" In fact, 70 years meant that only one day had passed since the invasion in the real world. The wounds of the civilization have yet to be healed. Medusa curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "One day has passed. The Tyr Empire, bored extraordinary planet, is still recovering from the wounds of the war and has yet to recover. Their upper echelons have all been taken away, and only the old, weak, sick, and disabled are left. As for our disciples, the 13th Prince, Charles, and the others, they are already doing their best to save their civilization." Medusa did not care about those low-leveled civilizations in the first place. She looked down on them and just let them fend for themselves. She was already too busy with the crystal wall universe. Renomansker smiled, and his gaze seemed to see through the ancient times. He said with a complicated expression, "More than 100,000 years ago, there was a god. Their Buddhist and Taoist civilization was already an unimaginable supergiant in my era. However, when I woke up again, his era had already passed, and he was also old. Even though I was inferior to him in that era, now that I have awakened again, I have gradually caught up to him. Not long ago, we fought once, and he actually had internal injuries. I'm afraid that in the past, he had fought with a powerful opponent." Medusa listened carefully. This contained extremely terrifying ancient information. However, Renomansker only smiled and did not continue speaking. This made her feel as if her heart was itching. She said, "Enough with the nonsense. Let's get down to business. The other party seemed strong, and we suffered a great loss. However, they did not know that I had secretly left some tricks up my sleeves." "You left some tricks up your sleeves?" Medusa asked in surprise. Renomansker said, "Yes, as an existence that has come into contact with the ultimate path, I still have some tricks up my sleeves. I have also cultivated quantum martial arts, and I am unfathomable. I have already tracked them into their world." "Yes." Medusa's eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. Since he was the close friend of the evil god, it was reasonable that he had already cultivated quantum martial arts, and quantum martial arts were very strange, leaving behind some quantum particles to secretly follow them. They invaded our world and stole our civilization. Now, it was our turn. Father, you are amazing. Shurji was instantly excited. However, Renomansker poured cold water on them. "However, you have to understand that this is not a decisive counterattack. We will not make too many big movements. There is no need for our main bodies to descend. We will definitely be discovered. However, it is enough to send a small portion of our quantum combat bodies to secretly infiltrate and hibernate there." Renomansker smiled. "The other party has created a new world. We can go and take a look. It will be a wonderful trip." "A new world?" Medusa asked. Renomansker smiled. "Yes, the other party has already reached the final juncture and is putting everything on the line. They are using all their resources to develop their civilization and nurture a new heir. Although I don't want to provoke their civilization war and get myself into trouble, but if I sneak in and don't get discovered, then I'll be fine. Her main body would cultivate here, and her quantum combat bodies would go over to explore." Hearing this, Medusa instantly felt that it was not a bad idea. After all, Shurji had also fused with her quantum genes, and a portion of her quantum combat body had already been entangled, and she only needed to use a portion. A strand of hair would be enough. After all, her main body was too huge. Adjust the size of the quantum body, using the tiny size of their world as the standard. Renomansker instructed, "Their war has nothing to do with us. We just need to not expose ourselves." "Yes. Yes." She received 2 affirmative replies. "Be careful. Remember not to be discovered." Renomansker gently stretched out his hand, and a teleportation array secretly appeared. The 2 of them entered it with bright eyes. Whoosh. They entered a living room. The moment they entered this world, they discovered a strange yet familiar scene. This world seemed to be covered by an extremely powerful being who had achieved the Tao, distorting the material density of this world. The density of their bodies was actually continuously compressing, turning into a small person. When they came back to their senses, they discovered that their father was already sitting on the sofa, watching a small television. The shape of the television was somewhat cute. This is? Xianxia's heart trembled. Sensing the environment here, she could not help but exclaim, the environment here is highly compressed. This is clearly plagiarizing our iron-based race's body compression cultivation technique. This was very familiar. How could she not feel it? This new civilization that the enemy had just built was too terrifying, too shameless. It was actually learning the system and cultivation technique of their race. Using this to build a new world. At this time, not only was Xianxia shocked, but Medusa's entire person was completely solemn. She looked at the antenna of this television and felt the quantum genes. Not only did it learn from your race, but it also learned from our evil god race. This world, after coming to our cosmic garden, plagiarized the system of our two races and converged it. Too shameless, too shameless. Looking at this brand new civilization, the two of them were greatly shocked, and they had the same thought without saying a word. At the same time, they also felt an inexplicable fear. The other party clearly did not get their genes, but they could create a seemingly right but actually wrong effect. This proved how strong the other party's talent and foundation were. This world was too incredible. On the contrary, what shocked them was not only this. On the television, a familiar figure from before soon appeared. Carolyn was broadcasting, this new world has developed for more than 70 years, and there have already been several existences who have embarked on the path of the 9th stage and are close to being complete. Here I am. As soon as these words fell, the two of them completely felt that they could not keep up with the times. Not only was it a mixture of their civilization system, but it had also developed so terrifyingly. It had only been more than 70 years, and even weak 9th stage existences had begun to rapidly appear. This seemed like a fantasy story. Don't get too excited. Renamansa sat on the sofa with a gentle expression, gesturing for the two of them to sit down and watch the television. Let's slowly observe this mysterious new civilization. Everything will have an answer. End of chapter 974. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.